Chapter 1. I glared at my parents across the breakfast table as they sang happy birthday to me in an overly joyous tune, which I didn't care for. The last thing a 20-year-old college student who still lived at home with her parents wanted to hear was them singing happy birthday to her, just as they had every year since she was a child. It was bad enough that I still lived under their roof, but the fact that they still treated me like a child made it much worse. I had been itching to be independent for some time, but I didn't have the resources to make it happen. Going to college didn't leave much time for working, so with my part-time waitress job on the side, I was barely paying the bills I had now. Adding new ones just wasn't an option. Mom and Dad had been more than understanding about my situation and agreed to keep me up as long as I needed until I was able to move out. Neither of them was rushing me though, so I was thankful for that. At the song's end, they both stood and clapped before Mom pushed the chocolate-iced cake in front of my face. I stared it down grudgingly, unsure whether or not to taste it. Why did chocolate have to be my weakness? I had been on a diet for a solid month now, but had barely lost any weight. If I were able to go out for a run more frequently, I'm sure I wouldn't even have to be on this diet. Being a werewolf alone was enough to keep one in shape. You could burn a day's calories in just one run. I'll just be glad once all of these college courses are over and I can have more free time. My wolf really needed a good run. Now that summer was here, I'd at least have a good 2 months before classes started back up again at the local campus. Maybe Charlie will let me pick up a few extra shifts so I can begin apartment hunting. I'm sure that by the end of summer, I'll have enough saved for first and last month's rent. Oh, come on, honey. It's your birthday. One slice of cake won't kill you, Mom urged. It will when I have to work it off later. Maybe after work tonight, I can go for a decent run. It's much needed. I suppose, I mumbled just to make her happy. Pass me a plate. Mom clapped her hands happily as Dad passed out the plates. I don't know who was more anxious to eat it, me or them. Don't forget to make a wish, she said, watching the lit candles in the middle burn. Why not? May as well humor them, right? I closed my eyes and leaned in close while thinking about what I wanted to wish for. Within a few seconds, I automatically knew. My mate. I opened my eyes and blew out the 2 candles just before Dad started cutting the cake. Well, someone was hungry. I thought sarcastically to myself. I dug my fork into the chocolatey goodness that now sat in front of me. It's not often I get chocolate for breakfast. Or at all for that matter. I may as well make the most of it. Ah, heaven. I smiled. The creamy milk chocolate melted away in my mouth. It was perfect. Truly and utterly perfect. Oh, honey, before I forget, there is a pack meeting taking place tonight. Alpha Daniel has requested that everyone be there. Apparently, he has some news to announce. Well, almost perfect. What could be so darn important that they needed everyone tonight? Now I'm going to have to switch my shift with Celeste, and she won't be happy with that. She hates covering the weekend shift. The nights were always the worst. That's when the diner was filled with the less desirable people. You know, the ones that were a little too familiar and the worst tippers? Well, after 9 p.m. at least. Those last 3 hours until the diner closed were the most dreadful, though. Honey, you're spacing out again. Have you been losing sleep? You remember what Dr. Peterson said? I know, Mom, I replied, cutting her off before she could lecture me further. I was just thinking about the diner. I don't know exactly what I said that made her smile, but she had the biggest grin of all on her face at the mention of it. In fact, it slightly worried me. You know, that reminds me, dear. Now that it's your 20th birthday, you might meet your mate tonight. I raised an eyebrow at her in confusion. What does that have to do with the diner? Well, when you find your mate, you won't have to work so much. You know he'll take care of you. You might actually start to enjoy life again. Oh, so that's where she was going with this. Mom, you know good, and well, I don't want a mate for that reason. I want my mate because he'll love me unconditionally. I don't plan on changing my lifestyle because of him, I stated. I know, honey, but you may find yourself doing a lot of things you thought you wouldn't normally do, she smiled. Mates change everything. I rolled my eyes at her but didn't reply. There was no sense arguing with her over it. She'll pull the experience card at me. After all, she had a mate, and I did not. Maybe Mom's right. Perhaps that will all change tonight. Maybe he's waiting to meet me as well. Let's see, who all has turned 20 since our last meeting? Well, there was Tim, the beta's brother, and Zach, my cousin, who couldn't be my mate. Who else? I know there was one more. Oh, our alpha, Daniel. However, that was only the males of a certain age. That didn't include the unmated ones who were of all ages. Even though Alpha Daniel had turned 20 exactly a week before I knew there was no chance in hell I was his mate. I'm not Luna material. Besides, I'm pretty sure he was going to announce his mating to his longtime girlfriend Jasmine tonight. That seems like the only logical reason why we would be holding a mandatory meeting if it were not an emergency. She was a good year older than him, but I never heard her mention that they were mates. Perhaps they were keeping it secret until they knew for sure, and now that Daniel is 20, there is no need to wait any longer. He could confirm it. I guess we'll find out tonight. My thoughts were cut off by my phone ringing, giving me a bit of a fright. It always rang unnecessarily loud when it was on a hard surface, and I hate that. I groaned and picked it up from the table to see who was calling me. When the name flashed across my screen, it only served to irritate me further. What did he want? I wasn't due to work for another 6 hours. Something must have happened. Hey, Charlie, I answered, hiding my annoyance. Claire, just the person I needed to talk to, he chuckled nervously. I sighed and rolled my eyes. Well, you got her. After a brief moment of silence, he began to speak. I'm in need of a small favor, he said. Someone bail on you again? I asked, keeping my friendly tone. After all, he was still my boss, and I needed this job until after college to help support myself. I heard a heavy sigh on the other end of the line before he replied. Celeste quit this morning. Not another one, I groaned. Lately, waitresses had been quitting left and right, and now one of the senior employees had just quit as well. I suppose it didn't help that most of them were finding their mates. I'm sure the male wolves didn't want their mates working in a place like this. If they did, there was sure to be a fight every night with one of the many inappropriate customers. What was I supposed to do now? I was going to ask Celeste to cover my shift tonight. Andrea was working the lunch rush with me, so that left no one for tonight. At that thought, I knew why he was calling me. You want me to pull a double shift today, don't you? I asked hesitantly. Seeing how bad I needed the money, I would have commonly accepted his offer, but sadly, I had to be at the PAC meeting tonight. Too bad he wasn't a werewolf, so that I couldn't explain the situation to him. Was there no one else who could take my place? You know I hate to ask, but Rita is on vacation and Andrea is still new, so I have no one else. He explained. I sighed. I knew he was right, but I didn't know how to help him. Please, he begged. I'd never heard him sound so desperate before. I'll give you an extra $2 on the hour for coming in on such short notice, he quickly added. Now he was singing my tune. How could I resist an offer like that? Do you know what an extra $2 an hour could do to my bank account? Fine, I said. I'll do it. Oh, thank you, Claire, he said in relief. You really saved me here. I owe you. Yeah, about that. I kind of need a favor as well, I said. Well, two actually. Anything, he said. First, I'd like to take on all the extra shifts this summer, so I'd like to ask that you don't hire anyone else. Done, he agreed. And I need off work for a couple of hours tonight for something important, I added. I cringed slightly, waiting for his reply while the silence grew. I almost feared that would be a deal breaker, but I silently hoped it wasn't. I couldn't miss the PAC meeting tonight. That would land me in hot water with the alpha. Okay, but just 2 hours and I expect you back here immediately, he said, trying to sound like a firm boss again. Oh, thank goodness. I felt such relief at his cooperation. Thank you, Charlie. I'll be there as soon as I can. I smiled as I pulled the phone away from my ear and hung it up. Was it weird of me to be happy about this? I mean, I'm getting extra hours, more money, and still able to attend the meeting tonight. That's something to be happy about. I might get that apartment after all. And with only $30 in my account right now, I could definitely use the extra money. I trudged through the bustling diner to the counter to pick up the 2 dinner orders for table 12. They were growing increasingly impatient and had already asked me about their order 3 times. Didn't they notice we were swamped tonight? It had been going full swing since lunch today, and it hadn't let up since. This was the hell you went through when working on a Saturday, and with only one waitress. Well, until 10 minutes ago, when Andrea finally showed up. I guess she was here to relieve me temporarily. I looked up at the clock on the wall, counting down the minutes until I had to leave. I could not be late. After I set the plates down at the table that I had ordered them for, I walked back to pick up my second order while letting out a yawn. It has only been 5 hours since I started the shift, and I was already feeling mentally and physically exhausted. I think I might need a 5-hour energy shot to get through the rest of the day. They seem to work well for me, but I dislike relying on them. The effects weren't as strong once your body got used to them. Warren, break time, Charlie yelled across the noisy diner, pointing to his watch. 2 hours start now. I gave him a quick nod of my head and set the plates down before I tore the apron off and tossed it aside, then made my way to the counter. After grabbing my belongings from behind it, I quickly rushed out the door in a hurry. My car was the third one down in the employee parking lot, so it didn't take me long to get inside. If I weren't in such a hurry, I might have taken the time to enjoy the summer air, but now was not the time for that. If I were even so much as 5 minutes late, I was sure to get into heaps of trouble by the Alpha or the elders. As I pulled up in front of the large pack house, I was silently thankful that I wasn't the last to arrive. From the looks of things, it seemed parents were already here, as was most of the pack, except for the few that were arriving just as I was. I guess I drove a little faster than I thought I did. Oh well, whatever gets me here on time. I'm not complaining. I walked through the mass of cars, following behind a couple who were also heading towards the back of the house. In the evenings, weather permitting, we always had outdoor meetings. However, on occasion, the Alpha held them in his office. And when I say office, I mean a room the size of 2 or 3 of my bedrooms put together. I suppose it had to be rather large in size, though, to accommodate the size of the pack. Clary, a little girl, screamed as soon as she had caught sight of me. Is that my little Jess? I chuckled, lifting her off the ground. Jessica was a little girl I used to babysit when I was in high school for extra cash. Her parents were always busy with pack duties, so they hired me to take care of her in the evenings until they were finished. That was 2 years ago. She was barely even walking then. Now I'm standing here looking at a very tall 3-year-old who was still as cute as ever and whom I had missed with all my heart. Hello, Claire, Mrs. Thompson's warm voice interrupted us. I set Jess down on the ground and turned to greet her in return. Hey, Mrs. Thompson. How are you? I asked. I am well, thank you, but I believe the meeting is about to start. Would you like to sit with us? She offered. I'd love to, I replied before following her to the seats. I sat next to Jess before she looped her arm through mine and looked forward. Seeing as Mr. Thompson was third in command, we had great front row seats, so we weren't bothered with looking over top of people's heads to get the view. I was grateful for that, seeing as I wasn't exactly the tallest person in the pack. Hello. Thank you all for coming this evening. I realize this meeting was sort of last minute, but I have an important announcement to make, the sweet, melodic voice of our Alpha said. He stood no more than 10 feet in front of me, looking out into the crowd of people with the most beautiful, proud smile on his face I'd ever seen. Nothing could be more perfect. He was just so wonderful. I just wanted to be near him. Oh no. What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking about Alpha Daniel that way? It's not right. He had a girlfriend, and he was way out of my league. Today, I'd like to announce my wedding and mating to the most beautiful girl I've ever met, Jasmine Marshall. Just then, I felt my wolf about to jump out of my skin. Something had really gotten her riled up. Mate, she whispered. No, it can't be. He can't be my mate if he's already proclaimed his love for Jasmine. I mean, he's just announced getting married for goodness sake. So why was I feeling this way? Maybe it's just confusion. Yeah, that's it. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, and I'm exhausted. That's bound to mess with your head. The sound of the crowd applauding brought me from my thoughts, and my eyes drifted back up to them. They were smiling brightly and holding hands as they gazed at the pleased wolves. It was like they were the president and first lady. Just as everyone got up to shake their hands, I immediately began thinking of ways to get out of here. I didn't want to be around him if I couldn't even hold it together just by hearing his voice. What if he thinks I like him or something? I can't. He's Daniel, an alpha, and I'm me. We don't even make sense. Did you hear? Jasmine is going to be our Luna. Jess grinned with excitement. I looked down at her with my best fake smile without a word, then quickly turned away. If I were going to go, now would be my chance. As the pack crowded around them, I took my chance and disappeared behind everyone, slowly making my distance. Surely no one would notice me with all the excitement going on. Once I was sure I wasn't in sight of anyone from the pack, I started to pace a little quicker until I reached my car. I had never been so glad to see it in all my life. As my hand stretched out to grab the handle, a voice caught me off guard, sending a wave of panic through me. Where are you going? Jess's soft voice called out. Are you leaving? I quickly looked in her direction and saw the saddened look on her face staring back at me. Yeah. I need to get back to work, I said, which wasn't a lie technically. Her features then became saddened. But you didn't say goodbye. My heart clenched and I desperately wanted to reach out to her, but I knew I had to leave. I needed to put some distance between me and this place as soon as possible. Look, Jess, I really have to go, but I promise I'll come by and see you Thursday. Okay. That seemed to perk her up, and she ran to me for a quick hug. You promise? She asked with a toothy grin. I cross my heart, I replied, adding the X over my heart for extra effect. Okay. She nodded before letting go of me. Now you better get back to your mom before she gets worried about you, I said. She then turned from me and started back in the direction I had just come from before calling back to me. Bye, Clary. I smiled fondly at her until I made sure she did as I said, then immediately got into my car and left. With the windows down and the music turned up, I did my best to drown out my thoughts and forget everything that had just happened. I'm sure tomorrow all of this will be out of my head, and I can get on with living my life again. Maybe even let my wolf out as well. She's having side effects from being cooped up so long. I think some fresh air will do her good. Chapter 2. With the passing days, I thought of my mate often. All hopes I had of forgetting him were now gone, and I found myself unable to distract myself from thinking about him. I don't know why it was so hard for me since it didn't serve a purpose at all. He was off planning some extravagant wedding with Jasmine, while I sat here saddened by the thought of my mate meeting with someone else. Yes, I had finally come to terms with what was happening to me. I had found my mate, and that's all there was to it. I couldn't change it or do anything about it. I just had to accept it. I tried to ignore the urging of my wolf to go to him, but at times it was a bit overbearing. It was exhausting having her in my mind all the time with no way to switch her off. I knew she wouldn't give up until we had him. The only problem was that he didn't know we existed. I'm not exactly sure what I was going to do about that either. Some parts of me wanted to let him go since he seemed so happy with her, but another part of me wanted to claim what's mine. It wasn't fair that she belonged to him, and it wasn't right either. Didn't she have a mate of her own? Where was he in all of this? Had he rejected her or she him? Had they not met yet and got tired of waiting? I've seen it before. Some people didn't find their mates until they had already aged and had lived out their lives. One of our pack members only found her mate a few years ago, and she was 75. It must have been so hard to wait that long, but it was worth it when they found each other, though. Finding your mate was the most special thing in the world. Nothing could make you happier. That's why you should seize every opportunity to be with them. But I couldn't because she had him. Jasmine. Over the past few days, I'd come to hate that name. Just knowing what she was to my mate killed me. I know that it wasn't her fault, though. She didn't even know about me. But that still didn't stop the hatred. Order up. Frank yelled while ringing the bell. I laid down the rag I had been using to wipe the same spot for 10 minutes and went to get the plates. It was pretty slow right now, as it was between rush hours, and I was also trying to find ways to keep myself busy so that I couldn't think. Thinking was only painful for me. I preferred not to do it. Here you go, I smiled, setting down the plates in front of the elderly couple. Can I get you anything else? No, thank you, dear, the woman said kindly. I believe we have everything we need. Her husband must have agreed because he didn't even look in my direction before eating his meal. I nodded my head at them both before turning away to go back to the counter I was wiping down before I was interrupted. I let out a sigh once I reached my destination and propped myself up on my elbow. I took a glance around the place, seeing if anyone needed anything before realizing that no one else was there. This was going to be a long 3 hours. I suppose I could make more coffee, but I don't want it to go to waste. 2 of our 3 burners still had full pots on them, so it really wasn't necessary for the third. If Charlie were here, no doubt he'd have a list of chores for me to do, but thankfully, he wasn't coming today. He had to take his wife for some yearly checkup and only said he'd be by to close up shop tonight. The bell on the door rang, bringing my attention to the new customer walking in. He nodded to the elderly couple who were watching as he entered and offered them a kind smile as he passed by. He was practically radiating with confidence, which I found rather odd. Usually, only alphas gave off that kind of energy, but to be honest, I couldn't tell if he was even a werewolf, and if he was, I hadn't seen him around here before. He continued to pass by the many tables, not bothering to give them a second glance as he made his way to the counter, where I was standing, without breaking eye contact the entire way. The moment felt quite intense. He took the stool directly in front of me while giving me a breathless smile and running his hand through his thick dark hair. His ocean blue eyes staring back at me made me feel more nervous than I already was. For some reason, I couldn't look away from him. It was as if he was willing me to maintain eye contact with him. There was no doubt about it. This man was beautiful, but something about him seemed suspicious. He had a smell I couldn't place. It didn't seem human, but it wasn't a werewolf either. It's almost like he masked it or something. "Hello, Claire," he said, staring at me with those hypnotizing eyes, waiting for a reply from me. My breath caught in my throat at the sound of my name escaping my full, smooth lips. "You know me?" I stuttered, probably sounding like a complete idiot in front of this Greek god. A smirk quickly covered his face as he reached towards me, taking my name tag between his fingers, then quickly releasing it. I could feel my heart racing at his closeness. "Oh, of course," I chuckled nervously while trying to cover up my embarrassment. "What can I get you?" "How about today's special and your number?" he asked. I stared at him in disbelief, making it fairly obvious I was taken by surprise at his request. Had he really just said that? I mean, sure, I had guys that hit on me occasionally, but he was different. Something about him seemed so dark. I was even more surprised by my wolf. She didn't have much to say about Kieran and remained quiet in the back of my head, remaining unspoken. It was as if she were studying him. Was all I could manage to get out while staring at him blankly. I honestly didn't know what I was supposed to say to that. I didn't want him to have my number, but I had a feeling that he wasn't going to give up that easily either. "I'm sorry, but that's not on the menu," I said before forcing myself to look away from him and writing down his order. I wasted no time distancing myself from him, taking his order to the cook. Once I had returned, he was still watching me intently. I sighed while brushing a stray blonde hair out of my face and shook my head. "I don't go out with guys who don't have a name." "Well, lucky for you I do," he said, offering me his hand to shake. "Kieran Knight." I looked down at his hand, cautiously debating on whether or not to shake it before finally giving in. His warm hand embraced mine gently, holding it there so that I could not move. "Claire Warren," I said. "You're not from around here, are you?" I asked him. I didn't want to seem too suspicious, but I had to ask him. I'd remember if I saw a face like his before. He chuckled while releasing my hand and leaned back in his seat a little. The absence of his hand in mine made it seem so empty and dull now. Am I that transparent? He had an amused expression on his face as he waited for my reply. "It's just that I haven't seen you around here before," I stated. "Actually, this is only my second time here," he admitted. "I'm looking for someone." "Well, what's their name?" "Maybe I know them," I said, hoping he'd tell me and allow some insight into who he was. He just seemed so mysterious. That made me eager to find out more about him. If he was looking for someone in my pack, then most likely he was a werewolf like me. But if he wasn't, then he was just the most intimidating human I had ever met. And that was a lot coming from a wolf. "I'd bet on it," he said. I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but I had a feeling there was some hidden meaning behind it that I was sure about. Mr. Tall, dark and mysterious, wasn't giving anything up. "So how long are you in town for?" I asked, changing the subject. He shrugged as if he didn't even know the answer to that question himself before replying. A few days, maybe less. He was purposely being vague. Figuring out this guy was like trying to solve the Da Vinci Code. It wasn't going to happen. He was treading lightly, making sure not to give up too much information. He was up to something. I didn't know what it was. What would you like to drink? I asked, grabbing a cup by the beverage dispenser. Water's fine, he said while searching for something in his jacket pockets. As I began filling up his glass with ice, I glanced at him from the corner of my eye. Would you happen to know where the Ravenhill community is? He asked, squinting at the paper he held in his hand, which had just come from the pockets he was previously digging in. His question had taken me by sheer surprise and only confirmed what I had speculated to begin with. I fought to push away the shock. No one goes there unless they are a werewolf. Ravenhill. Yeah, I have some business there, he said easily. So he was a wolf. Then why couldn't I smell him? All wolves have a scent, but he doesn't. Something is wrong with this picture. It's about 4 miles up the road, I began. Once you pass Goodyear, take a left and then just follow the signs. You'd think that if you were planning on meeting with my pack, he'd know how to get there. Besides, I don't see how he would even get into our territory without Border Patrol knowing. Order up, Frank yelled, ringing that obnoxious bell again. That would be yours, I mumbled before turning to get it. That's okay, he said, causing me to stop in my tracks halfway to the order up counter. I got what I came for. I raised an eyebrow to him as he pulled a $50 bill from his wallet and laid it out on the counter in front of him. That should cover it, he smiled while getting up from his seat. It was nice meeting you, Claire. I'll be seeing you again soon. Before I could question him on what he meant, he was already out the door and from my sight while I stood in wonder. Something was definitely weird about him. Maybe I should warn the pack that an outsider was asking questions. But then if I did that, I'd have to talk to Daniel, and then he'd know we were mates. It would change things for both of us. I would either get accepted or rejected, and neither of those was exactly what I was ready for. Perhaps I wouldn't have to talk to him at all. Kieran came in alone, so that doesn't exactly scream threat to me. Maybe he was passing through and looking for a friend, just as he had said. It was certainly possible. I glanced back down at the money lying on the counter and realized he'd left me an unnecessarily large tip. His meal was less than $10. No one in their right mind would leave a tip so large. It was strange, almost as odd as he was. I sat in the crowded club with Jennifer next to me while she was busy chatting with a stranger. I knew that he was human, but I didn't know him personally. That tells me that she is only looking for a good time. She was smart when it came to her mate. She didn't want a serious relationship to avoid any future complications when she met her mate. In the meantime, she decided to have a little fun until that day finally came. She was much more confident than I was. This was her weekend routine, and I was always just along for the ride. It beats sitting at home on the weekend doing nothing, even if I did leave alone every night. I just wanted to loosen up a bit. I had no intentions of meeting anyone. That did not stop Jennifer from trying to set me up, though. If a guy she was interested in came in with a friend, she'd always try to set me up with them to make it easier on her. She never gives up. Just as I took a sip of my drink, I noticed someone leaning on the counter next to me, and they weren't going away. His stare was way too obvious. I could only imagine it was Jennifer's doing. "Can I help you?" I asked as politely as I could. He didn't look too bad, but I still couldn't get Daniel out of my head. In any other situation, I would have flirted with him, but my wolf hated anyone who wasn't my mate. It's only become this bad since seeing Daniel a few days ago. I didn't quite know how to handle her, and it was getting worse. The only exception to that rule was the stranger who came into the diner today. She found him quite mysterious, just as I did. I don't think she knew exactly what to make of him. "The name's Jones," he smirked, holding out his hand to me. "Mila." I lied, not bothering to accept it, and looked down at my drink. I'd probably never see this guy again anyway, so it hardly matters what name I gave him. He'd be gone in 10 minutes if I could help it. I took another long sip of my drink, trying my best to ignore him, but he wasn't getting the hint. I suppose this called for more desperate measures. "What is a pretty girl like you sitting all alone at the bar for?" he asked. I rolled my eyes at him and was about to say something a bit rude until I noticed Jennifer had already ditched me. She was no longer at the bar next to me, but instead, across the room in some random guy's lap. Wow, ditched already. I think that's a new record. We'd only been here 20 minutes. After realizing he was still waiting for my response, I quickly tried to think of something to say to scare him off. "Oh, you know. Just a single mom having a night out while the kids are away," I smiled. "So you have kids?" he questioned, still not sounding as put off as I'd hoped. "Yes, 6 to be exact. If that didn't work, I don't know what would." Perhaps I should have waited for my lesbian lover to return from the bathroom. It wouldn't bring up any questions, and I would have been left alone by now. I think. "Oh, really? And how did you pull that off?" "You couldn't be more than 22, he chuckled, clearly disbelieving. "Crap. I really should have come up with something better." I sighed and turned to him. "What will it take for you to go away?" I really hated being rude, but sometimes that's the only way to convey the message you weren't interested. "Letting me buy you a drink and your number," he grinned. "I already have a drink." He pulled a pin out from his pocket and handed it to me along with a napkin. "Your number then." Wow, this guy is persistent. "Please get rid of him," my wolf growled. "He's not our mate." "I'm trying," I replied. "Okay," I nodded, taking the napkin and jotting down a number he'd be pleased with. I'm sure Jennifer wouldn't mind. He picked it up and read it over with a smirk on his face, then tucked it away. "Thanks. I'll be in touch." I let out a long, relieved sigh when he disappeared from the bar stool. "We should find Daniel," my wolf said with a slight whimper. It bothered me that she still didn't understand that he belonged to someone else. He made his choice, and he is happy with it. Is it really right that we destroy his happiness? Yes, he is ours. He will want us when he sees us, she explained. This same fight day after day was exhausting. It was like a never-ending battle between us. I just wanted it to stop. You don't know that, and neither do I. Just let it go for now, and I'll think about it. I bargained with her. I could feel the immense happiness coming off of her at my words. She wanted this. She had wanted this for days, and I didn't see any way around it without giving her exactly what she wanted. Daniel. So that's exactly what I was going to do. Or try to at least. She was right. We needed to know if he wanted us, no matter how painful it might be. Chapter 3. Mom took the empty plate that sat in front of me and carried it to the sink. She had been cleaning all morning, and she was not about to stop now. I had a feeling she would have taken my plate whether I was done or not. You'd think she was expecting the president over for dinner with the way she was acting. There was not a part of this house that had been untouched by her. Well, apart from my room, of course. That was my responsibility. She was washing up the rest of the dishes when Dad finally made his appearance. He had been going nonstop all day, running errands for the Alpha and his father. I was starting to get worried about him. He looked so worn. He had to have aged 5 years since I last saw him. He needed to rest. There you are. Mom smiled, walking over to greet him. Claire and I were just about to send out a search party for you. She placed a small kiss on his cheek, so I looked away to give them some privacy. Well, that and to shield my eyes. They were my parents after all. I didn't want to see them become all lovey-dovey in front of my eyes. I would have been home sooner if I could, but Alpha Daniel was relentless. He's still going crazy over that trespasser we had the other day. I nearly spat my drink all over the place at his statement. Could he mean who I think he meant? For my sake, I hope not. I should have reported him. We had a trespasser? I asked, looking at my father. He nodded. Yes, and Alpha Daniel won't rest until he is found. I nearly gasped but held it back. I didn't want to give anything away. You mean he's still here? What have I done? I'm afraid so, sweetheart. You'll have to stay inside until we get this resolved. It's Alpha's orders. He replied before taking the seat in front of me. No. This is so bad. I'm sure to be punished for this. If anyone finds out, oh goodness, what they might do. But what about work? I asked. If I didn't show up, Charlie would have my head. Even though Rita is back from vacation, she can't handle the dinner rush alone. What am I going to do? Call in sick, I suppose. There is nothing you can do about it. He sighed. Is Alpha still coming over for dinner? Mom asked about going back to her dishes. If I hadn't been sitting down, I was sure to have fallen over at that. How long had this been planned? Why wasn't I told? I felt alarm and panic rising within me while Mom and Dad continued to discuss the arrangements for this evening. I had no idea what to do about him, but I needed to figure it out quickly. I could not be here when he arrived. Mate. We get to see our mate. My wolf howled joyously from within. She was just about ready to jump out of my skin at the mere mention of him. She couldn't have been happier about this. I, however, felt very differently about it. Claire, you should go upstairs and get cleaned up. You need to be presentable for company. Mom's voice broke me out of my thoughts. She was staring at me with concern in her eyes. Are you all right? She asked. If she only knew. Perfectly. I lied. I couldn't very well tell her what was going on, now could I? The less she knew, the better. This was my doing and my doing alone. I won't drag her or my dad into this. If you say so, she replied, not quite convinced. You better move along so you're ready when they arrive. I nodded without saying another word and followed the stairs up to my room. As soon as I was inside, I locked the door behind me before resting my back against it and sliding to the floor. I let out a loud groan and rested my head in the palms of my hands while thinking over my possibilities of getting out of tonight. Even though they didn't look good, I refused to give up. I stood in front of the mirror, examining my well-dressed figure while going over the plan in my mind. I had spent the evening getting ready in an effort to throw my mom off the scent that anything was wrong, but the last thing I planned to do was stay here during dinner. I turned away from the mirror and rushed over to the window at the sound of an approaching vehicle. It must have been him because, to my knowledge, we weren't expecting anyone else, just the Alpha, his father, and the Beta. Yet another reason for me to be on edge tonight. Who wouldn't be? I'm guilty, and my mate is in love with someone else. Who would have foreseen these turn of events? Just as the vehicle entered the drive, my heart beat wildly in my chest. I was only mere seconds from seeing my mate again since the time I found out about him. Only this time I was prepared. Claire, come down. They have arrived. Mom yelled from below. I stayed in place until the golden glow of Daniel's hair appeared before me as he stepped out of the black Escalade. He was dressed in a pair of khakis with a red dress shirt to complete the look. His stance conveyed professionalism and business, something I knew to expect. After all, this was a business of packs. After the remaining people stepped from the car, they fell in step behind him while he led them up to the door. Daniel's POV. Welcome, Alpha. It's an honor to have you here. Patricia, Richard's mate, greeted us, welcoming us inside. Thank you. I nodded, stepping in. The aroma of food hit me as soon as I entered. Although it smelled delightful, that was not the reason we were here. We had business to discuss and a lot of it. The pack is at risk, and until we find the intruder on our territory, I will not rest. My father, James, and I gathered around the small living room across from Richard, waiting for his wife to take the seat next to him. It was always customary for the Alpha to stand while conducting business, as it demonstrated leadership and boldness, something every Alpha needed to have. I believe someone is missing, James stated, eyeing the Warrens. That's right. Didn't they have a daughter? I believe her name was Claire, if I'm not mistaken. I used to attend high school with her a few years ago. I hadn't seen her much since graduation, apart from the few mandatory pack meetings we had. She didn't attend them otherwise. She was one of the few werewolves who went to the local college in town. A few of the elders had expressed displeasure over this, stating that it encouraged other wolves to seek a life outside the pack. Still, I didn't feel it was necessary to become concerned until more wolves started following her example. It was a threat to the elders for the she-wolves to have a mind of their own. They didn't like the idea of them becoming so independent. It made the male wolves look weak. I suppose in that sense I had to agree with them. It should be the males taking care of the she-wolves. They were supposed to be mates to the males and bear pups, but that was it. They had a role to play, and if not for them, the pack would never expand. This was why it was essential to keep them here. I hadn't noticed Patricia had gotten up from her seat until the sound of her coming down the stairs broke me from my thoughts. The worry etched across her face was enough for me to become concerned as well. Richard, she's gone. A growl ripped through my chest. How dare she disrespect her alpha? When I am invited to someone's house for a meeting, I expect the entire family to be there. I would not have come, had it not been important. I was to question everyone about any suspicious activities of the trespasser. What's worse is that she has also disobeyed my orders regarding her departure from home. No one except for me and a few others was allowed to walk the territory until this matter was resolved. Find her, I ordered. When you have her, she is to answer to no one but me. Understand? With a quick nod of their heads, they were racing out the door and into the dark of the night toward the woods. Alpha, you'll have to excuse our daughter. I don't know why she would have done this, Richard said. He looked worried for his daughter, as he should be. She defied me, and for that she will have to pay the price, I stated. Richard shared a fearful glance with his wife before nodding in submission. Yes, Alpha. I won't have some rebellious she-wolf disobeying me or my orders. She will have to learn from her actions. It was the only way to set an example for the pack. It could not go unpunished. Claire's POV. I was standing in the middle of the woods in my human form. So far, no one had seen me, but that was not to say that they would never. I decided to stay human for apparent reasons. Had I changed into my wolf, Daniel would have mind-linked me and ordered me back. I would have to obey then. There would be no escaping. At this point, I had nothing more to lose. I continued on my way through the dark forest, looking for any sign that the highway was nearby. If my calculations were correct, then I would be coming upon the human territory very soon, and there would be nothing they could do to me with witnesses around. It was my haven. If only I could make it there. Where is that stupid road? I know I had to be close to it. I rarely entered this part of the woods, so it was hard to find my way around in it. I walked on a little further until I came to a large oak tree in the middle of the woods and paused. I was lost. I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere along the way. But where? It was becoming very obvious to me by this point that it had been far too long since I had navigated the woods. I know it was my fault for not letting my wolf out to run when I should have, but I didn't have time to think about that now. I needed to figure out where I was, and quickly. The snap of a branch got my attention, and I spun around in alarm. What if it was the intruder? The one from yesterday. Would he hurt me? I don't know why I even thought about that question, since it is evident that if he wanted to hurt me, he would have done it when he had the chance. However, this only raised more questions that I had been thinking about. Why was he really here, and why had he stuck around? I now realize how stupid I was for believing his visiting a friend story he had told me yesterday. There was no friend, and even if there had been, he wouldn't have had to sneak onto the property to see them. How naive could I get? Another snap of a branch not far from me caused me to jerk again. They were getting closer to me, and I was panicking. If someone wanted to hurt me, then they would have no problem doing so. I wasn't that strong of a wolf anymore. I had been out of touch with that side of me for quite some time now. I no longer participate in pack activities. I was more of a lone wolf now. The fact that I still belonged to a pack was the only distinction from being a rogue. Claire. The sound of our beta's voice came from behind. This was it. I was caught. No more running for me. He is sure to drag me back to Alpha kicking and screaming. And he should. We should never have run. He's our mate. Want mate. You don't even know if he wants us. He's with Jasmine, remember? I reminded her. She is not his mate. She snapped in return. I was a bit shocked at her behavior. She had never acted this way before. I suppose it was Daniel's appearance that brought it out in her. If only she understood I was doing this to protect us. I didn't want us to be hurt by the rejection we may receive. The Alpha is looking for you. James spoke behind me. We're here to take you back with us. I should have expected this, but I still felt alarmed by his words. I didn't want to go back. Please don't. I begged as I faced him. I can't go back there. James was not the only one there. I quickly caught sight of Daniel's father, who was also there, standing a little ways behind James to the right, looking at me with disappointment. He didn't need to say anything for me to know what he was thinking. It was pretty clear from the look on his face. Why? James asked, curiosity in his voice. I sighed. I couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell anyone. I just can't. I replied. He shook his head at me. I'm sorry, Claire, but that's not a valid reason. You have to come with us now. If you don't, he'll just come searching himself. You're in quite a bit of trouble for running off like you did. I nodded my head, knowing I was no match for the beta and the previous alpha. They were much stronger and faster than I. If I were to run now, it would only be a matter of seconds before they caught up to me again. As much as I hated to, I forced myself to walk to them. My wolf, however, was very pleased. This was what she was hoping for all along. We're only about 2 miles from your house. We can walk the rest of the way, he said, motioning for me to proceed. You've got a lot of explaining to do when we get back. Robert, the previous alpha, added. Based on that will be your punishment. The walk back to my house was extended and agonizing. I had been dreading facing Daniel the entire way. I just knew that as soon as I faced him, it was all over. Everything would change. If he did accept me, no doubt he would be mad at me for running off. I suppose I only had myself to blame, though. I should have just told him and let the chips fall where they may. At least then I would know where I stood with him. It was better than not knowing, I suppose. Can I have a minute to collect my thoughts before going in? I asked, hoping they would at least give me that. No, James answered. He made it very clear he wanted to see you just as soon as you returned. I won't wander off. I promise. He merely shook his head. Your actions seem suspicious, and you must be questioned about it. With what has happened in the past 24 hours, it must be done as a precaution. What exactly was he implying? You think I had something to do with the trespasser? I asked. I don't know. You tell us, Robert snapped. I knew he didn't take my disrespect towards his son very well, but did he really dislike me that much for it? It wasn't like I disrespected him directly. If he were acting this way over my disappearance, then there would be no way he'd be able to handle what else I had done. Yes, I might have willingly given up information to a stranger about our pack's whereabouts, but if I hadn't told him, someone else would have. Probably an unsuspecting human who thought they were giving him directions. As soon as my house was in view, my heart started racing again. My palms were getting sweaty, and my breathing was rapid. I'm sure James and Robert were curious as to what was going on, as they looked at me curiously again. My mate was inside my house, and he was about to meet us for the first time as his mate. He'll know everything soon. It was scary. Scarier than I believed it would be. And with every passing second, my fear was getting worse. James seemed to be conveying some message to the Alpha as we approached my house. His face was grave. No more than 5 seconds later, Alpha Daniel was already coming out the door with my parents following close behind him. None of them looked happy. I could see my parents' disappointment just as obviously as I could see Robert's a little while ago in the woods. It made me feel bad that I had made them feel this way. In my attempt to run from my mate, I had hurt everyone, including my wolf. Taking my eyes off of them, I dropped them to the ground. I couldn't bear to look at them any longer. It was too hurtful. In only a matter of moments, Daniel was standing in front of me in his alpha stance. He had yet to speak. I could sense his anger. A loud growl erupted from within him at my lack of respect, causing me to flinch. He may have been my mate, but he could still be a bit frightening. He was the alpha after all. Look at me. He ordered me in his alpha tone, daring me to disobey. His command was too strong for me to ignore, and I had to comply, whether I wanted to or not. I sucked in a deep breath as I prepared myself for what was to come. This was it. Everything came down to this moment. The wait was over. It was meant to be. I lifted my face slowly to meet his, and our eyes locked. In that moment, something snapped, and it was as if everything fell into place. I could feel it. Everything felt like a match, and so did he. He smiled at me. A happy, genuine smile that took my breath away. This handsome, godly-looking man was mine. All mine. For once, I wasn't worried about what he would think of me when he found out because from the way it looked now, he couldn't have been more pleased. Mate, he whispered. Chapter 4. It was like my mind was in a whirlwind. I was finally here in front of my mate, and he knew who I was. My heart fluttered at the word mate. It felt nice to hear him admit it. Did this mean he accepted it? His hand gently touched my face while his eyes searched mine. A warm sensation filled my body, and his touch left tingling behind. Before I knew what I was doing, I was leaning into it. I craved more. The world had now stopped, and we were the only ones in it. Nothing mattered besides me and me. I wanted him. No, I needed him, and I could only hope he felt the same about me. His silence was deafening, offering no insight into his true feelings for me. He was revealing nothing. His smile was enough to assure me, but when it became suddenly serious, I felt doubtful again. "You ran from me," he mumbled, sounding a bit hurt and dropping his hand by his side. "Why?" That brought me out of my trance, and all my senses came back to me. I took that moment to step away from him. I can't let him feel anything for me until he knows everything. He deserves to know what I have done. At first, he had a look of confusion on his face from my actions, but it was only seconds before it turned into anger. "You're rejecting me?" he asked. I flinched at his harsh tone. "No," I insisted. "Not exactly." "Then what?" he demanded. He wasn't using his alpha tone on me, which I was thankful for, but it didn't make me feel any better either. It didn't ease the guilt I was feeling over my actions. I let my eyes wander back to the ground again as I thought over my ways to explain to him. It would not be easy. "So it's true then. She is your mate," his dad said emotionlessly. "She is," Daniel confirmed. "Then why did you run?" Robert now asked me. The disappointment was still etched across his features, unrelenting. "I have a better question," my mate said. "Why didn't you look as surprised to find out I was your mate as I did? In fact, you didn't seem surprised at all." I started, but failed to find the words to continue. I honestly didn't know what to say to him. Should I tell him I've known for nearly a week now? "You already knew, didn't you?" he asked, and don't lie. "I'll know if you are." I nodded my head regretfully before looking back up to meet his eyes. "For a few days," I admitted. "I've known since the pack meeting." I heard a gasp come from my mom and dad at my confession, but I didn't dare look at them. I knew they were not happy with my secret. "And you still went out to that horrid club with that no-good Jennifer?" Mom scolded. At that, Daniel went livid. I don't think I'd ever seen him so mad in my life. It scared me. I started to slowly back away from him in case his wolf lost it, because right now I wasn't so sure he had himself under control. "You went to a club with other men?" he yelled. His fist quickly collided with the hood of the vehicle in front of him, causing a massive dent to form on it. My heart rate skyrocketed at his anger. I was scared. "I didn't do anything," I said, but it only came out as a mere whisper. "I only went to..." "To what?" "Drink and possibly be taken advantage of by some stranger." "Are you that reckless?" His tone was harsh towards us, and it made my wolf feel ashamed. She just wanted his affection, but instead, all he offered us was anger. He was too upset to show us anything else. "She shows no discipline, Daniel." "She is too rebellious to be Luna," Robert interjected. "She should be punished." My wolf was growing angry at his father for butting in where he didn't belong. This was between Daniel and me. It had nothing to do with him. She growled at him inwardly. It was low and threatening. "I'll handle this, father," he snapped before taking a step closer to me. "Look, I'm sorry I ran, but it just seemed like the right thing to do at the time. I never meant for you to find out," I said. "So you were just going to hide this from me forever?" he said, disbelieving. "You are with Jasmine. Who was I to come between you?" "You are my mate, that's who," he shouted. Anger was making its way back into his voice. I didn't like seeing him this way. When he saw my reaction toward him, he visibly calmed. "You should have told me," he said, a little more controlled now. "I know that now," I confessed. "I was in the wrong and I should have handled it differently, but nothing can be done about it now. What happened has happened." "You hurt him," my wolf whined. "You hurt our mate." "I know, but what can I do about it now?" I stated. "Comfort him. Make him feel better," she suggested. As much as I wanted to, I didn't know if that was a good idea or not. We still hadn't settled things, and he has not made it clear what he plans to do about us yet. He may not want us. And even if he does, all of that might change after I tell him about the man in the diner. I don't know what he will do when he finds out what I have done. After a long silence, he finally decided to speak up again. Look, he sighed. It's already late, and I don't feel like dealing with what I came here for now. I think we should all rest and deal with this in the morning with a clear mind. I couldn't have agreed more with his statement. I think it would be for the best tonight. So much had already happened, and there was no sense in adding any more to it. Besides, perhaps if I give him a day to calm down over what has already happened, he will be more forgiving than if I deliver all the news to him at once. I think that's a good idea, Mom said. You two can talk about this in the morning when everyone has had time to calm down and think. Can I trust you until then, or should I take you home and lock you away? He asked me. He was dead serious, and it caused me to swallow nervously while my heart beat at an irregular rate. I knew better than to test him at this moment. One wrong thing could cause him to go crazy wolf on me again, and I didn't care to see that. One time was enough for now. Yes, I answered. I promise not to run again. I don't trust her. Robert spoke again. I had to hold myself back from snapping at him. If it weren't for the fact that he was my mate's father, I would have. I don't think he would like that very much, no matter the circumstance. However, my wolf was dying to bite his head off. Daniel was quiet for a moment, seemingly in thought from his father's words. With a contemplated sigh, he finally spoke. Maybe it would be a good idea if you came with us. What? No. I shook my head. I'm fine here. I promised you I wouldn't run. My wolf was angry at me for that. She wanted him to take us with them because that would mean we were together. She wanted Daniel's wolf, and I didn't know if I could stop her. That was part of the reason I refused to go. I don't want to do anything I'll regret later. When our wolves take over, we are merely backseat passengers to our lives. We can only watch what is happening, not control it, and that was a problem for me. I didn't like to relinquish control to anyone. I know, but my wolf doesn't want to let you go after we just found you. The only thing that will put him at ease is to be near you, he explained. And what about Jasmine? I questioned. You've hardly mentioned her in all of this. What does this mean for her? I waited impatiently for his answer, as did my wolf. She was just as curious about it as I was. We both needed his answer before this could go any further. He had to choose what was most important to him. I don't know, he replied wearily. I can't think about it right now. That was not the answer I wanted to hear. If he couldn't choose me over her, then I obviously didn't mean as much to him as he has let on. Then I won't go with you. I refuse to be second place to my own mate. You need to choose, and until then I'm staying here. I declared. Daniel immediately looked regretful of his words and tried to reach out and grab my hand. Seeing his attempt to touch me, I quickly pulled away from him, sending him a glare. I wouldn't allow him to influence me with our bond. There is no way that would be a fair fight. I wouldn't be able to resist him that way. I needed my mind to be clear and unaffected by him. It was the only way to keep my distance until he made his choice. I don't know if I can let you. I want you with me, he admitted. If you force me to go, I'll never forgive you. You'll have to take me kicking and screaming, I warned. He looked torn by his options, but didn't object. It made me respect him just a little bit more that he was considering my decision. He could have made me go regardless of the consequences, which gave me hope that maybe he cared enough about me to provide me with a choice. I still couldn't hide my hurt, though. He still had not picked me, and my wolf was not happy. We can send someone to patrol the house if you'd like. That was the first time James had spoken since everything came out about the two of us. He probably suspected something was up, though, by my pleading in the woods. I'm sure it all made sense to him now. If it will help keep your wolf at ease, then I would have to agree, his dad piped in. Whoever we send won't let her leave, if that's what you want, James added. My anger rose, and I sent the beta a glare. They were standing here talking about me as if I weren't even here. They are treating me like some adolescent child in need of punishment. I am an adult. They can't keep me captive in my own house. With a nod of his head, Daniel agreed. It is. This time, I couldn't stop the growl that erupted in me. I was angry, and I was letting everyone around me know it. No, I have school and a job. You can't keep me here. I could see that trust would be an issue between us from now on. He still didn't trust me on my own, even after I had promised him. That wasn't going to be easy to forgive. When I promise something, I always stick to it, but he wouldn't give me a chance to prove that to him. Then you will be followed to and from. He stated, I don't need babysitters. I am perfectly capable of getting there on my own. He had only found out I was his mate less than an hour ago, and he was already smothering me. One of the downsides of belonging to an alpha, I suppose. Plus, the fact that I ran from him didn't help my case in the trust department. That was my own fault, I guess. Like he hadn't even heard me, he nodded his head at the beta, then looked back at me. James will stay here until I send out someone else. You can go to school and work, but that is all. That's not fair, I shouted. He took another step forward until our chests were almost touching. I could feel his breath fanning my face, driving my wolf crazy. She was clawing at me to get out. His face became grave when he looked at me, making me feel a little more intimidated than I'm used to. I am your alpha. I am not required to be fair. I do what I believe is best, and having someone watching over you is best. I won't hear any more about it, is that clear? He used his alpha tone on me. It hurt. Not physically, but emotionally, it did. He was ordering his own mate around like I was just another pack member. Why would he treat me any differently? That was a silly thing to expect from him. He took his duty very seriously. His job came first before anything else. Is that clear? He repeated. His eyes were hard. I swallowed, trying to push back my unshed tears, and nodded. Good. His face softened slightly. He tucked a strand of loose hair behind my ear and backed away from me. I'll be back tomorrow morning before you leave for school. Be expecting me. He opened the door to the vehicle without taking his eyes from me and started to slide in. Before he could close the door after him, I couldn't stop myself from calling after him. He paused at the sound of his name. Thanks for trusting me, I replied. Sarcasm was heavy in my voice. He frowned at my statement. Trust is earned, not given. But how can I earn it when I've not even been given the chance to? I shot. With a heavy sigh, he replied, We'll discuss it tomorrow. He quickly got inside the Escalade, followed by his father, leaving James behind, just as he had promised. My parents' disapproving eyes were on me the entire time. When they pulled away, James jumped into his wolf form and ran into the woods behind us. I could feel his eyes on us from a distance. He was taking his job seriously. Not that I thought he wouldn't. He was very loyal to Daniel, and they were best friends, so it was to be expected, I guess. Why didn't you tell us? Mom asked, not hiding her disappointment. Mom, can we please not do this right now? I sighed, walking into the house ahead of them. Dad cleared his throat. I think you owe us an explanation, don't you? Once we were inside the living room, I spun to face them. I don't know what I can tell you that you don't already know. At the pack meeting, when he announced his wedding and mating to Jasmine, I recognized him as my mate. Before he could find out about me, I left and decided not to tell him to keep from ruining his relationship and possible rejection. That's it. That's all there is to it. I was feeling irritated again after having to explain the situation to them all over again. I really didn't know why they needed to ask anyway. I thought it was pretty evident after my little confrontation with Daniel tonight. That's not what I meant. He clarified. Why did you keep it from us? You know that you could tell us anything. His eyes held deep disappointment. If he was trying to make me feel guilty, then he was successful. I should have known this would come back to bite me in the butt sooner or later. I know. I mumbled, looking down in shame. I guess I just wanted to forget. The less people that knew about this, the better. It was the truth. That's why I hadn't even told my very best friend, Jennifer. She would bug me about it just like everyone else, and I'd never hear the end of it. At some point, the word would have gotten around to Daniel, and that's what I was trying to prevent, but to no avail. It seemed to be unavoidable. When no one said anything, I took the opportunity to end the conversation for the time being. I really just wanted to put my mind at rest. After today, I had a lot to think about. I'm going to bed. Our problems will still be here in the morning. Good night. They didn't stop me when I left the room and proceeded up the stairs. For once, I think they understood my need to be alone. I yawned as I reached my bed, but I was far from sleepy. I had too much to think about for that. I needed to figure out what I was going to do about my situation and, most importantly, Daniel. There was still so much to work out. Chapter 5. The past few days were a complete pain. Daniel had been true to his word, and our beta, James, or another one of our wolves, had been watching over me since that night. I hadn't been going out except to work or school, and I had been slowly going crazy. I felt like it had been much longer than a week. At this rate, I was sure to lose it if he didn't let me breathe. He still hadn't given me his answer about Jasmine yet, which only proved to make me angrier at him. Every day that he put it off, the more resentful I became. Even though he had come over to visit me often, it still didn't make up for his behavior. I only spoke to him when I had to. Most of the time, he would sit and stare at me, not even bothering to make conversation. It was awkward, but it gave me time to think. I often wondered if she knew about me. Had he told her anything? Surely she would have suspected something different in him by now. He left her every morning and evening to see me. Wouldn't that become suspicious? No doubt he passed it off as part of his pack duty. I felt hurt, angry, and a range of other emotions. This was not good for me or my wolf. We were about at our limit when it came to the alpha. If he didn't accept or reject me soon, then we would do it for him. This was getting ridiculous. "Excuse me, miss. More coffee, please." My eyes wandered to the impatient man at table 3, who was being entirely rude. As if banging the empty mug on the table would make it come any quicker. If anything, it made me move more slowly intentionally. I had no respect for people like him. I still tried to remain polite to everyone, though, to avoid having a complaint filed against me. It was the right thing to do. I hadn't had one yet, and I planned to keep it that way. I really needed that raise next month. Grabbing the coffee pot, I slowly moved towards the dark brown table that sat on the opposite side of the diner and smiled politely once I reached it. "Here you go, sir." He held up a hand to stop me before the hot liquid could even escape its container. "Is that decaf?" "I can only drink decaf." "If it's not, you can take it back and bring me what I ordered," he grumbled. I had to bite my tongue to keep the not-so-kind words from escaping my mouth. "It is," I replied as nicely as I could. "Fine." After he removed his hand, I poured the coffee and walked away, not sparing him another word as he did the same for me. Not even a simple thank you on his part, but it's not like I expected one. Oh well, I'm sure that attitude has gotten him several loogie beverages in the past, and will continue to do so in the future. I'd be lying if I said that didn't make me a little happy. I smiled to myself. "Care to share what has you so amused?" I jumped at the sound of the person's voice from the bar stool behind me. Thankfully, I had already placed the pot back in its rightful place before doing so. As I turned to face the man, I was a bit shocked at who sat before me. No, it couldn't be. What was he doing here? Was he on a suicide mission? Wolves from my pack were spaced all around the place with their eyes on him in curiosity. Though Kieran was technically on no man's land, that being town. James still wasn't pleased with another wolf being so close to me. Daniel's orders, I suppose. He looked tense while he gazed at us. "What are you doing here?" I whispered. I tried to remain calm so no one from my pack would notice my panic. He deserved the benefit of a doubt, didn't he? I wanted to believe he had a genuine reason for being here before I turned him over. I took a quick sniff of the air around him and frowned. I most certainly knew that he was no human, so why did he smell like one? His scent had almost completely changed since the last time. He smirked and looked towards James's scrutinizing eyes before answering. "Looks like someone has you under their watch," he stated. "What did you do?" He looked back at me with evident amusement. I almost huffed until I stopped myself. "I didn't do anything." "What did you do?" I wanted to say more, like asking him why he was there, but I knew that if I did, then the other wolves would hear me and would know something was amiss. I couldn't afford that right now. I was already in enough trouble as is. "What do you mean?" He was playing dumb to my questions. "What I mean is, did you find the friend you were looking for?" I was trying to convey a message with my eyes, and either he didn't notice or he didn't care. I wanted him to get out of here before he got in trouble. I honestly didn't feel like he was a bad person, just a little mischievous. Could he possibly pose any real threat to anyone? He hadn't harmed me. "Do you two know each other?" James's voice caught me by surprise. He was standing right next to me at the end of the counter. He stared at Kieran while he awaited a reply. "We're just talking, pup, relax," Kieran said. That was enough to make James express his anger with a low throaty growl, one that only we wolves could hear. The humans seemed oblivious as to what was happening, or rather about to happen. James looked back at me gravely. "Daniel isn't going to like this. You don't have to tell him," I suggested to him before glancing at Kieran. "Our visitor was just leaving, weren't you?" "No, actually," he grinned. "I haven't even ordered yet." "It's too late. I've already contacted him anyway," the beta stated. "He's on his way." I felt my stomach drop. "Why would you do that?" "Because there is another wolf here and he wants to talk to him. He may have some answers about the trespasser," he replied, still eyeing Kieran. Kieran smiled, as if all of this was amusing to him, and picked up the menu in front of him. His eyes scanned it slowly, taking his sweet time with ordering, ignoring the suspicious beta seated next to him. "Having a problem with security?" he teased. "Can't Night Shadow protect its own land?" James growled a little louder this time. "We believe someone within the pack helped him on, and we're determined to find out who it was." "Wait, then that means it wasn't me." I felt overjoyed as relief came over me. I never helped him on the land. I only told him where it was. He couldn't have entered without help. My relief was short-lived when realization swept over me. Then if it wasn't me, who was it? Someone in our pack is a traitor. That thought was very unsettling. Kieran said nothing and only smirked. He made sure to lower his menu to display it as well. James didn't notice. He was too busy concentrating on the salt shaker that sat in front of him on the counter. He must have undoubtedly been receiving or sending a message from a sure alpha. "He's here," James announced suddenly, standing from his seat. His eyes flashed at the door on his left, awaiting his arrival. My heart began to thump loudly in my chest at the thought of seeing Daniel again. I hadn't seen him since we had words a couple of nights ago, and my wolf was missing him. I, however, was still angry at him. In all his glory, he finally stepped through the door looking as brooding and sexy as ever. He was all business, and though that annoyed me sometimes, I had to admit that, right now, it was hot. He nodded to James as soon as he saw him, as if replying to something. His eyes then fell directly on Kieran. They were cold and calculating. His approach seemed more of a threat than a common act. Kieran didn't even flinch in his presence. He was gutsy for an ordinary wolf. When he obliterated the menu and their eyes met, Daniel tensed. It was as if he knew Kieran in some way. He seemed displeased to see him either way. "What are you doing here, Kieran?" His question demanded a reply. "I thought this was mutual territory." "I can be here if I want," he replied. Daniel frowned. "That's not what I meant. Why are you here of all places?" Kieran shrugged as if what he was about to say was nothing. "I came to visit my dear mate, of course." I gasped. How could he possibly have a mate when he was here, hitting on me only a few days ago? He wouldn't do that if he had a mate. "She's not your mate anymore." My mate objected. "Yes, because you took her from me." Kieran was showing something besides amusement now. It was anger, pure anger, and resentment directed at my mate. "She rejected you and severed the bond." I had nothing to do with that. She didn't tell me until it was done. "But it was because of your relationship with her, was it not?" he accused. It was only then that I understood who they were talking about. It was Jasmine. She was the one this whole thing was about. Kieran was her mate. It was rare for a wolf to be rejected. It had to be under dire circumstances, such as being already mated to someone else, for example. When a wolf mates with someone that isn't their true mate, it forges a bond between them and severs the intended bond completely. When and if you ever run across your true mate after that, there will be nothing there besides a small recognition between the two wolves. The other mate is then free to move on to someone else as well. What's broken can never be joined again. Whatever you decide will become permanent. It is a choice that should not be taken lightly. Then give her back to me. You can end it at any time. His voice held something in it that I couldn't quite place, but it seemed that Daniel had no problem recognizing it. "You know I can't do that now," he replied solemnly. "Everything has changed." My heart sank at his words. So, he wasn't letting her go after all. He didn't choose me. She had persuaded him to stand by her, no doubt. This is precisely what I was afraid would happen. His eyes broke from Kieran and went to me almost instantly. They held pity and regret. He looked like he wanted to say so much, but he didn't. He just stood there silently. He rejects us, my wolf whispered. He chose another mate. She whimpered at the new realization, and I wished for anything that I could in some way console her, but I was just as broken as she. I felt weak and sick. I had to grab onto the counter to keep my balance. Daniel became concerned, but didn't move to help me. Tell me why that is, Alpha? Kieran spat the word like he didn't even deserve it and looked at him in disgust. This was a side of Kieran I was not used to seeing. He was always so calm and easygoing. It was completely the opposite of what it was now. You already know. Given you were the wolf on our land the other night, weren't you? Irrelevant, he shrugged. I'm sure your mate would love to hear the answer as well, he added. Daniel looked defeated. He glanced around the room at the many faces in the diner. None of them is human. Someone must have ushered them out at the confrontation. We couldn't risk being found out if a fight erupted. It was too important to keep our secret. Everyone awaited Daniel's reply, including me. I wanted to know, even though I didn't realize how much more I could take. It felt as if my soul would break at any minute. She's pregnant, he answered. Jasmine is having our pups. No. The pain inside me was more excruciating than I could convey. It felt as if something inside me had been ripped out like my soul. I felt empty now. My body was nothing but a wasteland. Nothing of importance lay within me anymore. Without Daniel, I was nothing but empty and broken. I fell to the ground on my hands and knees and cried out in pain. Someone's arms quickly wrapped around my shoulder and held me to them while I sobbed, letting my tears hit the floor. Then, I guess there is nothing left to do, but make it official, is there? The voice was right next to me. It was him. Kieran was the one to comfort me. Not Daniel, not a member of my pack, but Kieran. He held me to him closely. Do it, he ordered. The faster you do this, the quicker she will heal. Put an end to her suffering. He was sounding more like an alpha with every word. I didn't look up, but I took it from my mate's silence that he was considering Kieran's words. He was thinking, I'm so sorry, Claire. It was Daniel who spoke. And then he continued. I, Daniel Montgomery, Alpha of the Night Shadow Pack, hereby reject you, Claire Warren as my mate and Luna of this pack. Your ties are no longer to this pack, therefore you may leave upon your choosing. The decision is yours. All the air left my lungs while I tried to gasp for air, but it didn't work. I could no longer breathe. My head became dizzy. He released me from my pack and our bond. I honestly had nothing now. I was alone completely and 100%. I was disoriented and could not focus on anything anymore. Not voices, not people, not touch or anything. My senses were useless. With a loud cry, my wolf let out within me, and she disappeared into nothingness. I could not feel her anymore, nor could I myself. I was gone, just like her. And then I disappeared into a dark abyss. 1 week. That's how long I had been cooped up inside my room. I was out the first 24 hours of it, and the rest I had lain here. I only got up to use the bathroom and shower. I had to force myself to do that. No one came to visit me, no one called to check up on me. It was just me, myself, and I inside this room. My parents were the only ones who even tried to console me. I couldn't talk to them, though. I couldn't speak to anyone. I was too broken. I barely had the will to live. I didn't want to, but I couldn't do that to my parents. They were the reason I was going to keep going, even if I was a hollow shell. My death would eradicate them. I had enough respect in me not to put them through that kind of pain. After all, I had experienced a loss of my own very recently. There was a knock at my door before my mom stuck her head inside my room. She watched me with pity. That was something I had been receiving a lot of lately. It seemed that was the only face they wore now. I brought you some food. Do you feel like eating? No. No, I don't. I didn't answer. Instead, I rolled over on my bed and faced the wall. I heard the door open wider and her footsteps coming inside my room. She placed the tray of food on the nightstand beside me inside. You might feel better if you got out of the house for a while. Maybe went for a run. I'm sure your wolf would enjoy that. She was wrong. I didn't even know where my wolf was anymore. She most likely died along with me a week ago. She hadn't spoken since then. Missing that essential part of me, I was nothing more than a human now. I felt the bed dip down beside me and my mom's frail arms around me in comfort. Please eat something. You've lost so much weight. It's not healthy. I didn't move. She sighed. All right, honey. I'll leave you alone. She rubbed my arm gently and stood up. You know where to find me if you need me. I thought I heard her sniffle before she left my room, but I could have been imagining it. I'd hate to think this was tearing her up too. I was the only one who was supposed to suffer. Half of the day had already passed when my mom came in again. She replaced the tray she had left for me earlier and quickly disappeared from the room. She didn't try to talk to me again. I think she was feeling discouraged. My dad even tried to make conversation with me after Mom left, but I didn't speak to him either. He gave up after a few minutes. Before I knew it, it was nightfall again. I could hear the owls in the woods, outside my house, better at dark. I often fell asleep to their sounds. It was the only thing that helped me sleep. It was almost like a melody just for me. I slept soundly for most of the night. I only woke up to the sound of the wind howling through the trees or when the rain picked up heavily on the roof. I wasn't sure when the rain started, but it was soothing nonetheless. I like more of a quiet pitter-patter, though. It was better when it eased up. When daylight came again, I was awake to greet it. It was 6 a.m. when I heard my dad leave for work. The roar of his truck startled me awake, and I hadn't been able to sleep since. Mom usually slept until 9 or so I knew she wouldn't be awake for another 3 hours. The rain still hadn't let up yet. It would take spurts, becoming heavy and lightening up just as it had last night. The wind was calm, though. I finally decided to get up and take a shower when I could no longer hold my bladder and had to go to the bathroom anyway. It was when I stepped out of the shower and entered my bedroom that I got a real surprise. I stumbled back and almost fell to the ground when I saw him standing by my open window. I let out a startled cry before he rushed over to me and placed a hand over my lips. He spoke gently when he told me to take a deep breath. After a moment, when I realized he wasn't there to kill me, I did. He then dropped his hand. "What are you doing here?" I asked him. I surprised myself when I spoke. That was the first words I had spoken since that day, and they just happened to be to him. My voice came out a little strained since it had been nearly a week since I said anything, but he didn't seem to pay that much attention. "I came to check on you, and I didn't want to wake your family, so I snuck in. Does anyone know you're here?" I told Dash, he started, but stopped abruptly. He seemed to be thinking over something carefully. "Yes, it's known." That still didn't clear up the confusion of why he was so concerned about me. I don't know why I mattered to him in the slightest. He was the one who urged my mate to end things with me. "I wanted to talk to you," he said. I was still standing at my door in nothing but a towel, only realizing it when Kieran's eyes traveled down my still dripping wet form. I blushed. It was the first bit of emotion I had felt in days. Although it was embarrassing, it was nice. I took a step back from him. "Excuse me." I grabbed some articles of clothing from my closet and disappeared into the bathroom to dress. Once I was sure I looked presentable enough, I walked back to my room, where Kieran stood in the same place I had left him. "What do you want?" I asked. "I told you," he said. "I came to see you." "Well, you've seen me, now you can go." I motioned towards the window. He snuck in with my hand. He didn't move. He just kept staring at me in a way that was starting to raise questions. "I also came to make you an offer," he added. No, I was quick to refuse him. I just wanted him out of my house. All he did was remind me of that day, and I didn't want to think about it anymore. That's all I've done for the past week. You might change your mind when you hear what I have to say. I doubt that. Have you even thought about what you're going to do now? Are you going to stay here reliving the pain of that day every time you see them together? His question caught me off guard. I hadn't expected him to come right out and ask that when it hardly concerned him. Although he still asked a good question. It had only recently occurred to me to start thinking about. I knew I needed to make that decision soon. "I haven't decided yet." "What is it to you?" His expression at my harsh tone didn't change. He still kept the same neutral expression he had on his face from the moment I found him here. "I want to offer you a place in my pack." "Why would you do that?" His offer seemed too suspicious to me. I wasn't sure if he could be trusted after everything that had happened, because I know what it's like to lose your mate. I was rejected not so long ago either. I felt the exact same thing you're going through. And no matter how much I want to hate the person who put me through this, I can't because I still love her. I've not moved on with anyone else, so all of those feelings I have for Jasmine are still there. And from experience, I know that you feel them for your alpha as well. I was surprised by how accurately he captured my feelings. I was left speechless. I forgot that he also had his heart broken. We were on common ground. I shouldn't have treated him so horribly. I suppose, in the end, he was trying to help me with Daniel, forcing him to get it over with. Even his name caused me to flinch. I'm sorry, I said. I'm sorry about Jasmine. No one deserves to be treated as we have. He nodded curtly, but I didn't miss the flinch in him as well. Thank you. So, what do you propose we do? How do we get over them? I don't want to feel this way. I was eager to hear his suggestions. Anything would be better than the suffering I had been through. A faint smile appeared on his lips at my willingness to help him. He scratched the back of his neck a little, looking a little apprehensive after a short moment. Well, that's what I was getting at. Just keep an open mind when I tell you, okay? I nodded instantly. Okay. Then the words came spilling from his lips like he was talking about the weather. I was most certainly not prepared for what I heard. Be my mate, he suggested. Chapter 6. Be my mate, he suggested. His words caught me off guard. I wasn't sure what kind of reaction I showed, but I'm pretty sure it was one of sheer surprise. Me mate with Kieran? That's just insane. We don't even like each other. Well, I guess he probably likes me due to his excessive flirting at the diner last week, but I had never really thought of him that way. I had a mate. My mood lessened. Oh yeah, my mate. I had temporarily forgotten about that. The hollow feeling inside my chest began to reappear. Kieran watched me very closely, cautiously. When my eyes began to water again, he tensed. He slowly took a few steps toward me and placed his hands on my shoulders, gently, soothingly rubbing them. Had my wolf been present, she would have protested wholeheartedly if he had touched us. She'd still want Daniel. But the sad truth was she isn't here. She's gone. She left me when he did. I was utterly alone inside myself. See, this is exactly the kind of pain that you can free yourself from. Don't make yourself suffer any more than you have to. He seemed weak as he told me this, like it physically pained him to say it. He was convincing himself as well, and not only me. I had a feeling that he was forcing himself to move on even though that's not what he really wanted. I don't think I've ever seen an alpha so weak before. Not unless they were dying at least. I am physically unable to be an alpha to my pack. I'm too weak right now to make any decisions. My beta had to take over for me until I am able to resume my role again, whenever that may be. He paused for a moment before continuing. You can help me with that. We can both be normal again, and possibly even happy if we try hard enough. This time, I was finally able to speak. I still had questions poking at my mind, and I needed them answered. We don't even like each other like that. I know when you flirted with me before it seemed a bit off. You were forcing yourself to do that. You were still thinking about Jasmine, weren't you? I was, he agreed. But you forget, I was rejected before you were. I've had a little time to cope. How long ago? I asked. A month, he answered solemnly. His hands dropped from my shoulders, and he took a step back, giving each of us some room. His features still resembled depression. I honestly felt bad for him. I tried to kidnap her, you know, he continued. What? I tried to take her, but your alpha stopped me. He would have most likely tried to kill me had we not been on human territory, he explained. He might have today if it wasn't for the wake of recent events. Is that when she rejected you? I asked. She shook his head. No. It wasn't until after that when she told me she loved someone else and couldn't accept me. I'm sorry, I said. I really was. I felt bad that he had to go through that. He didn't say anything. He merely turned his head and looked out the window. So why me? Why not mate another she-wolf? He turned to me again. Because you're already broken. If I found someone else, I stand a chance of taking them away from the mate they haven't met yet. I couldn't inflict that kind of pain on another wolf. I nodded my head. I guess that was understandable. Rejected wolves were extremely rare. It was almost unheard of. So basically we'd just be helping each other out, I stated. Exactly. I had to agree, it was better than being stuck and never moving on. We both deserve to do that at the very least. It also helps because you're meant to be a Luna, he added. It will come as first instinct to you when you take on that role. I need someone that can help me lead a pack. I laughed lightly. I still can't picture me as leading anyone. I've never been much of a leader, just independent. You will though, he said confidently. I've seen it before. Suddenly, something snapped in me, and I remembered something. You know, it was pretty crazy of you to come onto our territory last week without any protection. You could have been killed. I know. That's why I'm not fit to be alpha right now. I don't make good choices. I'm reckless. Why didn't Daniel kill you? I asked. He could have that day, but he didn't. I tried to push the pain aside as I mentioned him. It was no small task. It was hurting me beyond belief. I grabbed at my chest. It was probably pity. And maybe some regret for his part in all of this. I doubt he'll be so kind in the future. Once he mates her, none of this will be a bother to him anymore. She'll be the only thing on his mind. Her and running his pack will be virtually non-existent, I whispered to myself. Again, the pain increased. I found myself needing to sit down. Kieran sensed that and automatically helped me to my bed. I took a seat on the end of it, placing my hands on my knees and hunching over them for support. I know this is a lot to take in, but you'll see. Things can get better for both of us. After a moment of silence, he placed a hand on my back and sat down next to me. So, what do you say? Will you be my mate and put an end to both of our suffering? It was a tall order, but it was true. We desperately needed each other. We couldn't get through this alone. It was too much. This could resolve issues and significantly improve things. So why was I still holding back? Was I so scared to accept the offer he was giving me? Because I would actually have to mate with someone who is not my mate. I don't know how I could do it. My wolf would never approve of this. But on the other hand, if I did decide to go through with it, then I would have a new mate, and then she might decide to come back to me. It was worth a shot, right? It was a tough decision, but I knew what I needed to do. I needed to do it for me. It was my only chance at some normalcy in my life. I met Kieran's eyes and agreed with him sincerely. Okay, I'll be your mate. Kieran and I continued to talk about our mating and pack business for the next half hour. I expressed to him that I couldn't leave without my parents behind. They meant too much to me to leave behind. I needed them. They have been my constant support for my entire life. I owed them. He didn't put up any fight at my request to move them to his pack. He seemed to be a firm believer in families sticking together as well. That was comforting to know. Maybe we did some things in common after all. At 9:30, Mom came into my room to serve me breakfast, and for the first time in a week, I actually had an appetite. Kieran didn't stick around to meet her, afraid that she might freak out about him being there, and left it up to me to give my parents the news. I thought it best to wait until Dad was off work tonight and tell them together. That way, they can make an informed decision as mates. I hoped that they would join me in Kieran's pack, but I would not force them. The choice was theirs and theirs alone. You're up, Mom said in surprise as I came bounding down the stairs. I wasn't sure what exactly shocked her more, the fact that I was dressed for the outside world or that I was walking around again without my head hanging to the ground. She muted the television and stood up from the couch. I'm going out, I replied, coming to a standstill in front of her. Her face lit up into a bright smile. That's great, Claire. Yeah, I thought I'd go into town for a little while. I have some things to take care of. She blinked a few times before replying. She seemed curious. Oh, I avoided answering any more questions until later tonight. After that, I'd tell her anything she wanted to know. So, I was thinking, I started. You and Dad don't have any plans tonight, do you? Not that I know of. Why? I adjusted the strap on my purse and continued. Just keep the night open for me. I'm bringing a friend over I'd like for you to meet. This seemed to excite my mother even more. I thought she was going to attack me. I'd love to meet them. What time should we expect you? I'll be here as soon as Dad gets off work. She nodded her head and smiled. I'll prepare a roast. I could already see her mind coming up with ideas about tonight. She looked more excited than I was. She lived for this kind of thing. My mother was a homemaker. She'd always been the one to take care of me and the house. She never wished for a life outside the pack. She was just content with being a mother, a wife, and a mate. I was okay with that because that's what she wanted, but I wanted to do so much more. I wanted adventure and exploration. I didn't want to settle down for the rest of my life. Every wolf should have a little fun before they decide their future. Mom hugged me warmly for a moment before sighing and releasing me. I could still see traces of worry on her face. I'm really glad you're better, honey. Your father and I have been so worried about you. I wasn't better. I was far from better. I would never be better again. Well, not without some healing at least. Right now, I was more like a band-aid. The wound was still very much underneath it, but I was finally able to cover it up now and hurt in private. They wouldn't have to see me suffer on the outside anymore. I wouldn't have to worry them anymore. Well, I should go. The day is almost half over. Okay, she nodded. Be careful. I smiled at her and bid her goodbye before disappearing out the door. I met Kieran in town at my diner. This was something I had been dreading since our talk this morning. It was hard enough that I had to walk back into this place after what happened, but now I had to quit my job as well. One of the stipulations he had before allowing me to join the pack was that I had to be a member of the pack. He felt it was better to get as far away from Daniel as possible, and working here wouldn't allow that. I would still have to see him and his mate anytime he decided to come here. It made sense, yet another thing I would have to give up for Daniel. Charlie sat across from us, watching Kieran with much displeasure. At this point, they were both having a staring contest. It wasn't until I cleared my throat that they both looked away. Are you sure you're not in some kind of trouble? He asked me warily. I could tell by the looks he was giving Kieran that he didn't trust him. I'm only glad he didn't know our species, or trust wouldn't be the only problem we had. Yes, I replied. I just think it's time for me to move on. Charlie was always good to me, and I hated just to leave him hanging after he kept me employed for the past year, but this was necessary. I think he was more worried about me than upset about my leaving. There couldn't be a better employer anywhere. He made sure to always look out for me. I'd miss talking to this gray-haired man. Does this have anything to do with you passing out last week? Some young man told me about what happened after you were taken home. I'm glad no one outside the pack knew what happened to me. I'm leaving because it's what I want to do. There was nothing that had any bearing on my decision, I explained. Just want to come here and give you my notice. His face softened a bit. Well, I guess if it's what you want. But just know that you've always got a place here if you want to come back. Thank you, Charlie, I smiled. I leaned across the counter and gave him a quick goodbye hug and made sure to pull away before I became too emotional over my departure. I would miss this place, but we all have to move on sometimes. It's just a part of life. Are you going to be okay? Kieran asked before we were even out of the parking lot. He had been watching me closely since my heartfelt goodbye. Yeah, goodbyes are always hard, that's all. I stared out the passenger side window, taking in every last thing I could about this place. It was my hometown and always will be. I grew up here. I had my first shift in the front yard of my house. I got my first boyfriend in the middle school I attended here. This is where I threw up on stage for the 5th grade Christmas pageant. Memories like that didn't just go away. They were a part of who I was. I didn't know what to do with them. I felt guilty. I was leaving behind everything I knew for a new life in a pack. Did it make me a bad person to feel happy about that? Maybe, but I needed this. Just once, I was to be a little selfish and put my happiness first. The pack could think what they wanted of me. I didn't care. It didn't matter that they would look down their noses at me for deserting them. I knew where my pack stood on leaving the pack family, but I often wondered what they would do if it were one of them who was rejected. I don't think they would keep the same beliefs on staying then. Kieran pulled up to my house at 5 o'clock, just before my father arrived. I was as nervous as the day I introduced him to Sean O'Malley, my 6th grade boyfriend. He was shaking by the time he left my house that day. My dad was a bit intimidating back then, still being a pack fighter and all. After he retired, he became more like the rest of us. He hardly ever worked out anymore, apart from pack training exercises. He decided to step down when more young fighters were stepping up in the pack. I think he felt out of place. He needed the rest anyway. Before we entered the house, I stopped him just before we reached the door. I know I've told you already, but thank you again. I know we're just doing this to help each other, and you didn't have to, so thanks. I'd probably still be in bed wallowing in pain and self-pity if you hadn't saved me. He looked at me and gave a small sigh. Not one of annoyance, but more of understanding. Like I said, I've been where you are. And I guess I still am. As long as we band together, nothing can touch us. Things will get better. You just have to trust me. I'm getting there, I admitted. It was strange, but I was starting to trust him, which made me slightly scared. I couldn't justify it other than that he was helping me in a time of need. Deep down, I knew it went beyond that, but I hadn't really figured that out yet. Maybe it's just that I really wanted to trust him, so I am. Perhaps I don't have a genuine reason for it after all. Good, he smiled. You'll need to learn how to do that before we can become mates. Mates need trust above all else. I agreed. Suddenly, something popped into my head. You said someone knew you were here before. You got clearance from the pack. I did, he nodded, but he looked remorseful. You talked to Daniel? I guessed. I told him I was offering you a place with me. He didn't object. I should say not. He was the one who let me go in the first place. I'm sure it would be much easier on him if I were gone. I wouldn't be a constant reminder of the pain he put me through. I hope he's happy with her. I really do. I knew my chances were slim anyway. He already had someone before me, and I couldn't change that. I don't hold a grudge against him. I'm just hurt. I know one day I'll get past this, and when I do, it will be a glorious day. Your dad's coming, he stated, listening intently at the door. He heard us talking. Just seconds after Kieran's words, the door came open, proving him right. He did have more intensified hearing than the rest of us wolves, so it wasn't a surprise he heard him. Claire, my dad said, looking between Kieran and me. Your mom said you were brining someone over. Dad, this is Kieran Knight, Alpha of Perilous Pack. Kieran, this is my dad, Richard Warren. Nice to meet you, Dad said, dipping his head in respect. And I'm Patricia, Richard's mate and Claire's mom. I hadn't even seen where my mother came from, yet she was standing here in front of my dad, her hand extended to Kieran, with a massive grin on her face. Nice to meet you both, he smiled, taking both my parents' hands. I have to say, Dad started while awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. When my wife said Claire was having a friend over, I pictured someone with a little less testosterone. I nearly laughed. Daddy was being his same old protective self. I could tell he was less than pleased to see a male wolf standing next to me at the door. He cautiously eyed the distance between our arms and smiled when it suited him. Kieran looked amused. I guess this must come as some surprise then. Dad merely grunted and straightened himself up, trying to act like that fact no longer bothered him. Mom took this time to speak up again. Well, come in you two before the food gets cold, she said, ushering us inside. We followed in after her, and it was then that the gravity of the situation finally hit me. I was about to spring some massive news on them, and it could change everything. They'll either be happy for me or not. Either way, after tonight, I was leaving with Kieran. I just hoped they supported me. Chapter 7. Claire, you can't just leave everything you know behind, Dad said with the bang of his fist against the table. Mom did nothing but sit quietly by him with her hands placed in her lap and her head hung low. I could see that she had different ideas from my dad, but she wouldn't dare speak against her mate. She was too old-fashioned. Can't you understand why I'm doing this? My voice was a low whisper. I never enjoyed arguing with my father. However, sometimes it couldn't be prevented, as is the case now. Since I had told him about my plans to leave the pack and mate with another wolf, he had been less than thrilled. He sent Kieran a few glares throughout our discussion, but Kieran wasn't at all affected like I was. Here I am supposed to be the Luna of a pack, and I'm sitting here scared of what my dad thinks. It's not as if he could actually stop me, since I was of age to make my own decisions, but that doesn't mean he won't try. I understand that you are hurt, Claire, believe me I do. But leaving your pack and everything behind is a little drastic, don't you think? He was desperately trying to convey to me that I was making a mistake, using his tone and gestures. He wasn't making this easy on me. Daddy, I just lost my mate. He chose someone else. I was speaking a little louder now. It took him by surprise. He didn't want to do that, but the circumstances called for it. I shook my head, refusing to hear any more about it. It still hurt too much to speak of Daniel. The hole in my soul was still very much there. I felt the tears forming in my ducts. This is what I want. I'm going with Kieran tonight, and I'd love to have the support of my parents. However, if I have to all go without it, I will. Please don't make me. Dad stared back at me wearily. He looked like he'd aged at least 10 years since this conversation started. It made me feel guilty. We don't want you to leave us, Claire. Who knows when we'll see you again. I asked you to come, I reminded him. You chose not to. My home is here. My pack is here. Your mother and I are too old to start over in another pack. You won't have to worry about that, Kieran said. You'll be taken care of. We don't expect you to prove your place in the pack. These are unusual circumstances after all, he pointed out. But I wouldn't feel right if I didn't, he explained. I could see his dilemma. I know this put him in an impossible spot, and it wasn't fair to him, or anyone, for that matter. Unfortunately, this could not be helped though. He had to choose for himself and my mom. Please, Dad, come with us. I don't want to leave you any more than you want me gone. He sighed heavily and rubbed his face with a calloused hand before turning to look at my mom. Her eyes held worry and debate. She was torn. What do you think, honey? He asked her. I just want everyone to be happy, she answered vaguely. I know you do, he agreed. But right now I need you to be outspoken about this. I'm at a loss. As if he had commanded her, my passive mother did something I had not heard her do in years. She took charge and spoke her mind. It was liberating for me to hear. I rarely ever saw this side of her. I imagined it was her wolf complying with my father's request. I think Claire should do what she thinks is best for her. She lost her mate to another wolf, and it crushed her soul. She is broken and weak from the pain of what this has done. We have no idea what she's going through. We have never experienced losing a mate before. I don't think we have a right to judge her for her choices. If she wants to try to move on from this, then I say we stand behind her 100%. Everyone at the table was speechless. Even my dad, and that was even more surprising than my mother's speech. She had taken us all by surprise. I didn't know you felt this way, he said. She rubbed my dad's hand, showing her guilt for thinking differently from him, and gave him an apologetic look. We have to let her go, Richard. It's the right thing to do. We'll survive, just like we always have. Does this mean you're not coming with me? I asked, a little saddened. Mom looked away from my dad and back at me. I agree with your father on this one. Like he said, this is our home. We know everyone here. Our family is still part of this pack. You may have your prejudices against the pack, but for us this is our entire life. I nodded in understanding, but the waterwork still came anyway. Just because you understand something doesn't make it easy. We're not deserting you. So please don't misunderstand us. We'll be here as long as you need us. We're only a phone call and a few towns away. Kieran placed his hand on my back and rubbed soothing circles to calm me. It felt odd to have him comforting me, but it wasn't terrible. In fact, it felt nice to know he actually cared. That's a plus to having a mate, I suppose. Are you sure we can't change your mind? Kieran pleaded. He was going through a lot to give me what I wanted. It was something I had not expected in this deal. I liked seeing Kieran care so much. It made me see the more human side of him than the animal. I knew alphas were all business and no play, but Kieran seemed different somehow. My father gave me an apologetic look and shook his head. His eyes then met Kieran's. No, I'm sorry. It hurt me that they were willing to be so far away from me, but on the other hand, I could understand where he was coming from. I knew why he wanted to stay. My aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents were here. He didn't want to leave them, and it would be asking too much for them to go with us. He sighed and rubbed his tired face. It was then that I had noticed how aged my father really was. Being in the pack all these years had worn him down, and now, with the added stress of the past week on top of that, he looked like a walking zombie. This was too much for him. Maybe it would be better for him if he stayed. With me gone, he might finally have some peace. Maybe with some time, and when things settle down, he can visit us in our new pack. It wasn't like I would never see him or my mom again. If this is really what you want, then I guess I have to accept it, I said. It is, he confirmed. Both your mother and I are comfortable and happy here, and you deserve that as well. His face was saddened, but serious. If leaving here gives you happiness and comfort, then you should go. We will be there for you no matter what you choose to do. I suppose my mom's words made him see things her way. Relief washed over me. It meant more to me than I could convey that he supported my decision to leave. It was the complete opposite of what he felt only half an hour ago. The peaceful silence we fell into grew. Mom and Dad smiled at each other, then at us. I knew what this meant for us, and it was going to be more complicated than I imagined it would. I felt a strange sense of comfort when Kieran reached under the table and placed his hand on top of mine. Our hands rested in my lap. I guess I should start packing then, I said, breaking the silence. Would you like some help? Mom offered. I would like that. It would be the last time she would get to spend any alone time together for a while. I needed this if I was going to be parted from her for who knows how long. Kieran gave me an encouraging nod. I'll just run into town and fill up the tank for our journey back. It's going to take us at least 2 hours to get there, providing traffic is good. Okay, I smiled weakly. I knew he was trying to give me my space, and I appreciated it. This wouldn't exactly be easy. Saying goodbye never was. He released my hand and stood to his feet. My parents and I followed after him to the door. After he opened it, he turned back to me. I'll be back in an hour. Will that be enough time? I nodded. He returned it in reply and gave my parents and me one last glance before exiting through the door. He pulled it closed behind him. It was only a minute later that I heard the car engine start, and he was gone. The emptiness I felt when I was alone crept back up inside me again. The same emptiness I had felt continuously until yesterday, until Kieran saved me, or is trying to anyway. Mom placed her hand on my shoulder and caused me to turn from the wooden door and face her, revealing the empty look in my eyes, which I know she wouldn't miss. Concern crossed her face. An expression I thought had become permanent until I started speaking again. It seems like I had a way of bringing it out in her. She was worried about me. Dad wore a similar look. Come on, honey. I'll find the suitcases, she said. I let her lead me up the stairs to my room. She left me by the door while she rummaged through my closet for the luggage. I took a slow look around my room, taking in everything familiar about it. I was creating a memory, one I would not forget. After a few minutes of banging around, she reached them and pulled them down from the top of the closet. She placed each one on my bed, side by side. I still had not moved from the spot she left me in. Would you like me to call him back? She asked softly. I knew who she meant. No, I said. I'll be fine. She watched me in silence for a moment before speaking back up again. He seems to help you. You don't quite seem so empty when he's around, she noted. I think he will be good for you. We have something in common. He understands what I'm going through, I answered, trying not to wince at the painful memory of that day in the diner. I quickly pushed it from my mind. I'll start over here, I said, walking towards my dresser and opening one of the drawers. I pulled out the first articles of clothing my hands touched and carried them over to my bed, where the suitcases were. My mom didn't speak of Kieran anymore, seeing my reaction to my own words. When the tension dissipated, she walked to my closet and began pulling the clothes out. In big bunches, she carried them to my bed until they were just one large heap beside the cases. Picking up one article at a time, she folded it and placed it neatly inside the suitcase. It looked much better than the suitcase I was working on. More organized. She had definitely honed the tidiness skill much better than I. She had had years of experience, though. I had never spent much time trying to master it as she had. My mother and I were nothing alike. Nor was I like any of the other she-wolves in the pack. I was different. I didn't share their same ideas as they had. Most of them took on the role of mothers and homemakers. None of them held any real positions in the pack, and that bothered me. Why it didn't bother anyone else was incomprehensible to me. I guess I was truly different from them. No doubt that's why Daniel loved Jasmine so much. She was exactly what he looked for in a Luna. She was submissive, not at all outspoken. She would make the perfect little mate while he ran the pack. I always felt that running a pack was a two-person job, not a one-person job. I continued packing up the dresser until I could bear it no longer. I fell onto the bed in a slump. My mom jerked her head towards me before walking to the end of the line. I sat on and took the clean spot next to me. "What's wrong with me, Mom?" She wrapped her slender arm around my shoulders in an act of comfort and sighed wearily. "You just lost your mate, honey. There is nothing wrong with you. This is a completely natural reaction to that." I shook my head. "No, not that. I mean my whole life. Why am I so different from all the other female wolves?" Sympathy crossed over her features as she stared back at me. "There is nothing wrong with you, honey. You are your own person. You're special." Of course, she would say that. "She's my mother. But look at you and look at me," I said. "You chose to stay home and care for your mate and raise a family just as most everyone chooses." In school, all the girls were so excited about finding their mates so that they would claim them and they could start bearing pups. I wasn't like that. I mean, sure, I wanted to find mine, but settling down was, and is, the last thing on my mind. I want some excitement and adventure. Exactly what a real Luna should want. Not just to bear the next alpha. I don't know if she could understand where I was coming from, but I needed someone to comfort me and tell me I was right to feel the way I did. I hadn't expressed my opinions much in the past due to causing possible conflict in the pack. However, now that I was leaving them, nothing was preventing me from being honest. I know that you have never approved of the way things are in our pack, and I can understand that. You're just so much like your father. You're strong-willed, stubborn, and opinionated, the exact opposite of me. I made my choice. This is the life I wanted. But you are so much more than I am. You will make a difference. You are a leader." Really, I smiled, slightly cheered. Then I sighed at a sudden realization. I don't feel like much of a leader right now. I feel weak, insignificant. She smiled warmly at me. "That's because you're broken. You're not yourself right now. It's going to take some time to get yourself back. But don't worry, you will." I suppose she had a point. Her words struck something in my memory. A conversation that Kieran and I had earlier today. I am physically unable to be an alpha to my pack. I'm too weak right now to make any decisions. My beta is taking over for me until I am able to resume my position again, whenever that may be. I felt like I had a better understanding of what he felt now. Was his wolf missing too? Did he have no one to guide him? You can't lead a pack if your wolf is missing. That brought another question to mind. Will I get her back? I asked. My wolf, I mean. She's been distant, she acknowledged. Well, that's reasonable, all things considering. She's hurt too. The only difference between the two of you is that you have someone to console you and she doesn't. She's grieving all alone. That is precisely what I would be doing if not for Kieran grieving alone. "Oh," I mumbled, understanding washing over me. "Don't worry, sweetie." She patted my hand gently. "I think that with a little time and healing she'll be back. It's probably going to take her a little longer to heal than you, that's all." That made sense. Like Mom said, she is all alone. Even I couldn't help her. "Thanks, Mom," I smiled lightly. "I don't know how I'll survive without our talks when I'm gone." "You'll manage," she said confidently. "You'll have Kieran. And we can always talk on the phone. Maybe even visit if it's possible." That comforted me somewhat. "You can visit anytime you like," I assured her. A tear escaped my eye when she wound her arms around me, giving me a tight hug. "I love you, Mom," I whispered. "I love you too, honey." Once she let me go, I stiffened. The atmosphere around us had changed, and the smell in the air was one I would know anywhere. I felt my wolf starting to stir. So she was there. She didn't try to resurface, but she wasn't remaining dormant either. My eyes flashed to the doorway where my dad stuck his head in as if testing the water. He looked almost remorseful. "Claire," he said as he entered. "Someone is here to see you." I stood up abruptly from my bed and backed into the furthest corner of my room to get away from him. I couldn't be near him. "No," I whispered. "I can't see him again. Send him away." But it was too late. He was already in my room, standing before me, next to my dad. I felt as if I was suffocating. The proximity between us was entirely too close. He was in my house? Why? My mom looked visibly upset at my dad. She glared at him and Daniel both before speaking. Richard, how could you? You know what he put her through. That was the first time in my life I had ever seen her stand up to my father. She was always on his side. She believed in standing with your mate, no matter the circumstance. This was the exact opposite of that. My dad hung his head shamefully. I'm sorry. I had to let him in. Daniel chose this time to speak up. He was looking directly at me. Don't be mad at him. He had no choice except to let me in. It was orders. It was startling how much his voice and everything about him still affected me. It wasn't fair. When he chose Jasmine, that should have vanished. He had no right to be back here. The hurt I felt was still present, but unlike last time, it was now mixed with some anger. Could I please speak to Claire alone, please? It seemed like a request, but I could hear the order underlying his tone. They had to comply. They were still a part of this pack. They both nodded in submission, and my mother stood from the bed. My father waited for her to reach him, and they both exited together. I pressed myself even further into the wall when he took a step towards me. A whimper unintentionally escaped my throat. I could only imagine how weak I appeared to him. However, he didn't look much better. Behind his eyes, he was broken. Perhaps not as much as I was, but he didn't get out of this completely unscathed. He stopped mid-stride and held his hands up in front of him, allowing me to see he wouldn't come any further. If he did, I was sure to break all over again. I'm just here to talk, he said. I won't come any further if you would prefer it. I didn't speak. I was afraid to. My voice couldn't hold up talking to him. Everything I buried deep inside of me would come spilling out with my words. Instead of answering, I just nodded, and he understood. He dropped his hands and sat on the edge of my bed, facing me. My wolf was all ears. I had to see you before you left. I need to explain myself before you decide on hating me forever. His words seemed sincere. My wolf believed him. I want you to know I never intended to reject you. The day I discovered you was the happiest day of my life. I was just confused. I needed to go home and think about what this meant. Even though I wanted you, I knew this would complicate things. I had to figure out how to sort everything out. He paused momentarily as if thinking about that particular night, then continued. I wanted you to come with me so nothing could change my mind about us. I knew that the longer you were with me, the more I would want you. His expression became despondent. But you wouldn't come. You made me see that forcing you to do so would do more harm to us than good. So I went alone. His memory seemed to take him back there again. He stared intently at my peach-colored floral wallpaper and frowned. I had planned on telling Jasmine about you that night after I got home. When I got there, she was waiting up for me with something of her own to confess. I didn't have to guess to know what it was. After she told me, he continued, my mind went blank. Everything had changed. I could no longer tell her what I had planned to. Though I was elated by the news of our baby, I was also heartbroken for us, because I knew what it meant. A tear slipped from his eye at his confession. So he did want to be with me. He wasn't just leading me on. My body wanted to go to him, show him we still cared. However, I wouldn't allow it. It would hurt us both more in the end. The outcome was still the same. So many times I wanted to call you and deliver the news, but I couldn't. I knew you deserved better than that. I wanted the chance to explain in person. Then, as the days passed, I found myself making up excuses for not telling you. I soon realized I was only putting off the inevitable, and I had to say to you. A soft sob erupted from my throat, causing Daniel to look at me in guilt. The day you found out was the day I was planning to tell you. I had James watching you until you got off work, and then I came to pick you up. Unfortunately, fate intervened, taking me there a lot sooner than I expected. When James told me you were there with Kieran, I knew I was too late. The tears were pouring down my face, now making my vision blurry. The soft sobs continued as he stood up and cautiously walked toward me again. This time, I didn't stop him. I'm so sorry, Claire. His hand touched my cheek once he was within distance of me. When he stopped in front of me, we were as close as the night he first recognized me as his mate. Blood rushed to the surface of my skin where he touched. It sent a fire down the right side of my face as his hand trailed down to my neck. He let it rest there. I tried to force myself to remain unresponsive to his touch, but my body was working against me. I reached my hand up and laid it on his. Electricity flowed between us. It surged through both of our arms like wildfire. My wolf was enjoying this closeness, but she still seemed cautious of him. She wasn't quite trusting of him yet. Perhaps she sensed something that I didn't. Daniel leaned his head into mine and hovered just above my lips. There were only mere centimeters separating us. He paused, his breath fanning over my face. To my surprise, my wolf was begging me to get away from him. She was hurting, and I could feel it. We both knew that what was happening between Daniel and me couldn't ever go anywhere. So why didn't I listen to her? I didn't have time to think before his lips were on mine. At first, his kiss was demanding, showing a sense of urgency, but when I didn't respond, it became slow and soft. It was then that the shock wore off, and I was finally able to grasp the situation. The same electricity that flowed through our veins before was now on our lips. Any voice of reasoning from my wolf was not heard due to Daniel's distraction. And soon she disappeared altogether. She intentionally shut herself off from me as a defense mechanism. No sooner had I processed the kiss than I realized what I was doing. I gasped and roughly pushed him away from me. I could see that he had not been expecting that. I shook my head. No. Even though my voice was barely over a whisper, he listened to me. His eyes became apologetic. You're right. I'm sorry. I just had to know what it was like. This time, I made my voice a little stronger. You can't just reject me, then waltz into my house like you own the place, fill me with some sob story, then kiss me. It doesn't work like that. I understand your dilemma, I do, but that is no excuse. Jasmine is your mate now, not me. I was surprised that it didn't hurt me to be so blunt about it. There was a twinge of sadness still in me, but with my wolf gone again, I was hollow once more. He looked away from me in shame, staring at the full open suitcases on my bed. So I guess you're going then, he said. Yes, I am tonight. His head snapped to me. So soon. There is no need to prolong the inevitable, is there? I need to pick up the pieces and move on with my life, and getting out of this town is the only way to do that. I suppose, he admitted sadly. But where will you go? I took a moment to answer him, thinking of the best way to tell him. After a minute had passed, I decided to be vague. I have somewhere, don't worry. That's all the information I felt I owed him. Not because I wanted to spare his feelings, but because it was really none of his business what I did anymore. He wanted to question me more. I could see that much, though he didn't. He must have come across the same realization that I had. It was not his business to know. At least we could both agree on that. I should really finish packing, I said, breaking our silence. He nodded. Yeah, I guess so. I'll leave you to it then. He smiled half-heartedly at me. It did not reach his eyes. With his hands pushed in his pockets, he backed away from me and turned toward the door. He didn't get far before he stopped in his tracks and looked at me once more. Is it asking too much to part on good terms? I couldn't bear it going through life knowing that you hate me. I don't hate you, I said. I forgave you the moment I woke up and realized what was going on. It wasn't exactly easy to hold a grudge against your mate. In fact, it was nearly impossible. That wasn't the reason that I forgave him, though. I knew that if I didn't, I could never really let him go. He'll always be there in the back of my mind, haunting me, and I wouldn't allow that. Forgiveness means moving on, which is precisely what I had to do. Thank you, he said thoughtfully. Take care of yourself, will you? I will, I promised. You do the same. And then I said something I thought would never come from me. Good luck to you and Jasmine. And the scary thing was, I meant every word of it. Good luck to you as well, he replied. The half-hearted smile dropped from his face, letting the pain show through one last time. Goodbye, Claire. I returned the sorrowful expression and bid him the same. Goodbye, Daniel. He stared deep into my eyes for the briefest moment, and then, just like that, he was gone. Nothing was left but the faint scent of his familiar smell and the quiet he left in his wake. Chapter 8. Kieran placed the last of the bags in the back of his truck. My parents stood by the door, my father bracing her as she watched us with tear-filled eyes. It was a mix of both happy and sad tears. Although she was happy I was getting a fresh start, she was sad to see me go. It was the same for me. I had spent the last half hour while Kieran was loading up, telling them goodbye. I hugged and kissed them at least a dozen times. I wasn't sure they were going to let me go. "Are you ready?" he asked, closing the tailgate and proceeding to my side of the vehicle. His hand rested on the door handle while he awaited my reply. He watched the brief exchange of emotions between my mom, my dad, and me. I smiled at them and they returned it just as happily despite their tears. They were truly happy ones. I lifted my hand and gave them a last wave goodbye with a slight movement of my hand while trying to convince myself this was the right thing to do. I knew that it was, but now, here in the moment, I found myself talking myself out of going, all for the sake of my parents. Leaving them was hard. Kieran placed his hand on my shoulder, which brought me from my reverie. I turned my head to face him and offered a faint smile. He returned it with an encouraging smile all of his own. I nodded to him. He pulled open the door and waited. Watching my parents as I got in, he closed the door after I was settled in the seat. The window was down, and the sun was beating down, hot on top of us. The heat had already settled in the cab of the truck, and suddenly the tank top and shorts I was wearing were not cool enough for this entirely hot day. Kieran rounded the vehicle to his side and was next to me in only a few short seconds. The engine roared to life, startling me with the loud sound. I flushed light pink when he grinned at my slight jump. He put the truck in reverse and slowly backed out of my driveway, being cautious of his surroundings. Glancing out the side view mirror, I watched my home become smaller in the distance until it eventually disappeared altogether, my mom and dad waving the entire time. With my whole room packed into the back of the truck and my past behind me, I let out a sigh of relief. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. This would truly be a fresh start for me. Kieran and I took turns fiddling with the old antique radio inside the truck. I was surprised it picked up any radio stations at all, given its age. Out of the 3 radio stations it could pick up, 2 of them were older country stations, airing artists like Johnny Cash, Hank Williams Jr., Willie Nelson, and others. I remember, while spending time on my grandparents' farm as a kid, listening to these kinds of stations while my grandpa worked on his vehicles. It wasn't my taste, but it did bring back some fond memories. I was happy to settle on the 90s and early 2000s station, the only other one we could get somewhat clearly. We had been on the road for nearly 2 hours when we decided to stop for a break and some food. My stomach couldn't have been happier. Eating had not exactly been on my list of things to do today, and I was now paying for it. When Kieran and I got out of the truck, I stuck out like a sore thumb. I wasn't used to bigger cities. I could count on one hand how many times I had been in one. The large buildings intimidated me. However, they didn't seem to bother my travel companion nearly as much. It was odd how much he seemed to fit in here. Sitting in the brightly lit restaurant, waiting for our food, I was finally able to study Kieran a little better than I had before. His thick dark hair swooshed down over the right side of his face, almost completely covering his eye. It added to his mysteriousness. His hazel brown eyes held a certain level of intensity that piqued my curiosity. It made me curious to learn more about him, and that frightened me. My eyes traveled downward and landed on his muscular chest and arms. There was some tattoo hidden behind his short-sleeved shirt over his left bicep. I quickly noted his striking appearance. I blushed when he caught me staring. "Does something interest you?" he asked teasingly. Actually, I was just noticing your tattoo." His eyes traveled down to where mine were focused, and he shifted in his seat awkwardly. He fumbled with his sleeve, trying to pull it over the mark, trying to conceal it. "It's nothing," he replied when he was satisfied with the shirt's coverage. His voice was a little tricky. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It just caught my attention," I explained. "No, it's not you. I'm sorry." "It's just a touchy subject with me," he said, his voice returning to its usual tone. The red-haired waitress returned with our food and set the plates down in front of us before refilling our beverages. "Can I get you anything else?" she asked us while stealing glances at Kieran. I tried not to giggle. She looked to be at least 16. She was human and wasn't hiding her infatuation with him well. When he sent her a friendly smile, she squealed and returned it, showing off her braces. I thought it was cute. No, thank you, he answered her, trying not to laugh. Okay, just let me know if you change your mind. She quickly disappeared from the table, Kieran chuckling after her. It seems you have some allure around here, I smiled, amused. He took a bite of his burger and chewed for a few seconds, then swallowed. What do you mean? Well, just now with the waitress and the hostess who seated us earlier, I explained. He mused. I guess I do. I rolled my eyes at his casual response. Please, he would have to be blind not to notice. I'm sure this happens often with him. How could it not? He was Kieran Knight after all. Watching him eat made me realize how hungry I was, and I looked down at my pasta, wasting no time in satisfying my hunger. It tasted just as good as it looked. I even burnt my tongue in my eagerness to fill my stomach. Kieran laughed at me, and I glared. An hour later, it began to get dark outside, so we quickly finished our food and left. He said we weren't far from his territory at the time. Just outside of the city, we turned down a paved back road and then turned down another that was graveled a while after that. At that point, he said we were only a few miles away. 20 minutes later, an insanely large house came into view. Probably the biggest one I had ever seen personally. It was as over-the-top and extravagant as the mansions I had seen on television. It was definitely beautiful. My mouth was gaping at its marvel. The tan 3-story house was breathtaking. The twilight sky setting in the background made the view picturesque. There were more windows on the mansion than I could count. A few pack members stood outside watching us as we pulled up, a few with puzzled expressions. There was a large garage located off to the side, standing alone and separated from the house. When Kieran raised the garage doors with the click of a button on his keychain, I was even more in awe. There were a couple of sports cars, a motorcycle, and 3 solid black SUVs lined side by side. I looked like something the Secret Service would travel in. My mind was reeling with one very significant thing on it. Holy crap! He was rich. This is your house? I gasped. He chuckled as he parked the truck. You seem surprised. I was flabbergasted. Are you serious? Look at the condition of this truck. What am I supposed to think? He shrugged, killing the engine. I had to remain inconspicuous. He turned towards the other cars in the garage, then back to me. Driving any of these would have drawn too much attention to me. Yeah, someone might think you're a millionaire or something, I said, stating the obvious. Actually, it's the pack house, not just mine, he corrected. I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion. I had rarely heard that term, but I knew what it meant. I really didn't think anyone used those anymore. Pack house? You mean everyone lives here together? More or less. There are some who prefer to live on their own. We have housing for them in a community in the wooded area behind the house. We're all very close in distance. This was something entirely new for me. My territory didn't have a pack house. Our territory was solely made up of the Alpha's house and the pack members' houses that surrounded it. All business for the pack was handled in the home of the Alpha, seeing as it was the biggest house on the land and could hold all of the pack members. It must be nice to have so many people in one house, easy to communicate. It is, he agreed. I keep my beta and third in command very close along with all the fighters. They occupy most of the rooms on the top floor along with me. We sat silently for a couple of minutes, both of us taking in what surrounded us, until a fundamental question came to mind. So, what's our story? He seemed confused by my question. What do you mean? Who am I to you? What are we telling people? I don't know what they know. He nodded in understanding. I called my beta after I left you to pack your things and told him everything. In our pack, we have complete disclosure. I don't believe in keeping secrets. Secrets separate people, and if we are separated, we can't be a strong pack. Well, that made sense. I didn't know what that was like, having someone be so open and honest all the time. I always felt like our pack had its secrets. Okay, to honesty then. I like that. To them you're my mate, and that's all that matters. They are just happy that I have found someone after Jasmine. His voice sounded a little strained when he said her name. Talking about her still affected him, just as thinking about Daniel still affected me. It was hard to think of one of them without thinking of the other. After all, she was my mate's mate. He cleared his throat and stepped from the vehicle. Come on, I'll introduce you to our pack. That single word clicked in me, and I paused whilst opening the door. Our. That word had more meaning now than it ever did. He was right, this would now be our pack. Well, as soon as he takes it back again, it will. That was exciting for me, yet scary all the same. I just hoped they would accept me. When he stopped in front of me with his hand extended, I broke from my thoughts. I stared down at his palm, facing upward, waiting for me to take it. Unity, he said, answering an unspoken question. It's important to me and the pack. Right, I answered dumbly. I placed my hand in his large one, the heat enveloping it. While he seemed comfortable holding on to me, I was stiff. This was something new. He gave it a light squeeze and smiled teasingly. Loosen up, we'll both have to get used to this eventually. I smiled back, though it was mostly forced, and tried to take his advice. I loosened up. I let my shoulders fall into their usual place and let out a long breath. He's right. I can do this. I gripped his hand a little tighter and nodded to him. Okay, I'm ready. He seemed satisfied and pulled me along next to him, away from the garage. The large house came back into view, and I stiffened again automatically. Anyone would feel nervous meeting another pack for the first time, especially one they would soon call their own. It's all right. Trust me, he said. Again, I forced myself to relax. He's right. This is his pack, and he knows them much better than I do. A few of the members who were standing outside when we arrived were still there, but it seemed that a few more people had now joined them. They all stared for a moment before dropping their heads in the presence of their alpha. Alpha, they each spoke as he walked past them. He nodded to each of them in return. They all seemed so formal, more so than my old pack did back home. They also appeared to have a much larger population, if his house was any indication. Hello, a few of them greeted me kindly. I was able to return the greeting to most of them just before Kieran opened the door and pulled me inside the house. The first room we entered was a foyer with stairs leading up to another floor. Then, to the right, was an arched doorway that led to a living room. It was crowded with people. It almost looked like a house party, except it was missing the beer and music. There had to have been at least 30 people in the main room, making the ample space look much smaller than it really was. If there were this many people in this room, I could only imagine how many the other rooms held. No one had noticed that we had entered the room yet. How many people are in your pack exactly? I asked in amazement. 215, he replied easily. The number seemed to roll off his tongue. My eyes widened in surprise. That's almost double what my previous pack was. We are one of the biggest ones in the country. The last time I checked, we were tied for number 3. I huffed out in a breath of air in disbelief. And this is the pack I'm supposed to help Kieran run? Is he crazy? This is a tremendous job. I'm gonna need you to trust me again, he smiled. I think he liked seeing me panic more than he let on. The amusement on his face was very blatantly obvious. Once he turned from me, his expression turned more businesslike. He cleared his throat rather loudly to gain everyone's attention. I was not prepared to meet the wondering eyes of the pack members that stared back at me. Alpha, someone said, causing them all to bow in respect. When they raised their heads again, every single eye was on me. I could feel the sweat forming between my and Kieran's hands from the nervousness I felt. Kieran shot me a remember what I told you look, but that seemed complicated to do right now. I swallowed. As you all know, I have been away for a while. I'm sure Wyatt has filled everyone in on the reason why. Just then, a single person emerged from a connecting room and bowed his head in respect of Kieran. Several people followed him at a short distance behind. Wyatt, Kieran acknowledged. He looked between Kieran and me quickly, and then smiled at him in a way that seemed to convey some inside joke between them. Claire, he said, bowing again. I bowed back in return. I won't explain everything to you again unnecessarily, but what you have heard is true, he continued, then squeezed my hand and looked at me. This is Claire. She is to be my mate and your Luna by the next full moon. I tensed at his words. The next full moon? We hadn't discussed our mating date yet. Wasn't I supposed to be a part of that decision? I shot him a disgruntled look. I'll wait until after this is over before I question him about that. I hope you will all give her a warm welcome to our pack. I want her to feel at home here, he finished. He shot me a breathtaking smile that surely would have melted me like butter if I weren't still hurting due to recent events. There were murmurs of kind words and delighted looks on the faces of the pack. Almost immediately, people were lining up to greet me. They had obeyed Kieran's request without issue. None of them seemed forced to be polite. It honestly felt like they wanted to, because I meant something to Kieran. It's nice to meet you, Claire, an older woman said, shaking my hand. I'm Maggie, Kieran's aunt. It's nice to finally put a face with the name. It's a pleasure to meet you too, I replied. She smiled fondly at Kieran. She's so pretty, Ken. You picked a good one. Ken? I looked at him questioningly. Was that a nickname or something? He quickly brushed it off and shook the next person's hand in line behind her. And I'm Roger, Kieran's uncle, a man said, causing me to turn my attention to the person behind her. Hi, I said. It went on like that for the next hour at least. I met everyone, friends, family, the beta, the third in command, and every other person in the pack. By the time it was over, I felt exhausted. It had truly been a very long day, emotionally and physically. I was yawning before Kieran even finished the house tour that followed the meeting. We had finished the bottom level of the house when I requested to put the rest off until tomorrow. When we reached the third level, he paused at the top of the stairs and turned to me. There was a little problem with getting a room together for you at the last minute, so you'll have to share mine tonight. I'll take the fold-out couch, you can have the bed. That's not necessary. I can take the couch. He frowned. What kind mate would I be to let you do that? I'll take the couch. He didn't leave much room for argument. His eyes dared me to go against him. Okay, I sighed. Arguing would get us nowhere. Besides, it's only temporary. If you insist. He nodded and continued to lead the way to his room. It was during our walk that I had time to reflect on the events of the night. That's when I remembered something. Why didn't you tell me that you picked out a date for our mating? He shrugged. I really didn't think you'd mind. I thought that it would be best to go ahead with it due to the circumstances. It's not that. I just thought you'd tell me before announcing it to everyone. There was a little irritancy in my voice that couldn't be helped. His expression was apologetic. It's an old habit. I'm just used to making decisions on my own. That's understandable. The slight annoyance I had over the subject vanished, and I nodded. Well, I'm here now. You don't have to do everything on your own anymore. I'm glad, he said honestly. I've been doing things on my own for so long I don't know how to let someone help me, but I'd like to try. Confusion crossed my face again. What about your parents? Where are they? I didn't recall seeing them tonight. He grimaced. It's too late to get into that tonight, maybe some other time. I guess that was a touchy subject too. He finally came to a stop at a set of white double doors at the end of the hallway. I already knew before he opened the door that this was the master bedroom. It was confirmed with the opening of the doors. The king-size bed in the middle of the room was neatly made, with carefully organized pillows at the top. The blue carpet matched the bedspread perfectly. There was a two-person couch at the end of the bed with a pinstriped pattern. That must have been the fold-out sofa Kieran referred to earlier. Besides the bed, freakishly large closet, TV, and dresser, there was nothing else in the bedroom. It was certainly roomy. There was another door along the same wall as the closet that I could clearly see led to a master bath. The pristine bathroom was perfectly visible from here. I don't know what I would do if I had a bathroom this big at home. Live in it, maybe? Make yourself at home. I'll just go down and have someone help bring up your bags. He quickly disappeared from the room, leaving me to myself and the beauty of the room. My eyes wandered back to the bed, and I silently wondered if the bed was as comfortable as it looked. It seemed like one of those beds you could sink into and never get up from. I decided to test it out. As soon as I lay across the bed, I let out a contented sigh. The mattress was incredibly comfortable and supportive. Yes, it was as comfy as it looked. And as predicted, I never wanted to get up. Unfortunately, the sound of someone shuffling into the room didn't make that possible. I quickly sat up to see the person who had invited themselves in. I felt as surprised as the chestnut-haired young girl who was standing at the door awkwardly. Oops. I'm sorry. I was looking for my brother, she apologized. I raised an eyebrow at her. Kieran? I didn't know he had a sister. Why didn't he mention it to me? I thought I had met all of his family tonight. Yeah, she nodded. I just got back from my friend's house. Can you let him know that Keely made it back home okay? I'm just gonna go to bed. Sure, I smiled. I'm Claire, by the way. I was a bit worried by the excitement that crossed her face at the mention of my name. She decided to enter the room further and sat next to me on the bed. You're Claire, she said. Of course you are. I feel so dumb. I was hoping I'd get to meet you soon. I just didn't think it would be this soon, you know? I thought my brother might keep you to himself for a while. We both blushed at her comment. How old are you exactly? I giggled. 15, she answered. I might not be an adult yet, but I know how mates work. True mates, maybe, but Kieran and I weren't exactly the traditional type. Perhaps she didn't understand the distinction. I'm glad he finally found someone. Everyone has been worried about him since our parents, you know, she said. I shook my head. Your parents? Yeah, he's been kind of, how should I put it, she thought to herself. He's been kind of strict, firm, serious. Nothing but pack business. Well, until a month ago, that is. I didn't know. It's probably a touchy subject with him still. He's really had to grow up fast, she explained. I started to feel really bad for him. I wish I knew more about him and his life. He is such a mystery to me, so hidden. Keely, what are you doing in here? Kieran asked as soon as he stepped into the room. Kidnapping your mate, she answered sarcastically with the roll of her eyes. What does it look like I'm doing? You should go to your room. It's getting late and you have school tomorrow, he said with parental authority lacing his tone. She sighed, not hiding her annoyance at her brother, and stood up. Fine, I was going there anyway. She turned to me as Kieran set some of my bags at the door and smiled. Good night, Claire. Good night, I replied. She continued to the door, shooting her brother an annoyed look, and then disappeared. I wanted to laugh, but Kieran did not look like he was in the mood for joking around at the moment. The rest of your stuff is in the room next door. I'll have someone get it ready for you tomorrow. Okay, I yawned. It's really a shame I have to say goodbye to this bed so soon. I wonder if Kieran might let me have it. Wishful thinking, I suppose. I got ready for bed as quickly as I could. I was already missing the bed's comfort, and I needed some much-needed sleep. Kieran already had his bed ready by the time I was out of the bathroom and back in the bedroom. He lay down as soon as I reached the bed. We bid each other good night. I couldn't help but want to ask him about his family, but I wasn't sure if he really considered it any of my business or not. He knew so much about me, and I still knew so little about him. I waited until we were both settled for the night before I switched off the lamp next to me. The darkness seemed to bring a sense of quiet along with it. How I desperately wanted to break it. His breathing was quiet, controlled. Was he already asleep? Kieran? Tomorrow. He answered automatically, as if he had been expecting my question. Maybe I was just that transparent. I let the silence be my reply. I wouldn't press him on it if he weren't ready to tell me. I looked at the clock and debated calling my parents to let them know I made it, but it was too late. I knew they would already be in bed. I guess it will just have to wait until tomorrow. I yawned, another wave of drowsiness washing over me. My mind was telling me to rest. There would be more time for questions later. I didn't try to fight the sleep that was invading my every thought. Instead, I embraced it and gave in to the darkness that closed in on me. Very soon, I was out of it and falling into a dreamless state of sleep, eager to find out what the next day had in store for me and Kieran. Chapter 9. When the morning came, I forgot where I was. Nothing looked familiar to me, and it wasn't until my consciousness fully returned that the events of yesterday started flooding back into my mind. Left home, new pack, slept in Kieran's room. Kieran. He wasn't there. The room was empty, and the couch that served as Kieran's bed the night before was made up and utterly untouched. It was as if he hadn't even spent the night there at all. I had to think back to yesterday just to be sure I hadn't imagined him being there. I glanced at the clock on the bedside table and yawned. 9:30 a.m., it read. It wasn't much different from the time I usually woke up in the mornings at home. I slid myself to the side of the bed and pushed myself off with ease. My feet met the blue carpet I had admired the night before. I quickly made my way to the bathroom to use it before my bladder busted, then attempted to clean myself up in the mirror before anyone caught sight of my ghastly appearance. My hair was in every direction on top of my head, and my makeup looked worse than the time I'd tried to apply it at the age of 5 years old. I snuck into my mom's makeup bag while she was asleep one morning. It was not pretty. I soon realized, throughout my morning routine, I hadn't unpacked my toothbrush yet and went back to the bedroom to dig through one of my suitcases to find it. After I did, I was surprised to see Keely standing in my doorway with a bright smile on her innocent face. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I just came to see if you were up yet." I giggled. "It's fine. I'm surprised to see you're still here. Don't you have school today?" She shrugged. "School doesn't take up until 10 o'clock on the territory." "That must be nice. I never had that luxury when I was in high school." Curiosity swept across her features. "Where did you go to school?" "On the Dark Shadow territory. Our school wasn't very big. The college campus in town was much bigger," I explained. "I've never heard of it," she shrugged. "Not many people have." Her expression quickly became bored when her phone buzzed in her pocket and she read whatever information it held. She let out a low groan. "What's wrong?" I asked. "School," she sighed. "I guess I really should go." Her annoyed expression was humorous. It wasn't so long ago that I was in her shoes, dreading the same thing. However, I was already starting to miss my college courses. I wonder if there are any classes here I could take. "I guess I'll see you later," she mumbled, turning from the door, then pausing in the hallway just outside it. She glanced back at me as if she had just remembered something. "Oh, and Kieran told me to let you know he's waiting for you downstairs in the kitchen." I nodded and thanked her before heading back towards the bathroom with my toothbrush in hand. After I finished brushing my teeth, I tried to comb down the mess on top of my head, also known as my hair, and then got dressed. I put on the first things my hands touched, not bothering to sort through my other bags. Kieran was already waiting for me, so I didn't want to take up any unnecessary time. Coming to the bottom step of the stairs, I tried to remember which way the kitchen was in this enormous house. It was only last night that Kieran showed me the way, but now, even in my more conscious state, I just couldn't remember. I must have been really tired last night. Looking to my left, I decided to go to my right, the exact opposite, meet the pack. It just seemed logical that the kitchen would be on the other side of the house. If it wasn't, then what was? When I passed by a few more familiar doors, I knew that I was right. I remember passing by Kieran's spacious office on the way to it. I took a moment to stop and look now that I was able to actually study it better. The dark wood interior gave it a look of importance and elegance. A few pictures hung on the walls of people I didn't know, and a large bookshelf covered the north wall. It was rather large. I imagined that it held contained a loading important information on the pack, among other things. My eyes wandered over the rest of the room and landed on the desk along the back wall. There were multiple documents scattered messily across it, along with a telephone and more books. Someone had been working at it recently. "Enjoying the general splendor, are we?" A voice said behind me. It gave me a startle, causing me to jump back in surprise and bumped into the person who had spoken. I blushed when I turned around. I immediately recognized the person as Wyatt, Kieran's beta. He held a humorous smile as he tried to steady me. His blue eyes watched me with amusement. He was quite handsome if I was being honest. That seemed to run in the pack here. I noticed that last night when meeting everyone. He, Dorian, Leland, and Kieran stood out among them all. "I'm so sorry. You startled me." My hand was placed over my heart as I spoke. "Yes, I'm quite stealthy," he chuckled. "One of my many talents." I turned my attention back to the office. I was touring the house. The office interested me. He stepped around me and held his arm open through the doorway that I was still standing in. "Would you like to come in?" "I'd like to, but I think Kieran is waiting for me." "Maybe later?" I asked, hopeful. "Of course," he said. "And he's in the kitchen if you're looking for him." To my relief, he pointed the way I was supposed to go, so I wasn't completely on my own. "Thanks," I smiled. I followed his directions, and it turned out I wasn't that far away from it after all. By staying on the path Wyatt put me on, I was brought directly to it. The sight I saw upon entering the kitchen was a hilarious one. Kieran was standing over the stove with a smoking pan in one hand and a spatula in the other. He looked utterly irritated. It's a wonder that he hadn't burnt the house down or at least set off the smoke detectors. When a giggle escaped my lips, it quickly drew his attention, and he froze. "Need some help?" I asked. A low growl escaped his lips. I almost didn't hear it. "I was trying to cook," he said, dropping the burnt pan into the sink. He filled it with water, causing smoke to fill the air. He coughed a little. Taking a seat on one of the stools at the counter, I watched him with amusement. "I can see that. What happened?" He shrugged and leaned on his hands on the counter between us. I turned away for just a minute to check my phone, and the next thing I knew, the smoke was everywhere. I giggle again. "You're not supposed to leave anything on the stove unattended. Why were you cooking anyway?" "Miss breakfast with everyone else," I guessed. "Actually, I was making it for you," he grumbled. My laughter quickly halted, and I internally felt bad for teasing him. He did all of this for me? Oh, I said. "You didn't have to do that." "I wanted to," he shrugged. "I just want you to feel at home." So that is what this is about. At home, I rarely ate breakfast. I was usually too busy. His face became grim. "Yeah, I know that feeling." We were both silent for a moment, Kieran seeming to be in thought. I poked my fingertip on the prongs of the fork in front of me until he decided to speak again. "I thought I'd take you out to show you the rest of the territory today. It's been a while since I've been out there too, so I thought it would be good if we did that together." "Sure," I said, but that soon brought up a reminder. "You've deserted your alpha duties for a while now, huh?" He nodded, but didn't say much. "Do you think you're ready to take your place back yet?" I asked curiously. "Very soon," he nodded. "I really need to get back in touch with the pack first." That being the reason for today, I stated an understanding. "Yeah." I jumped up from my seat with much enthusiasm and grinned. If he was willing to show me around and include me in the business of the pack, then I would surely take it. I was eager to get to know everyone better, and this would be the best way. "Okay, great, let's go." "Wait," he said, holding up his hand to stop me from getting too excited. "I kind of wanted to talk to you about something first." His voice seemed tense, which, in turn, made me beg to enjoy the intense his next words. I didn't loss I did with omens with him as much as the author I did with heirs. He seemed so serious and alpha-like. I guess that's something I would have to get used to, though, because that's exactly what he was, an alpha. I moved back into the seat behind me, which I had previously been sitting in, and slumped, waiting for him to continue. "I wanted to discuss the terms of our mating," he began while watching me closely. He seemed to be uncertain how to continue. When I nodded, he went on. "As you know, there are several parts to mating that we will have to go through to become completely mated." "Yes," I replied, unsure of where he was going with this. "There is one in particular I wanted to speak with you about." He still hadn't relaxed yet, and his eyes grew more intense. "I thought we should go through phase 1 as soon as possible if that's all right with you." "Phase 1? I asked myself. "The marking? Most mates do it as soon as they meet each other for the first time, but seeing as our circumstances were a little different, that didn't happen," he explained. Oh. I was a little taken aback by his request. I don't know why, though. It wasn't illogical. He was completely right. I guess I should have expected it. "When?" I asked. "Soon," he said. "Do you think that's something you will be okay with?" When I didn't answer, thinking he continued thinking it over'll help with the dreams. That got me attention. I didn't mask the confusion I felt. "Dreams? I guess you haven't started having them yet. It's still too soon for it. You should expect them, though. They can be pretty intense. Just when you think you are getting better, they break you all over again." "You have them?" I asked. An unknown emotion passed through his eyes before he answered. "Not so much anymore. They only lasted for a couple of weeks. They started just a week after my rejection, and my last one was the day I met you in the diner, more than a week ago. I felt myself overcome with worry. Then that means mine would start any day now. How could I handle that kind of pain again? This time, I don't have my parents to help me through it." I glanced at the floor for a moment, thinking it over, then back up to Kieran. I agree. We should do the marking claim soon. How does now work? I was surprised by his sudden chuckle. His hands came up in front of him, like he was holding me back from attacking him. Hold on, I meant by the next scheduled pack meeting in a few days. I thought you'd want to prepare yourself first. Mentally, I mean. I blinked. Why? He seemed taken aback by my question and dropped his hands. He didn't seem so humored now. His face was serious. Because a lot goes into the claim. We both have to want and accept it. It's not just a mark, it's us letting our bodies know we want each other as mates. We are bringing our souls together as soulmates and starting a bond for them to grow on, one that can only be completed by our mating. It will change both of us. I felt dumb. I should have known that. My mom only ever explained that being marked was so that other wolves would know you belong to someone. I guess it's different for non-mates. Oh, no one ever really explained that part to me. I felt a string of emotions from uncertainty to nervousness and finally acceptance. Sure, the claim might change us both, but I really didn't see any way around it, and it would have to happen sooner or later anyway. We might as well get ready for it. Now that you know, are you ready? He asked. It's not exactly a deal breaker, I stated softly. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I was more nervous than before, but it didn't change my decision on the matter. I would still go through with it. I gave him my word, and I had no intention of breaking it. Good, he nodded, seeming pleased with that. I'm glad we got that cleared up. His posture instantly became more relaxed, and he smiled. So, seeing as I botched breakfast, what do you say to us getting out of here? I giggled lightly and returned his smile. Sounds good. I'd hate to choke to death on smoke from your cooking attempt. He ruffled my hair lightly on our way out the door, causing my hard work on it this morning to go to waste. Payback sucks. The pack territory was even bigger than I had imagined. What Kieran had referred to as a small housing community for the pack in the woods was no small community at all. It was quite large, almost the size of our pack village, just slightly smaller. Kieran's pack still outnumbered them by double, nonetheless. The houses were nice. The community was a close-knit neighborhood. Though the houses were on the smaller side, they made up for it in beauty. Side by side, the houses were lined up next to each other. They were not very far apart. Everything was relatively close to each other. Kids played outside while several adults and wolves roamed the land. Most of them seemed to just be keeping an eye on things. Some of the familiar faces I had met last night stared back at me with smiles, all of them bowing their heads in respect. It surprised me that they were already treating me like Kieran's mate even when we had not made a step in the mating direction yet. Welcome back to the territory, Alpha, one of the men said. Yes, it's been too long, another person beside him, whom I immediately recognized as Leland. He was one of the fighters in the pack. I remembered him speaking to me last night. Leland, Kieran acknowledged him formally. I was still adjusting to the formalities in the pack and adjusting to my future, mates more reserved and business side. It seemed Kieran had many different sides to him. What's the latest news on the new Dawn pack? He asked Leland, who was just acknowledging me next to Kieran. His eyes flashed back to Kieran. We're still working out the date of their visit. Alpha Clint has been visiting with some of the other surrounding packs to gain more support on dealing with the rogue invasion that happened last week and has just gotten back to his territory. He thinks next week will be a good time to visit if that works for us. What does Wyatt think? Kieran asked. He agreed on Saturday, he answered him. Then I trust his decision. But one more attack then we'll be forced to take action ourselves with or without New Dawn's help. He nodded before his eyes flashed to something or someone behind us. We didn't have to look to see who it was. His scent hit us, revealing him. It was Wyatt. I take it Leland has just filled you in on everything, he asked, coming to a stop in the space between Kieran and the person of the subject. He did, Kieran confirmed. I trust that you'll continue see everything through. Wyatt nodded, then flashed a knowing smile between the two of us. I take it you'll be back to business soon? I blushed at the insulation. I plan to, he confirmed with a grin all of his own. It was clear these two were pretty close friends and shared some kind of levity between them. I had a strong suspicion that maybe they had already talked about mine and Kieran's mating. I'm not so sure how I felt about that, even if they were friends. Though I guess I would also want my best friend's opinion on a decision this big as well. Too bad my best friend was in another pack, and the likelihood of me seeing her again was slim. I hadn't even seen her since before everything went down with Daniel. I had shut her out like I had done everyone else when I was hurt. I suppose our distance was entirely my fault. I tried not to dwell too much on that fact. Maybe I'll try to call Jennifer soon and explain everything if she didn't already know. Word tends to spread like wildfire in our pack. Come on, Kieran said, gently tugging on my hand and breaking me from my thoughts. I'll show the rest of the land. I blushed when I realized I had spaced out for a few seconds. I hope I didn't seem rude. Kieran showed me many more important places on the land, one of them being the pack borders, which happened to meet the Red Moon Pack, Alpha Sawyer's territory. I was still trying to keep up with the different alphas he had mentioned. It was a lot to remember. I never had any reason to know them before, but as future Luna, it was my job to know who they were now. I did learn that the New Dawn Pack was the pack that was tied in third with our pack, the Perilous Pack, in size. Well, they were until recently anyway. I was the one pack member who put them officially at number 3. I don't know how long that will last, though. I also learned that Red Moon was ranked number 2 in size, and the Night Seekers were number 1. We came to a stop at one of my favorite places by far, the lake. Feeling overwhelmed yet, he asked after explaining the packs. Maybe a little, I replied honestly. But this is all still so new to me. With some time I know I'll adjust. He offered a faint smile. I'm glad you feel that way, he said. I know this is a lot to take in. I'm not trying to rush you or anything even if it seems that way. I'm just trying to educate you and prepare you for your position. I believed him. I know, I smiled. And I'm your sponge, absorbing it all. He chuckled at the analogy and turned back to the sparkling water. For a moment, he seemed peaceful and perfectly at ease. I guess you could say it was catching because I was starting to feel the exact same way. We were silent for a few minutes, enjoying the warmth and calm, until the clearing of his throat broke it. He turned back to me. I have a couple more places to show you and people I want you to meet, and then I promise to relieve you for the day. I nodded. Okay, that sounded great to me. I still needed to call my parents and Jennifer anyway. Just like he promised, after everything was done, I was on my own. He spent the remainder of the evening locked up in his office, the one I spotted this morning, probably getting caught back up on all things pack-related. I took the time to go on my own tour of the house. I liked to explore. On my way to the library, I passed by a door that Kieran had yet to let me see behind, and curiosity swept over me. After getting over my fear of a Beauty and the Beast reenactment, I decided to see for myself what was there. Kieran hadn't warned me away from any areas, so I assumed it was fine to proceed. When I opened the door, I quickly found that there was a pair of steps behind it that led downward into a basement of some sort. I soon found myself following them until I reached the bottom. I was surprised to find an infirmary down below. It very much resembled a local clinic in my town. The infirmary at my old pack was nowhere this large in size. This made up for it 3 times. I imagine all the excess beds were for when battles occurred to bring in all the injured wolves. They must have had much conflict in the past if they had their own hospital in the basement. What's more, it didn't even seem like a basement. It looked exactly like a well-kept hospital. I was impressed. Are you lost? The man asked that I hadn't even noticed him in the room. My head snapped in the direction of the voice when my eyes settled on an older male sitting at a desk, filling out some papers. He looked to be in his mid to late 40s, with light brown hair that showed some light streaks of gray in it. His eyes were warm and inviting. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I was curious what was down here, I explained. He grinned and stood up from the desk in the corner and proceeded my way. When he reached me, he motioned to everything on the floor. Welcome to the infirmary. I'm Heath, the pack doctor. Would you like for me to show you around? Yes, I said. I remember meeting him last night, but I guess he figured I wouldn't remember with all the other faces I met. I followed beside him as he traveled through the room. Well, as you know, this is where all healthy and injured wolves come for medical treatment. I specialize in everything from preventative medicines to healing the dying. I don't stay very busy, but when I am, it's usually bad. Bad? I asked. Yes, the last time every bed in here was full was when the late Alpha and Luna were killed. It was the bloodiest pack battle I can remember. I swallowed. So that's what happened to Kieran's parents. They were murdered. How many members were lost? I asked. 42 of us, but we practically annihilated what was left of the underground pack. Only a few of them escaped with their lives. What caused the fight? Dr. Heath seemed apprehensive about answering any more questions. Hasn't Kieran filled you in on any of this yet? No, I replied. But we haven't had much time for talking. I only got here yesterday. I hoped that was convincing enough for him. Besides, I didn't lie. That was true. He seemed to think over my words for a minute before becoming understanding. Yes, of course. He was silent for a moment before continuing. The fight was started because Alpha Logan of the underground pack lost his mate. One of his wolves went rogue in a thirst for power and went for the kill when he was at his most vulnerable and took over the underground's pack. I stared at Heath in shock, absorbing everything he told me. We had never encountered anything to this magnitude in my old pack. At most, we had a couple of trespassers trying to cause trouble, but they never killed anyone, nor did anyone in our pack turn against each other. Axel, the rogue, killed Logan's mate first, then the Alpha himself. He ran the pack into the ground, he continued. He had so many wolves scared to leave the pack that he killed anyone who tried. It wasn't until a bunch of packs band together and took him and his pack of rogues down that they were freed. Unfortunately, though, our Alpha and Luna were killed in the process. The rogues were a lot tougher than we thought, and there were so many of them. Poor Kieran. Heath stopped and gave me a minute to process everything, then started back. Axel thought that by killing the Luna and Alpha of our pack, we would naturally bow down to him and accept him as our Alpha, just as what he had done to the underground pack. If there had been no heir to the werewolf line, then we would have had no choice just like them. Werewolf law states that whoever kills an Alpha and sole heir to the werewolf line could become Alpha. He didn't realize until too late that Alpha Jonathan had a son. Kieran, I whispered. Heath nodded. Yes. The pack was so grief-stricken that it caused us to have so many fatalities. However, even in our loss, our pack numbers still outweighed the underground pack, and we were able to take them down before any more of our pack got wiped out. Wow, I breathed. I was not expecting that. Poor Kieran. Then, suddenly, a question came to mind. You said a few of the underground pack members survived? He frowned at my question and looked away despairingly. Yes, Axel and his closest rogues. A gasp quickly escaped my lips. What? He's still alive. For now, he answered. He has kept himself well hidden for the past couple of years, but we will find him. So no one has any idea on his whereabouts? No suspicion on what his plans are? No, but he is most likely somewhere building up an army, planning his next attack. Something suddenly came to mind. The rogues, the ones Wyatt, Kieran, and Leland were talking about earlier, could that be Axel's guys? I shivered at that thought. I hope not. The sound of someone's footsteps approaching us caused both of us to become silent. When the person came into sight, he smiled. Kara, just on time, he said, tapping his watch. The girl smiled and rubbed her stomach as she neared the bottom of the steps. He then frowned at her. You're nearly at the end of your pregnancy. I really wish you would start taking the elevator now. She gave a short laugh. You know how I love to walk. Yes, but you're nearly due. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were trying to hurry the twins along, he chuckled. Feeling like I was invading their privacy, I decided to take my leave and leave him to his patient. So many things were still on my mind, and I had a dozen questions for Kieran, if I ever got the nerve up to ask them, that is. I didn't want to pry. A few minutes later, I found myself wandering back into the kitchen after realizing it was close to dinner time, and I had yet to eat anything today. I guess I just forgot what with being so busy and all. There were a few people sitting around the room, all of them giving me friendly expressions and making small talk. I truly appreciated their kindness and not making me feel like an outcast. Not feeling like cooking, I grabbed an apple from the bowl on the counter and took a seat next to a pretty raven-haired girl who was working on something that looked like college homework while munching on a bag of chips. I remembered her face from last night, but for the life of me, couldn't remember her name. She smiled at me when she caught me looking at her, then I felt bad for staring. "Hi, Claire," she said, making me feel even worse for not remembering her name. "I'm Laura, remember?" I felt relieved at the mention of her name. I nodded. "Right, of course. How are you?" I asked. She looked down at her textbook and groaned. "I've been better. This psychology homework is really kicking my butt." I laughed. "Yes, I remember it very well." Her face lit up at my confession. "You took psychology too?" "Yeah, last semester," I replied. Finally, someone understands my frustration. She threw her hands up in the air dramatically. I laughed again. She popped another chip into her mouth when someone else entered the kitchen and began pulling pots and pans out of a cabinet and placing them on the stove. "I didn't know you were on kitchen duty tonight," Laura said, speaking to her older twin. The resemblance between them was uncanny. In 20 more years, Laura would look just like her. "Don't worry about me. You need to finish your homework," the woman said to Laura. "Geez, Mom, I've been at it for the past hour." "I'm entitled to a break," she complained. "You treat me like I'm still a child." So that's why they looked so much alike, of course. That's her mom. The woman then looked at me and smiled kindly. "Hi, Claire, I don't know if you remember me or not, but I'm Margaret." I think I vaguely did. "I remember," I told her with a smile. "How do you like the pack so far?" she asked while dragging some ingredients from the fridge. The countertop quickly piled up in front of her with food. "I love it," I said honestly. "Everyone has been so welcoming and polite." "Have you made any friends yet?" She sounded just like an overly concerned parent questioning their child on the first day of a new school year. It felt nice to know someone cared so much about me already. Well, does Keely count? She is really the only one I've spoken to more than once. She's a real sweetheart, isn't she? Margaret said, then added with a laugh. And drives her brother crazy, that one. She does, I agreed. Margaret, Lana, and I continued to chat for a while until I felt like I was distracting them from their work and left. An hour later, I found myself upstairs in Kieran's room while waiting for dinner to be finished. The apple one ate did very little to fill me. I actually had an appetite today and craved something more. Hopefully, dinner would be less awkward than yesterday since almost everyone knew me a little better now. I rang my mom and talked to her for half an hour about what the pack was like and how much I liked it. I told her everything apart from the pack history I learned of today, which I didn't think was my place to share. I felt a little emotional talking to her after realizing how much I missed her and my dad. She was just as saddened as I was. After the call ended, I had started to call Jennifer when a very tired-looking Kieran entered the room. Whatever he and Wyatt spent the afternoon dealing with in the office must have taken a toll on him. He looked bushed. He glanced at me with an apologetic expression when he saw me sitting on his bed. "I'm sorry. Your room's not ready yet. I've been so preoccupied today I forgot to put some on the project." Actually, I had been thinking about that today. I was kind of relieved it wasn't ready yet. About that, I started. I was thinking that maybe I would do it myself. I can pick up my own stuff and fix it up. He seemed surprised. Really? Really, I'm used to doing things for myself anyway. He seemed to think about it for a moment and nodded. Okay, but you really don't have to go to very much trouble over it. You won't be in there for long anyway. He trailed off. That's right. I won't be. I'll be in here, with him, in his bed. Together. I suppressed a shiver that went down my spine at that thought. It was the good kind, and that worried me. Yes, he was incredibly good-looking, but I shouldn't be having thoughts like that about him, at least not this soon. "I think I can do it," I said confidently. "Leave it to me." That seemed to satisfy him, and he agreed before disappearing into the bathroom for the next half hour while he showered. I didn't have much luck getting in touch with Jennifer and decided on a nap after I left her a voicemail. What I didn't expect when I woke up next was to see Kieran standing in his closet in nothing but a towel and water droplets running down his chest. I thought that he would have been dressed and ready by the time I woke up. I guess I just wasn't that fortunate. This is not good for me. I tried my best not to stare at him when he realized I had woken up. I didn't want to be caught gawking at him. That would be all kinds of embarrassing. He didn't seem to be bothered by the fact that he was practically naked in front of me, and I didn't know why. The only thing I could come up with was that maybe he was used to being in his wolf form a lot more than I was, which in turn left him naked when he phased back into his human form. I had yet to do that in front of anyone, thankfully, but I knew it couldn't be avoided forever. When I was sure it was safe to get up, I looked back at a fully dressed Kieran. He looked hot. I couldn't deny that. It would be a lie to say otherwise. Dinner is almost ready. The pack members are waiting for us downstairs, he said. Okay, I'll just get cleaned up and meet you down there, I said. He looked at me expectantly. We'll go together. Oh, right. Mates do everything together, I remembered. I forget sometimes. I'm not used to that. Maybe it will become more natural to me when we're mated. I didn't argue with him because I knew he was right, and I left for the bathroom to get ready. The dinner, overall, went well. I was starting to feel more at home here, the more time I spent with his pack. Wyatt and Leland took turns poking fun at me throughout the meal. Thankfully, Laura took up for me. Dorian, I was still trying to adjust to myself, so he didn't say much. He was Kieran's third in command. He wasn't nearly as laid back as some of the other wolves in the pack. He was certainly polite, but not very sociable. He was more reserved. When Kieran walked me to our room after the night was over, it kind of felt like a date in a weird way. Everything was calm and peaceful. We walked in a comfortable silence most of the way, holding hands. I was most surprised by how empty I felt once he let my hand go once we were inside the bedroom. I was starting to wonder if maybe there was something wrong with me. I shouldn't be having these feelings towards someone so quickly. There has to be a logical explanation for it. Just when I decided to ask him about it, I saw that I was too late. He was already sleeping soundly on his sofa bed. He looked so innocent and cute. I just didn't have the heart to wake him up. I would be sure to ask him about it tomorrow. That thought reminded me of last night as well. He never told me about his parents. I guess now there was really no use since I already knew about them, but something in me wanted him to tell me for himself. I let out a yawn and buried my face into the warm covers on the bed, sleep slowly making its way to me. My mind ran over the events of today, remembering every detail about it. My mind drifted from Kieran to the acquaintances I had made today, and finally to the story Dr. Heath told me and how worrisome I had become about Axel, the rogue leader, and if he decided to come back. I shivered again. By the time my thoughts started to circle back around again, I was so overcome by sleep that staying awake was no longer an option, and I willingly sank into a heavy slumber. Chapter 10. I didn't sleep well. The memories I had tried to suppress deep in my subconscious resurfaced overnight, and the dull wounds left from Daniel's wake felt entirely too fresh for me. Instead of it being more than a week since I was broken, it felt just like yesterday. I screamed and clutched my chest. My soul was being torn apart all over again as the vivid dream played through my mind like a movie on repeat. Somewhere in my mind, I think I knew it was merely a dream, but I could not find my way back to reality. I was lost in my own mind with no one to bring me out of my suffering. He rejects us, my wolf whispered. He chose another mate. My wolf whimpered at the new realization, and I wished for anything that I could in some way console her, but I was just as broken as she was. I felt weak and sick. I had to grab onto the counter to keep my balance. Daniel became concerned, but didn't move to help me. She's pregnant. Jasmine is having our pups, he said. No. The pain inside me was more excruciating than I could convey. It felt as if something inside me had been ripped out like my soul. I felt empty now. My body was nothing but a wasteland. Nothing of importance lay within me anymore. Without Daniel, I was nothing but empty and broken. I fell to the ground on my hands and knees and cried out in pain. I rocked back and forth, holding my arms tightly around myself as if it would prevent me from completely falling apart. However, it did nothing to keep me together. I was too far gone to be saved. Then, I guess there is nothing left to do, but make it official, is there? The voice was right next to me. It was him. Kieran. Do it, he ordered. The faster you do this, the quicker she will heal. Put an end to her suffering, he ordered. I didn't look up, but I took it from my mate's silence that he was considering Kieran's words. He was thinking, "I'm so sorry, Claire." It was Daniel who spoke. And then he continued. "I, Daniel Montgomery, Alpha of the Night Shadow Pack, hereby reject you, Claire Warren, as my mate and Luna of this pack. Your ties are no longer to this pack, therefore you may leave upon your choosing. The decision is yours." All the air left my lungs while I tried to gasp for air, but it didn't work. I could no longer breathe. My head became dizzy. He released me from my pack and our bond. I honestly had nothing now. I was alone, completely and entirely. I was disoriented and could not focus on anything anymore. Not voices, not people, not touch or anything. My senses were useless. With a loud cry, my wolf let out within me, and she disappeared into nothingness. I could not feel her anymore, nor could I myself. I was gone, just like her. Someone's arms quickly wrapped around my shoulder and held me to them while I sobbed, letting my tears hit the floor until there was nothing left. And then I disappeared into a dark abyss. Claire. No. He left me. He left me again. I grabbed at my chest. I can't. It hurts too much. Claire. Someone was shaking me vigorously. Please leave me alone. You left me. You broke me. Just go. Claire, you have to wake up. It's just a dream. I felt disoriented. Who was talking? Where was that voice coming from? I'm lost in the dark. Another wave of pain hit me in the chest, and I screamed out. I clutched my chest even tighter, willing it to stop. But it never did. You're okay, I promise. Just open your eyes for me. You have to trust me. Trust me. Those words seemed so familiar and comforting. They were just enough to bring me, temporarily, out of my despair. I felt a cool hand on my face, breaking through my subconscious. It was gently tapping my cheek. I forced my eyes open, letting the light seep in. I was in the familiar, well-lit room with a very worried-looking Kieran hovering over me. It was then that I noticed I was also in his arms. He was holding me. I was drenched in sweat. My clothes were wet, but he didn't seem to mind it. What? I started, but my throat was too dry to get out anything more. You're burning up, he said, feeling my forehead, overseeing me. We should get you to see the doctor. No, I protested through a very strained voice. My throat was still dry, and Kieran noticed that, especially when I placed my hand on it and winced. It felt like I had swallowed a box of lit matches, and it burned the inside of my throat. I didn't want anyone to see me like this. I was so weak. I was not fit to be a Luna right now, and I didn't want my pack seeing me this way. It would draw too much attention to me. Attention I didn't like. Don't argue with me on this. You need to be seen. They'll see me, I said weakly. He sighed and lay me down on the bed and left the room. I panicked. Where did he go? Why did he leave me? I was starting to sob again when he showed back up with a small yellow cup in his hand. I can't believe how insecure this rejection has made me. I didn't feel good enough for anyone. Why would anyone want to even stay with me, especially Kieran? He seemed to be faring much better than I was. Of course, he had longer to cope with his rejection. He slipped his hand under my head and gently raised me. He brought the cup to my lips, letting the cool liquid flow easily down my throat. It soothed the dry, burning feeling inside. By the time I had finished the contents of the cup, I felt better. The pain was now just a dull ache in my chest, disappearing quickly. Kieran took the cup away from my lips, and I forced myself up in the bed. He didn't remove his arm from around me, even though I was in a sitting position now. He still looked apprehensive about releasing me. I'm okay, I said, noting how much better my throat felt this time when I spoke. You're not, he said. It's the dreams. They don't just go away. This is far from over. I warned you about this, remember? He was staring at me intently as if trying to stress exactly how important that fact was for me. Yes, I replied. I remember. He stood up, releasing me from his hold. Again, I felt cold in his absence. I'm going to get the pack doctor. He'll give you something for your fever. No one has to see you if you don't want them to. I nodded. I didn't want them to. However, if he came here, then I would see him to make Kieran happy. I knew that I would be fine, but Kieran didn't seem to feel the same way. In the end, I knew he would do what he wanted to, so arguing with him on it would get me nowhere. Okay, I'll be back soon. He left the room, and almost as soon as he did, my pain started inching back up inside me. It wasn't as painful as the dream, but it still hurt me. I clenched my chest again and winced. As Kieran promised, he was back only minutes later. Guilt washed over me when I saw Heath enter the room in his sleep robe. Had Kieran gotten him out of bed? I looked over at the clock and felt even worse. Of course he did. It was 4 a.m. I don't think even the good doctor was up at these hours. He smiled kindly at me when he saw me sitting on the bed and made his way over to me. He took a seat in the empty spot in front of me, placing his black bag beside him. It's nice to see you again, Claire. I hate it's under these circumstances, though. Kieran raised an eyebrow at us, but didn't question our friendship. Instead, he remained silent and kept his eyes on Heath, watching everything he did. Heath placed a thermometer under my tongue and began checking me over as he waited for it to beep. He checked my pulse and then examined the veins in my arm, trying to determine something before checking my eyes and ears. After he pulled the thermometer out, he asked me to open my mouth and check my throat. Soon, he concluded. Well, she's not sick, he said, placing his things back inside the bag he brought. She's a bit dehydrated, though. After his stuff was packed away, he turned back to Kieran and me with a bemused expression. As for the fever, he began, I'm not too sure about. I don't know what could be causing it. Maybe if you tell me what happened before I got here, that will help me in figuring out what's wrong. My eyes shifted to Kieran, who was standing above me with a grave expression on his face. He only looked at me briefly before making eye contact with Heath. It's the dreams, he answered him. Recognition passed over him. Heath looked back at me with sympathy. So that's it, he mumbled. Can you give her something for it? Kieran asked, though he already told me before, there was only one thing that could help me. The doctor looked despondent and sighed. I'm afraid not. I can prescribe some strong sleeping pills, but what with our bodies running warmer than normal, it would burn off before the night was over. Then what do you suggest? I asked, hoping he'd have another solution. Well, it's not going to completely cure you of your dreams, but it will keep the pain out of them. They won't be able to get to you anymore. The claim, I said, already knowing what he would say. He nodded. Yes, the claim. You helped Kieran with this, didn't you? I asked him. He shot me another sympathetic look before standing from the bed and answering me. Yes, and one other couple. Your situation is scarce. There are very few people who take on other mates. Unfortunately, it happens though. It's more common in wolves that have lost their mate to some unfortunate circumstance, like a war or illness. That is, if they survive the loss. You know someone else who has gone through it though, I stated. Yes, there's a couple in the pack who lost their mates and the dreams were the same. The only difference is they would feel the pain of their mate's death all over again instead of a rejection. I sat silently. I suppose that would be much worse than a rejection. However, a rejection is much like death. You still grieved the same way. You grieve for the loss of your mate. However, I wasn't mated to Daniel. That would have eradicated me. I doubt I could have survived it. They were able to overcome it though, and they are happy again? I asked. They are, he confirmed. They have been mated for the past 10 years. Seeing them, you wouldn't know they weren't true mates. The bond is strong between them. But it's even stronger in alphas, he said, looking between us. He already saw the question in my eyes and continued to explain. An alpha is a leader. The decisions they make are final and respected. When an alpha marks a she-wolf, it is not only acknowledged by the pack, but by your souls as well. Your souls will be the first to accept it, even before your wolves. However, they will come around and respect your decision as well. They can't fight the bond. Eventually, they will want and need to mate, which will become overpowering, and you will complete the mating process soon after. Another question came to mind. How did my mate not suffer as much as I did after the rejection? I asked. Wouldn't the pain be the same for him? Heath shook his head. Normally that would be so, but from what I have gathered from ALPHA KIERAN, the circumstance is different. Most wolves will always wait on their mate. They do not form relationships with other wolves. Of course there are some impatient ones who can't wait that long. Daniel, I thought to myself. There is something called soul intertwining. It comes when two wolves, who aren't mates, cohabit and their wolves grow used to each other, and their souls start bonding. It doesn't serve the same purpose as marking another wolf. However, it's enough to confuse your wolf and soul. Wolves who aren't mates are not meant to live together as a couple, so this causes problems when one of them finds their mate. Everything was starting to come together and make sense now. That's why Daniel found it so easy to reject me. His soul was intertwined with Jasmine's. That's why he was confused and didn't know what to do when he found me. In a way, I guess you could say his wolf was brainwashed, he finished. He must have done extensive research on mates to know so much about this. Perhaps after helping that other couple, he felt the need to learn more in case any similar situations arose, like ours. Kieran remained silent and unsurprised. I guess the good doctor had already shared this information with him before tonight. When Heath left, Kieran and I sat in a comfortable silence on the bed. Neither of us really knew what to say that hadn't already been said. After forcing me to drink 2 more cups of water, he finally let me lie back down to sleep. The clock showed 5:30 a.m., and I was growing tired again. Although I was sleepy, I was too scared to go to sleep, afraid the dream might reappear. I wasn't ready for that again so soon. It was nearly 6 a.m. when Kieran turned the lamp off by the bed, letting the natural light from daybreak seep in between the curtains, and started back to his bed. I quickly caught his hand before he was out of reach, bringing him to a halt beside me. He seemed surprised by my gesture. "Can you just stay here with me until I fall asleep?" I asked him. "Maybe you can keep the dreams away." I needed him, but I didn't like how weak I sounded asking him to stay. I hated to appear weak. I hated to rely on anyone. I was independent. That's how I had always been. It was what separated me from my pack. No one was like me in that way. However, right here and right now, I couldn't have been more vulnerable since the day I was rejected. The surprise on his face never wore off, but he nodded his head. "I'll stay." I couldn't have been more relieved when he agreed. He rounded the other side of the bed and got in next to me. His arm gently draped over my side as we faced each other. Sleep finally made its way over me again before the morning finally settled in. Kieran didn't take his eyes off me the entire time I was awake. Through his eyes, I could see some of the pain and hurt he had been hiding from me all this time. The eyes are the windows to the soul after all. Just before I drifted off into a peaceful, dreamless state of sleep, I felt Kieran's tremendous fingertips brushing a strand of hair from my face and carefully tucked it behind my ear. The sound of his steady breathing put me entirely at ease. It was after 10 o'clock before I woke up again. Unlike yesterday morning when I woke up alone, I found myself held in Kieran's arms. His arm was heavy on my stomach, causing my bladder to nearly burst. I struggled under his weight. When I finally managed to unwrap his arms from me, it caused him to stir and eventually wake. He groggily rubbed his eyes and ran a hand through his tousled hair before giving me a sheepish grin. I smiled at how innocent and cute he looked when first waking up in the morning. Right now, he was the spitting image of a little boy who stayed up way past his bedtime and had to get up early. I giggled at him, unable to help it, and caused him to frown. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," I lied, worried he might be upset if I told him. His frown deepened at my words. "Tell me," he ordered. It wasn't in his alpha tone, but I could see he was serious and didn't plan on letting it go. "Has anyone told you how cute you are when you sleep?" I giggled again. Just as I suspected, he did not seem pleased by that. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking upset. "Alphas are not cute," he stated. "We're strong and intimidating." "Well, I guess you're an exception to the rule," I smiled. He grumbled a few words under his breath that even I, a wolf, couldn't make out and stood up from the bed. He was in a short-sleeve shirt and a pair of basketball shorts, and even in that, he still looked perfect. I blushed at my own thought. Thankfully, Kieran hadn't noticed me do that. He was already across the room, pulling some clothes out of the closet. I quickly took my leave to use the restroom before he took it over to go shower. I completed my morning routine, and after I had finished everything I needed to, I let him use the bathroom. We didn't spend much time talking, since as soon as he was out of the shower, I took mine. I took my time getting ready for the day. Kieran had already left out to do who knows what, and I was left alone in the room. I rechecked my phone to see if Jennifer had called me back yet, but disappointment quickly washed over me when I saw that she hadn't. Maybe she had decided to disown me since I left the pack. It might have been one of Daniel's rules, though that was probably me overthinking it a little. I don't believe he would go that far, even for him. Minutes seemed like hours due to my boredom. I hadn't really made any friends here yet, except Keely and Lana, so I didn't know what to do with my day. With them both at school, Lana in college and Keely in high school, I didn't have anyone to hang out with. I felt lonely. On that thought, I decided to roam the territory to try to make some more friends and get to know my pack a little better. I spent the earlier part of the afternoon talking with the pack members. I could happily say that I had made more friends. Well, friends might be a bit presumptuous, more like potential friends. Around the latter part of the evening, I found myself by the lake Kieran had shown me yesterday. It was just as beautiful as it was then. I decided to dip my feet in the cool water to relax. I was feeling much better than I was this morning, and I didn't feel like I had a fever anymore, so that was good. Right now, I mostly feel at ease. I got a little depressed when I saw a few passing wolves running through the woods, wishing that I were one of them. With my wolf still being MIA, shifting wasn't an option for me. Even though I rarely let her out to run, I started to realize you never know how much you miss something until it's gone, that being my wolf. I still held on to the hope that when Kieran and I mate, she'll come back to me. I really needed her. After a few minutes of enjoying the water, my eyes found the path that Kieran and I had traveled some of the way yesterday when showing me the borders. But we didn't get to finish the hike. As the curious person I am, I decided to get up and follow it to see where it led this time. It wasn't like I had a lot to do anyway. With Wyatt still running the pack, it wasn't like I was needed very much yet. So why not enjoy the time I have while I have it? With my shoes in hand, I took off on an exploration. The dirt and grass under my feet felt good. I felt close to nature. My wolf would have loved it. If I let her, she would spend hours getting lost in the woods just for the enjoyment of it. I'll have to remember to let her do that sometime, providing I get the chance. It was starting to get dark. The sky was twilight, so my human eyes could still see the forest in front of me. At some point, I had wandered off the trail. I'm not really sure when, but now I was just walking through the thick greenery and trees of the woods. I was lost, I knew that much, but I wasn't scared. I had been lost in the woods dozens of times as a kid, so this was something I was used to. I always managed to find my way out somehow, though. I'll have to do that again. It shouldn't be too hard. I continued to hike around a little longer, searching for the path that would lead me back to the house, when I heard a shuffling noise nearby. I took a sniff of the air to see if I could get a whiff of what it was, but couldn't pick up anything other than the scent of the forest. I didn't get very far when I heard it again, though this time, something had changed. It was louder, and I could pick up an animal smell, a wolf. Maybe Kieran had sent one of his pack members out to look for me since I hadn't made it back yet. I was internally cursing myself for not bringing my cell phone now. If he called me and I didn't answer, he would be worried and come looking for me. A low growl sounded throughout the woods and bounced off the trees. The wolf was right behind me. I could smell it easily. It was not a smell I recognized, though, and that worried me. Another growl came from the wolf, only this one was a little louder. It was clear this wolf was neither friendly nor part of my new pack. I didn't know what my next move should be. Running was not an option, as it was one of the most foolish things someone could do in this situation. It only sent them on a chase and angered them. Most didn't survive when they were eventually caught. "Who are you and what are you doing on my land?" A deep male voice asked with much authority. I knew by the way he spoke that he was an alpha. I slowly turned around to face him, trying to hide my fear, and it was my fear that kept me from speaking. His eyes studied me closely, and when I didn't answer, he growled. I flinched. It was hard to concentrate with the male wolf in his human form in front of me. I tried to stay focused on his eyes. I'm sure he could see how embarrassing this was for me. "I'm Claire. I'm from the Perilous Pack. I came onto your land by accident. I got lost, I explained when I found my voice. He was still scrutinizing me, but his features relaxed slightly. He didn't seem as intimidating now. I know Kieran, and I am familiar with the Perilous Pack, though I don't recall seeing you before, he stated, crossing his arms over his chest. I'm new, I answered. I just joined a couple of days ago. He took a whiff of the air and nodded. You do have their scent. It's still off, though. Who was your previous pack? Night Shadow. He seemed surprised. Daniel Montgomery's pack? I nodded in confirmation. You're the wolf everyone is talking about? I furrowed my eyebrows at him. I didn't mask my confusion. People are talking about me? Word spread like wildfire when people found out what happened between you and your mate. No one has ever heard of an alpha doing what he did. It's caused a bit of friction between his pack and their allies. They have been labeled as a weak pack and have lost a significant amount of respect. A pack is only as strong as its alpha. I was surprised. How had so many people heard about that so quickly? I was only rejected a week and a half ago, and I had been in Kieran's pack for a fourth of that time. How fast Daniel had caused so much trouble for himself in that amount of time was unfathomable. Come on, I'll see you back to your land, he offered kindly. I could see in his eyes that he held a certain amount of sympathy for what happened. Wait, does anyone know the rest of the story? No one knows where you are if that's what you mean. It makes sense that you would come here though. I felt confused by that. It does. Yeah, the two rejected mates banding together for the greater good. The hurt, helping the hurt. Kieran had the right idea bringing you to his side. I nodded, though I was surprised by having his support. Did others support us as well? When we got to our pack's borders, 5 wolves were waiting there for me. Kieran was not among them. There were a few lights on posts scattered around close by that helped my human eyes see at night, and I was thankful for them. I hadn't been able to hold on to all of my superhuman senses with the loss of my wolf, my night vision being one of them. It was considerably weakened. The alpha, whom I had met in the woods, was in his wolf form a few feet in front of me. It seemed the pack members knew him as they bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Leland was the first to speak. Sawyer, he said politely, watching the wolf. His eyes then moved to mine. He looked worried and a little upset. It mirrored the rest of the wolves' faces. This was nothing like the laid-back, teasing Leland from last night. He was now so serious and concerned. I felt bad that I had caused all of this. Guilt was eating away at me. They probably would have been looking for me all night if I hadn't shown back up. There seemed to be some unspoken words between him and Leland, and then Sawyer was gone. Kieran has been looking everywhere for you. He didn't know what happened to you. He's really upset, Leland spoke. I imagined he would be. I needed to find him and explain what happened. I am to see you back to the pack house, Dorian, the third in command, said tersely. He was straightforward and very reserved. In the 2 days that I had been here, I hadn't seen him crack a smile once. I mean, Wyatt was beta and he wasn't even this uptight. I walked beside Dorian and Leland followed along to the pack house. Neither of them said anything to me or each other, and the atmosphere was tense. I honestly didn't think I'd cause this much trouble. I felt like I was on my way to the principal's office to be punished for something I didn't know was wrong. This feeling was foreign to me. No one, except my parents, really cared or paid attention to what I did in my pack. Not even Alpha Daniel, before he knew we were mates. However, things were lax in my pack, which was the difference. I hope Kieran isn't too upset that I trespassed onto another Alpha's land. When we arrived at the house, Dorian and Leland escorted me to the office, where Wyatt and Kieran were waiting, their expressions filled with relief. After they explained, I had shown up just after he left them. He quickly dismissed them and closed us up inside his office. I was surprised by how concerned they both were. I was worried, was the first thing that came from Kieran's mouth. He was standing less than 2 feet in front of me. He barely gave me any room to move. Why did you wander off? I sighed. This thing has really been blown out of proportion. It was a simple accident, that's all. No one was hurt as a result of it. I was on the trail we took yesterday, and I went a little too deep into the woods and got lost. I accidentally wound up on Alpha Sawyer's land. He frowned. That's why I showed you the borders yesterday, so you would know. You're lucky Sawyer and I are on good terms, or this could have turned out a lot differently. He let out a heavy sigh and leaned on his desk in front of me, giving me more breathing room. Look, I know you're not used to how things work around here, but I can assure you it is nothing like Night Shadow Pack. My old pack sounded distasteful coming from him. They are too careless. We keep better tabs on our members, and especially the Luna, than they do. I want you to feel comfortable here, but roaming that far into the woods can't happen again, at least not alone. If you're unsure about where you're going, ask someone. If a rogue had happened to cross over where you were today, you would have been gone. I swallowed nervously. I didn't realize how serious this really was. Oddly enough, none of those things entered my mind before. I didn't really know how to begin apologizing to him. I know, and I'm sorry. Next time I'll stay more in the open. I was just curious, that's all. It won't happen again. Maybe that will put his mind at ease. Wyatt seemed to be impressed with how Kieran handled the situation with me and looked pleased. It appeared he was noticing the same thing I was. Kieran was regaining his wolf and alpha modes. Kieran studied me for a minute until he seemed satisfied with my answer and visibly relaxed. That's when I did as well. I don't like these tense moments with Kieran. I liked the more easygoing side to him. The friendly one I met in the diner. That seems like so long ago now. That week of my life, spent in bed, was the slowest one I had ever endured. It felt more like a month than a week. I owed that to all my suffering, I suppose. No one said it would be quick and easy. You missed dinner with the pack. So I'll make you something if you'd like. I smirked at him, finally able to loosen up a little now. Really? You're going to try that again? Didn't you learn from the first time? He didn't smile at first until he noticed I wasn't losing mine and broke into a wide grin. Okay then. We'll go out. I shook my head. That's all right. It's already late now. I'll just find something in the kitchen to munch on. He was already grabbing his keys off the desk and headed to the door, not even listening to me. It was clear to see he had already made up his mind, and there was no changing it. I missed it too, and I'm hungry, so come on, we're going, he stated, holding the door to the office open for me to exit the room. Of course he did. I kept him occupied, looking for me. He was organizing a search party to find me. I noted the area map lying face up on his desk with perimeters marked off. Wyatt grinned at me. There is no need to argue with him. He always wins. I'm sure he does. He's an alpha after all. I relented, seeing no need to fuss about it, and nodded. I could go for some spaghetti. I wonder if Kieran knows of a good place that serves some. Fine, let's go, I said, being the first one out the door. He didn't follow directly after me. He paused at the door for a moment, looking back at Wyatt, who already knew what he was going to ask. He quickly motioned him out the door. I have things here. Go have fun. You both deserve it. And that was all he needed to hear to be excused. Before I knew it, we were out the door and in one of Kieran's posh sports cars and speeding down the road entirely over the speed limit. I found myself enjoying the pace. I guess Wyatt was right. We really could use a timeout from everything for an evening. Chapter 11. Once again, Kieran and I found ourselves inside the big city that we stopped in on the way to his territory. I was doing my best to adjust to it, but as before, I felt like I stood out and not in a good way. The restaurant we were in this time was not like the one we ate at before. This one was nicer. And better yet, it was Italian, my favorite. I got the spaghetti. After Kieran and I had eaten our meals, we sat at the table making light conversation over dessert, which was almost finished off now. I found it surprising how easily I could talk to him sometimes. When we weren't worried about things like our rejections or the mating, we fell into conversation effortlessly. It was nice. Kieran even seemed to be quite laid back and carefree tonight, which was something I hadn't seen in a while. It was very unexpected after how alpha he went on me today. I'm just glad he had more to him than just his job. Even now, we sat in the nearly empty restaurant laughing our heads off at a story he was telling me. We occasionally received a few odd looks from some of the restaurant staff, which only made the moment funnier. I was surprised that they hadn't come over and told us to quiet down, but I'm sure one look from Kieran would have sent them running the other way. He could be intimidating when he chose to be. It sounds like you and Wyatt got in quite a bit of trouble back then, I laughed. We did, he agreed with a smile. It was mostly me who got him in trouble though. He just went along with it. I bet you both drove your parents crazy, I said without thinking, and widened my eyes when I realized what I had done. I never should have brought up his parents. Kieran's carefree smile only faltered briefly before he covered up whatever emotion he was trying to hide and nodded. We were both grounded for a month, and we had to clean up the other school's field, he replied with a grin. Later, after my mom was through lecturing me on manners, my dad ended up coming to my room and congratulating me and had a good laugh over it. It's a good thing Wyatt forgave you after you got him in trouble, I said with light humor. He smiled. The waitress made her appearance at our table and laid down the check next to Kieran before clearing away some of the dishes we weren't using anymore. Kieran had already laid out the money for the bill before she walked away. She looked tired and somewhat relieved that we were ready to go. We were her last table of the night, and I started to feel bad that we kept her busy so late. I always hated that at the diner. Someone would always come in close to closing time, and I would have to stay there until they left. Though I did miss my job and the paychecks, even though I'd not really needed them yet. That's something else I felt bad for, letting Kieran pay. If I thought he wouldn't get offended, I'd offer to pay for my own meal. I wasn't dumb when it came to dealing with alphas, though. They had a lot of pride. Are you ready to go? He asked, interrupting my thoughts. He was standing up next to his pushed-in chair, waiting for me. I nodded and quickly stood, pushing in my chair as well, then took his hand that was extended out to me. We remained close to each other, our arms bumping each other as we walked until we reached the car. He let go of me to open my door. I slid into the front seat with ease. I wasn't sure how much time had passed when we reached the pack house, but Kieran shook me awake. I hadn't even realized that I had fallen asleep. I guess I was more tired than I realized. After my adventure in the woods, I was bound to be tough. Anyone would. I could tell it was late, though. I let out a slight sound as my interrupted sleep was interrupted and felt myself being lifted by a pair of arms. Without thinking, I leaned into their chest, seeking their warmth. Their arms wrapped around me tighter, making me feel safe and protected. I felt the bed underneath me dip as I was laid down upon it. The soft pillow and mattress were now my source of comfort, as Kieran was no longer holding me. That made me cold. I shivered and pulled the covers up under my chin and covered my entire body. Without much effort, I slipped into unconsciousness and left my mind to rest while I slept. Just like the previous night, the dreams came again, making me cry out in pain. Only this time, they were a little different. Instead of reliving the day of my rejection, I was experiencing the pain of Daniel marking Jasmine. It felt like poison slowly working its way through my system. It started at my neck and worked its way down to my body until every inch of me was writhing in pain. My screams became louder as the pain became unbearable. I was only relieved from the excruciating burning in my body when Kieran shook me awake. "Shh, it's okay, I'm here now," he whispered soothingly in my ear. His hand ran over my hair as he rocked me back and forth in his arms. I was still lying on the bed, even in his arms, I could tell that much. My face was soaked in tears. My eyes fluttered open to meet Kieran's. His face was covered in concern for my well-being, and it was my fault he was feeling this way. I caused this feeling in him, and it wasn't fair. Not after all he had already been through. "This isn't going to get better, you know. It's only going to get worse," he said softly. I couldn't speak. I just nodded my head along and clutched the material of his shirt in my hand tighter. I was surprised by the strength of my hands in my weakened condition, because that's what I was, weak. My eyes dropped from his, a feeling of inferiority overcoming me. I was not good enough for him. I wasn't even good enough for my own mate. He held me to him while he rocked for a few more minutes before a heavy sigh escaped his lips. I looked up to meet his torn expression. My eyebrows pulled together in bewilderment. "What?" I asked. My voice was barely audible, but Kieran seemed to understand me. He looked a bit apprehensive to continue, but my unrelenting stare caused him to go on. "I can make this stop, you know. I can make the pain disappear, even if the dreams won't, just like Heath and I have told you." "The claim," I mumbled. He nodded. It will hurt, but only for a little while. My hand went to the base of my neck, where it connected with my shoulder, and I rested my hand there. It's where the mark would be. He wanted to mark me, now. His eyes focused on my hand. I came up at a loss for words. I didn't know what my reaction should be. It was a mix of relief and worry. Look, I don't mean to rush you. The decision is yours. I won't make it for you. I appreciated that. I offered him a weak smile. It will help me, I said quietly, mainly to myself. It was now that I wish I had my wolf here to consult on the matter. Though I don't know how sound her advice would be. If she were still partial to Daniel, then she would advise against Kieran's claim wholly. I couldn't keep going through this pain, though. Daniel wasn't suffering, and it was hardly fair that I had to. I was the rejected, not him. What I hated even worse was that, deep down, I still wanted him and would take him back if given the opportunity. This was so wrong. I knew it. I wanted to hate him. I should hate him. I tried to push him from my mind entirely and forever. He still consumed my thoughts, therefore, he was controlling me without actually ever being here. Just give me the word and I can make it all better. My face felt tight with the dried tears that remained on my skin. I sniffled and forced myself out of his arms. I sat up on the bed on my own, bringing the covers with me. I want you to, I do. But I trailed off, not really sure how I could explain myself. You're afraid to let him go, he finished for me. I frowned. You seem to know a lot about me. I already knew why, though. We were so much alike it was scary. He could properly sympathize with me, seeing as he had been through everything I was going through now. He sighed while he awaited my reply. I wish this wasn't so hard. This would have been so much easier if you were my true mate instead of Daniel. Fate can be so cruel. Especially to us, he agreed. A knock at the door interrupted us and Kieran looked annoyed. He glared at the door before he spoke, though his voice was calm. What? The door pushed open with ease. Wyatt and Leland stood in it, their faces bearing disciplined expressions. Kieran seemed to have read their minds and stood up from the bed. Wyatt was the first to speak when his eyes glanced back and forth between Kieran and me. We didn't mean to interrupt you two, but there is a pressing matter that needs your attention. I blushed when Leland's eyes found us too. I thought about the possible things that were running through his mind at the moment and blushed even deeper. This probably didn't look so good. What would they assume? At least we were appropriately dressed. Kieran's eyes met the clock by the bed and frowned. At 5:30 in the morning? Claire should come as well, Wyatt said. Why? I asked slowly. Wyatt's eyes never left mine. This concerns you too. Had I done something wrong? I don't recall it if I did. The trespassing issue has already been cleared up. Did Sawyer decide not to be so forgiving after all? Come on, Kieran said, holding out his hand to me after he quickly changed into a pair of jeans and a shirt. Even with so little effort to get ready this early in the morning, he could still look so good, like some model or Greek god. Life wasn't as fair to me. He was watching Leland and Wyatt with a carefully trained expression. I could tell by their reactions that something was wrong. Wyatt must have mind-linked him and told him what was going on, seeing as their expressions all mirrored each other. I let the blanket fall to the bed when I took his hand and stood up with him. He placed his hand around my waist protectively and walked me to the door. Wyatt and Leland respectively moved out of our way and started down the hallway just ahead of us. From what I could tell, most everyone was still in bed except for the few early risers and some of the pack fighters that had been on border control overnight. They bowed their heads as we passed by them. I grew even more confused when the group traveling with us led us outside. Dorian was now with us as well, and Chance, another fighter. All of them wore grave expressions. This was nothing new for Dorian, though, but Chance I didn't know about. The daylight was peeking through the trees, and I could see the slightest bit of light emitting from the sky behind them. Kieran never released me the entire way we walked to the mysterious building where we stopped. I remembered seeing this building before and froze when I remembered what Kieran told me it was for. Was he bringing me to see a possible threat or a rogue? This was where they kept the questionable wolves that trespassed onto their land without permission. What purpose did I serve by being here for this? Was Kieran already letting me be a part of the decision-making of the trespasser's fate? I froze when we entered the building. The familiar scent hit me even before I saw him. I began frantically searching the room for him. I could only hope they didn't hurt him. Wyatt led us through another door inside the building that seemed to be filled with holding cells. They were all empty, apart from one. It was him. Pierce, I gasped. He looked as though he might have been in a slight scuffle before arriving here. His clothes looked a little crumpled and even had a few rips in them. Some cut marks were already healing on his head and arms. I tore from Kieran's arms and ran toward him, but he caught my arm before I got more than 2 steps from him and held an unsure expression on his face. So it's true, he does know you, he asked. He's my cousin, I stated, removing my arm from his grasp. This time, he didn't stop me. Pierce's arms reached through the bars and hugged me. I didn't fail to notice his look and the sigh of relief he released in my presence. What are you doing here? Is everyone all right? Are you hurt? Who sent you? The questions were tumbling from my mouth one right after the other before he even had a chance to answer them. We've been asking him that for the past hour and he wouldn't answer. He said he only wanted to talk to you. He claimed you knew each other. Wyatt interrupted. I nodded in reply but didn't answer, nor face him. I was too worried about Pierce. What happened to you? I asked him. He smiled playfully despite his condition and chuckled. I may have gotten in a fight on the way in. I pulled away from him and shook my head in disapproval. You really shouldn't do that. You could have been seriously hurt. Don't worry. We went easy on him, Dorian said toward my cousin. I knew he was only doing his job, but I wanted to growl at him for attacking my family. Afraid I would disrespect Kieran's pack, though I refrained. And I may have started it, Pierce added with no regret. Why are you here? I repeated to him. Why did you leave the pack? Before answering any questions, he looked behind me at the pack and scowled. He didn't want to answer with them in the room. Whatever you have to say to her can be said in front of us, Kieran stated. His tone held finality. He was worried about my well-being. It felt nice to know he cared so much. I sighed. At least tell me everyone is all right. He looked worrisome. For now at least. Though, I can't speak for everyone. My parents. Alpha Daniel, he answered. A growl escaped from behind me, and within a second, Kieran was pressed against my back. His breathing was heavy and angry. I could feel it on the back of my neck. It made the hair on my arm stand up. You came here to tell her about him? He asked. Why should she care? He has everything he wants, my mate and his pup. The words from his mouth were bitter and filled with hostility. I'm sure that if I weren't standing between him and Pierce right now, he would have grabbed him through the bars of the cell. He has fallen as Alpha, Pierce spat at him, then looked at me with slightly softer features. His dad took over the pack for him. He fell apart after you left. He hasn't been the same. Even Jasmine notices it. I think he regrets his decision to reject you, even if he refuses to admit it. Everything happened so fast that I didn't have time to react. As soon as the words left Pierce's mouth, Kieran was pushing me into Wyatt's arms. He was careful not to let me fall, but he still caught me off guard. It seemed Wyatt had been expecting it the whole time. Next, Kieran had Pierce's body pressed into the bars as he tried to pull him through them. I panicked. I had never seen him so angry before. If this is what the mention of Daniel and Jasmine brought out in him, then I never wanted to speak of them again. I was frightened for the well-being of my cousin. I pushed against Wyatt's iron hold, but to no avail. I was unable to escape his beta strength. If only my wolf were back, I might have fared better against him. The only thing I could do was glare at Kieran. What are you doing? I shouted at him. He didn't bother to turn around at my words. He acted as if I hadn't even spoken. What was your purpose in coming here? He asked him. Was it to get her to go back with you? Did you think it would be as easy as telling her some pathetic story of her former mate? Pierce only smirked at him. Something I so desperately wished he wouldn't have done. He was purposely trying to provoke him. Isn't it? He challenged him. Wouldn't you go running back to Jasmine the first chance you could? She is technically still yours, isn't she? She is not mine, he roared. Even I cowered back from his tone. She made her choice. She severed the bond between us more than a month ago. I'm impervious to her now. She no longer affects me. And as soon as Claire is mine, that pathetic excuse for an alpha will be the last thing on her mind as well. Everyone in the room went completely silent. The saying that you could hear a pin drop couldn't have been more accurate. My eyes widened. I could only imagine the shock I felt mirrored on my face. Pierce was frozen in place. His careless attitude that I had become so accustomed to was long gone, and fear was placed in his eyes. When Wyatt finally released me, I ran to him. I gripped Kieran's arm in both of my hands and tried to pull him back. He was strong, though. Too strong for me. Let him go, I ordered, though there was some pleading mixed in with it. Please. I hated how weak I sounded, but I didn't know how else to handle the situation. I was really in no place to be handing out orders. After all, it was my cousin who had trespassed onto his land and provoked him. He was the one who had done wrong, not Kieran. I was in surprise when Kieran released him. He let his hands drop to his sides and took a step back, trying to control himself. He gave me an apologetic look after he realized how easily he had lost control. I think Jasmine affected him a lot more than he cared to admit. I shook my head at him in disbelief before looking back at Pierce. Was this what you came for, to try and convince me to come back with you? Because if it is, Kieran is right, it won't be that easy. He shook his head. No, it isn't. He's still going to mark her, even though most of us disapprove. He's doing it out of guilt and obligation to his pup. I couldn't stand back and watch the pack become even weaker than it has already become, so I left. He's making Knight's shadow look pathetic, and I no longer wish to be a part of that pack. A few others and I decided to leave. We were heading west to join the Red Moon Pack when I thought I'd stop to see you. How did you find me? I asked. I didn't make it known where I was going. Uncle Richard told me. He said you were safe here, but it might be worth my while to stop by and see you along the way. He wanted you to know about the pack. I know you're not part of it anymore, but with your parents still being there, I just thought you'd like to know. I do, I agreed. Thank you. But why are you going to Red Moon Pack? Why not stay here? He looked behind me again and chuckled, his careless attitude once again returning. I don't think I'd exactly be welcome here. Besides, your mate doesn't seem to like me. He was looking directly at Kieran, emphasizing the word mate. He was trying to get another rise out of him, but all he received in return was a glare. Kieran was desperately trying to keep in control of himself, and Pierce wasn't making it easy for him. Can you please stop provoking him? I snapped at him, then turned to the guys behind me. Could one of you open the door, please? He's not some criminal, he's my family. No one made a move to do as I requested, and all eyes went to Kieran, even Wyatt's. He was clearly letting him call the shots here. I wasn't gonna lie, that made me a little miffed. Open the door, or I'll do it myself, I threatened. Seeing my anger directed at the wolves, Kieran looked to Wyatt and nodded. Wyatt stepped forth with the key and turned the lock, letting him out. I stepped into the cell with my cousin and wrapped my arms around him before he even had the chance to walk out. I wish you would have told me you were coming, I smiled over his shoulder. And ruin the surprise? Never, he chuckled. When I pulled away from him, he looked me over. You seem to be doing much better now. They seem to be taking very good care of you here. I'll give them that much. They are, I agreed. And so is Kieran. If it weren't for him, who knows what would have happened to me. Even though I was ticked at him for the way he handled the current situation, my statement was true. I still owed him everything, from digging me out of the grave I was putting myself in. I guess that's true, he stated. I could tell he hated to admit that out loud, but at least he was agreeing with me. Come into the house and we can talk, I said, stepping out of the cell and giving him room to leave. Kieran caught my arm quickly and dragged me off to the side, away from his entourage and Pierce. It wasn't rough, but it took me slightly by surprise. I yelped at the abruptness of it. He is a rogue, he said before I was even able to get a word out. He trespassed onto our land and, so far, has shown no respect to this pack or me. He's not a rogue, I argued. He's going to the Red Moon Pack tomorrow. Until he is officially part of that pack, he is a rogue. They are the ones I am supposed to protect this pack from. Fine, I sighed, no longer wishing to argue with him. It just wasn't worth it. We're supposed to be learning to become mates, not fighting with each other. He's my cousin, so tell the pack he is a visiting relative. It wouldn't be a lie. We'll see him over to the Red Moon territory tomorrow." His face remained grim, but he thought about my words. After a moment, he finally nodded. "Fine, but he stays in the room next to us. I don't trust him yet, and I want to keep an eye on him." "Okay." I felt his attitude over this whole thing was a little much, but then again, he was the alpha and I wasn't. He would end up doing or thinking however he wanted. I turned and was about to join Pierce when Kieran stopped me again. His hand caught my wrist and spun me around to face him once more. "My wolf is returning, and he's coming back with vengeance. I'm sorry for my anger back there. After being gone nearly a month, he's gonna make up for his absence. I might be a little bipolar, if you will." "I can't really help that," he explained. "You'll need to keep your cousin in check around me and my pack. I won't be disrespected in front of all of them. It will make me look weak, and that's not something I need just before I take back my rightful place as alpha." "I got it," I said. That wasn't asking much. He had every right to request that of Pierce, given that he was on his land. And if Kieran was right, I didn't want Pierce to make his wolf angry. He released me, seeming happy with my reply and visibly relaxed. I almost didn't hear him when he mumbled, "Thank you." I might have been hearing things until I looked into his eyes, and they showed his genuine appreciation. He seemed more like the Kieran I was used to now in that moment. If it's one thing I've realized now, it's that I had no idea what to expect from him in the future. With his wolf starting to come through, he's gonna be more alpha than anything, and it's gonna get worse once he's freed. I hope we won't bump heads too much when that happens. Being back in his element is definitely speeding up the change in him. I was starting to feel that maybe I only knew the broken Kieran instead of the Kieran he really was. I might be in for a surprise to find out his true side. But I was still very curious to find out. Perhaps when my wolf returns, I will change too. Every day, I miss her more and more. Part of me was still missing inside with her gone. Maybe Kieran's wolf can bring her out again. After all, they say a wolf's claim can do a lot of things. And just maybe I was ready for it. Chapter 12. "And this is my room," I told Pierce, coming to the end of our tour. "Well, it will be when I fix it up," I corrected. I pushed open the white door, flipped the light switch to the on position, and took a look around. I had only ever been in this room one other time, so I was still getting used to it. It was definitely not as grand as Kieran's room, but it was still very lovely and would suit me perfectly. Everything was white and wood-colored. Tomorrow, I'll have Kieran take me into town and pick up some paint for it. I think it would look beautiful with half purple and half white walls, separated by a thin border. I could practically envision the whole thing. "It's nice, I guess, for a girl's room anyway," he said. "Well, I guess it's a good thing you don't have to live in it then," I laughed, slapping his shoulder teasingly. He walked further into the room and looked around before plopping down in the pale pink chair in front of the window. He kicked his feet up on the bed next to him and let himself relax. "Well, I would say make yourself at home, but it looks like you already have," I smiled. Placing his hands behind his head and leaning back into the chair, a wide smirk covered his face. He looked at me expectantly. "What?" I asked cautiously. "So, you and the alpha, huh?" My smile dropped, and I groaned and rolled my eyes at him before plopping down on the bed where his feet lay. "Don't start," I warned him. "You don't even know him. This isn't like the time you teased my boyfriend in the 6th grade. This is real life. Kieran won't stand for your careless attitude and disrespect towards his pack." "Well, it certainly seems like he's got you bowing down to him," he stated with amusement. I frowned at him. "No, I just have respect for him." "Something you know not of. Just because you got away with everything in Daniel's pack doesn't mean that you can here. Or in the Red Moon pack for that matter. They actually enforce rules around here." Yeah, so I've been told," he chuckled, brushing off my statement. "Why did you choose the Blood Moon pack anyway?" He shrugged. "Harley's sister Marcy is mates with the beta, Dawson. He said we're welcome to join. They won't start us out at the bottom of the pack there." I raised my eyebrow to him. I know there had to be more. "And?" He smirked. "Anne. I might have my sights set on a girl over there." "Of course." I rolled my eyes and giggled at him. I knew it had to be something like that. I feel sorry for your mate when you finally meet her. She'll get a girl chaser for a mate. What can I say? I can't be tamed. I don't think there are mates for guys like me anyway. I knew he was trying to joke around, but I didn't miss the brief flinch at his own words. I felt bad for him. I hope he honestly didn't believe that about himself. It would be pretty depressing to go through life thinking you didn't have a mate. Every wolf has a mate, so don't go getting crazy ideas in your head, I said. He offered me a small smile before he yawned and looked down at his attire. His shirt was still ripped. He had dried blood on his skin where the wounds had healed, and his hair was disheveled. He looked horrible. Is there somewhere I could get cleaned up? He asked. I'd hate for Tara to see me like this today. Yeah, there's a bathroom down the hall. Unless you'd like to use the one in Kieran's room, I joked. He shook his head and laughed. Nah, I'm good. You should get some sleep. Red Moon isn't expecting you until later today anyway, and I'm sure you've been running for a while. Just from town. Lyle and Harley stopped off there on the way, so I came without them. They'll swing by and pick me up later. I think they wanted to get a feel of the big city before they joined the pack. I don't know what kind of crap they're going to get into this early in the morning, but more power to them. I nodded and stood up from the bed. Well, I'll just go find you another shirt and leave it here for you. This room hasn't been used in a while, so if you decide to get some rest, I don't know how comfortable the bed actually is. I'm used to sleeping on the hard ground during border patrols. A stiff mattress would beat that any day. I shook my head at him while he only grinned. Sleeping on the job, why am I not surprised? I doubt he'll ever take anything in life seriously. He's nothing more than a big goof-off most of the time. He gets that from his dad, Uncle Rob, no doubt. I gave Pierce directions to the bathroom on our floor before searching through my bags in the room. The same one that had been there since the day I arrived. I'm glad they were out of Kieran's room, though, because I'd feel bad to crowd Kieran's with all of my stuff. I had a lot of things. I smiled when I came across my iPod in one of the bags and stuffed it in my pocket for later use. Shirt after shirt, I threw out of the bag, until I finally came to one of my oversized nightshirts that I often slept in. They were incredibly spacious and comfortable. I felt nostalgic when that scent of home hit me from my shirt. It gave me a brief sense of happiness as I thought of my parents. I really should call them again. I miss them. I laid the large white shirt over the bed like I'd promised and continued packing my things back up when a familiar scent hit me. This time it wasn't the smell of home. It was Kieran. He was there with me, in the room, standing above me. Did your cousin decide not to stay? He asked. I could hear the happiness in his voice from that thought. No, he went to get cleaned up from what your wolves did to him, I said matter-of-factly. I was still unhappy about that and had yet to let Kieran know how angry that made me. They wouldn't have had to do anything if he would have stated his reason for being on our territory and who he was when he arrived. He was just asking for it by snapping at Dorian like he did. He replied with an edge to his tone. As much as I hated to admit it, he was right. Pierce knew what he was doing by provoking the pack. That's just who he was. I told him what you asked me to. I don't think he'll be causing any more problems while he's here. Good. I placed the last of my belongings in the suitcases and zipped them shut before turning to meet Kieran. He had been watching me the entire time. I'm tired, I sighed. I think I'll try to sleep for a couple more hours before I get my day started. You did get up pretty early, he noted. You probably should get some rest. I don't want you to start feeling bad again. I shook my head. Me either. Come on. I'm sure Pierce can find what he needs by himself, he said, offering me his hand. Yeah, he probably can. I gave Kieran a tired smile and accepted his hand before he walked me from Pierce's room and then to ours. I slept longer than I intended to. It seems getting up before the sun takes a lot out of a person. I made up for my lack of sleep this morning by sleeping until 11 a.m. Kieran didn't stay to sleep with me. Instead, he decided there was too much to be done and spent the remainder of the morning with Wyatt doing pack duties. By the time I was out of the shower and dressed, most of the pack was out of the house. I knew that because it was unusually quiet. Since I had missed breakfast again, I went to the kitchen to find something for lunch. I settled for a simple sandwich and some Doritos. When I was finished eating, I was delighted to see I wasn't alone. Lana entered the kitchen before I left and met me at the door. We nearly bumped into each other, causing us to stop and laugh. "No school today?" I asked her. "No, I don't have any classes on Friday. I have a 3-day weekend," she replied happily. I smiled at her. "Lucky you." She ran a hand through her long black hair and sighed. "I'm bored. It's such a pretty day to be stuck inside the house. I'm thinking of going out. Would you like to come? I could show you around the town, where all the hangouts and good places to shop are." I jumped at her offer. "Yes, I'd love to. I haven't had any girl time in forever, and I could really use some time away from here." Apart from going out with Kieran a couple of times to eat, once on the way to the pack house and another time last night, I hadn't really done much sightseeing. Additionally, I thought it would be fun to spend the day with Lana. "Where are we going?" Pierce yawned, walking into the room with Lana and me. I didn't fail to notice the smirk and wink he sent her way upon entering. She smiled and giggled at him. I sighed. "I'll have to introduce them now. Lana, this is my cousin Pierce." "Pierce, this is my friend Lana," I said plainly. She held out her hand to him. "Nice to meet you." He kept his smirk in place while he accepted her hand and kissed it. "The pleasure's all mine." When he backed away and released it, she giggled again. She was obviously smitten with him. Maybe I should warn her about him before she gets too interested. "Lana and I are going out. Wanna come along? Or is your new alpha waiting for you already?" I asked him. "It's cool. I'm going to hang with a favorite cousin and her hot friend today. I'm not meeting with him until later." I rolled my eyes at him and looked at Lana. "Be careful with this one. He can't be trusted." She looked at him and smiled, but nodded. "Got it." He tore his eyes from her and threw his hands up in defense, feigning hurt. "Hey, what did I ever do to you? Are you kidding? Where should I start?" I scoffed. "My childhood or grade school?" Okay, he replied, lowering his hands and taking a step back. "I may have done a few things that weren't exactly nice, but hey, the past is the past, right?" I crossed my arms over my chest, trying to look angry, but Pierce's sad face made me give in, and I felt a smile form on my face. I knew he was playing me with a pitiful look, but oh well. He's right. "Yes, it is," I sighed, sidestepping him. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to go." Pierce's looked excited. "Awesome, so where are we going?" I glance at him and shake my head. "We aren't going anywhere. Lana and I are." He huffed and looked just like a little boy who was upset with his parents. "That's not fair. I came here specifically to see you. I even ditched my friends for you. And now you're ditching me." I couldn't stop myself from laughing at him. Fine, you can come along. But behave or I'll leave you somewhere." That seemed to please him. He shot me a lazy grin and shrugged. "I'll try." Kieran was sitting in his office with Wyatt when I arrived. They seemed to be submerged in more paperwork and business deals, and I felt bad for interrupting. It was clear Kieran smelled me as soon as I walked in. He didn't even look up from his papers when he spoke. "Claire, what brings you here?" "Claire," Wyatt said, acknowledging me with a smile. He quickly noticed the pocketbook on my shoulder. "Going somewhere?" Kieran's head instantly snapped up in my direction after Wyatt's question and frowned. "You're leaving." I took a couple more steps inside the office until I was almost directly in front of his desk and nodded. "Yeah, I was just coming to tell you that Lana, Pierce, and I are going out for a while." I thought I'd go get some paint for my room. "Alone?" he questioned. He did nothing to hide his displeasure with that fact. "No, I said I'm going with Lana and Pierce," I repeated. He shook his head and stood from his desk, towering over me. "You're not going alone." His words held finality, and his eyes were serious. "Did you not hear anything I just said?" I asked with disbelief. "I'm not going alone." Wyatt was standing next to Kieran, watching between the two of us while we entered a staring contest. Neither one of us was backing down. "You'll take Leland and Felix with you," he finally said. "You can't go without protection. With news about us spreading like wildfire, you will be the #1 target for rogues. They know we are saving each other from losing ourselves, and the rogues don't like it. They want to see me fall. My pack is large and tempting. They want it and think it will be easy to obtain, given the circumstances. I know how they work. I've dealt with them enough. I felt guilty again. Of course he has. He lost his parents to rogues. They can't be trusted. He's just watching out for me. Okay, I agreed. We'll take them. He relaxed at my reply and nodded. Good. He pulled a set of keys from one of the desk drawers and walked around to meet me. But actually, they will be the ones taking you. Felix will drive. You'll use one of the SUVs. It's safer that way. So much for our girls' day, I thought. Fine, but I have a feeling Lana wanted to drive. She'll be disappointed to learn otherwise. I feigned sadness. Though Kieran, being Kieran, could see right past what I was trying to do. Guilt didn't work so easily on him. You'll both survive, he chuckled. If you have any problems, call me. Okay, Dad. I'll be sure to let you know, I joked. Anything else you'd like me to do? He crossed his arms, not liking my joke, and frowned. Not that I can think of, but if I do, you'll be the first to know. I rolled my eyes at him and laughed before turning from the room and walking out in front of Kieran. I've already messaged them. They'll be waiting for you by the car, he added. I nodded, walking into the living room, and was just about to open the door when Kieran placed his hand on my arm to stop me, causing me to look up at him. Oh, and before I forget, I'd like you to be home by 5. A friend of mine, Clint Collins, Alpha of New Dawn Pack, will be here to visit, and I'd like it very much if you met him and his mate. Another Alpha friend? First Sawyer and now Clint? You have a lot of connections, I stated. He shrugged. It pays to know people. I smiled at how very true that statement was. The more people you know, the more connections you have. And the more connections you have, the more protection you have. Kieran's hand reached forth and gently trailed his fingertips down my cheek. Unintentionally, I closed my eyes and leaned into him. It was an action that completely took me by surprise. I think by spending so much time with him, the soul intertwining was already starting to take place between us. Dr. Heath had stated that it could happen. I didn't know it could happen so soon. Come back safely, he said before letting his hand drop. Trying to make sense of what just happened, I nodded and stepped back, trying to get my head together. Something was most definitely wrong with me. I mumbled barely above a whisper. With that, he let me leave, and I did my best to get my breathing under control before meeting up with my travel companions. I didn't want any question to arise. That was just weird. Leland and Felix seemed more than happy to accompany us into town. Today, Leland was being his usual funny, laid-back self, and it was a refreshing change from the past couple of days. I liked fun Leland much better than serious Leland. After an hour of torturing the guys with girly songs on the radio, Lana and I chose to listen to music on the way to our destination, and we arrived at Home Depot. We all piled out of the vehicle one by one and made our way into the vast store. I already felt lost, and I hadn't even begun looking for what I needed yet. Leland saw my overwhelmed look and offered to lead the way. Thankfully, he knew his way around much better than I did. In my town, we had only a small hardware store located off Main Street, and the selection there was minimal. Anything that wasn't used on a semi-everyday basis had to be special ordered. It took days or sometimes weeks to get what you needed. Being in such a big city really made me realize how limited my hometown really was. Here, I was like a fish out of water. This was definitely going to take me some getting used to if I was going to fit in here. So, what color are you going for? Leland asked as we viewed the paint section laid out before us. The overwhelming feeling quickly returned when I saw all the different variations of colors. Was all I was able to get out. I had no idea where to start. Leland, trying to be the comedian he was, pulled a few color swatches from the display and held them out one at a time in front of me. Let me take a wild guess. Hot pink? I felt nauseous just looking at the unusually bright color of the paper he held in front of us, and I cringed. Definitely not, I said, shaking my head. Okay then. He placed the colored swatch behind the other and moved on to the next one. How about this one? Again, I shook my head at his color choice. I don't do pink at all. He looked genuinely surprised by my response and acted as if I were some foreign creature. I couldn't help but giggle. You are completely stereotyping me in an unfair way. No, I'm not. I just assumed all girls like pink, he said, switching the swatches. I shook my head at him in disbelief and crossed my arms. Exactly, that is such a stereotype. I reached towards him and grabbed the swatches from his hands and turned to look at my friends behind me as I spoke. You're such a guy. Just go do whatever it is you guys do and leave this too. I paused when I saw only Felix standing with us and frowned. What happened to Lana and Pierce? Felix smirked. They disappeared together the minute we entered the store. He's nothing if not persistent. He's trying too hard. I sighed. Well, I suppose you two will have to suffice. I want 3 buckets of this color, I said, picking a fresh swatch from the color choices. Deep purple, I suppose it could be worse. Leland noted. But if you are painting the whole room, you're gonna need double the amount of paint. It will take several layers. Nope, I disagreed. This will do. I'm only painting half the room. The bottom panels will remain white. It's still a girl color, he teased. I just smiled at him and laughed. Well, it's a good thing I'm a girl then. While the associate who was helping us mix up the paint, Lana finally showed up with Pierce behind her, pushing a shopping cart. I smiled brightly when I realized what they had collected. You found the brushes, I said. She nodded. They were in the next aisle over. I didn't know what all you needed, so we just got a bunch of stuff. Well, that is a lot of stuff, I noted, looking inside the cart. I don't think myself alone will need so many brushes and paint rollers. No, but a few people will. You can count on me and Pierce to help you, she added. Pierce looked like he hadn't even heard of the idea before and quickly protested. Hey, I never agreed to anything. She's your cousin, Lana stated. Family helps family. Yeah, I nodded. And don't forget I saved you last night. You owe me. I teased. Lana was the only one there who hadn't heard what happened yet. I was keeping it under wraps. I'd hate for the pack to know how much trouble he'd caused. Sorry, I'm leaving for Red Moon territory today, he said thankfully. Leland rolled his eyes at him while Felix acted as if he wasn't even there. He seemed too distracted with his phone to pay him any mind. No worries, Leland piped up. I have the next 24 hours off from pack duty after we get back and I'll help you. Besides, I'd hate for you to get paint everywhere. Please, I scoffed playfully. I've painted a room before. I helped paint the diner at my previous job and it looked quite nice, if I do say so myself. Of course you would. You painted it, he laughed, placing the buckets of paint inside the buggy. Felix quickly helped him before steering the shopping cart out of the aisle and to one of the many open registers. After a brief argument over who was paying, Leland won. Apparently, Kieran insisted on buying the supplies since I was doing all the work and warned the guys, before I left, not to let me pay. I was not at all happy about that since I felt I should be contributing more. Once everything was loaded into the vehicle, Lana and I had Felix take us to the mall for a couple of hours so we could do some light shopping. Well, I did some light shopping. Lana, on the other hand, did anything but. She piled the SUV full of shopping bags while Pierce, Leland, Felix, and I each had only a couple of bags. I wondered to myself if maybe they were regretting bringing us yet. Not that they had much of a choice in the matter anyway. Nearing the latter part of the evening, Pierce had taken it upon himself to choose our dining location, which also happened to be where the few guys from my old pack were eating. They were the ones who were traveling with Pierce when he left them to find me. They would be joining Blood Moon Pack later today as well, when they met with Alpha Sawyer. Leland and Felix were not happy about this and considered calling Kieran to tell them about our dinner/lunch plans. Still, after some serious begging and convincing, they decided not to say anything until we got back home. They didn't like to keep things from Kieran any more than Kieran liked keeping things from them. Like I had learned from the very beginning, they had total disclosure. You look good, Claire. Perilous Pack really looks good on you, Harley stated with a smile. Yeah, it's as if the last 2 weeks didn't even happen, Lal added thoughtfully. I shrugged and smiled. That's just Kieran. He's helped me a lot. You liked him, don't you? Pierce asked, overseeing me. Before answering their question, my eyes flickered between Leland, Felix, and Lana, who were sitting next to me in the large booth. I blushed. They all watched me with curious eyes as they awaited my answer. It only served to make me more nervous than I already was. I wasn't used to answering questions about Kieran and me yet, mainly because no one had asked. The people in my new pack were kind of in the know, unlike my old pack. I wasn't sure what we were telling people yet, so with that thought, I decided to be vague. Yes, he's a really good person, and he treats me well. I couldn't ask for a better mate. I didn't miss the pain that shot through me when I said that. I still wasn't over Daniel yet, and I knew it, but I would never let anyone else know that. I was ashamed of the feeling I still had for him. Things would have been so much easier if he had just accepted us. Now everything is different. It's more complicated. Why couldn't I have just been Kieran's mate from the beginning? That's the same question I kept asking myself again and again. Why did fate have to screw us over? We were the innocent victims in all of this. Well, I'm glad to hear it, Harley said sincerely. Everyone was worried about you. I couldn't even imagine rejecting my mate. It's just not right. Yeah, and if I were rejected, I don't know how I would deal with that, Lal added. How do you deal with the pain? You just do, I said bluntly. As lovely as it was to have them sympathize with me, the whole mate rejection story was getting a little old, and I was growing tired of being constantly reminded of it. I just wanted it to be over already. And there was one way I knew that could actually happen, to let Kieran claim me as his. And now, more than ever, I think I was actually ready for it. I was tired of being labeled as the poor girl who got rejected. I just wanted to move on and be happy. And most importantly, be a Luna. After we left the diner, Pierce decided to stay behind with Lyle and Harley and travel with them to the Blood Moon Pack. I was actually excited to have some of my pack members close again. I always liked Lyle and Harley both, even if they did have a poor choice in friends. Dang. Why is Pierce never around for my good ones? The ride back was quicker than the ride into town earlier today. Perhaps it's because I was tired and ready to go home. I smiled at how comfortable I was actually becoming in my new place, even enough to call it home. You two can go in. We'll carry everything inside, Leland offered. Neither Lana nor I minded that, and we wasted no time accepting his offer. We were both worn out from all the shopping today anyway. Once inside the house, we both parted ways and agreed we'd see each other at dinner, even though we'd eaten so late that neither of us would probably be hungry. Upstairs in our room, Kieran was getting dressed. From the smell of things, I could tell he had just gotten a shower, something I very much longed to do before our visitors arrived. My breath caught in my throat when Kieran stepped out of the giant closet with nothing but a pair of dress pants. His impressive physique was on display. Have fun shopping today? He asked when he noticed me standing in the middle of the room observing him. I decided to nod along, not trusting my voice in that very moment. I hated gawking at him, but most of the time, I couldn't help it. It was hard not to stare. The sound of the closet door broke me from my thoughts, and I shook my head of him. Thankfully, he was putting on a shirt now, and I could properly concentrate. Clint and his mate will be here in an hour. Will you be ready? He asked, coming to stand in front of me. I believe so, but I kind of wanted to talk to you about a couple of things first, I said nervously. I placed my pocketbook on the fold-out sofa at the bottom of the bed and sat down on it too. What's on your mind? Well, first, you have to promise you won't get mad at me, I said. His expression turned grave at my request. That didn't make me feel any better about telling him. I can't promise that, but I'll try. After some thought, I realized that was better than nothing inside. Okay, here it goes. Today I had a late lunch with Pierce and a few other guys from my old pack, the same ones that are joining Red Moon Pack today. I considered not telling you, but Leland and Felix insisted I did. If we're going to be mates, then I shouldn't be keeping things from you. He looked a bit irritated. You were alone with a bunch of rogues? They're not rogues, and no, I wasn't. Leland, Felix, and Lana were with me the entire time. I didn't leave their sight once. I did just as you asked. Except not telling me about your friends, he finished, crossing his arms. I sighed tiredly and ran my hand through my blonde hair. Can we not dwell on that? Yes, I should have told you before I did it, but you can lecture me later. There are much bigger things to discuss right now. I've come to a decision about us. He looked like he was about to come back with another retort until the last of my words caught him by surprise, and he closed his mouth. His serious expression morphed into one of curiosity. He nodded for me to continue. I took in a deep breath. "I've decided to let you claim me." "You have?" he asked. "Yeah, I've decided I have to completely move on. And these dreams, I don't think I can handle them any longer. They're becoming too much for me." "You were right. I do need you. We need each other. I'm just sorry it's taken me so long to completely accept that." His face held interest in my words. "Why do you think that is?" "I don't know," I shrugged. "I guess I just never liked to admit I needed help. When you offered me that, I accepted it, but then after I got here, I thought there was just enough space and distance between Daniel and I that I could make it by myself. It's only now that I'm realizing how wrong I was." He didn't reply, but his eyes held some insight, and he slowly began to smile at me. "So," I continued, "if the offer still stands, I'd like it if you'd claim me as yours." "That's all you had to say," he said. He bent down in front of me, becoming level with my height. He tucked some loose strands of hair behind my ear, his cool breath fanning my face from our proximity. I swallowed, not knowing what he was planning to do next, and noticed my breathing pick up. I didn't move when his hand cupped my face and brought me closer to him. "Tonight, after our guests leave, you, Claire Hope Warren, will be mine." And without any warning, he leaned in, pressed his warm lips to mine, and consumed my every thought. Chapter 13. His lips were soft and gentle. They worked in sync with mine. I'm not sure at what point it happened, but I quickly found my hands combing through his hair and pulling him closer. I was shocked by how much I was enjoying the moment. I had never really pictured myself that intimate with Kieran. Or anyone that wasn't my mate, for that matter. But here and now, it just felt right. I couldn't even begin to explain the emotions that were running through me. The moment was broken, sooner than I liked, when Kieran chuckled and pulled away from me. He gently trailed his hands up my arms, which led to his hair, where my hands became entangled. He brought them down and held them in his. My mind was reeling from our unexpected moment, and I was trying my best to make sense of it. I'm not sure what had overcome me, but it scared me more than I'd like to admit. I've never given in to someone so easily. Believe me. As much as I'd love to stay and see where this goes, you need to get ready. Clint will be here soon with his pack. I blushed. Of course he would. I had almost completely forgotten about him and his mate coming tonight. It wasn't fair of me to keep him when he still had so much to do. "You're right, I wasn't even thinking," I said, trying to avoid looking at him directly. If I saw his messed up hair and his expression, I would certainly blush even deeper than I already was. I stood from the couch and straightened myself out while peering into the bathroom behind him to avoid his eyes. "Well, I guess I should go get cleaned up then." "Yeah, I guess I should go make sure the holding cell is ready for the rogue Clint is bringing with him," he replied. That immediately caught my interest, and I was forced to look at him now. "He's bringing a rogue? You didn't tell me that." "I didn't find out until after you left. Clint phoned me and asked if I wanted to question and hold the prisoner for him. Why doesn't he just handle the situation himself? His pack is ranked #1 in the US, isn't it? I found it strange that another alpha wouldn't handle his own problems. It didn't make sense for them to pass it on to someone else." Kieran shifted uncomfortably at my question and flexed his hands into a balled-up fist. "Because he is one of the rogues from Axel's pack. He was one of the ones that helped murder my parents. It's a courtesy thing. Clint knows what I've been through and thought I'd want to be the one to deal with him. I didn't know what all dealing with him entailed, but I'm sure it wouldn't be good for the guy." Kieran's face had hardened somewhat. I could hear the barely contained anger in his words. He was still very much affected by his parents' death. Looking at him, I could see the boy who was still hurting from the loss. "He just wanted justice." I nodded in understanding. "Oh, that's nice of him to do. Clint was friends with my parents, so he knows the anger I've held over this. Even though he was considerably younger than they were still close. He's been a great mentor to me. When I was lost and didn't know how to run a pack, he helped me and showed me the ropes. He couldn't have been kinder. I owe him a lot for that." "How old is Alpha Clint?" I asked curiously. 34. He's between mine and my parents' age. And his mate? She's the same age as him. 34 was considerably older than me. I couldn't help but worry I wouldn't have anything in common with them. 26. Just a few years older than you, but not by much. He met her 4 years ago. Just 2 years before my parents passed. I felt a little relieved at that. Maybe we'll have more in common after all. 5 years isn't so bad. However, she's had a lot more experience with alpha duties than I have. Perhaps she'll offer me some advice. Kieran looked at the clock, then back at me. Wyatt's waiting for me at the holding building. I have to go, but I promise to answer any more questions you have after Clint and Kaylin have gone. Okay, I nodded. Just be careful. I've not had any experience with rogues, but I hear they can be unpredictable. A smile lit up on his face at my words, and quickly he stepped closer to me and placed a soft, gentle kiss on my forehead. I felt my face heat up from the contact, and Kieran noticed. It only worsened when he chuckled. I'll be back to get you soon. His hand dropped from my face, and he stepped away from me. He sent me one last glance before disappearing from my sight and the room. I stared after him in disbelief. Kieran was definitely not what I expected when I got mixed up with an alpha. He was better and so much more. My shower was a quick one, seeing as I was pressed for time, and I was still searching through my things for something nice to wear. I was desperately trying to find something that fell between a mix of casual and formal, and I was having no luck. It was already 4:45, and Alpha Clint would be arriving very soon, which only sent me into a panic. I had to coach myself to breathe several times. When I finally settled on a dress that was close to what I was looking for, I carried it to Kieran's room and put it on. I studied myself in the long mirror, pleased with my attire for the evening when I was ready. The simple white dress I had chosen was cut off just above my knees, and my long blonde hair was styled in a French twist, neatly tucked at the back of my head. I was never much for wearing jewelry, but the charm bracelet my parents had gotten me for my 16th birthday went incredibly well with it. It was made of white gold, with all of my favorite things attached to it. I suddenly found myself missing them again, but I didn't let that stop me from finishing getting ready. Kieran would be unhappy if I were late meeting his friends. I made my way back into the bathroom and slipped on a pair of lovely sandals that complemented the dress when I heard a light knock on the door. I half expected it to be Kieran coming to check on me, until I answered it and saw Keely standing before me in a blue dress, a bright smile on her face. Her eyes widened when she took me in. Wow, you look beautiful, Claire. Now you're making feel like I'm underdressed for this occasion. I smiled back at her. Thanks, Keely, but you're the one that looks lovely. Don't you dare go change out of that. You think? She asked, twirling around once in front of me with an unsure expression on her face. I know you do. You look great. Trust me. Okay, she said, easily coming to a stop and welcoming herself into the room. I giggled and followed after her. There was just so much to Keely that was very entertaining. She could be the shy, sweet girl that I had seen before. Or she could be the confident, brave, funny girl that I was seeing now. What impressed me most was how she handled her brother's overbearing ways, like the other night, for example. She wasn't afraid to say what she thought. I could tell how much that bothered Kieran. So, what are you doing here? I asked curiously when she plopped herself down on the couch below the bed. Oh, you know, boredom, something to do, or genuine curiosity, she replied. I was wondering what you were doing. I'm glad I wasn't interrupting anything. I laughed at that. Interrupting? You don't have to worry about that with your brother and me anytime soon. You don't know how happy that makes me, she smiled. But just to be safe, I'll always knock. Good idea, I agreed. Keely and I chatted for the remainder of the time we had left, and I didn't even realize how fast the time had flown. Before I knew it, Kieran was there to get me and Keely, and we were making our way down the large staircase. No one seemed nearly as nervous as I was to be meeting a new pack, and the biggest one in the US at that. I guess everyone else was accustomed to these kinds of meetings, whereas I was not. Being so new here made me feel out of place in these situations. You'll be fine, Keely assured me. You'll have to get used to us being presented as a family sooner or later. You're my brother's mate after all. It's customary. I didn't think I could feel any more nervous than I already was, but her words only made it worse. They echoed in my mind. Family. Is that what we were? Keely and Kieran are, I knew that, but not me. At least not yet. Being mates in the werewolf world was much like being married in the human world. It made you as one, whether it is in the eyes of God or a pack of wolves. It would be just like that for us as well. I felt myself becoming nauseous from all the pressure I was starting to feel. It couldn't have come at a worse time. If it weren't for Kieran next to me, gripping my hand, I'm sure I would have given in to my urge to run back to his room and lock the door. I chanted for myself to calm down, over and over in my head, until we came to a dead stop at the bottom of the stairs. I lifted my eyes from the pearly white floor just in time for me to see the couple and a few of their wolves entering the room at the same time as us. They stopped a few feet away, and each of us bowed our heads in each other's presence. Once the formalities were done with, the person I assumed was Alpha Clint smiled at us kindly. He and Kieran gave each other a manly handshake before turning to the rest of us and grinning. He was pretty handsome for an older male, with his dark hair, green eyes, and tall frame. Though to me, he couldn't quite compare to Kieran. Not many people could. Clint, you already know my sister Keely, he said to him before wrapping his arm around me securely. And this is my mate and future Luna of this pack, Claire. Nice to finally meet you, Claire. I've been hearing great things about you, he smiled. This is my mate and Luna of New Dawn Pack, Kaylin, he said, turning to her. She smiled at me politely before speaking. Pleasure. I'm glad that Kieran has finally found himself a mate. We were starting to worry about him. I could only imagine why. He had been through so much with the loss of his parents and Jasmine. He's bound to have people worry for him, especially his friends. She's quite beautiful, Kieran. You chose well, Kaylin said to him when she shifted her eyes from me. Kieran smiled appreciatively at her. Yes, she is. Thank you. Although she was the one giving me compliments, I felt inferior in her presence. Not only did she have the natural air of a Luna, something I had yet to obtain, but she was also gorgeous. Her long, silky auburn hair flowed softly down her back and stopped mid-waist. Her bright green eyes showed professionalism and kindness. She was slender yet tall. She could have easily become a model if she had wished to. I bet 1,000 agencies would be fighting to sign her. Everything about her was just so perfect. Keely cheered, giving her a huge hug. She merely laughed at her before hugging her back. You've aged since I have seen you last. Well, I'm a whole year older now, she stated proudly, releasing Kaylin. Kieran squeezed me gently to his side, drawing my attention, and cleared his throat. Why don't we take this into the living room and we can speak further? Of course, Clint agreed. Kieran led us in and offered Clint and Kaylin the couch across from him, while Keely and I took the sofa next to him. The other wolves did not follow. I assumed they were giving us our privacy. Though Kieran seemed beyond pleased to see his old friends, he still seemed stiff. I silently wondered if it might have anything to do with the rogue Alpha Clint brought with him today. I didn't feel too safe having one so close by. The two alphas seemed to be having some conversation with their eyes for a minute before anyone spoke again. I take it the rogue is in Wyatt's custody now? Kieran asked. Alpha Clint nodded. He met us at the borders to collect him. Kieran seemed to be in thought for a moment before speaking again. The rogue doesn't know why he's here, he asked Clint. No, he doesn't. I only told him he was being transferred to another territory. I thought we should provide him the element of surprise. He looked happy about that. Yes, I'd love to see his pathetic face when he sees me. Clint's dark brown eyes shifted from mine to Kieran's, then down to the floor in thought. His mate squeezed his hand while he returned it with a squeeze of his own. He stared at the floor for another few seconds before looking back up to meet Kieran's curious eyes. I know that you want retribution for your parents' death, as do I, but I should remind you to go easy on him, Clint said. He may say things to provoke you, and the urge to kill him will be overwhelming. Kieran waited patiently for him to continue. If you kill him, not only would you be without answers, but it might cause Axel to retaliate before you even have a chance to prepare. He's a lot stronger than the last time you encountered him. He's building his army back up. He's already preparing for an attack. He thinks I'm an easy target. Kieran replied, glancing at me, then back to Clint. He has a thirst for power. He wants so badly to rule something, and he won't give up, Clint added. And yes, he thinks your pack will be easy to obtain. Kieran pulled me closer to him as he thought over Alpha Clint's words. His grip was so tight around my waist that I found it uncomfortable and slightly painful. I slightly squirmed in his hold. Well, that all about to change, he replied, releasing me a little. He looked as if he were about to say something more before he looked at his sister next to us and stopped. Keely, you don't have to stay for this. Why don't you go find one of your friends? Just make sure you stay on the territory, he told her. Her ears were glued to the conversation, and she became upset that her brother was kicking her out. She frowned. Why? He sighed with irritation. There was a specific order behind his words. Can you just do as I ask? They had a staring contest between them for what seemed like minutes before Kieran won with his more intimidating one, and she stood. Fine, I'll go find Tess, she grumbled. Before she made it to the door, Kieran called out to her, making her pause. Just stay inside the territory. And I don't want you anywhere near the holding cells. Yes, Dad, she muttered sarcastically before continuing out the door. Kaylin giggled as soon as Keely disappeared from the room. It looks like you still have your hands full. We have our disagreements, he said to her before focusing his attention back on Clint and continuing the previous conversation. I'm claiming Claire tonight, he announced proudly. Clint was taken aback momentarily before a pleased look appeared on his face. That's great, Kieran. It really is, Kaylin said. It will help both of your wolves considerably. We plan to mate in 2 weeks, before the next full moon. Our wolves will be at their strongest then. It will make us stronger as well, Kieran added. I blushed at how easily it was for him to talk with them about our mating. They were still strangers to me, even if they were close friends of his. Kaylin giggled at that and caused both Kieran and me to look at her with matching curious faces. Soon, Clint chuckled as well. What? We both asked simultaneously. Trying to compose herself, she barely sobered up enough to tell us. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It's just that neither of you will possibly be able to wait that long to mate. Clint suddenly stood from the couch and held his arm out to Kieran, motioning him to join him. Come on, I think we should have a talk. Kaylin nodded. I agree. You should. As should Claire and I. They clearly need to be educated on certain things. I looked to Kieran and wondered if he felt just as much of an adolescent as I did in that moment. He frowned at Clint, but got up to join him. We'll just leave you two alone, Clint said before walking Kieran from the room. I stared back at Kaylin in bewilderment. What was I missing here? She moved from her seat across from me and sat down on the sofa I was on. She looked like she was ready to dish about something huge, and I prepared myself for what she was about to say. You don't know much about mates, do you? She asked. I shrugged. I know the basics. I guess the claim I'm a little lost on, though. She grinned and clasped her hand over mine that were resting in my lap. A claim is a very powerful thing on a wolf. Not only does it ward off any other male, but it also labels you as belonging to someone else. I frowned. I hate that word, belong. It made me feel like a possession, and that was not something I was okay with. I was my own person. Kieran's wolf will become very protective, she explained. His instincts will be heightened. At first, things might not seem so bad, but the longer you go without completing the mating process after the claim, the more his wolf will urge him to complete the bond. It might become overwhelming even, and cause him to lose his restraint. I swallowed hard at that. This whole claim thing was starting to sound like a bad idea. As much as it would help me, it was also going to cause Kieran's wolf to become possessive in a way I wasn't ready for yet. Then an idea came to mind. But we may be different. You speak of true mates and we aren't that, I said. She quickly shook her head. That doesn't matter. His wolf will see that he has a second chance at a mate and will stop at nothing to secure the bond completely. He won't risk losing another mate. If anything, this will be worse for the both of you because you're not true mates. It would be a lie to say this conversation didn't frighten me. I wasn't aware of any of the things she was telling me. Kieran and I were both walking into this thing completely blind. Well, Maybe after the claim we can just distance ourselves from each other and avoid any temptation. That earned me another laugh from her. That will only make it worse. He will want to be with you all the time. You'll be lucky if he lets you leave his side. You'll have a couple of days at most before he turns into a possessive alpha wolf. Clint even went as far as locking me up so I couldn't leave him. My eyes widened, and I gasped at that. And you didn't get angry about that? Are you kidding? I found it humorous. Plus, my wolf wanted to be with him just as bad, so it didn't bother me much. Oh no. I'm going to feel that way, too? Well, almost as bad, she corrected. Nothing can compare to the emotions of an alpha wolf. They're intensified much, much more than anyone else's. Now, more than ever, I was beginning to feel reluctant about the marking/claim. I didn't want to drive both of our wolves crazy, and I certainly didn't wish to Kieran to lock me up. That might have been okay with Kalen, but that was certainly not okay with me. I would kill him if he ever did something like that. Maybe we should just hold off for a while then, I said. She removed her hand from mine, and her face became saddened. All traces of humor had vanished from her features. Kieran needs someone, and he chose you. For whatever reason, fate has thrown you two together to help each other. You have been given a second chance at love. Don't waste it. Let him love you, she said. Love? I hadn't even thought about love, mainly because I didn't expect it after Daniel, but really? Could he love me? When I didn't speak, she went on. I've known Kieran for years now, and in all the time I knew him, he couldn't wait to find his mate. Her face hardened at that. Unfortunately, though, when he did, he got screwed over. He got someone too stupid to realize that all she would ever want lay within Kieran. It wasn't fair. He lost everything because of her. She almost ruined him. He was nearly ready to give up altogether. His wolf, his pack, everything. But then... She paused for a second before regaining her smooth features and smiling at me. He found you. He wanted to fix you and hoped you could fix him in return. Oh, I mumbled, barely audible. Now the question is, will you let him? You may not have started out in love, but nothing is stopping you from growing in love. Let the claim bring you two together. Believe me, in the end, you be happy you did. One thing is for sure, Kalen had indeed given me a lot to consider. After everything she explained to me, including the consequences, I don't know how I could deny him. All he wanted was a second chance. That wasn't asking too much. It would be selfish of me not to give him that. Maybe Kalen is right. Just because I don't love him now doesn't mean I won't ever love him. It just has to grow. You're right, I agreed. If it's one thing I've learned through this whole thing with Kieran, it is that anything is possible. He saved me once, and now it's my turn to save him back. A wide grin took over her face at my decision before she surprised me by wrapping me up in a suffocating hug. I laughed at her sudden response. She and Clint cared a lot for Kieran. I know this isn't the usual Luna behavior, but to me, Kieran is family, and that makes you family as well. When she released me, I felt my lungs fill up with air again, to my relief. She might have been slender, but she was strong. So, welcome to the family, she said. Kieran and Clint spent the majority of the evening discussing business after they had their man-to-man conversation. I could only imagine if it were the same as mine and Kalen's. After dinner with the pack, the visiting Alpha and Luna left, and it was late. Most everyone had settled into their rooms, including Kieran and me. I had been nervous about how this whole thing would unfold with us, but I refused to let my nerves get the better of me. He was going to claim me tonight. I had accepted that and wanted it even. I was ready. We were the only hope each of us had at happiness, and I wouldn't let that slip away from me. When Kieran and I entered the room, we both stood there in an awkward silence. Or maybe it was just me who felt uncomfortable. I didn't even know where to begin with the whole marking/claiming thing. I think tonight went really well, I said, kicking off my sandals and leaving them together on the floor. I would put them away tomorrow. He kicked off his shoes as well and nodded. Yeah, I do too, he agreed. You were great with them. They really liked you. That made me smile. I'm glad. I really liked them too. I hope they'll come back to visit again. He walked into his closet, and in a minute, he was out again, dressed in his normal nighttime attire, a t-shirt and a pair of athletic shorts. They will be, he replied. Clint said he would return to check on the rogue situation again in a week. Oh, good. I pulled the pins from my hair that were keeping it in place and let it fall loosely in waves around my face. The golden strands hung down below my shoulders, tickling my arm. When I looked at him, Kieran was watching me. His eye roamed over my figure. You looked beautiful tonight, he said. Thank you, I smiled. Do you mind helping me with this? I asked, pointing to the zipper at the back of the dress. It was complicated trying to get it zipped before. Not at all, he said, snapping from his stare and slowly walking over to me. I turned around to give him access to the zipper and waited patiently for his hands to find it. When the fabric fell loose around my still body, I slowly turned to face him. I clutched the material to my chest tightly to keep it from falling to the floor in a heap. However, the straps had already fallen from my shoulders. Kieran's eyes trailed to my collarbone and rested there. He was thinking about something. It was the exact place that had to be bitten to claim someone. I pushed my fear of the bite aside and moved closer to him. His eye followed me as I moved. Something in his face changed. There was very little space between us now. He looked tempted. Do it, I said. Are you sure? I am, I replied. Claim me. With my permission, he leaned forth. His hands gently moved the straps of my dress away from the spot he needed access to. His eyes grew serious, a shade that I had never seen on him before. I placed my hands on his shoulders, my breathing unsteady. His teeth grazed my skin. In only a matter of seconds, I felt his canines sink into my skin, causing a cry of pain to escape my lips. As of that moment, I was truly his. Chapter 14. Kieran had claimed me 4 hours ago, and I was still in a world of pain. I cried for hours on end that night. It was almost unbearable. If it were not for Kieran holding me in his arms all night, I'm sure the pain would have been incredibly worse. I was thankful for him. My emotions were all over the place as well. I couldn't think straight. I had never felt so emotionally unstable in my life. That was another reason for my tears. 1 minute I was fine, and the next I was crying. The ordeal had left the room in disarray, and the scent of the claim was strong. At times, I found myself hating Kieran for causing me such extreme pain and wanted to push him away. Though when I started to go through with it, I backed out and couldn't do it. I wanted him next to me. His arms offered so much comfort. I think the claim was starting to forge the bond already, and my wolf was accepting it. She had yet to make her appearance, though. I could only hope that he had saved her. An hour ago, Kieran had checked my wound, and it was completely healed. It was only the pain that still existed. However, that much could be expected after what Kieran told me. A claim from anyone besides your true mate always hurts much longer and much more. Kieran had assured me that the pain would fade soon. I didn't have any dreams throughout the night. But with the pain from the bite, I wasn't faring much better. I was looking forward to it being over soon, whenever that may be. By the time 6 a.m. rolled around, I panicked that Kieran might leave me, and the tears worsened. I couldn't be left alone in my current state. Thankfully, he promised he wouldn't leave my side until I was better. I wrapped my arms around him and didn't let him go until the sun started peeking up over the curtains. The scar from the wound, which acted as my mark, has healed and now causes a dull pain. I was finally able to get hold of myself better as the pain eased, though my emotions were still completely out of order. For once in my life, I didn't know what to expect from myself in the present day. That was a scary feeling. I was afraid I might break down or lash out at someone on a whim. I was completely and totally emotionally unstable. The sun is up. Are you hungry? Kieran asked. I was shocked by how much I liked the gentle way he spoke to me. Why didn't I find this weirder? I was receiving affections from Kieran that I had never experienced or expected. That should make me feel uncomfortable, shouldn't it? Could the bond really work this fast? No, I'm fine right here with you, I smiled contentedly. His arms tightened around my waist, bringing me even closer to him. He gently kissed my hair and rested his chin upon my head. His breathing was a welcoming comfort to me. It calmed me more than I could convey. I inhaled his scent again for the millionth time as he continued to hold me. You need to eat. You need to get your strength up, he insisted softly. You've been through quite an ordeal. Yes, I had. It was hardly fair that it was only the alphas that could claim their mates and not the she-wolves. It was some male bravado thing in my eyes, and Mother Nature seemed to support it. As much as I hated it, in this world, males were held above females. However, some packs took that a little too far, such as using females only for mating purposes and not allowing them to fight alongside the other wolves. I hated it. That was precisely how my pack worked. Jasmine and Daniel were a true testament to that. I perked up instantly at how that mere thought of him didn't seem to bother me anymore. Was it true? Was I completely free of him now? I could only hope. Then another thought crossed my mind. What was Daniel doing? How did he handle me being marked by someone else? Did it affect him? Did it cause him pain? I had the same thoughts about Jasmine as well. The more vindictive part of me secretly hoped they suffered for everything they had put Kieran and me through and experienced the same kind of pain we had, while another part of me wouldn't wish that kind of pain on anyone. I was conflicted. I guess I owed that to my messed up emotions as well. Come on, Kieran urged, raising us in the bed together. Let's eat. It's 7 a.m. Don't make me go, I begged. Can't you have something sent up for us? You should get up and get moving. It might make you feel better, he said, running his hands through my, probably mangled, hair. I wasn't used to being so babied. Not even by my own parents. It was nice. Oh no. Does that make me sound vulnerable? This claim has really screwed me up. I don't want to, I stated again, getting slightly agitated. I want to stay in bed with you. He sighed and released me. I'm only trying to help you, Claire. Well, maybe I don't need your help, I snapped, standing up from the bed. Maybe I just want you to hold me all day and stop bugging me about things I don't want to do. Just stay with me. I will stay with you. Whatever, I huffed, storming off to the bathroom and slamming the door behind me. It was only after I was inside, leaning against the door, that I realized what I had just done. What was that? I mean, sure, I didn't want to be seen by anyone right now, but was that really an excuse to snap at him? I may have just overreacted a bit. No, Claire, you didn't. He was being too insistent. He wouldn't listen. But he was trying to help, like he said. He didn't mean to be that way. Ugh. This is all so frustrating. At that, I started to cry again. I was already missing Kieran's arms. I just wanted to be back in them. Maybe I should apologize to him. A soft knock came on the door before I was able to push my body off the door. I sensed it was Kieran right away. But really, who else would be knocking on our bathroom door, in our room? Whoa, ours? Where did that come from? It's not ours, it's his. I'm just a guest in his room. He's being hospitable by letting me stay here. That's all. None of this, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine stuff. It's way too early to be thinking like that. Get that thought out of your head right now, Claire. Oh great, now I'm talking to myself as well. Where does this end? I'm sorry, let me in, he asked. Please. I couldn't say no to that voice. It was calling out for me. He wanted me, and I liked him. I quickly moved from the door and threw it open before wrapping my arms around his neck. I buried my face into his neck and inhaled him once again. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. I know, he finished. I understand. This is just one of those side effects of being claimed. Your body doesn't know how to handle all your newfound emotions. They're intertwined with mine, and it will confuse you a lot. I nodded, but didn't speak. Well, that certainly makes sense. Come on, I'll help you back to bed, he said, leading me away from the bathroom. I pulled away from him. No, that's okay. I have to use the bathroom. I'll be out in a minute, I corrected. I pulled away from him once more and closed the bathroom door after me. Again, as I did last time, I found myself missing his arms. My time in the bathroom was very short. I even took a quick shower to wash the dried blood from my skin. But the longer I was away from Kieran, the more I pined for him. By the time I was finished with everything and dressed in the clothes I had left in the bathroom the previous day, I found the distance between us unbearable, and I wanted to be with him. When I pulled open the bathroom door again, Kieran had replaced the old sheets on the bed with new, clean ones. He was already lying on them, waiting for me while playing on his phone. I smiled when I noticed a tray of food on the bed. I could smell its deliciousness from a distance and quickly made my way over to it. The tray was filled with pancakes, bacon, eggs, and biscuits. Just looking at it made my mouth water. There was enough food to feed at least 3 people on it. I sat down next to Kieran on the bed and began eating. Pancakes, eggs, coffee? I asked him while stuffing my face. I'm sure I looked very unattractive at that moment. Bacon, he smiled, placing a piece in his mouth. You're the one who needs eat, not me. I can't eat all of this, I said with wide eyes. I'll be sick. He frowned at me. Well, try. You need the nutrients. I sighed, not wishing to argue with him, and continued eating as he had requested. The food was terrific, that's for sure. The person who made it should definitely consider a career as a chef. I wonder if it was Lana's mom, Margaret. After breakfast, someone was sent up to collect the tray, and Kieran and I went back to bed. There was some sitcom playing in the background on his television set, but I found it easy to sleep through. I had very little interest in watching TV. By the time the evening had rolled around and it was close to dinner, I shot up out of bed quickly. I realized that something had slipped my mind completely the room. I was supposed to paint today. Why hadn't Lana come to get me? Or Leland, for that matter. They both agreed. What's wrong? Kieran panicked, getting up after me. The room. I was supposed to paint it today. I had help, I said. I ordered that no one bother you today while you were in the bathroom this morning. With the way you acted, I just figured you didn't want to see anyone. I think. His assumption was correct, but now I was missing my friends. However, I didn't want to be away from Kieran either. That thought alone scared me very much. I was becoming unnaturally attached to him. Perhaps some time apart would be beneficial for both of us. Who knows, maybe the distance will break us out of whatever spell we're under. It was worth a shot, no matter how much it would bother me. Yes, I'd miss him, but we can't be together all the time. He had his duties, and I would too eventually. Additionally, I was eager to reunite with Lana, Felix, Leland, and Keely. It seemed like days since I was there last, when in reality it was only yesterday. Changing your mind? He asked. I nodded. Maybe. I miss my friends. Plus, Leland and Lana agreed to help me paint. Then I thought of something. Though, Leland has border patrol tonight, so he may want to rest. Kieran wrapped me up in his arms and kissed my head again. If you want him to help, I can let someone else take over for him tonight, he murmured into my hair. I don't want to mess anything up. If he was supposed to be on patrol tonight, he should. He can have the night off, he said softly. I just want you to be happy. I turned in his arms to face him. My arms automatically wrapped around his neck. I am happy. I have everything I need to be. He smiled at me and rubbed my back with his hand. I'm happy too. But Leland can work tomorrow. There is still plenty for him to do then. I nodded and smiled back at him. Okay, but only if you're sure. I am, he said. He bent down and brought his soft lips to mine, sending tingles all through my body. I moaned into him and deepened our kiss, unable to get enough of him. I think it was safe to say that our souls had bonded and were accepting each other completely. I could feel it inside me. I found myself in the white and wood room next door to Kieran's, with Keely and Lana. Kieran had gone to tell Leland that he had the night off while we taped everything that was not to be painted. After we finished that, we began to cover up all the furniture in the room. I didn't want to ruin anything with paint. My iPod was plugged into the dock, playing some of my favorite tunes as we worked. I hummed along softly with Lana and Keely's beautiful voices. It gave a nice rhythm. It wasn't much longer before the rest of the help arrived. And to my surprise, Felix was there too. I was overjoyed that Kieran had sent more help. You came too, I said to him after giving Leland a quick hug. You know me, I couldn't stay away, he smirked. Plus, the Alpha offered me a day off if I came to help. I grinned and shook my head at him. I knew it was something like that. And here I thought you'd never succumb to bribery. Felix threw his arm around my shoulder before rubbing his hand roughly on top of my head, making my hair a complete mess. Hey, I whined. Don't be mean. He laughed, letting me go. But it's so easy. I rolled my eyes at him and picked up a paintbrush by the door. Who's painting around the frame? I asked. I'll do it, Leland said, taking the brush from my hand. He bent down, picked up a bucket of paint, and poured some into a paint tray before placing it next to the door. He dipped the brush and started stroking the wall. After distributing jobs to everyone, we were finally all painting. I wouldn't lie, I missed Kieran heaps. And I often found myself thinking of him. My body and mind were screaming for me to see him, but I couldn't leave my friends to do the job I started. I would have to suck it up. This was ultimately for the best. Space is good, space is healthy. Everyone needs it. So if I knew that, why was I still trying to convince myself of it? I tried to shake my thoughts of him once again, but failed miserably. Somehow, every thought always led back to him. Paint. Kieran bought the paint. I wonder what he's doing right now. The help. Kieran sent the help. Kieran. I wonder if he's missing me? The room. Kieran gave me this room. Is Kieran thinking of me as much as I am of him? Does it ever stop? It was exhausting. When the first coat of paint was on the walls, we all decided to take a short break. Keely was really into the beat of the music, dancing along by herself. Lana was joking around with Felix, and Leland and I were sitting in chairs on the balcony attached to the room. It was the one thing Kieran's room was lacking. However, it excelled in all other areas. Thanks for helping, I told him, leaning my head back in the chair, enjoying the cool breeze. Leland was doing the same. He didn't look at me when he spoke. It's no problem. I don't mind painting. It's a nice change from my everyday routine. He smiled at the end of his sentence. The adventures of a wolf, I grinned and sat up. Your life must be filled with excitement. True, but there is something called too much of a good thing, isn't there? He said, sitting up to face me. I suppose there is, I agreed. However, I love adventure. I welcome too much of it. Be careful what you wish for, he chuckled. Enjoy the peace while it lasts. One day you'll be wishing for it. Maybe, I shrugged. What about you? Do you miss it? Me? No. I like being in on the action, but I do miss being able to relax. I miss the good old days, back when Kieran's parents were still around. Things were just so much more relaxed than they are now. We all had to grow up when they passed. Kieran more than anyone, though. He was pretty free then? Less intense than he is now, I guessed. He nodded. Pretty much. He's different, but still the same, if that makes any sense. I giggled. It doesn't actually, but okay. He's different with you, you know? He's just, I don't know, more of the Kieran he used to be. He doesn't ride all of us so hard about things now, he explained. Or it could be the fact that he was rejected and he just doesn't have the energy to. He shook his head. You saw him the day you went missing and the night they captured Pierce. He could easily be back in alpha mode if he wanted to. I nodded and looked down at my hands. He could, but without his wolf he's still lacking something. He'll get it back though, especially after he claimed me last night. Yeah, about that. How are you feeling? He asked. I shrugged. All over the place. I can't really explain all the things I'm feeling or going through. It still confuses me. You'll adjust from what I've heard. It won't take long, he explained. I smiled at him, and we sat in a short, comfortable silence for a couple of minutes. It was nice to have someone to talk about these things with. I liked Leland. He was a good friend to me, even if we didn't know each other that well yet. Talking with someone who knew Kieran so well was helpful. I liked learning new things about my mate. Someone cleared their throat and interrupted our brief silence. Leland and I both looked to the French doors to see Felix standing there with his arm crossed and a smirk on his face. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Please, don't let me intrude on your girl time. I giggled and Leland glared at him. However, Felix didn't look at all fazed by it. It was entertaining to watch two friends poking fun at each other, even if Leland didn't see that. Always the smart aleck, he said, his voice laced with humor now. You know it. The room isn't going to paint itself, now is it? Felix replied. No, but how cool would that be if it could? I smiled, getting up from my seat and passing by him. Leland and Felix followed in after me, Felix sending some retort my way that I didn't catch, making Leland laugh. I just rolled my eyes at him and picked up a paint roller. Keely and Lana were already back to painting again, singing a song to the top of their lungs while I dipped my rolled canvas in more purple paint. Just one more coat and we'd be finished. It should take more than a day to dry, and we could start moving furniture in. I was excited to pick out all new furnishings. Decorating would give me something else to do until my wolf came back, if she came back. I spun around with my roller in hand to paint the wall behind me. Unknown to me was that Leland was standing right beside me as I spun, therefore covering him in purple paint. I gasped, placed my hand over my mouth, and tried my hardest not to giggle. "I am so sorry," I said. His left arm was covered in paint along with a large portion of his t-shirt. When Felix, Lana, and Keely caught sight of the mess, they all burst out laughing. At that point, I could no longer hold back and joined in with the rest of them. Instead of getting upset like I thought he might, he just merely smirked and dipped his brush in my paint and swiped it across my forehead. I squealed and jumped back. "Hey, what I did to you was an accident." "No fair," I complained. I wiped the back of my arm across my head in an attempt to wipe off the paint, but only smeared it and made it worse. "So was that," he chuckled. "Oh yeah," I said. "Well, so is this." Before he had a chance to react, I took the smeared paint on my arm and wiped it across his cheek. "Now we're even," I added. He stared back at me in disbelief and shook his head. "Oh no, we're not even close." I backed away just as the paintbrush started coming my way, dodging his first attempt at painting me. However, the second attempt was a success. He got me again on the shoulder, covering the blue of my shirt. I gasped. While I was busy planning my counterattack on him, someone cleared their throat, and Kieran's scent hit me like a ton of bricks. Everyone in the room immediately turned their attention to the door. Kieran was standing there with an unexplainable look on his face. He didn't look upset, but he wasn't smiling either. All levity in the atmosphere vanished. He looked at everyone in the room before looking at me and Leland over with a more serious expression. After a moment, he grunted and stepped into the room. All I wanted to do was run into his arms and embrace him, but with my painted body and clothes, I refrained from doing so, thinking he probably wouldn't appreciate that too much. "Looks like I missed the party," he said, looking at me. "Claire, can I speak to you for a minute?" I felt my heart drop into my stomach. Oops. Was I in trouble? What did I do? We didn't ruin anything with the paint. I immediately shook my head at how I was reacting. No, this is stupid. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just overreacting. He had nothing to be upset about. I nodded my head and walked past Leland and Felix to meet Kieran. As soon as I reached him, he took my hand and led me out the door. He quickly pulled me into his room and shut the door behind us. He stood in front of me with his arms crossed as if he were waiting for something. "Is something wrong?" I asked with a raise of my eyebrow. He frowned. It was just amazing to me how attractive he looked even when he did that. I just wanted to reach up and kiss him. He reached into his pocket, pulled out my phone, and handed it to me. "Your friend Jennifer called you 3 times in the past 30 minutes. It seemed important, so I thought you'd like to know." "You left your phone by the bed," he answered briskly. "Okay," I said, still wondering why he looked irritated. "Is that all?" I asked. For a moment, he didn't say anything and continued to stare at me, and then he uncrossed his arms and closed the distance between us. He grabbed me up in them the second I was within reach. "I missed you," he said. "Well, I missed you too, but that doesn't explain your strange behavior," I pointed out. "You were gone a while," he added. "Yeah, there was a lot to do." "There still is," I answered. "It probably would have taken longer if you hadn't sent Felix and Leland." Was I missing something? Why was he being all weird about this? "You were laughing with him. You like him, don't you?" I frowned at him. I was starting to see where this was going. "Yes, he's my friend." "Of course I like him," I replied. "Is something wrong with that?" He remained quiet for a minute before speaking back up. "Should I be worried?" At that, I giggled. "Worried? About what? Me making friends? He is no different than Lana, Keely, or Felix. They're all my friends, Kieran." He still didn't say anything and kept his grave look. I finally sighed and placed my hands on either side of his face and brought his lips to mine. He immediately kissed me back as the tingles shot through us. I pulled away after a moment and met his eyes. No, you don't have to worry. You're my mate and I am yours. I'm not her. I'm not Jasmine. I wouldn't choose someone else over you. His body visibly relaxed at my words, and a light smile tugged at his lips. You really mean that? I smiled back. You have my word. Good, he said, nestling his face into my neck as his arms tightened almost painfully around me. Because you're mine. My wolf won't let you go. He's already told me. He's starting to come out more. I can't guarantee he won't overreact when he sees you with other males. We'll survive, I told him confidently with a smile. I leaned up to kiss him again before my phone rang, breaking us apart. We both sighed at its sound. When Kieran released me, I looked down at the screen, confused. It was Jennifer again. Something must be significant. I'll let you take that. Wyatt's expecting me back anyway. Our interrogation on the rogue is getting us nowhere. We're working on new tactics, he explained. I'll let you know more later. I nodded and smiled at him after he placed a soft kiss on my head and walked out of the room. I missed him as soon as his scent was gone. However, I didn't have time to dwell on that. I had to speak to Jennifer. Hey, I said, answering the phone. Where have you been? I've missed you like crazy. All I heard were sniffles on the other end of the line, and instantly, I became worried. Jen, are you okay? I asked slowly. No, she barely got out. I became panic-stricken. Why? What's wrong? Are you hurt? I could hear her soft sobs on the other end of the line for a minute before she spoke again. I can't talk about it now. I don't have much time. My phone is going dead. At least tell me you're not in some kind of danger, I begged. I'm not, she said more clearly. At least not anymore. I got mixed up with some bad people, Claire. I'll explain the rest when I get there, okay? Wait, you're coming here? Where are you? When are you coming? I asked impatiently, looking for answers. I'm a little ways away from you. At least half a day's drive. Just expect to see me late tomorrow evening. I've stopped somewhere to sleep for the night, but I'll leave first thing tomorrow. You're scaring me, Jen, I said honestly. I was afraid for her. Don't worry about me, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. I promise. I sighed. Okay, bet. Before I could finish my sentence, I was cut off and the line went dead. I just stared back at the screen in bewilderment. None of that conversation with her made any sense. Something was really wrong with her. She was never the overly emotional type. She was a carefree person who always looked for a party and a good time. She never took life too seriously. She was much like Pierce in that way. This Jennifer I just spoke to was not the Jennifer I knew at all. This was something I needed to get down to the bottom of. In a trance, I returned to the room next door with a heavy mind. I was running over all the possible reasons that would have put her in such an emotional state. Everyone was staring at me, but no one asked any questions except for Lana. I assured her I was fine, but from the look of concern on her face, I could tell she didn't believe me. Leland held the same look as she did. We painted the rest of the room in silence, apart from the music playing in the background. However, it wasn't much of a distraction from my thoughts. When all the painting was finally finished, I returned to Kieran's room still in deep thought. It was almost 9 p.m. and Kieran wasn't in the room yet. The room felt emptier without him. I craved his company more when I was alone. I decided to skip dinner with the pack again tonight and instead stayed holed up in the bedroom with my phone. I really needed to call my parents again, and maybe with a bit of luck, they would know something about Jennifer. I just couldn't let this go so easily. My worry wouldn't disappear just like that. With that thought, I sighed and leaned back into the headboard of the bed and dialed my mom's number. Chapter 15. To my dismay, my mom didn't have much to tell me about Jennifer. She said that her mom told her that she left with some guys and was worried about her, but that was of no value to me. I already knew she was mixed up with the wrong people. Mom also told me that Jennifer's mom had not heard from her in a week and a half, and there were people out looking for her. I didn't tell Mom that Jennifer would be coming here in case she was hiding out from someone. The fewer people who knew about her, the better. I would not risk anything. If she wanted anyone to know her whereabouts, she would tell them herself. That night, I lay in bed worrying while Kieran slept fairly soundly next to me. I was much too scared to sleep. However, after 3 a.m., exhaustion got the best of me, and I fell helplessly into a deep state of sleep, dreaming once again of Daniel and my rejection. The only difference this time was that it didn't hurt me. For that, I was beyond grateful. Once again, Kieran had saved me. When morning came, I was alone in bed. The clock read 9:47 a.m., and I could hear the shower going inside the bathroom. Kieran must have woken up late as well if he was just now getting a shower. I yawned and stretched my body as I sat up in bed. Despite my worry about my best friend, I slept pretty well. My heart clenched for her at the thought of our phone call yesterday. I hoped she was all right. I quickly grabbed my phone off the side table by the bed to check for notifications. I had no missed calls and no texts. I had to remind myself to stay calm and not worry. She said she'd be in today, and I just had to trust that. Kieran knew to expect her today and warned the wolves on patrol not to attack any she-wolf that entered our territory without his permission. At least I didn't have to worry about that. She wouldn't have to go through the same thing Pierce did. Consequently, my mind wandered to him. How was he doing in his new pack? Were they treating him well? Would he come back to revisit me? Maybe I should visit him this time. It wasn't like he was very far away. Besides, Alpha Sawyer knows me. A knock at the door brought me from my thoughts. I jumped in surprise. Could it be? Is Jennifer already here? I pushed myself off the bed, still in my neon green PJs, and opened the door. Who I saw standing there had a little too much testosterone to be Jennifer, though. I sighed in disappointment. Why would I expect her to find her way up to my room? She would clearly have to be announced upon arrival. Don't look so happy to see me, Leland teased with crossed arms and a feigned hurt expression. I instantly felt bad, but then perked up, revealing a pleased smile. It's not that. I just thought you might be someone else. He took me in with amusement. You're certainly bright this morning. Well, physically anyway. I can't say much for emotionally. I frowned at him. It was a long night. I didn't fall asleep until late. He scrunched up his face in mock disgust. Never mind, I don't want to know the details. We didn't do that, I exclaimed, giving his shoulder a playful shove. Get your mind out of the gutter. He smirked down at me and ruffled my already messy hair, making it worse, I'm sure. But I like having it there. I groaned and pushed his hand away, trying to fix the mangled mess that was my hair, and sighed. It was no use. I will have to get a shower later and dry it straight. So what brings you here? I asked him, wandering back into the room. I actually came to see Kieran, but it looks like he's presently unavailable, he said, following me in. Is everything all right? Yep. Just wanted to get a rundown of the schedule today. I furrowed my brows. But doesn't Wyatt handle that now? Did, he emphasized. Today is Kieran's first day back. It's like a trial run. Oh, Kieran hadn't mentioned that to me yet. Perhaps he was waiting to tell me this morning. I was still on the phone with my mom when he fell asleep last night. He probably didn't want to interrupt me. When the shower switched off, I turned my attention to the bathroom door and then back to Leland. I guess I'll go downstairs and wait for him with everyone else. Catch you later, he asked. Yeah, I nodded. I'll probably be showing Jennifer around the territory today, so I'll be sure to find you and Felix. Don't bother looking for him. Felix will be gone for the next 2 days visiting his brother and his mate in South River Pack. He just found her yesterday and wanted Felix to meet her. I didn't know that he had a brother. But I didn't ask him either. Well, I hope he enjoys his time away from here. He works hard. He deserves a break. He does, Leland smiled. We all do. We've all been working hard. I'm sure. I agreed. Try not to overdo yourself today. I'll try. After heading to the bedroom next door to grab a change of clothes, something was missing. I gasped when I realized what it was. My personal belongings were no longer there. The bags I had traveled with were gone, and I was upset. Where were they? Who took them? I hastily walked back to Kieran's room to question him on it when I caught sight of him stepping from the closet, wearing only a pair of pants. I halted in my steps, my mouth agape. I quickly closed it when his eyes met mine. A smirk took over his features. I shouldn't be staring at him in this manner. It's highly inappropriate. He was now standing too close to me. He pulled me close, his arms wrapping around me. I gasped as a strange connection coursed through me. I leaned into him unwillingly. My body was doing it of its own accord. I missed you, he murmured, burying his face into my hair, breathing me in. You weren't away from me that long. I laughed, resting my hands on his chest. Long enough. I felt that he was trying to keep his wolf at bay. The bond was affecting him, but Kieran still didn't trust his wolf yet. However, he was slowly affecting his mind. He was changing, however gradual it may be. I need to get a shower, I said, forcing myself away from him. I had only just pushed him back enough for him to pull me to his body a little rougher. Don't walk away, he said, though it sounded more like an order. He pushed his face into my hair again. I need a shower, I repeated. Plus everyone is waiting for you to give them their orders. He sighed, his breath warm on my neck. I had to suppress a shiver that only became worse when he planted a small kiss just below my earlobe before he pulled away. Oh, this was unsettling. These new feelings were so strong. I wasn't ready for this kind of connection with him yet. For one, we didn't love each other, and two, it was still too soon. I had barely lived with him a week. The love part one could look past because the possibility of us falling in love at this point in our relationship wasn't significant. But I didn't want to rush things, even if we were planning to mate. I hope I will be able to hold out. It was already becoming increasingly complex for me, and it's only postmarking day 2. I must summon some willpower somehow. When he finally released me, I felt safer from my actions. I didn't trust myself around him. The distance was much better. The emptiness, however, was an unwelcoming consequence of it. Don't be long. I want you with me today. At least until your friend arrives. Find me downstairs when you're ready, he said, placing a small kiss on my forehead and stepping back. I was at a loss for words. Of course, I would meet him. I wanted to spend time with him. And he was including me. That's all I ever asked. I soon found myself inside the shower, relishing in the warmth of the water. My skin absorbed the heat like a sponge in water. I enjoyed every minute of it until I had to force myself out. If I kept Kieran waiting too long, no doubt he'd come searching for me. After quickly dressing and managing my hair, I slipped on my shoes and made my way to the first floor of the house, where Wyatt was talking with Chance and Colby, 2 of the fighters in our pack. When his eyes focused on me, he dismissed them and smiled. There you are. I'm glad you made it down before noon, he teased. I've never slept till noon, I defended with a smile of my own. Well, except that once. He shook his head and chuckled before walking to the front door and opening it for me. Your ever-impatient mate is waiting for you. Of course he is, I muttered. On our way through the territory, the pack members bowed their heads in respect for us, the Beta and future Luna. I was still trying to adjust to the amount of respect they already had for me. I had done nothing to deserve it, and yet they still offered it to me anyway. Kieran's. Our pack is truly amazing. Wyatt, a pretty blonde girl said in passing. I didn't miss the smile she gave him. She looked quite smitten. I glanced up at him in curiosity. Friend of yours? I asked. He shrugged, trying to cover up a smile of his own. You could say that, I guess. She's liked me since high school. We've dated a few times, but it was nothing serious. We aren't mates or anything. I could hear the longing in his voice at the mention of the word mate. He obviously hadn't met her yet and wished to. All wolves want to meet their mates at some point. Well, most of them do. Why, Claire, are you scowling? He asked. Oops. Am I? I hadn't noticed. That's what thinking of my ex-mate does to me now. Bad memory, I muttered. He threw an arm around my shoulders and gave me an encouraging smile. It'll be okay. You have Kieran now. Lighten up. Right, I smiled. I do have him. It just angers me sometimes to think of past events. Hey Wyatt, another girl smirked, walking by. I raised my eyebrow at him. Another friend, I assume? Well, maybe, he grinned. I rolled my eyes. I did not want to know. It wasn't my business what he did in his free time. I'm just glad he at least had the respect not to commit to anyone except for his mate. We finally came to a stop outside the holding cells building, where Kieran was giving some wolves a rundown of the parameter checks. He sent me a smile as soon as he saw me and dismissed the pack members he was conversing with. "Hey," he said, pulling me away from Wyatt and into his arms. "Hi," I smiled. "You wanted me here?" He nodded and wrapped his arm around me tightly while turning us to face the cell building. "I thought you might want to do some things with me today." "You mean talk to the rogue?" I asked as he pulled us inside the building. I felt a little panicked by that. I'd never been in the presence of one before. Well, that I'd ever known of anyway. "Don't worry. He won't hurt you. I won't let him." I nodded my head, but still felt apprehensive. I didn't like the idea of rogues, especially ones as dangerous as the one here. He was with the wolves that killed Kieran's parents. That already made me dislike him. Inside the building, it was the same as I'd remembered it. It reminded me of the night I found Pierce here, and I winced. I hated thinking about him in that way. I was still a little miffed about how things went down. Kieran brought us to the large white door that led to the cell room and pushed it open without hesitation. Inside, I found Colby, Chance, Dorian, and now Wyatt, who followed us in. Their expressions were impassive as they stared at the prisoner. "What did you find out?" Kieran asked them. "He's not been very cooperative," Dorian stated. Kieran barely nodded his head, and all eyes in the room went to the rogue, including mine. He looked like he had been beaten and was sitting in the back corner of the cell, sending a dark glare to Dorian. I take it he was the one who had done most of the beating. The rogue was big, I'd admit that, and he looked pretty intimidating. His hair was very short, almost shaved. He had broad shoulders and thick muscles sculpted by his ripped, dirty shirt that clung to him. He might be good-looking if it weren't for the intimidation that frightened me. He grinned at me when his eyes scanned over my body. I squirmed uncomfortably under his stare. Kieran noticed and squeezed me close to his side. A growl erupted from within him. Angry Alpha wanted out. Well. What do we have here?" he said with a smirk. "If it isn't the one and only Claire Warren." I widened my eyes in surprise. "How do you know my name?" The rogue got up from his seat and walked to the middle of his cell. He chuckled at my question. "I know more than you think I do. We're everywhere." "You don't have to speak to him," Kieran said. "That's not why I brought you in here. Now I see what everyone is talking about. I was wondering how you were able to get two alphas worshipping at your feet." Repulsion swept through me, and I shivered involuntarily. Kieran growled again and flew to the bars of the cell to grab him, though he was too far away. The rogue had a satisfied look on his face that I didn't understand. All they had to do was open the door, and they could all get to him in an instant and beat him to a pulp. "You do not speak to her," Kieran threatened. "I'm Tobias, by the way," he added, ignoring the angry alpha in front of him. "How do you know me?" I questioned. "I know all," he smirked. "We know everything about you." I stuttered. "That's enough," Kieran snapped. "This is the most we have gotten out of him since he's been here," Dorian interjected, looking between Kieran, Tobias, and me. Kieran didn't look pleased by that fact. "Axel will come for you," Tobias said. "He's been waiting a long time for this." His eyes moved from mine to Kieran's. "He finally has something else to hurt your mate with." This time, I growled at the same time Kieran did and stepped up to the cells next to him. He looked like he was about to go through the bars after Tobias. "Or should I say new mate," he added, amused. "You will not hurt him or anyone," I yelled. He shook his head and chuckled. "Oh, it's a bit too late for that. Tell me, when is the last time you talked to anyone from your old pack?" "My old pack?" My eyes widened in horror. "No. Did he hurt someone?" Who was it?" "Not any of my family, I hope." "What have you done?" I gasped. "You'll find out soon enough. Everything is going according to plan, just as we predicted." A sadistic smile then crossed his face. "Oh, and you can tell her I'll be seeing her again soon. She can count on it." She who?" He merely smiled and backed away from us without another word and took his seat in the back corner of the cell again. With his arms crossed over his chest, he sent me a chilling look, so dark and deadly it caused me to back away as well. I was nearly shaking. "Open the door," Kieran yelled. "I think we need to remind the rogue who is in charge again. No one threatens me or my mate." At that point, I decided to take my leave. Though Kieran and his wolves had good reason to do what they were doing, I couldn't bear to watch it. I wasn't a fan of torture. I needed to get away quickly. Kieran didn't stop me when I left, to my relief. And as I paced from the building, I could hear the cries of pain from the rogue in cell 3. 5 against 1, he didn't stand a chance. Back at the mansion, I called my mom. I needed to know she and my dad were all right. After Tobias's threatening question, I was more than shaken up about it. She picked up on the third ring. "Mom, how are you?" I asked anxiously. "I'm fine, dear. What's the matter?" "And Dad? How is he?" No doubt my questioning would raise some suspicion. "Yes, he's fine as well." "What is this about? Are you okay?" Worry was prominent in her voice. "I'm fine, but I would be better if you were here. Do you think you could come for a visit? I really miss both of you." This was the only way I knew I could keep them safe, to have them here with me. "Well, I actually wanted to talk to you about that," she said. "Oh." I couldn't keep the surprise out of my voice. She was already thinking about coming here? She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Alpha Robert wants to see you." I blinked, taken aback temporarily. "Daniel's dad wants to see me? Why? Did he say what he wanted?" I asked. "He wants you to come here and talk with him." "It's about Daniel," she confessed with some emotion in her voice I couldn't place. "Daniel? What could he possibly have to say about Daniel to me? He's not my concern anymore." What we had was over before it even started. That was precisely what Alpha Robert wanted. I don't think Kieran would like that very much, I admitted. He wouldn't want me anywhere near Daniel or his family. "He said it was important," she added. "Something has happened and I've been ordered not to say anything to anyone." "The whole pack has." I gasped. "That's a bit extreme." "It must be something big if Robert is trying to cover it up." "Okay, I'll come there with Kieran, but only under one condition. I want you and Dad to come back with us. You'll be safe here." "I promise," she sighed. "Honey, you know your dad." "Mom, I know," I interrupted. "But this is important to me. Just talk to him, please. You can convince him." "This does mean a lot to you, doesn't it?" She nodded. "Yes." "Okay then. I'll talk to him. I'll do what I can." I could hear the smile in her voice. She missed me too. Relief washed through me immediately, and I let out a breath of air. "Thank you." "Of course, honey. I love you," she said softly. "Love you too, Mom." The next hour, I spent wandering around the house, anticipating Jennifer's arrival. I caught myself checking the time every 10 minutes to see how much time had passed. I was a nervous wreck. I hoped that she was all right. I suppose I expected her to arrive a little sooner. I tried watching some television and even flipped through a couple of magazines, barely taking notice of what was on the pages. It wasn't until I settled on the couch with a book from the shelf that Leland came into the room to get me. He smiled when he saw me. "She's here, your friend," he said. "She's waiting for you in Kieran's office when you're ready." I jumped up from my seat in excitement and hugged Leland. "She's here. She's finally here." I didn't want to waste any time seeing her. "Thank you," I grinned. "I'll find her." I quickly let him go and hurriedly paced from the room, silently praying in thanks that she made it here safely. With what she had told me when we last talked, I worried that she might run into trouble along the way, but thankfully, that didn't happen. Now I just wanted to hug her and tell her how much I missed her before we dove into the situation she has gotten herself into. Hopefully, I can find a way to help her. I would do anything I could. She was my best friend. Chapter 16. I didn't waste any time making my way to Kieran and Wyatt's office. Walking through the large house took me a few minutes to reach my destination. A million thoughts were whirling around in my head as I reached the door. How was Jennifer? Was she okay? Did she run into any problems on the way here? Did her parents or anyone from the pack know she was coming? Do they know my location? Seconds later, I decided to put those thoughts aside and discuss them further with her. It felt like it had been so long since I last saw her that I was anxious to see and speak to her again. I missed her. Placing my hand on the handle, I pushed open the heavy door, and the room slowly came into view. After it was completely open, I instantly spotted my best friend standing in front of Kieran's desk, examining what few pictures he had sitting upon it. Her head snapped to the door upon my entry. When her teary, tired eyes met mine, I let out a breath of air I was holding and ran to her. I quickly embraced her in a tight and probably suffocating hug. "Oh, Jen. What is it? What's wrong? Are you okay?" She responded with a nod of her head and embraced me just as tightly as I held her. Seeing her here felt like home. She reminded me of my old life, my job, my parents, and Daniel. He was the one bitter thought that came to mind. The thought of him didn't bother me as much as it used to, though. The stinging pain whenever my mind wandered to him was gone, hidden just beneath the surface. Only Kieran could banish him completely from my head. "I'm getting there," she responded. She pulled away, and our eyes met once again. "Is this your mate?" she asked softly, picking up a picture of him and Keely next to the one of them and their parents together. I nodded my head. She smiled and placed it back down on the hard surface it had previously occupied, and then turned and examined the rest of the room. "You have a nice place here," she smiled weakly. I knew what she was doing. She was trying her best to avoid the inevitable, answering the many questions I had. But I needed the answers, and she knew she'd have to give them to me eventually. Jennifer slowly walked over to the couch against the farthest wall and took a seat on it. I followed her to it and sat next to her. It was only then that I really got a chance to examine her, and I nearly gasped. Her usually perfectly styled hair hung loose and messily around her face. She looked like she hadn't cleaned up in quite some time. She wore a loose sweater that completely enveloped her, as did her worn-out jeans. I couldn't tell if it was just her attire that made her look so frail and skinny, or if she really was that way. She nervously tugged on the sleeves of her gray sweater and pulled them over her hands, then reached up and tucked some hair behind her right ear. I quickly noted that she wore no makeup, which was even more unusual for her. This was not the Jennifer I knew. She wasn't the well-kept, overly made-up, and confident person like I remembered her being. No, the person who was sitting in front of me now felt like a stranger. She seemed more like an endangered species who might bolt at any minute if there were any sudden movements than my friend. She was utterly broken. I felt tears starting to form in my eyes for my troubled friend. I reached over to her and gently gripped her hand in mine. "Jen, who did this to you?" I asked her carefully. She looked down at her feet, but never spoke. I felt her slightly shake in my grasp. "I'm worried about you. Please tell me," I urged her. "Otherwise I don't know how to help you." A soft sob erupted within her, revealing just how fragile she really was. Her weak attempts to hold herself together were failing, and she realized that she was coming apart at the seams. Her sobs became louder with each one that passed. I did my best to soothe her by wrapping my arms around her shoulders and hugging her to me, but it did little to alleviate the situation. I don't. She fumbled to get out a coherent sentence, but failed. She clutched my arms tight in her hands while she used them for support. "Shoo. It's okay, Jen. You're here now. No one can hurt you anymore." "But it's not okay. It will never be okay. He won't give up on me ever. He wants me back," she quivered. Pushing back the hair that fell in her face when she looked down, I could see her worried features much better. "Who wants you back, Jen? Who is he?" Tears poured heavily from her eyes, but her sobs temporarily stopped for her to catch her breath and form another sentence. "It was supposed to be a one-time thing. He seemed so kind and fun when I first met him. He singled me out at the bar and came to talk to me. I didn't initiate anything. When he asked me back to his place, it was supposed to be a simple meeting, but he dashed." Her voice broke, and another sob escaped her. I didn't even know what happened, but I found myself starting to cry with her. "He didn't want to let me go," she continued through the tears. "He kept me there and wouldn't let me go. My time there was the longest 2 weeks of my life. It all happened just 2 days after Daniel." She trailed off, watching me closely. "After you were. It's okay, Jen. I have Kieran now. You can talk about it." She nodded and wiped away her tears. "I came to see you after it happened, but your mom said that you weren't seeing anyone, that you didn't want company." That was true. I turned everyone away. I probably wouldn't have remembered you coming by anyway. That was a dark and painful time for me. I blocked everything and everyone out. I know. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I took everything in me not to attack the Alpha after I learned what he did to you. I sighed. I'm fine now, Jen. But I'm still worried about you. What happened after you left? She wiped her sniffling nose on her sleeve and looked up at me. I could see the reluctance in her eyes that was holding her back. She was scared. We had our night together, and he was so caring and gentle with me. It was nice. It was only the next morning when I told him I needed to leave that everything changed. She seemed to be in remembrance of that night as she recounted what had happened, almost as if she were watching a movie. He beat me when I tried to go and locked me up in some sort of basement. It was dark, cold, and empty. I had no one, only myself, for comfort. He came to visit me on my second day down there. He brought me food and tried to talk to me, but I was too scared of him to respond. She wiped away more tears and continued. He almost started to seem normal again, like the previous 2 days never happened. He was kind and caring, making sure I wasn't hurt or hungry. It was ironic considering he was the one who starved and beat me. She laughed, altogether void of any humor, and shook her head. He told me that he wouldn't let me go, and as long as I agreed to stay with him, he'd let me come back into the house. If I didn't, he'd make me suffer, she gulped. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand why he wanted me so much. He barely knew me. So I asked him. She began to shake again. What did he say? He said I reminded him of his mate. My spirit was a lot like hers, and by having me there, it was like he was getting a piece of her back. He called me beautiful and said we'd have a great life together. This guy, or wolf I guess I should say, was indeed crazy. Who goes around kidnapping people who remind them of their mates? Well, you obviously got away from him. How? I asked. She removed my arms from around her and stood up in front of the leather couch and slowly paced the floor. I broke out when he left. I had to earn his trust to leave me alone first, though. It wasn't easy. She shuddered at the thought, and it wasn't the good kind. I had to do things and prove to him that I wasn't going anywhere. I agreed to stay with him and join him in the house, but only under the condition that I stayed in his room. I knew it was my only way out, so I did it. I couldn't have made it out of that basement alone. There were no windows and only one door. I wouldn't have made it out alive. I gasped. Oh, Jen, I'm so sorry. She shrugged. It wasn't so bad. He was good to me when I went back into the house. The nights were hard, though. His friends that he had living with him scared me more than he did. There were so many of them. They were part of the reason I wanted to leave. The other was, he wanted to mate me. Her hands began to tremble as her pacing became quicker. I couldn't let that happen, Claire. What would my mate think of me? I know what I have been doing isn't exactly ideal, but I couldn't mate anyone other than my mate. I flinched at her words, and she noticed. Her pacing came to a sudden stop, and she looked horrified. Claire, I'm so sorry. You know your situation was different than mine. You did what you had to do, she quickly explained. You made the right choice for you. I nodded, though her words still hurt, and suddenly a thought came to mind. Jen, how did you know about me and Kieran? My parents are the only ones who knew about us, and I didn't leave with him until you were already gone. She froze and looked scared of my question. She didn't move from her spot in front of me when she answered. They know about you, all of them. I don't know how, but they do. You're their target. If they hurt you, they hurt your mate. My breath caught in my throat in surprise. My eyes grew large in size. They're all after me? Yes, she nodded. Axel more than anyone. His name sent shivers all over me, and I gasped. No, it couldn't be. The rogues are the bad people Jennifer got mixed up with. I stood next to her and grabbed her arm. Was the one to kidnap you? Axel? No, he has a mate, if you could even call her that. Celia was stolen too. She was taken from her mate and forced to be with Axel. Her mate has died at the hands of Axel. That's awful. Couldn't she escape with you? She shook her head. No, there was barely enough time for me to escape, and she wouldn't leave without him anyway. The forced bond has made her love him even though she believes what he is doing is wrong. So she's kind of stuck, I said. Yes, and I couldn't allow that to happen to me. Thankfully, Tobias was captured before he was able to make it back to me and the rogues. Celia borrowed Axel's phone and was able to send me a text telling me about Tobias being taken before her mate could find out about it. Suddenly, everything was beginning to make sense to me. Of course, it was Tobias who held her captive. Why didn't I see it before? Jennifer was the her he was talking about. Oh no. Nausea quickly took over, and I had to sit back down. Just the thought of him being here, so close to her, made me sick. She had to know about him. Are you okay? She asked me worriedly. No, I said, shaking my head frantically. And neither are you. Confusion took over her features. What? Why? What's wrong? Tobias, he's here. Alpha Clint, Kieran's friend, caught him on his land and brought him here. He's in the holding cells now. Axel and his rogues are the ones who killed Kieran's parents. He gave me a message for you too. He said he'll be seeing you again soon. You can count on it. Jennifer gasped and backed away from me until she hit the desk and jumped in surprise. No, he can't be here. I just got away from him. He'll kill now that he knows I left him. Axel has probably mind-linked him and told him. I won't let that happen. He can't hurt you. He's locked up with too many guards surrounding him. She dropped to the floor in front of the desk and buried her face in her hands. I'll never get away from him, will I? I stood up from the couch and rushed to her and sat down on the floor too. I won't let him near you. He can't get out. He's not even near the house. He's in the holding cells in the woods, near the pack housing community. I can take you there if you want me to. You can see for yourself he's defenseless. No, she said frantically. I can't see him now. It's too soon. He'll be so angry. Jennifer is scared of a guy? That was a first for her. She was never afraid of anything. She's one of the bravest people I know. Or was. He had truly broken her. She was held captive, mistreated, and beaten. That was enough to hurt anyone. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders again and pulled her to her feet with me. It's okay, I soothed. You don't have to see him if you don't want to. No one is forcing you. I'll even request tighter security around him if that will make you feel better, I offered. She nodded. Yes, it would. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up, I said, leading her from the room. I'll talk to Kieran. Kieran's face was livid by the time I finished explaining the situation to him. He looked like he could wolf out at any minute, and that scared me. Not only was he upset about what happened with Jennifer, but what bothered him the most was how Axel planned to use me to get to him. Kieran balled up his fist and sent one of them flying into a nearby tree in the secluded part of the woods where they were. I jumped back from the impact of it and shrieked at the loud crack that erupted throughout the forest. I stared at the split tree in complete and utter shock. I had no idea how strong he was. When he saw the look of horror on my face, his features softened, and he took a slow step toward me. Unconsciously, I took a step back, but stopped myself when I became aware of my movement. Kieran frowned, but still proceeded toward me anyway. He gently placed his hands on either side of my face when he was within distance and lowered his face to mine. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to scare you. I just lost control. I know, I nodded. You just surprised me. He sighed and brought our foreheads together. I won't let anyone hurt you, you know. You're safe here. I know, I repeated. I knew Kieran would keep me safe. I could feel it. He wouldn't let anyone he didn't trust come near me. Protecting me was one of his top priorities. Since the claim, he'd been much more attentive, caring, and now protective, it seemed. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. It felt nice to have someone want to take care of you. However, I wanted to protect him just the same. I'll add more security around here and limit visitors to the holding cells. I think adding 2 more guards to the holding cells wouldn't be a bad idea either. And for now, I don't want you around that building unless I'm with you, okay? Okay. I didn't want to be there anyway. It would take everything in me not to kill Tobias after what he had done to Jennifer. It was unforgivable. I want to ask Jennifer to join the pack. I'll need to ask Alpha Robert to give her permission to leave, I added. Kieran pulled away from me, a grave look overtaking his features. His hands dropped from my face. I'll talk to him. You don't need to talk to your pathetic excuse of a pack anymore. Your ties with them are broken. I debated internally whether to tell him about Alpha Robert's request to see me. Based on his current reaction, I wasn't so sure if it was the best idea. However, it would be wrong to keep secrets from my mate. I couldn't do that to him. Alpha Roberts asked to speak with me. Through my parents, I confessed. I told them I'd go. Kieran's response was a quick one. No. I sighed and ran a hand through my loose blonde strands of hair. I wasn't asking your permission. I'm going to speak with him. He took a step toward me and grabbed my shoulders in a tight hold. It wasn't a painful one, though, just a little rough. You can't go back to them, Claire. My wolf won't allow it. I scoffed. I'm not going back to them, Kieran. I'm only going because of my parents. I made a deal with my mom that I would speak to her alpha if she and my dad would come to our pack. With the rogues after me, I don't think they're safe in my small pack. Who will protect them there? I think I can convince Robert to let Jennifer and my parents go, but I have to talk to him for him to do that. Kieran released me and let out a frustrated groan. I half expected him to hit the cracked tree again in his frustration and finish it off, but to my surprise, he didn't. His hands roughly pushed through his hair as he turned from me, and then, sooner than I expected, he calmed down. He slowly faced me again when he was ready. Fine, we'll go together. I'm not about to let you go there alone. I don't trust Knight's shadow pack. I'll gather some wolves to take with us. We'll leave 2 days from now when Felix is back. He's one of our best fighters in the pack. I'll need him, Leland, Dorian, and a few others to come along. Okay, I agreed. Do what you will. All I want are my parents' safety. Quickly, Kieran took my face in his hands again, and his lips hovered over mine. Why do you defy me? He asked gently. I shrugged. It's who I am. I have to go with my gut, and I need to talk to Alpha Robert. I'm not doing this just to be doing it. His warm breath fanned across my face. I know. I just wish you'd have asked me first before making plans yourself. You'd still have said no, I stated. Maybe, but including you goes both ways. You have to include me in your decision-making too, he replied. I sighed. I knew he was right, which made me feel guilty. It was only fair that I offered him the same courtesy he had given me. Fair enough, I nodded. I should have talked to you before making up my mind. I see that now. I'll try to keep that in mind before making any more decisions without you. Thank you, he mumbled against my lips when that connected with mine. His kiss was soft and gentle. I grinned into the kiss. I still couldn't comprehend my feelings for him just yet. They were all jumbled up inside me, mixed up with other conflicting emotions. I didn't know if what I was feeling for him was real or solely the claim. Either way, being in his arms and having his lips on mine just felt so right. It confused me. The kiss broke me from Kieran's spell and brought me back to reality. I pulled myself away from him and gave him a short smile. Jennifer is probably waiting for me. I should get back. He nodded. Where is she staying? I gave her the purple room that was to be mine, if that's okay. She needs it more than I do now. I'd like to go into town tomorrow and get some furnishings for it. After the new information we had gained from Jennifer today, I wasn't sure he'd ever let me off the property again, but I had to hope. It wasn't like I was at much risk in front of a bunch of humans. No wolf would risk exposure like that if we were found out. That would mean an entirely different war on our hands, and no one wanted that. I'd rather you wouldn't, he said. I know, but it needs to be done. I promise I won't go anywhere other than where I'm supposed to, and I'll take as many wolves as you see fit for me to go with. He raised an eyebrow at me in sheer surprise. Really? Yes. It's called a compromise. You give me what I want, and I give you what you want. That way we're both happy. He considered my words shortly before visibly relaxing. A light smile tugged at the end of his mouth as he spoke. Okay. For wolves, 2 hours, and just to get furniture. No one but you and Jennifer goes. I nodded and smiled. Agreed. Leaning in, I gave him a quick peck on the lips and bounded off toward the pack house, feeling very accomplished. Kieran could be very agreeable when he wanted to be, as could I. It was all a matter of compromise. Jennifer sat out on the terrace of my would-be bedroom and stared out into the woods. She mainly stayed quiet and only engaged in light conversation with me when necessary. Her feet were in the chair with her, and her chin rested upon her knees. She looked so despondent, it killed me. I like the room, she said blankly, still gazing at the woodsy scenery in front of her. Me too, I smiled. A few of us just finished painting it. It seems nice here. It's different. Not like our pack at all. This could be your pack too. Have you given any more thought about what I said? I asked her. She lifted her head from her knees and turned toward me. I have. I'm just worried about what my parents will think. And I don't know if Alpha Robert will even let me leave. He's been looking for me, but I've kept up the barrier in my mind to prevent him from having any contact. He'd demand me back and I don't want go. It doesn't feel like my home there anymore after all that has happened. I nodded. That's understandable. I've kept my mind closed off since I was held by Tobias to protect the pack. I knew they'd come looking for me if they got a glimpse of what was in my mind and they'd get hurt. I couldn't risk that. My parents are still part of that pack. Knight's Shadow Pack doesn't pick fights, and to start now with a bunch of rogues would be a death wish. I know. They're dangerous, even to Kieran's pack. I do want to join, she admitted. I want to be part of the pack. I think it would be a good change for me. I smiled at her, a feeling of joy overcoming me. Okay. I'll work it out with Alpha Robert when we visit the pack in a couple of days. I'd like that, she said. And for the first time since she arrived here, there was a faint smile on her face that made her see that there was still hope for her yet. I wouldn't let her lose herself anymore. I know if the roles were reversed, she'd do the same for me. I had to do the same for her in return. Good, because I've missed my best friend. Me too. Chapter 17. It had been post-marketing day 4, and I was starting to grow hopeful that Kaylin and Clint were wrong about the side effects of it. Yes, there was some longing between us, but nothing that would warrant being locked up over, thankfully. Other than Kieran being more alpha than human, we were fine, and I felt confident it would stay that way. I woke with a smile, remembering that Jennifer was staying with us now, and I couldn't wait to run next door and see her again. We had a lot of time to make up for. We had never been separated as long as we had been this time. It was unsettling, and I was overjoyed to have her back. I took a shower and got dressed all before 10 a.m., and I was proud. I was doing well if I could get out of bed willingly before noon. Perhaps it was all the excitement of Jennifer being here. The news of a new pack member joining from Knight's Shadow had spread like wildfire since yesterday, according to Kieran, and the pack was eager to meet with her. Jennifer was less enthused, though. She was nervous they would like her. After spending the remainder of the morning assuring her that she was worrying her for nothing, we prepared to meet the pack in the conference room next to Kieran's office. It was the first time I had been there, and apparently, they often held important meetings there. This was one of them. I was excited to give her a tour of the house today. I desperately wanted my new pack to accept her just as easily as I had when we became friends. I knew they wouldn't disappoint. They were my family now and the most supportive pack I ever had. Well, that was interesting, Jennifer said as we all poured out of the room. I've never been in a pack meeting like that before. Everything here just seems more important. You must feel right at home. You're finally part of a pack. I mean, really part of it. I smiled. I am. I'm very happy here. I think I will be too. Except, she let the word hang for a moment as she decided how to go on. Except what? I asked. She shrugged, taking a look around the large hallway we were traveling through. I don't know. It's like something is missing. I can't really explain it, but it saddens me. Her serious expression soon turned playful. Crazy much? I laughed at her. No, just you. It was nice seeing her a little more at ease. As we walked in silence, my mind traveled back to the very professional and spacious conference room, where Kieran's eyes never left mine the entire time. He seemed more intense than usual, and it caused a stirring somewhere deep within me. Every time his eyes met mine, I wanted to shiver in delight. He was changing me. What would you like to see first? The house? The land? Oh, I know. How about the pond? You'll love it. Just being there will relax you. It's so peaceful. Yeah, that actually sounds kind of perfect. After all she had been through, she could use some peace. I still didn't know how she was holding it together after something so traumatic. She was strong. That was for sure. Claire, a voice called after us. We came to a halt and spun around to see who had spoken, and were surprised. Yes, I said slowly with an eyebrow raised. Dorian came to a stop in front of Jennifer and me, but kept his eyes trained on me. Kieran wants to see you. He sent me to get you. He's in the office. Okay, but I was getting ready to show Jennifer around. Can it wait? He shook his head. It was an order. He told me not to come back without you. I'll arrange for Leland to keep her company until you're available. Well, if I couldn't show her around, I'd want Leland to do it. She'd like him. He was a very easygoing, fun person, just her type. I wonder if they would have gotten together if they had met under different circumstances. Jennifer looked at me with a smile and nodded, assuring me that she would be fine, and then sent me on my way. I was a bit frustrated that Kieran had to pull me away at one of the most inconvenient times, but it could be important, so I pushed away my annoyance and agreed not to let it bother me. At the office door, I met Wyatt walking out, wearing the same annoying features, mirroring how I had been feeling previously. He closed the door behind him just as I was about to enter. Be careful in there, he joked, but I could hear the slight warning mixed in his tone. It can't be that bad. You're the big, bad beta Wyatt. Surely he couldn't have gotten to you, I teased, not being able to keep the silly grin off my face. Alpha mode, he said, making me instantly understand. I nodded but frowned. He seemed all right during the meeting. I mean, he was all business, but he didn't seem upset or uptight about anything. What could have changed so soon? Got it. Well, I'll be on guard. Placing my hand on the door handle, Wyatt put his on top of mine, stopping me. He's a little high-strung. Just make it easy on yourself and just agree with him. His smile made me smile. I will. Jeez. Calm down, will you? It's just Kieran. His smile dropped, taking his hand back and nodding. Oh, it's him, all right. Then, in a creepy sing-song way, he said, he's back. I raised an eyebrow at him. Back? Yes, he confirmed. The Kieran I know. Good luck. He offered me a light smile before turning on his heel and walking away, leaving me at the door to fend for myself. For a moment, I thought over possible escape options and finding him when he was a little more himself, or less himself, I guess I should say. After all, I guess I didn't really know him as well as I'd thought. Wyatt knew him very well, though. All thoughts were brought to a sudden stop when the door came open, almost dragging me to the floor with my hand still firmly clasped around the handle. Kieran wrapped his arms around me, pulling me back against his chest before I could hit the ground. Thanks, I muttered, steadying my breath. His breathing was heaving, his chest rushing against my back. I turned in his arms to face him. I gasped when his dark, almost black, eyes stared back at me. It took you long enough, he said, eerily calm for his breathing. I stopped to talk to Wyatt at the door. What's wrong? Jennifer and I were about to tour the grounds and then get some furniture for her room. He released one of his arms around me and reached out to close the door, giving us some privacy, then wrapped it tightly back around me again. I sent Wyatt to show her around. She'll be fine. I backed up from our closeness and gazed into the dark depths he watched me with. Yeah, except she doesn't know them very well. Now is as good a time as any. They're her pack now too. He pulled me back into him and tightened his grip around my waist, nearly cutting off my air. He buried his nose in my hair and deeply inhaled my scent. He didn't move for minutes, making the time in his arms seem longer than it really was. Not that I minded, but his actions had me worried. He was acting beyond strange. When he finally released me, I caught my breath, making up for my lack of air from his hold. I leaned back into his desk and steadied myself. Are you going to tell me what's wrong or continue to freak me out a little more? He didn't speak and rounded me and the desk. My eyes followed him when he picked up something and handed it to me. I reached out for it and gasped when I saw what it was. A picture of Jennifer and me was grasped between my fingers, and it was only from yesterday. We were on the balcony in her room talking. The picture had to be taken sometime yesterday evening from the woods. It was a reasonable distance away, but it still freaked me out that someone had taken it. Where did you get this? I asked, warily looking up at him from the photograph. Why did Kieran have this picture? Was he having me watched? No, that doesn't make sense. I'm on his land. He has eyes and ears everywhere. He didn't need pictures. But why was he showing it to me then? This was sent to me this morning. That's not all. Read the back of it. Hesitantly, I flipped it over and examined the white background, which had a message written in black ink. In beautiful, perfect calligraphy, it read, "This is how easy it was for me to reach her. Release Tobias, or the next time it won't be a warning." I felt my throat constrict, and I released the photo, letting it fall easily onto his desk. He was there the entire time. He was watching us. Did he hear us too? The thought of him being so close to me sent unwelcome shivers up my spine. What do we do? I asked shakily. Kieran rounded the desk and grasped my shoulders. We don't do anything. I'll handle it. Handle it? Handle it how? Let me worry about that. The less you know, the better, he said, hoping to ward me off the subject. You said you wouldn't keep things from me, and I'd like to know. He just stared back at me, unmoving and silent. I placed my arms on his and walked into them, leaving our faces only inches apart. What are you going to do? Please tell me it's not killing Tobias. That will only make things worse. Axel will only seek retribution. He continued to remain unmoving as he spoke. But this is only the start of mine. He threatened you and killed my parents. He has it coming to him. I ran my hands through my blonde locks, letting out a sigh of frustration. He was acting out in anger from the threat. He wasn't thinking logically. He was letting whatever he was feeling for me cloud his judgment. Gently placed my hands on Kieran's face and brought our heads together. Living with my parents for my entire life, I had learned a few things about mates. Calming my dad down was something that I had witnessed my mom do multiple times over the years, and it shouldn't be hard to mimic it. It always seemed to work for her, though they were true mates. I wasn't sure if that made a difference, but I knew I had to try. Find another way, I said, gently stroking his face. You're acting in the heat of the moment. Don't make it worse by doing something you may regret later. The last thing we need to do is act prematurely in this situation. We'll figure this out together. And if it makes you feel any better, I won't leave today. I'll stay here. He did little to mask his surprise at my words. You won't. No, not after a threat like that. He could just be waiting on me. Besides, I don't think your wolf could handle it. Nor could I. A familiar voice said. I froze, my wolf. I could feel her again. She was coming back. What is it? What's wrong? Kieran questioned with worry. His eyes roamed over my face, looking for any sign of what could be wrong. I shook my head and smiled. No, it's not. It's nothing. I think I heard my wolf. I had felt her another time before, but this time she had spoken to me so clearly. It had been weeks since I heard anything from her. Kieran looked surprised, then pleased. You think she's back? I couldn't even begin to explain how happy I was. I don't know, maybe. I threw my arms around Kieran and grinned before placing a kiss on his lips. Thank you. He chuckled, his eyes slowly turning back to their familiar color. For what? Everything. It's because of you that she's coming back. I couldn't have done it alone. His hands traveled through my hair, and he smiled back at me. You have more strength than you think you do. Give yourself more credit. You're the one who didn't give up on yourself. I hadn't ever thought of it like that. I guess he was right in a way. He still helped me, though. I may have come out of my depression, but he was the one who brought me out. Since then, I've just been taking it a day at a time. She likes you, you know. My wolf. She's grateful. I could feel it in her words and presence, however brief. She's not alone. My wolf likes her too. He likes all of you. I blushed. I could tell. Every day he pushes me to mate you. That's why I had to leave so early this morning. I couldn't bear to be in the room with you this morning. I'm not sure I could control myself. It gets harder every day. He's felt the bond and now he wants more. I've thought about leaving you for a while to give us some space, but I know it would only make it worse. My heart clenched. He'd leave me? His confession sent a pain through me. I'd experienced worse, but the panic was unsettling. I didn't want him to leave me. It was the bond that was making him this way. It was driving us both crazy. He's more than me, though. He had his wolf back. I didn't. What should we do? I knew that was a dumb question. I knew what had to be done. I just hoped that he could offer up a better alternative. I still wanted to get to know him better before taking the next step in our relationship. I didn't want to take that final step just yet. I've actually been thinking about that, he admitted. I know you're still not ready to do what is expected of us, so I've come up with an idea. What? I was all too eager to hear. I don't know if it will work or not, but we could try it. I nodded. Sure. Anything. Well, it's my wolf who wants more. He wants a better claim on you. He feels like you might try reject us like Jasmine did, and he can't have that. Mating you is the only thing that will ensure that. I sighed. Are we back to that again? I'm not going anywhere. I've told you this. I know, he explained. My wolf isn't as trusting though. I'm sure you can understand why. I did actually. Jasmine had done irreparable damage, and that's enough to mess up anyone. I would know firsthand. I had seen it in Kieran and me. No one comes out of a rejection completely unscathed. So, what do you suggest? He lifted his index finger to my neck and traced the claim he had placed on me, causing my whole body to shiver. Another marking. It was hard to focus on anything when he was touching the mark, so he pulled his hand away. I didn't like the emptiness I felt at that, but tried to ignore it the best that I could. So you'll just bite me again. But won't that send me emotion into overdrive again? I worried. It shouldn't. Your body should have fully adjusted to change by now. You're familiar with it. It'll just make my claim on you a little stronger. Though there's just one possible downside to it. I tensed. Of course. There is always something bad that comes with the good. What? It may cause us to be more hormonal. It could increase the want between us that came with the marking the first time and have the opposite effect. There is no way to be certain. We'll just have to see. But on a positive note, it could calm our wolves. Or more specifically mine. It might give us more time. Well, that was undoubtedly a good thing, but was it worth the risk? This really gave me something to think about. Good was not a very specific or comforting term in our situation. I wish I had something more concrete to go on. I don't know. It all just seems a little risky. He nodded in understanding and gently grabbed my shoulders. It's your choice, but just remember every day is a risk for us. We never know what will happen. The bond can be unpredictable. Okay, I'll think about it, I agreed. Can I go find Jennifer now? Yeah, but don't be out past dark. It's not safe with Axel on the loose. You and Jennifer can hang out inside. I agreed with him, not putting up any argument because, ultimately, he was right. He was trying to protect me, and he knew what was best for me. I had to learn to choose my battles, and this wasn't one. I wouldn't lie, that picture Axel sent still had me freaking out inside. Kieran was reacting rationally here. I joined Wyatt, Leland, and Jennifer on the pack grounds near the holding cells. I wasn't sure if they had told her that Tobias was inside, so I didn't bring it up. Perhaps the less she knew about him, the better. I was happy to see my new friends keeping her company. They seemed to get along well despite her still not being her usual self. I'm sure they'd still like her when she returned to her more natural state, too. When dusk began to settle in, we did too. We made it back to the house before the night completely consumed us and joined the pack for dinner. I took my usual seat next to Kieran on the end and Jennifer on my opposite side. She and Wyatt automatically dove into conversation. I think Wyatt is taken with Jennifer, Kieran teased, watching them laugh as they talked. Well, Wyatt laughed and Jennifer just smiled and giggled a little bit. She had not completely let go of what happened to her yet, and I didn't know if she ever could. Yeah, they seemed to have a lot in common. After all, he was her opposite-sex personality twin. They were both completely the same in how they viewed having a good time without any risk. It was a surprise that they were not mates. Maybe she would end up finding hers here. Felix is returning from his brother's pack tomorrow night. We'll leave for Night Shadow as soon he's back. I've arranged for our best fighters to come with us along with my third-in-command Dorian. Great, I mumbled under my breath before placing a piece of chicken in my mouth. Kieran quickly noticed my poorly hidden sarcasm and frowned. What? Nothing, I lied. He crossed his arms over my chest, deepening his frown. I detect a problem. Tell me. I sighed and dropped my fork, taking a look around the table where Dorian sat midway down. I turned my attention back to Kieran. I did not want to have this conversation here. Later. Okay. I promise. He studied me a moment before forcing himself to nod his head and dropping the subject. Thankfully, the rest of dinner went by pleasantly, and soon Kieran and I found ourselves inside our room while Wyatt escorted Jennifer to hers. He was indeed being extremely hospitable this evening, and it didn't go unnoticed. Care to tell me what's up? He asked once we were both ready for bed. I crawled into bed, covering my legs with the red sheets, and plugged my phone into charge. What do you mean? Earlier at dinner. You're not happy with who I've chosen to take with us tomorrow. Oh. No, I clarified. I think you chose well. Taking the best fighters is the way I would have gone. But he urged me to go on. I suppose I'd have to get this out sooner or later. I had just hoped I could avoid it. It's just... He stood in front of me in a pair of loose, comfortable-looking shorts and a t-shirt with his arms crossed, waiting expectantly. Yes. I don't think Dorian likes me very much, I confessed. He just seems so, I don't know, aloof. I silently hoped Kieran wouldn't be offended by what I thought about his third-in-command. I didn't mean to cause strife, I was just being honest. An unexpected smile spread across his face, and he chuckled. Aloof. I frowned. Did he find me amusing? He's the one who wanted to know. Yes, I confirmed. He's always so serious, distant and standoffish. I just feel like he doesn't like me very much. He doesn't know you. So, that's not a reason. I don't know him either, but I still remain polite. He's never been rude to you, he argued, finally getting into bed next to me. It was shocking how comfortable I was becoming sharing the same bed with him. I suppose that was also because of the growing bond. How about I try to fix your differences, he asked. I raised an eyebrow at him. Not that I think that's possible, but how? You'll just have to spend some time together and get to know each other. Somehow, I doubt Dorian would be too keen on that idea. Maybe if he thought it was an assignment for Kieran, he'd agree to someone who seems to be all business. That seemed logical. I don't know. My apprehension was palpable. I'll arrange it. Just give it a chance, at least for me. If it doesn't work, then I promise I'll butt out and let you handle it however you'd like. Just try. He's my third-in-command and you're my mate. Okay. His emerald green eyes bored into mine, silently persuading me with his impossibly good looks and our growing bond. It wasn't fair. I wanted to give in to him so easily. With the gentle trace of his finger tip up my arm, I crumbled before him just like I knew I would. It was so unfair. All right, fine. You can arrange it. I'll spend some time with Dorian. Just don't be disappointed if it doesn't go as well as you hope. Good. He smiled at me and reached over my body as he turned the lamp off next to us, planting a soft, gentle kiss on my lips, then followed it by one on my nose. I scrunched it up at him. I knew you'd eventually see it my way. Good night, baby. I'll see you in the morning. When I felt his arms around my waist, pulling my body to him, my mouth fell open. He knew all along he could persuade me to do what he wanted. He just played me like a fiddle. How could I have been so blind to his tactics? I swear, if he weren't so good-looking and I weren't so drawn to him, I'd be a little more upset right now. Lucky for him, he had that advantage. I yawned and closed my eyes, resting my back against his warm chest, and let his breathing be my lullaby to get to sleep. As the sparks between us continued, I drifted off into a peaceful and dreamless sleep for the first time in nearly a month. Chapter 18. I woke with a stirring that was very unfamiliar to me. My chest is heaving from my heavy breaths. I sat up in bed quickly, trying to regain my breath. The room was dark, but with my werewolf sight, I was still able to see somewhat. I reached for the lamp on the nightstand and switched it on. With my arm, I wiped away the sweat that had formed on my head and looked to the body rising and falling soundly beside me. Kieran seemed to be entirely at rest while my mind was still reeling from my dream. It was so vivid I could recall it clearly. My thoughts hit me like a ton of bricks. Even in my just awakened state, I still yearned for him. I began to panic. I knew I needed to get away from him before something terrible happened that I could never take back. I wasn't mentally ready to mate with my mate, but my body was saying something completely different. I was in turmoil with myself. I forced myself to the bathroom, fighting the pull I had to Kieran. Every part of me wanted to run back to him, but I couldn't allow myself to do that. Closing the bathroom door, I slid down to the floor and brought my knees to my chest. I rested my head against them. What am I going to do? I thought. My wolf needed her mate, and she was driving me crazy. My eyes drifted to the shower, and an idea hit me. Maybe a shower would help clear my head. Well, it certainly wouldn't hurt to find out. After the shower, I wasn't any better off than I was before. I was cold and still wanted my mate. Nothing was going to help me here. If only I had a distraction. Again, the pull worsened, and it nearly dragged me to the door. I froze when a knock came to the door. Kieran was awake. "Claire," he called. "Are you okay?" His voice sounded strange, and it puzzled me. Was something wrong with him too? "Yeah, I'm fine. I was just taking a shower." His voice revealed his puzzlement. At 2 a.m.? He knew something was up, and I didn't know how to respond. There wasn't a good enough reason for why I had locked myself up in the bathroom to escape him. After a short silence, he spoke up again, this time with a stronger tone. "You had the dream, didn't you?" He knew about the dream? How? "I had it too," he added, answering my unspoken question. Oh, then he knew exactly what was bothering me. "Is that normal?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from giving away how I felt. "Yes. It's our wolves. It starts with the dream, and then they start controlling our thoughts. It only gets worse until we complete the mating process. It's the last thing that happens before our wolves give in to each other." I swallowed. The last thing? A burning coming from my mark offered a brief distraction from our situation. I gasped and covered it with my hand. A whimper escaped my lips. "What's happening?" "The mark, it hurts." That's what happens when you start denying your wolf of what she needs. It's like a consequence in a way. So she was also working against me. Wasn't anyone on my side? "Come out so I can help you," he said. I took a step back. I'm not so sure that's a great idea given the circumstances. I cried out in pain again at the painful burn on my collarbone. It felt worse than the one before. "Claire, you're only hurting yourself. I can make it better." I wasn't sure I would like what he had to say, but I was willing to hear him out. "How?" "My presence will ease the pain," he answered. "And the need." He paused for a long minute before replying. "It will continue." So it was hopeless. One way or another, we were going to mate. Fate would see to that. There was no fighting it and no way of avoiding it this time. I had run from the inevitable for too long, and it had come back to bite me. "Claire," his voice said softly. My body jerked forward of its own accord, causing me to gasp out in surprise. My hand reached for the door. I grew nervous. As soon as the only thing separating us was gone, I had no idea what I was going to do. Kieran knocked again. "Open the door." It was as if he had given me an order, because I immediately did as he said. My hand twisted the bronze-colored knob and threw open the door. Kieran stood before me with eyes of varying colors. He was fighting his wolf, too. He knew what could happen. He stepped forward and pulled me into his arms. They tightened around me possessively. I sighed as a current passed through me at our touch. His lips brushed against my skin just over the claim. I clenched his toned arms that my hands rested upon. "Better?" he asked. I couldn't speak, so I nodded in response. I felt the pull to him more now than I did before. I tried to pull away from him, but my body wouldn't allow it, and neither would Kieran. He placed another gentle kiss on my neck. My legs felt weak. Kieran held me firmly in his arms, keeping me from falling. "Come back to bed." His soft tone broke down the last of my wall. I felt myself giving in. I fumbled for words. "Yes," he questioned. "Tell me what you want." I was well aware of what I wanted, and so was my wolf. "Tell him," she urged. "You." "I want you," I answered. He seemed surprised by my words. "You do? You're not fighting it anymore." I shook my head and tried to stand on my own again. "No, it's a losing battle and I will never win. So, with that revelation, Kieran, I surrender myself to you completely. I want you to mate me." His eyes darkened completely at my words. He needed no more than that. I was soon to be a mated wolf. I gasped and sat up in bed abruptly. My chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. I felt strange and different somehow. I shifted in my mate's arms around my waist and faced him when everything that had happened between us came rushing back to me. A startled cry escaped my lips. Kieran was quickly awoken. His eyes reflected panic. "What's wrong?" he asked. I tried to find my words, but failed miserably. Everything was one big jumble in my head, and I couldn't sort it all out. He sighed in relief when he realized I was physically okay. However, emotionally, I didn't even know the answer to that. "Yes, we did," he said, answering my unasked question. "We're fully mated now." The pride in his tone didn't go unnoticed. While he was sure about his feelings for me, I was still conflicted. I wanted to be angry at myself for giving in to him so easily, and at him for reasons unknown yet, but I couldn't. It was almost as if my mind and body refused to be angry at him or our mating. I couldn't believe how easy it was for him to break down my walls. No one besides Daniel had ever gotten through them so easily. I shuddered at the thought of him in a bad way. I only thought of him in disgust now. What surprised me even more was that the thoughts of him and Jasmine together didn't bother me like they used to, not even the slightest. "It's better this way." The faint voice of my wolf spoke. "We have a mate now. We are whole again." Her voice was more cheerful than it had been in the past, and I could almost feel her glowing. I rubbed the tiredness and sleep from my eyes and looked at the digital clock next to me on the stand. I was surprised to find it was 10:30 a.m. Kieran was never in bed at this hour. He hated to waste his day. "Shouldn't you be with the pack?" I asked him. He smiled and pulled me to his chest with his arms wrapped around my body. "No, I'm exactly where I need to be. But if you have to go, I don't want to keep you," I said. "I know you have duties." The thought of him leaving me pained me. I didn't want him to go, but I also didn't want to force him to stay. It wouldn't be fair. "Yes, I have duties as your mate as you do as mine. Let us just enjoy this for now." I smiled back at him at his reply. "Okay, I can do that." It's incredible how much can be said with so few words. Even as we both sat there wrapped up in each other's arms, speechless, I could feel how elated my mate was. There was something much stronger and powerful between us. It was palpable. It radiated the room. "Do you feel it too?" I asked him. "Yes," he mumbled into my hair. "The pack can feel it too. They know we've mated. So that's why the pack hasn't bothered us this late in the day," I mumbled more to myself. Typically, Wyatt or Leland would have come and gotten him for something by now. He's rarely ever still in bed past 9. Bothered us. My choice of words amused him. I blushed at how it sounded coming from him and felt bad. I didn't want him to think I was bothersome. I loved them all. I just used a poor choice of words. I meant no one got us up early today, and you're still here. They always come to you for something. You're never here for long in the mornings, if at all. He smiled. "Miss me, do you?" I blushed a deeper shade of red. "It's okay," he added. "I miss you too." I felt complete as I snuggled deep into Kieran's chest and sighed contentedly. He missed me. That brought a smile to my face. I was overwhelmed by a feeling that was entirely new for me. My knight in shining armor had saved me in the best way possible, and though it was only now that I was realizing all the reasons I loved him, I did. So much it scared me. My denial was done. The morning soon turned into the afternoon, and Kieran could no longer avoid his alpha duties. He had to deal with a problem that occurred overnight, which he was only recently informed of for apparent reasons. As soon as we were separated, my wolf started to despair. I had to remind her it was only temporary and that we would be together again soon. I could also feel Kieran's wolf, too, and he felt the same as mine. They longed for each other and wouldn't be at ease until they were reunited again. We wanted our mate. Jennifer, Lana, and I had spent most of the day by the lake, while everyone else prepared for our departure to the night pack. Since my wolf was officially back, we all went for runs and then decided to rest by the water for a while. It was fun letting my wolf out again, but we were both missing Kieran too much to really enjoy it. He had been on edge all morning, which put my wolf on edge. An unknown she-wolf crossed over onto our land last night, and it had the whole pack on high alert. His wolf wasn't handling it well either. He saw her as a possible threat. "Go to him," my wolf urged. She was already picking up on what Kieran needed and yearned to help him. She had definitely warmed up to my new mate, and she wanted to do everything she could to keep him happy. The mating does that to a wolf. Who do you think she is? Lana asked. I shrugged. I don't know. There is only so much you can ask a person who doesn't even remember their own name. I just find it strange that she was wandering around in the woods all by herself. Who does that? It's not safe, Jen added. She was lost, that's the only explanation for it. But no one knows her and no packs are reporting her missing. Where did she come from? I asked. Lana pushed herself off the tree trunk and stood in front of us. Wyatt has been questioning her since she arrived. My dad said he'd never seen anyone look so lost before. He said he felt bad for her. He hopes Kieran can help her. My mate and the beta had been spending a lot of time with the unknown wolf, and though I knew I had no reason to be worried, I was. I wasn't the only one who noticed how gorgeous the new she-wolf was. All the males did too. She definitely had her good looks working in her favor. I know how males work. A beautiful, lost girl appears out of nowhere with no one and doesn't remember anything. It tends to bring out the savior complex in unmated males. She was mysterious, and everyone wanted to know her. Wyatt's here, Lana announced, staring in the distance behind me. Jennifer and I both turned to confirm his presence, watching him until he reached us. I was the first one to speak to him. Hey, he greeted. Kieran wants to see you. My wolf perked up at that. Is he okay? I asked. Wyatt chuckled. Is he ever really okay? He's got a lot on his mind, but yes, physically he's fine. Then I better go, I stated. I turned to Lana and Jennifer before I left. I'll see you two later, okay? They both nodded, and I quickly made my way back to the pack house, eager to be with my mate again. Kieran was not in his office when I arrived at the house, so I went straight to our room. When I reached my destination, the door was closed, but I opened it and stepped inside. Our luggage was still on the floor next to the bed where we had left it earlier, so it was clear no one had been here to remove it yet. I looked up just as the bathroom door opened to reveal Kieran and blushed. You sent for me? I asked. Yes, he answered as he reached the closet. I wanted to see you. My wolf is upset. What's wrong? The she-wolf attacked me, he said. I began to panic and grew concerned. I looked him over for any sign of bodily harm. What I could see, there was no markings on his body that indicated a scuffle, but that still didn't put my mind at ease. I'm already healed, he said. She got me good, but I'm alright. I'm an alpha. She was pretty strong though. She definitely had strength on her side. She seems to be more than just a she-wolf. I could hear the interest in her voice. Why did she attack you? I asked. He slipped his arms through the sleeves of his shirt and pulled it over his head before answering me. She's confused and doesn't understand anything. She doesn't know why we're keeping her here and wants to leave, but I can't allow that, so she got aggressive with me. I'm still not sure what we're going to do with her yet. She's under the care of Dr. Heath right now. He's giving her something to calm her down. She's been sedated? That must mean she's being treated as a psych patient? Kieran crossed the room and stood in front of me, placing his hands on my waist and pulling me into him. Me, my wolf, and I missed you, he said, bringing his head forward to rest against mine. His green eyes bored into my blue ones with intensity. Things got serious quickly. My breathing picked up. Oh. His hands moved up to my face and cupped it. You seemed oddly calm for someone who was just attacked, I noted. That's because you're here. I sensed you almost as soon as you entered the house. His lips were nearly on mine now. Though the moment stirred something in me, I still couldn't get that she-wolf out of my mind. She had attacked my mate, and I was not okay with that. An immense feeling of anger arose in me that I was not familiar with, and I wanted to do something about it. Kieran's lips came down on mine, offering a temporary distraction from my disturbing thought of how I would make the new wolf pay for her actions. I was certain that these feelings were not healthy, given that I was having a lot of trouble understanding them. Would Kieran? Perhaps I would pay a visit to Dr. Heath when I went to visit our newest visitor. You're distracted, he said. His tone told me he was not pleased about that. By you, I lied. I quickly grabbed his shirt collar before he could respond and brought his lips back to mine. I kissed him eagerly. He replied, and we stumbled backwards, falling onto the bed with me landing on top of him. We broke apart when we hit, and I giggled. It seems like days since I saw you last, he said. I know, I agreed. How long was it? For hours. My eyes widened at my surprise. That was all? Well, then we better make up for lost time, I smirked. It was almost as if I were a new person now. I was finding out things about myself that I hadn't discovered before. And I wasn't afraid of my inexperience when it came to him. Everything just came so naturally between us. It was almost like we were really true mates. Being with Kieran had changed me in the best way. After a while, a knock came to our door. It was Wyatt with a message for Kieran. When he quickly excused himself, I decided on a shower. Though what happened after I finished and joined my friends outside the mansion, no one could have foreseen. Chapter 19. A few things happened when Kieran and I stepped outside the mansion to meet the rest of the pack. 1. There was a lot of growling coming from one specific person who was dangerously close to shifting. 2. Everyone looked like they were about to attack him with teeth bared and in wolf form. And 3. That same specific wolf stood tall, dark, and possessive with my best friend wrapped in his arms. It only took me seconds to realize what was happening. I'd seen this same scene before with mates. Kieran stood silently by me with an intense expression on his face. He seemed to be communicating a message to the pack to back off, because it was only seconds later that they all stood down without hesitation. Felix really provoked them. Jennifer finally managed to smile at her mate after the surprise wore off that it was Felix who was holding her. With the pack calmed down, he looked at her with so much love that the entire pack was able to feel it. And in that moment, everyone and everything was at peace. Smiles started forming and spread to those around the loving mates. It was beautiful. Their love was infinite. And I was happy for them. The presence of Felix positively consumed my free-spirited friend. No one dared interrupt them. They were inside their own little world for the next few minutes, and finally they rejoined us in the real world again, Felix never releasing her once. You need to confirm, Kieran said. Felix gazed at my mate before he gave him a quick nod and spoke. Jennifer Burns is my mate, and I will claim her by the full moon tomorrow night. Every wolf in the pack bowed its head in respect for their pack member. All mates and matings were widely accepted and respected by all. By bowing their heads, they showed Felix exactly that. When everyone's heads rose back up, Kieran gave his next order. Shift and prepare to leave. We're due at Night Shadow Pack territory by sundown. Everyone knew it didn't look good for an alpha to be late to a meeting or gathering of any kind. It showed a weakness and, therefore, a loss of respect among the pack and its wolves. It was something that no good alpha would ever allow to happen. As the pack quickly scattered and disappeared into the woods to change back into their human forms, Kieran led me to the vehicle that had been prepared for us. Kieran climbed in after me. When the new mates lingered behind, staying rooted in their spots, it puzzled me. Aren't they coming with us? Felix is one of the best fighters in the pack. Felix turned Jennifer around and walked her toward the house, soon disappearing inside. You discharged Felix? Kieran nodded. I think it was necessary given the circumstances. He plans to mark and possibly mate your best friend by the next full moon, and we won't be back by then. Seeing as the marking can be incredibly painful for some wolves, I thought it would be better if they stayed here. But who will replace him? I linked Chance and Dorian and recruited them when Felix and Jennifer were confirmed mates. They, along with Leland, will be with us the whole time we're at Night Shadow. Everyone else will scope out their territory and keep an eye on things for us. I didn't miss how curt he was being with me. You can talk to me, I reminded him. If there's something wrong. Why would something be wrong? I shrugged. I don't know. You just seem different. I wanted to ask him if something had changed, but I already knew the answer to that without asking. I wondered if that was what was bothering him. Felix is a good friend and a fighter for Kieran. Maybe he felt like we were at a disadvantage now. I don't like when things change, he said. When I make plans, I intend them to be followed through with. So I was right. He was worried. I could feel it in his words when he spoke. My tough alpha mate was actually troubled for once. It takes two of my best fighters just to replace Felix. He's indispensable. But won't you feel better he's here looking out for the pack while we're gone? He's still an advantage even if he's not with us. He seemed to consider my words before visibly relaxing a little. His tough exterior began to soften again. He agreed. He wrapped his arm around my back and pulled me into him. I rested my head on his shoulder. And you're right. That's why you make such a great Luna. You always see the good in every situation. Well, most of them. Some of them were absent from anything good. Some that I will not mention. His face dropped down and his lips met mine. They were warm and soft, then became something more, a deep and meaningful kiss. When the wolves returned from the woods, they poured into the vehicles. All of them were at maximum capacity. Kieran wasn't taking any chances that something might go wrong. Though I believed his methods for our protection were a bit extreme, he was a good alpha. We disagreed when it came to my old pack. Even though I believed they wouldn't attack us, he wouldn't rule out any possibility. Ultimately, it was his decision that mattered, and I trusted it completely. Our SUV rolled into the Blue Water Motel. It was the only place in my small town that an outside traveler could stay when passing through town. It wasn't very new, but it was a roof over our heads. However, most of the pack would probably prefer to sleep in their wolf forms on the cold, hard ground. Any place nicer than the Blue Water Motel to stay was in the next town over. Redwood had a couple of friendly hotels and even some cabins down by the lake. I had only stayed there once with Jennifer for our high school graduation party. I don't remember most of it, though. It was the first and only time I ever drank alcohol. Dorian went inside the motel office to assign us our rooms and returned with 10 keys for the 10 rooms available. Our pack was filling their vacancy for the night, and I'm sure they were appreciative of the business. I blushed when he handed Kieran and me the key to the honeymoon suite. It wasn't very comfortable knowing that Dorian assumed we'd want it. Maybe it was because it was the nicest room in the place. Thanks, I muttered as I accepted the key and quickly headed towards the motel. I didn't linger. The moment was awkward enough as it was. Though, as always, Dorian showed no emotion. He was one closed book. I still didn't know how Kieran expected us to be friends. It seemed very unlikely. When I opened the door to our room, Kieran joined me inside. He did a quick assessment of our environment and remained silent. No doubt he was used to staying in much nicer places. He just looked so out of place here. My eyes began to wander around the room, studying all that it held. It included a king-size bed with a red comforter and matching pillows, one dresser and mirror, one picture on the pale yellow walls, a table with 2 chairs and a phone, one box TV with a rabbit ear antenna, and a bathroom. No, he definitely did not belong. I picked up the remote and turned on the TV. A missing persons report was on the news, but neither of us paid much attention to it as we settled into the room. After we finished, Kieran went over the plan for tomorrow and asked me to phone the Alpha of Night Shadow. There had to be some terms set before we set foot on the territory tomorrow. When Kieran took the phone for me to speak to him, I grabbed the ice bucket from the dresser and went to find the ice machine. Almost everyone seemed to already be inside their rooms, besides the wolves that were assigned to keep a watch over the night. No one noticed me leave my room until I reached the machine at the end of the corridor. Dorian stood guard. "Luna," he greeted. "Dorian." He remained quiet as I began filling the ice bucket with frozen chips. When the machine stopped before it was full, I cursed it and gave it a swift kick. After I returned to the room with the bucket half full, Kieran was out of the bathroom and sitting in one of the wooden chairs by the window, watching TV. I set the bucket down on the dresser and grabbed one of the plastic-wrapped cups beside it and emptied some ice into my cup. I sat next to Kieran and began crunching on it. He slowly turned from the TV, and a grin began to form on his face. It was the first time he had smiled since leaving our territory. "Keely loves ice chips too," he said. "You must miss her." "I worry. I don't know if my aunt and uncle can handle her while we're gone. They'd let her get away with murder." I giggled, and it felt nice. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. He reached across the table and ran his hand through my hair, his eyes mirroring what I felt, love. He was pleased, And I did the same for him, just as he had done for me. I was waiting for the right time to tell him. "How are things with the pack? Did you call Wyatt?" I asked him. He yawned, removed his hand from my hair, and nodded. He has things under control. He's been questioning the she-wolf again. Worry for my friend rose within me. If she were going to attack Kieran, an alpha, she wouldn't think twice about attacking Wyatt. Is that really safe? It's his job. Someone has to do it. I suppose he was right, but that didn't make me feel any better about it. As far as I was concerned, she was still dangerous. I hope he's careful. He's dealt with the violent types before. He knows what he's doing. I hope he is right. Kieran and I soon went to bed. Then, before we knew it, we were waking up and were on our way to Night Shadow. When we passed by the cafe where I used to work, which used to be my life, I realized how much I missed it. Not the work itself, but the customers and my coworkers. Everything was now so different from what it was then. That was another life. The same feelings arose when we later passed my old college campus. I had many memories there as well. We finally arrived at my parents' house, where Alpha Robert was waiting to greet us a little after 10 a.m. My mom and dad, along with other essential wolves from the pack, were there to greet us as well. Both the alphas bowed their heads at each other in mutual respect, as did the packs. There was a short silence between them until my mom smiled and said my name. She ran from the house and enclosed me in a tight hug. It felt like I hadn't seen her in ages. I missed her. From the house, my dad smiled and waved to us. I could tell he missed me, too, but he was trying to remain calm and reserved in front of his alpha. When Mom released me and bowed her head to Kieran. "It's good to see you again, Kieran." "You too, Mrs. Warren." "Call me Patricia," she said. My eyes drifted over everyone gathered in front of my house as my mom strolled me past them, her arm around me, and we entered the house. Once everyone was inside, I noticed that Daniel was not among the people there. Strangely, that didn't seem to bother me. The mating had done its job. Alpha Robert had a sad expression on his face, as did the other wolves. My mom patted my shoulder softly, giving us the floor. Chance, Dorian, and Leland kept a close distance to me and Kieran, being no further than arm's length. They took their security detail very seriously. "Thank you for coming." The silence inside the room broke as Alpha Robert began to speak. "You'll have to forgive me if I'm not in the best of spirits. There have been some things happen in the pack recently, and we're all a little worried." We remained silent as he continued to explain. "As you already know, Jasmine and Daniel are expecting their first pup in the fall," he reminded me. I nodded. "Jasmine nearly lost the baby early yesterday morning. She's been put on bed rest for the remainder of the pregnancy. They don't know if the pup will survive." I let out a breath of surprise. "I'm so sorry." I looked to Kieran in sadness and guilt. We both knew the reason Jasmine almost lost her baby. It was us. We completed the mating process. They must have felt everything. "I know I have no right to ask this of you, but I was hoping you could talk to him. He's not been the same since it happened." I felt Kieran tense at his request, and his wolf was dangerously close to surfacing. I reached out and touched his hand to calm him down, and it worked. He instantly calmed. "I'm not sure what I can do, but I'll try." The words slipped from my lips hesitantly. It wasn't that I owed Daniel anything anymore, but if consoling him after the near loss of his child was what was asked of me, I could do that. I wasn't heartless, regardless of what he had done to me in the past. I was a better person than that. "Thank you," he said. "I expect now you'd like to get down to business considering your journey." Kieran nodded. His voice was stern when he spoke. "We would." Alpha Robert understood Kieran's stiff reply and didn't dwell on it. Not that anyone facing Kieran would. He was an intimidating alpha when he wanted to be. "We've been having some trouble with another pack. They've been making some threats for a few months now and..." I frowned. I had been here months ago. No one ever mentioned a threat. "Since when?" Alpha Robert didn't seem to appreciate my disrespect, and the beta growled at me. Before, he could have punished me for speaking out of line, but now I was no longer part of his pack, and he couldn't do anything without causing a fight between packs. I had a feeling they wouldn't be able to handle that on top of the threats from another pack. It was Memorial Day, he answered. We haven't told the pack yet. We don't want them to worry. I narrowed my eyes at him. Don't you feel like they deserve to know? To keep their children safe? We're keeping them safe, he stated. We have wolves on patrol 24 hours a day. And what if that doesn't work? I asked. What if they're stronger and bigger than Night Pack and you can't protect everyone? They'll be furious to know you kept them in the dark. I run this pack as I see fit. His voice rose a bit with his words. Kieran and our pack growled at his tone, which caused Night Pack to growl in return. You will not take that tone with my mate and the Luna of this pack. If you want help from our pack, that is not the way to do it. We demand respect. Robert immediately bowed his head out of respect and fear of my mate. It surprised me to see him in such a weakened state. Of course. I'm sorry. I was proud of Kieran for taking control and standing up for me. He's precisely what a mate should be, and I was lucky to have him. I squeezed his hand in mine. When Robert raised his head again, I felt confident to continue. Do you know why our pack is so strong? It's because we don't keep secrets from each other. They make us weak. We believe in total disclosure. You're not truly a pack until you come together as one and work toward the same goal. If your pack finds out what you've done, you'll lose respect among them, and I assume that's not something you can afford. You need unity. His lips formed a thin line. I'm aware of my mistakes. If I had known the threats would have progressed this far, I would have done things differently. They're coming for us. What pack is making the threats? Kieran asked. The underground pack. Are you familiar with it? Kieran tensed again. Anger radiated off of him so much that he could barely speak. I thought he might shift. His voice came out low and dark. I know them. They attacked us a few years ago. Then you know they should be taken seriously, Robert said. A few months ago, they tried to get us to join them in their plan to take over other packs. When we refused, that's when the threat started. If we don't give them our loyalty, they will attack in less than a month. That's a shame. If you had come to us sooner, we have been able to do something. Now it may be too late. If word got around that your pack was protecting us now, they may leave us alone. Robert sounded desperate. No, our pack alone won't scare them. It would take many of us. More packs. More alliances. Kieran knew them well and learned how to deal with them since they crossed his radar so many years ago. He knew what to expect from them. Robert shook his head. He would not accept defeat. Surely you must have some connections with other packs. I do, Kieran said. But I still have to go through the proper procedures to get their help. I don't know if there is enough time to get the help that's required. If it's one thing I know about the underground pack is that they are planning something big. Axel won't make the mistake of being unprepared this time. Robert was speechless and, even though he'd never admit it, shaken. He now knew what they were capable of. Kieran saw his fear. I'll see what I can do, but I will make no promises. I'll be in touch. I knew Kieran would come through for them. Even though he had little respect for my former alpha, he knew that I still had people here who meant something to me and wouldn't let them fail. Robert seemed visibly at ease the second the words left my mate's mouth. Again, he bowed in respect. Thank you. It couldn't have been easy for Alpha Robert to admit he needed help, and I had to admit it felt nice to see him grovel a little. His days of holding himself high above everyone else had finally come to an end. Kieran went into action as soon as the Alpha left my parents' house and called a meeting of the pack that traveled with us. We met in the woods, where I had once gotten lost a few months ago while running from Daniel. He gave out orders to the wolves. He needed to take action and explained his plan for helping the Night Pack. When he was finished, he called Wyatt and arranged for him to contact the packs with which we had alliances, setting up times for us to meet with them as soon as we returned home. Kieran wanted to leave as quickly as possible, so we agreed to leave out early tomorrow morning. We had a lot of stuff to do. Chapter 20. Kieran and I decided to grab some lunch before we went back to Night Shadow Pack and met with Daniel. Kieran hadn't said anything about it since we left Robert and his pack. I had a feeling it wouldn't be long, though. He still seemed tense and unsettled. We sat in a round, corner booth in the old diner where I used to work, which could fit most of our pack. The remainder of them took up the table next to us and nearly filled it. I glanced around my familiar workplace and smiled, a sense of nostalgia washing over me. Although I don't miss my pack life, I did miss it here. My job wasn't too bad most of the time. In fact, I enjoyed it when a few of my other coworkers stayed late to help close up, and we'd switch on the old jukebox and play some of the classic songs it held while cleaning the place. I also enjoyed it when Charlie let us eat all the leftover sweets or take them home with us. I always had a sweet tooth, and the extra cake and pies spoiled me. For most wolves, we try our best to eat healthy. With a controlled diet and lots of exercise, we are an unstoppable force. I wasn't the best at eating healthy, but I needed to start. I know I'd feel much better if I did. My life here seems like a lifetime ago now. When Andrea brought our food over and placed it on the table, she grinned at me. We talked briefly when she was taking our orders earlier, but I could tell she was a little intimidated by all the testosterone in the room. I'm sure she had many questions. I could see them in her eyes. Her eyes flashed around the tables at each one of the guys, and then she fanned herself in a dramatic way when they weren't looking. She then pointed at Kieran and gave me a huge thumbs up. I tried very hard not to laugh at her. When she left and disappeared into the back, she appeared at the door seconds later with my other coworker, Celeste. They were both talking and staring at the table. I suppose they were wondering how I ended up traveling with a crowd of attractive guys. If I were them, I guess I'd be curious too. I still have some business to take care of with the other packs, Kieran said, snapping out of my thoughts. I have to call Clint back and discuss a time that would be best to visit him. My eyebrows rose at the news. It was the first time I heard about it. We're visiting him? He nodded. He came to us last time, so I thought this time we'd go to him. I thought you might like a change of scenery. It's nice there. I used to spend a lot of time on his property when he was mentoring me. His land is a lot bigger than mine, and I know you like to roam. It's true. I did like to roam. I'm sure he remembered after I disappeared into the woods on my second day in Perilous Pack. Everyone was worried. I can still see how worried and upset he had been in my mind. It sounds nice. I would love to visit them, I smiled. I'd like to see Kaylin again too. She's been asking about you. She'll be pleased to know we're coming. He dug into his food, and a comfortable silence settled between us. Leland sat across from me, eyeing Celeste and Andrea as he ate, then glanced at me. He motioned his head in their direction, and I shook mine. I knew what he was asking. Are they single, and do they know about us? It's frowned upon for a werewolf to pursue any relationship with a human. Not forbidden, but the elder werewolves object to it. It puts us at risk of being discovered and drawing attention to ourselves. If a human happens to be our mate, then it's acceptable because the relationship can be predicted. They're forever tied together, so the risk is minimal. If it's a non-mated relationship, it can go anywhere and turn out anyway. It's too dangerous for both the werewolf and the human. Even friendships are not well accepted. That's why I never socialized with my coworkers outside of work. I couldn't bring them into my life and risk them getting hurt or seeing something they're not supposed to. If that were to happen, they'd disappear. Some werewolves address those problems. They wouldn't risk anything. Leland looked slightly disappointed and went back to his food with a frown. He was funny when he pouted. I hoped he found his mate soon. He was 24 and, according to him, had waited too long for his mate. He was growing impatient. I knew how he felt. Everyone looked forward to meeting their mate as soon as they turned 21. I did. I don't know if I can go with you, Kieran said after we finished our food and left the diner. We were on our way back to the pack and Kieran was stiff. I don't think I can be in the same room as him and not want to kill him. He didn't sound bitter anymore over his mate because he'd moved on from it like I had, but he still didn't like Daniel. He found him too weak to be an alpha, and he didn't trust him. He told me that a few times during our travel. It's okay if you don't want to go. I'll be fine on my own, I said. He was quick to reply. No, I don't want you alone with him. You should take someone from the pack with you. It's really okay. He's too emotionally unstable to be any risk or harm to me. Claire, his tone was a warning not to argue with him on the subject. He never tried to tell me what to do, and if he did insist on something, it was because he felt strongly about it and felt it was necessary. In cases like that, I didn't argue with him. I'll send Dorian with you. I slowly let my eye drift to him, sitting in the passenger seat of the SUV, and he remained emotionless to Kieran's request. He didn't object and accepted his choice entirely. He never argued with Kieran's decisions. No one did. Some offered other suggestions, but no one refused to do what he asked. I leaned in closer to Kieran so that only he could hear me. I can take Leland, I whispered. Dorian made the slightest movement, and I knew he heard me. Being without most of my abilities for a short time made me forget that werewolves could listen to even the slightest of sounds. Guilt settled over me. I hope I didn't make him feel bad. That is, if he felt anything at all. You promised, he reminded me. Remember? I took in a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I did remember. I said I would try with Dorian. I knew he didn't like me that much, but I was doing it for Kieran. I just hoped he might have forgotten about it. Okay, I'll go with Dorian. I tried to sound happy about it and hoped it came out in my voice. I didn't want to make him think I disliked him as much as he seemed to dislike me. We arrived at my parents' house again, but this time Alpha Robert was gone, and no one was there except for my mom and dad. Alpha Robert called my dad while we were at the diner and told him to tell me Daniel was at the usual place, and I knew where he meant. It was a small clearing in the woods, still close to the community, where people often visited to relax or escape for a few minutes. Some of the she-wolves decorated it up with a couple of benches and a wooden swing that hung from the tree with a rope. The kids enjoyed it when their parents would visit. It was peaceful there. Dorian and I left soon after I received the message. Kieran was still uneasy about letting me go. If it wasn't for the fact that he trusted Dorian, he might have refused it altogether. We walked side by side into the community of houses in silence. Neither of us offered up any conversation. I felt small talk was more awkward than the silence, and he must have felt the same. Once we reached the other side of the houses, we started into the woods. A few steps in, I nearly slipped and fell on a large branch that had fallen from a tree, and was surprised that Dorian caught my arm and kept me from hitting the ground. As soon as I was stable again, he let go like he'd been gripping fire and couldn't wait to release me. Thanks, I mumbled. He didn't even reply. With a simple nod, he continued to walk. I frowned. We walked a few minutes more, and the clearing was nearly visible now. When he stopped, I stopped with him, and he faced me. I'll give you two some space. I'll keep close by in the woods and keep my sights on you. Not even a second later, he disappeared into the woods without as much as a sound from his feet. Keep my sights on you. The words echoed in my head. Was that supposed to be a warning or words of comfort? I couldn't be sure. His voice didn't give anything away. Dorian was a puzzle I had yet to figure out, and I wasn't sure I ever would. I continued in the direction of the clearing until it was apparent now, and my eye immediately fell on him. Daniel. He was the only one there, and he seemed to be slipping back into his human form because he was tugging his shirt back over his head when I arrived. His back was to me, but wolves could sense anything around them without ever seeing it. He tensed a little and straightened out his shirt. I'm surprised to see you here, he said, turning to face me, his face impassive. I didn't think you'd ever come back here. I kept my distance and replied, Me either. I guess we're both surprised. He walked barefoot to one of the benches in the grass and sat down. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He stared out into the open and remained silent. Unsure of what to do, I took slow, steady steps toward him, careful of getting too close. Things were still as complicated as the day I left him here. He was still a stranger to me, and I didn't know how to approach him. Sure, we'd kissed, and I had been his mate at one time, but did I ever really know him? I don't think I did. You weren't supposed to let things like that bother you when you were mates. Things just happened, fell into place, and you accepted them without condition. But now that we were no longer mates, it seemed much more apparent how much strangers we really were. I studied him for a moment. Picking out the things that were different about him now than when I left, they were understandably visible. He looked more tired and worn out. His appearance is uncharacteristically rugged. His eyes were more sunken in than I remember, and the halo around his head created by the light and blonde color of his hair was gone now. He was worn, spent, emotionally and physically. I shook my head and stepped a little closer to him. I'm sorry about what happened. Jasmine. Is she? I cut off, not knowing how to continue. How does one ask about the person your mate left you for? He didn't speak for a long moment, and for a second, I doubted he would. When he finally did, it sounded bitter and angry. Is that why you're here? To offer me your pity? If it is, you can save it. I don't want or need it. He didn't keep the harshness out of his words. His tone wounded me, to my surprise. I wasn't used to this side of Daniel. He was usually calm and composed, even when he was alpha. He never snapped at anyone. Not even at me the night I ran from him. He was upset, but he never let it consume him this way. It was clear he was dealing with something much deeper now. He had a certain darkness about him that radiated through the air, and I could feel it. It worried me and scared me all at the same time. Maybe it was a bad idea to come here after all. Unconsciously, I took a step back, and he noticed. His head snapped to me, and his dark orb stared at me so hard I thought he was trying to see through me. You're worried, he said. You don't trust me? Though what he said was supposed to be a question, I'm not so sure it was. I didn't know how to answer at first, and it took me a minute to think about it. He didn't seem bothered by the silence. In fact, it was almost as if he expected it. Why would you say that? I asked him. He never broke his gaze. His eyes stayed on me as he spoke. That's why you came with a bodyguard, isn't it? You didn't know what to expect from me. I didn't lie. That wasn't my idea. But it shouldn't surprise you that I did. You wouldn't go into enemy territory without some protection, would you? He was surprised. Enemy territory? Is that what we are? Without hesitation, I said, well, we aren't exactly allies now, are we? Our packs were working toward that, but it has yet to be proven that it can be done. Some packs couldn't cooperate, no matter what. We could very well be those packs if we weren't careful. He didn't reply or look away. I was starting to feel uncomfortable under his gaze. I soon found myself looking around the green forest for any sign of Dorian. As strange as it was, that would comfort me here. Daniel stood up from the bench and pushed his hands into his pants pockets. He faced me and thankfully didn't make a move in my direction. When did you get in? He asked me, seeming a little more like Daniel again. How long would it last, though? Alpha Robert had been right in his words earlier. Daniel wasn't the same anymore. What had happened changed him. And not for the better. We got in last night, I said, trying to make my voice stand out above the loud chirping of a few passing birds. He's here too, he said, and this time I knew it was a statement and who he meant. Yes. Robert needed to discuss some business with us, and we came back to get my parents. They'll be staying with us for a while. Something seemed to pass over his features. My father agreed to this? I nodded. It was one of our conditions if we listened to him. He quoted me. Listen to you. You grew right into your position, didn't you, Luna? I couldn't tell if he was mocking or trying to make conversation, but I went with it. Well, it is what I was born to do. And it was. It was Daniel who thought I wasn't good enough for the job. Or him. I'm not bitter about it anymore. It's just recognition of that fact. I hoped that he had now realized how wrong he was and would be more cautious in his speech in the future. As an alpha, he should think things through a little more carefully. If not, it might get him in trouble. That you were, he agreed. The silence between us grew again, and I was beginning to see I was getting nowhere with him. I came to offer my regret over what happened, though he doesn't seem to want to talk about it. It's perfectly understandable. I just wanted to come by and say I'm sorry for what happened. I hope Jasmine and the baby is all right. I started to turn and walk away, but then I stopped myself and glanced back at him. And you. I hope you will be okay too. This time, I did walk away, back towards the way we came and out of the clearing, and then his cold, stern voice stopped me in my tracks. It was almost as if winter had coated the forest from his words. A chill went up my spine. You should be sorry, he said. You were the one who caused it to happen. I wasn't surprised he blamed me. That would explain his cold nature. I didn't want anyone to get hurt, especially an innocent child. I didn't think it would affect either of you very much, since you were the ones who rejected us. You did it first. You caused the most damage. We were the ones who suffered the worst of it. Or so we thought. It's my fault too, he added as if he hadn't even heard me speak. If I had properly let you go, then we could have all moved on. That's why you suffered so much, and it's why Jasmine is too. What? The words were barely audible. I wasn't even sure if I had said them aloud. I stared down at the ground as I tried to process what he was saying. He didn't let me go properly. What does that even mean? But most of all, it's his fault. His voice was a little rougher now. Angrier. Jasmine was pregnant, but it was my father who pushed our mating. He was the one who told me I had responsibilities now and I had to put them first. As angry as I was at Robert for encouraging his relationship with Jasmine after he found me, I really couldn't bring myself to hate him over that now. He was right. Daniel did, and still does, have a responsibility to her. It's his child she's carrying. And you did. I don't fault you for that now. If I did, I wouldn't have Kieran. He's the best thing that came from everything terrible that happened. It led me to him. You should. But I think I know why you don't. There was a certain edge to his words. His eyes were hardened. And she didn't go down today. It happened weeks ago. She would have died soon anyway, but you just sped up the process. I guess I should be thanking you. You put her out of her suffering. Suffering? Was she dead? Did I kill her? And he took everything from me, he continued. You, my pack, my position. Suddenly, I realized what he was doing now. He's trying to find someone to blame. Someone to hold responsible for everything. Anyone besides placing everything on himself. He can't take the guilt. I had no idea how to help him. Things like that didn't come naturally to me anymore toward him. He wasn't my mate. But I tried anyway. Look, I began. You can't hold on to guilt or place blame. It will eat you alive and consume you until there's nothing left. Don't let it do that to you. You still have Jasmine and your baby. It's not over yet. You'll get your position back when everything is back to normal. He shook his head and let out a dark and humorless laugh. But don't you see? Nothing will ever go back to normal. It can never be. Something is coming, and it's bigger than you or me. When it gets here, everything will change. We need a change. I scrunched my brows in confusion. I don't understand. What do you mean? You'll see. You'll have your chance to join. Suddenly, realization dawned on me, and I gasped. Oh God. No, Daniel. Tell me you didn't. The Alpha's words came back to me in a rush. A few months ago, they tried to get us to join them in their plan to take over other packs. When we refused, that's when the threat started. If we don't give them our loyalty, they will attack in a matter of weeks. My head was spinning. No, he couldn't have. I know Daniel was bitter about everything, but he wouldn't do this, would he? I slowly backed up and began looking around. Where is Dorian? Kieran? Kieran? I called through our link. I was only graced with silence. My heart sank. I tried again. Kieran? Nothing. No. No. This isn't good. Something is wrong here. Kieran, where are you? Why can't you hear me? My voice rose as I tried to speak again. I didn't want him to know I was contacting Kieran. Daniel, I understand that things are bad right now, but this is not the answer. My heart was pounding in my chest and ears. I knew something wasn't right. I could feel it when I first saw him. Why did I ignore it? I should have run. He took long, quick strides toward me, and that's when I lost my grip on myself and I shouted. Dorian! Dorian! Daniel was in front of me within seconds. I had to shift. Right here. Right now. My mind had been so overwhelmed that I didn't even think to do that first. But where was Dorian? Did something happen to him? Or worse, was this a setup? Was he working for them too? No, he wouldn't betray Kieran. But then again, I never thought Daniel would be a traitor either. I started to shake as he reached for me. I was slowly losing control of myself. This shift was not happening as fast as I wanted. Those couple of months without shifting were hurting me now. Please, I begged my wolf. Please. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he warned. Not if you want your friend out there to live. His nails dug into the skin on my shoulders. If it weren't for the adrenaline running through my veins, I might have flinched a little. What have you done? I asked him. You don't kill people. Think of Jasmine. Think of your baby. You'll kill them. It's too late for that. They're gone now. I shook my head in disbelief. No, you're wrong, Robert said. He didn't know then. It only happened after you left. So that's what he meant. I sped up the process. The mating killed her sooner than she was supposed to go. Why didn't Robert tell us? That's why he sent you out here, isn't it? To help me. To bring me back to myself. He thought I'd lose it. His grip didn't tighten or loosen. He just held me there in front of him. I didn't bother to struggle out of his grip. I knew it would be futile. Grief makes us do crazy things sometimes. But this is wrong. Do you even know Axel or the underground pack? Do you know what he's capable of? He's out for blood, Daniel. Do you understand what that means? He'll kill anyone and everyone you've ever thought about. Not if they cooperate. His hands slid down my shoulders a little, almost reaching my elbows. I started to move back until I saw a black shadow step out of the trees a few feet from us. The feel of his presence alone told me exactly who he was, even though I'd never seen the person before. He was dark, brooding, and powerful. Axel. Out for blood, he quoted me. My. It seems my reputation has preceded me. My scalp tingled with the need to shift. I had to get out of here. I had to warn Kieran and both packs. They had to know what Daniel was doing. I spat. You are responsible for all of this. For Daniel. For the deaths of Kieran's parents. The attacks on all the other packs. You leave a trail of bodies and destruction in your wake. She's quite a fireball, he said to Daniel, his jaw set in amusement. We could use her. Use me? No. Never. You'd have to kill me first. I made my voice as low and dangerous as I could manage. They both laughed at me as if I had told a joke, then Axel spoke again. That's not necessary. We have other ways to make you cooperate with us. Us? So what, you're a team now? You dragged him into this. He turned to Daniel and smiled. You didn't tell her? Well, this is amusing. What exactly do you want with me? I asked impatiently. I'm sure you can find other willing wolves to join your League of Evil. Axel turned back to me. He was no longer smiling, but serious. Because you're an asset. If we have you, we can ensure Kieran will work with us. Then he turned to Daniel. And he thinks you'll eventually come around and help us too. I gaped at him. He really thinks I'd help them? He really is gone. You're delusional. Both of you. And what have you done to Dorian? Did you kill him like you did everyone else? Contrary to what you think, I don't kill without reason. He did nothing, so he's still alive. He'll wake up in an hour and by then we'll all be gone. No, I tried to jerk out of Daniel's hold. Like I knew it would be, it was pointless. What if Kieran had been here with me? Would they have hurt him? Would they have kidnapped him too? We were outnumbered. Axel wouldn't have come here alone. This kind of works out perfect when I think about it. Daniel spoke this time. The day Jasmine died, the day I was leaving, you show up. You cut our work in half. We thought we were going to have to fight through half your pack to get to you. You've made it so much easier. I nearly dropped to the ground. He was right. I had made it easy. And I had sorely underestimated what Daniel was capable of. I was convinced he was just hurt and grieving. I guess in a way he still is. I can't replace what you've lost, I said to Daniel. I can't make all this better. Only time can do that. You're dealing with resentment and loss. It's a lethal combination. You're not thinking. But I am, he said. We have a way to fix everything. You'll see. Come on, Axel said, facing the trees. She's been gone a while. They'll start looking for her soon. We need to get her underground. We can talk more there. No, I protested again. If someone sees you, you'll never be able to get away with this. The pack is bigger than the two of you. No one answered. Daniel spun me around and forced me to follow after Axel. His hand gripped my arm firmly. We walked in the opposite direction of the pack community into a part of the forest I didn't even know. And I had been a pack member here once. Soon, a large number of wolves surrounded us. Some had shifted, while others had not. They were large and intimidating. You got her, one of them said. And here I thought she would run and we would have to take her down. I swallowed at that. Take me down? Just to knock you out, he clarified. He read my expression. So maybe it's best I didn't run when I could have. They would have caught me anyway. And then I'd be unconscious. You'll have to do that anyway, Axel told him. We can't have her knowing where headquarters is. We have to trust her first. Then we'll move her to the house. I won't make that mistake again. This one won't escape. The unnamed guy moved toward me, but I was too wrapped up in my thoughts even to move. Not that it would matter. Jennifer, I thought. They must mean her. She said she escaped from a house. And Axel was there. The house is where they held her and Tobias. We have him. Are they going to go after him too? Try to get him. A pinch on my neck sent me spinning. I felt weak and tired. The feeling only lasted a second, though, and almost as soon as it came, it was gone, and I was spinning into a deep, dark oblivion, heading nowhere. Chapter 21. Is she okay? She'll be fine. We knocked her out, but she'll be waking up soon. She'll probably be hungry. I'll get her something to eat when she's up. Come get me when she is. I want to talk to her. Axel will probably want to talk to her too. My neck and back ached. My head was hard to move. There was a stinging at the base of my neck, and it felt like there might have been a tiny knot there when something was inserted. That must be what they used to knock me out earlier. Was it some serum? Open the door, a soft, gentle voice said. I've brought her some food. The sound of feet hitting a hard floor and metal clinking vibrated through the room. Then lighter footsteps came closer. I didn't move. I was afraid to. I didn't know where I was or who was here with me. All I wanted was Kieran, and I was taken from him. I couldn't even feel him or reach him. Tears started to seep from my closed eyes. My soul was aching from the distance between me and my mate. When I forced my eyes open, I found myself staring at a blank white wall. I let my eyes travel up to the ceiling. It was white too. It had the feel of an insane asylum. Shivers ran down my spine. I turned to examine the rest of the room, trying to ignore the pain running through my body. It was a struggle to roll over until a set of soft, cold hands came to my aid. I tensed, but they still helped me move. I felt the slightest bit of relief when I saw that the hand belonged to a small, thin girl. She was beautiful. Her long red hair fell in waves around her face and cascaded down her back. Her skin was naturally light, although she looked as though she had just returned from the sun. The pink of her cheeks only added to her other pretty features. The first thought that came to my mind was, why was she here with me? Was she a prisoner too? Was she taken away? Hi, she said and drew back her hands. I'm glad you're awake. I was beginning to worry about you. Seeing me now trying to sit up in the bed, she helped me again. When I was in the position I wanted to be, I watched her with caution, unsure if I could trust the unfamiliar girl who sat in the white chair in front of me. I thought you'd be hungry. I brought you some food. You'll regain your energy quicker if you eat something, she explained. Her eyes glanced at the food on the small two-person table a few feet from the bed. I was surprised to see that it wasn't the only thing in the room. Everything was dressed in white. A small white couch sat in the middle of the room. It was a love seat that would only hold 2 people. An open closet and a chest of drawers stood against another wall. There were a few articles of clothing in them. To my surprise, they were not white. There was also the white table and chairs I saw before, and in the corner of the room was a small bathroom with a white sink, toilet, and shower. The door was also white and stood wide open. At least there was a door. I didn't expect any privacy here. Wherever here was. The whole room was like a tiny studio apartment minus the kitchen. I guess they didn't trust me with one. After all, I could set the entire place on fire by simply turning on the stove if I wanted to. I can see you don't trust me yet, and that's okay. In your time here, I hope that will change, and we can become friends. Her voice was smooth and kind. She seemed so innocent. Something inside me told me I could trust her, but my mind was still cautious. You have all the essentials here. Everything you'd need if you were at home. Her smile caught me off guard. Was she trying to make me feel better about being here? She seemed so comfortable. This cell is the nicest out of all of them. She took a short look around. If it weren't for Daniel, you might have been thrown in with the others. The other cells are concrete. They're cold and hard. Not comfortable at all. She blinked and waited for me to speak. Her expression was hopeful. Where am I? I asked. A secure location. That's all I can say. Once they feel they can trust you, they'll move you to the house, and I can show you around. That's where I live. Me and Axel. A bile rose in my throat. You're with Axel, I said. Then realization hit me. You're Celia. Your mate was. She quickly cut me off. We don't talk about him here. It's not allowed. A flicker of sadness passed through her eyes, and I felt it for her. I wanted to argue with her and tell her it was okay, that I wouldn't tell, and then her eyes found the cell where a guard stood listening in. She looked back at me with a plea. We couldn't talk here. I understood that now. I nodded. Okay. Relief was evident on her features. She relaxed again. I knew your friend Jennifer when she was here. I nodded. Yes. She told me about you. She smiled. All good things, I hope. They were. Of course. You were the one who helped her escape and her only friend here. I knew I couldn't say those things, but I wanted to. I wanted to thank her. And maybe, just maybe, she could help me too. Here. She held out 2 small brown pills between her fingers and waited for me to take them. When she noticed my wary expression, she laughed. It's all right. It's only Advil. You're probably in pain, aren't you? It's expected. She seemed to know a great deal. It probably wasn't even her choice. From what I understood, she'd been here a while. Thank you, I told her, popping the pills in my mouth and swallowing them. She got up and handed me the cup of water from the table, and I took it thankfully, coating my throat with its coolness. It was like breathing a breath of fresh air. I needed that. After handing her the cup, I got up and walked to the table where the food sat. It smelled delicious, and my stomach growled at the scent. She laughed again. Go ahead. Eat. I can get you more if you're still hungry. I nodded, and without hesitation, I sat down and dug in. I wonder how long it had been since I ate. How long had I been here unconscious? Many questions circled my mind, and as I scarfed down the food. The soup was hot and burned my mouth, but I didn't care. Next, I moved on to the chicken and vegetable wraps. They were so good. We eat a steady diet here, she explained. We are careful of our calorie intake and exercise daily in both human and wolf form. We want you and everyone else in your best possible shape. You will be stronger and increase your stamina. That will pay off when you're fighting. You'll get training too in that if you prove yourself worthy to Axel and the other wolves. Ultimately, he has the final decision though. The way she talked about the way things were here, like she'd lived her whole life here, made me sick. I bet she didn't even remember her life outside this pack now. I dropped my food and looked away. The tears started welling up in my eyes again. Oh no. Is that how it will be for me if I don't escape? Will my previous life disappear from my thoughts and mind like it was never anything more? No. I couldn't let that happen. I am not Celia. What's wrong? She asked with concern. She was suddenly right beside me. Are you not well? Would you like to lie back down? Yes, I nodded. I think that would help. I was nauseous. Maybe if I lay back down, I wouldn't throw up. Celia was quick to help me. I thanked her as my head hit the white pillow. She looked worried for me. I'll be fine, I assured her. I'm just tired and sore. She didn't say anything, though she looked a little more at ease. I glanced at the door, where the guard stood outside, and then back at Celia. I wished there was some way I could get a message to her. I had so many questions, and I needed to know if she could help me. For a moment, I wondered if I could write it down for her discreetly so she would understand what I couldn't say. Just as I started to ask her for the pen and paper, she quickly shook her head. No, she mouthed. My brows drew together in confusion. Did she already know what I was going to ask her? Then, with clear words, she spoke. I hope they'll move you to the house soon so we can talk more and become friends. I know they'll see they can trust you soon. Her eyes were trying to send me some secret message of their own, and I wanted to understand it. Trust, she said. It's very important here. Let them see you're one of us. She looked back at the guard at the door, who hadn't seemed to move, and then at me again. Earn their trust. I slowly understood what she was telling me. I had to make them see that they could trust me, and so they'll let me out of here. Maybe then, when I'm at the house and less guarded, Celia can tell me what I need to know. She gave me a little hope, but at the same time, that sounded like a lot of work. How long would it take me to gain their trust? Days? Weeks? Months? What would I have to do to prove to them that I was with them, not against them? I didn't like the thought of waiting so long, and it made my heart drop. How could I go months without seeing Kieran? How could he go months without seeing me? Could I wait that long? No. But what other choice did I have? If I didn't behave, I'd never get out of here or see the light of day again. I'd have to play their little game carefully and make sure only to play my hand at the right time. I would find a way to leave here and get to Kieran, even if it killed me. I was a fighter by nature and surely wouldn't give up without one. Now that you've eaten and seem to be okay, I have to send for Daniel. He's been coming here checking in on you since you arrived. He'll be glad to know you're up. I got chills again and forced my back against the wall, sitting on the far side of my bed. The distance still wasn't enough. He'd soon be here. My arms wrapped around my legs as I brought them to my chest. I didn't want to see him. I didn't want to be anywhere near him. I hated that I couldn't do anything to stop it. I was utterly helpless here. I'm sorry, she said, noticing my actions. I don't have a choice. Both he and Axel want to talk to you, and they will one way or another. Best to get it over with quickly. I wanted to beg her not to leave me there as she turned on her heel and walked away. I knew she had to, though. She said something to the guard at the door and was gone seconds later without another word to me. A few tears escaped my eyes, and I hated myself for it. I angrily wiped them away with the back of my hand. I didn't cry. I hadn't cried since those dark days of my rejection and swore I'd never do it again. And yet here I am doing precisely that. I wasn't weak. I was strong. I was a Luna who couldn't be broken. I survived a rejection I thought would kill me. Surely I could survive this too. Be strong, I reminded myself. Don't let him see how broken you are. You can do this. Kieran? I said, trying our link once again since the woods. Kieran? I repeated. Please answer me, I begged him. I need you. I was greeted with silence just like before, and my heart sank further in my chest. I didn't understand why he didn't answer me. Was it that he couldn't hear me, or possibly something more? What if he was hurt? What if he was? No. I won't finish that sentence. He was still alive. I knew it. I could feel that in my veins. At least that hasn't disappeared yet. That was something I hoped. The door to my room opened, and I tensed. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I knew he was there like an innocent victim knew she was in the grasp of a madman. Daniel stepped inside, and his eyes raked over me. He didn't speak, just stared. I clenched my arms around my body tighter. You look better, he finally said. No thanks to you. I didn't move until he started slowly in my direction. My back pressed against the wall even harder. I hoped it might give way to the pressure and let me fall into the next room to get away from him, but it didn't. I was stuck there with him until he wanted to leave. He stopped at the side of my bed. You ate, he said. I'm glad. You were out for nearly 24 hours. I oversaw him. Why was he acting so concerned for my health? He didn't care about me. If he cared, he wouldn't have kidnapped me and dragged me here against my will. He sighed impatiently. Have you gone mute? You have a voice, Claire. Use it. I scowled at him. Now he was bossing me around? I don't think so. This is precisely what it would have been like if I had stayed and been his mate. I shuddered. I hated that thought. Claire. He sat down on the bed next to me. We were only inches apart. He could easily reach out and touch me should he wish. Immediately, I felt the need to jump off the bed and run in the opposite direction from him, but I couldn't do that. It would only take him longer to trust me. You're still afraid of me, aren't you? He asked. He knew the answer to that question already. Well, you can rest assured I won't ever harm you. You're safe here. For the first time since waking up here, I wanted to laugh. He couldn't be serious, could he? Safe here with him? He really has lost it. You kidnapped me, I reminded him. And you have the audacity to tell me I'm safe here? How dare you? You aren't helping matters. You won't gain his trust this way, my subconscious told me. I knew it was right, but it was still hard to listen to it. I hated Daniel now. I didn't know how I would ever pull this plan off. He slowly started to reach for my hand, and I knew it was coming. I grew sick again. No, this is wrong. It's like I'm betraying Kieran even to allow Daniel to touch me. I was about to jerk my hand back until screams erupted outside the door. They rang through the halls and bounced off the concrete walls. I shivered, and in an instant, I jumped to my feet and ran to the door to see what was happening. The guard, who looked to be about the same age as my dad, turned to me in surprise and alarm. "Get back," he ordered. I didn't move. Instead, I looked out the small cell window built into my door. I wanted to know what was going on. "I said get back," he repeated. "I won't warn you again." "It's all right," Daniel told him. "It would be good for Claire to see this. Open the door." The guard nodded and opened the door for us. He didn't even argue with him. I frowned. Was Daniel giving the orders around here, or was it Axel? "Come with me," he said. "Let me show you what happens to those who refuse to trust us and fight back against what we've offered them." I didn't know what it could be, but it didn't sound like something I wanted to endure. I walked side by side with him to a cell a few doors down from mine. I could smell the blood before we even got there. It was unsettling. Whatever was going on here, it couldn't be good. When we stopped and I peered in the open door, I wanted to scream. The scene before me was horrific. It was pure torture. A middle-aged man with graying hair lay thrashing on the floor before me. His pain screams caused my breathing to become heavy and labored. My head spun. No, this isn't right. What are they doing to him? "He's dying," I whispered. "He's dying, isn't he?" We gave him a choice. He made the wrong one. When that happens, so does this. Daniel didn't even seem pained or remorseful as he spoke. We might have kept him alive and kept pursuing him if he hadn't attempted to attack one of the guards and escape. What he didn't realize was that no one escapes here. It happened once, but it won't happen again. We've taken certain measures to ensure that. The man screamed again. A pained, blood-curdling scream. It just kept getting louder and louder, and I knew I couldn't stand there watching the invisible torture going on inside this man's body. I needed to leave, get away, so I couldn't hear it anymore. "Take me away from here," I told him. "I can't stand it." Thankfully, he didn't make me wait to see the man's death sentence carried out and gently escorted me back to my cell. Surprisingly, I didn't hear the man's screams anymore once I returned. Did that mean it was over? Did they finally kill him? I wish so badly for peace for that man and hope he found it somehow. I can't believe what they're doing here. They were forcing loyalties. When the cell door shut behind us, I remained standing, and so did Daniel. This time, he didn't come so close to me. He kept his distance, and for that I was grateful. My hands were still shaking from the scene I'd just witnessed, and I had to coax myself to calm down. I'd never get that man's face out of my mind for as long as I lived. And if I weren't careful, I'd end up just like him. "I have some questions," I managed to say. "I want some answers." He nodded, walked across the room, and sat down at the empty table I had eaten at. Someone must have come in and taken my tray while we were gone. "Ask your questions, and I'll tell you anything you want to know." I stood in front of him and crossed my arms over my chest, slowly getting myself under control. Although I knew I would never truly be. What happened to that man back there? What caused his suffering? Daniel's arms rested on the table in front of him and stared across it as he answered. "I only know what Axel's told me about it. It's something he's been working on for a while now. It's a serum that causes immense internal pain until there is nothing left. Eventually, you give up and die. It's not my taste really, but he started it before I ever joined him." "But you still did, knowing full well what he's capable of," I stated. "How could you? Is there anything left of you in there at all?" "This is me, and the sooner you accept that the better." I shook my head in disbelief. "No, I can't accept that. I get that you lost Jasmine. She died, and I'm sorry, but doing this, joining the underground pack, that's not going to change anything. You loved her, Daniel, and you should grieve. Just not this way." "Loved," he said, letting his eyes drop down to the table. He studied it as if it held all the answers to life's questions. "Everything changed when I realized you were the one that was meant for me. I fought it, and I rejected you just like my father wanted, and just like I thought I wanted. But I couldn't even do that right. I let go of you in my mind, but in my soul you were still there." His face pained. "I didn't know how to get rid of you, and then I didn't want to. Day by day, I slowly slipped away from her. I became distant and withdrawn. I realized my mistake with you, but it was too late to fix it. You were already with him. I swallowed and waited for him to continue, not daring to interrupt. I wanted to hear this. You did something to my soul when you left. You took half of it with you when you left or something. I can't really explain it. All I know is that part of me was missing, and I was never the same after that day. I felt it every time you kissed him, every time you thought about him, and every time you were with him. What was left of me slowly died inside, and now all that's left is an empty shell of a man who used to be. And you want to know what the worst part of it is? My throat felt dry, and I didn't know if I could speak, but I did. What? I couldn't even feel anything for Jasmine or the baby when she died. That's how empty I am. It seems that the only emotions I can feel are for you, because you still hold half of my soul. The part that was always yours to begin with. That's why I couldn't mate with her. You may have severed the bond between us, but for me it's still there. I can still feel you in my bones. I gulped, trying to control myself from taking a step back in fear. I knew I was never supposed to show it, and I didn't want to. I didn't know any other way to react. And I certainly didn't like where this was heading. I want that part of my missing soul back when I'm around you, he continued. That day you showed up in the woods, it felt like a part of me was returning that had been lost for such a long time. I knew it was you before I even saw your face. I shook my head at him. I don't understand. Why tell me this part when there is nothing that can be done to fix it? His face slightly cheered. But that's just it. Something can be done. There are 2 ways I can get my soul back. He stood up from the table, and as he spoke the words that scared me to my core, he walked to me. I can either kill you and it will return to me, or I can mate you and we'll be as one. Before I could even think, I was backing away from him. He was crazy. Absolutely insane. He couldn't be serious. I could feel the horror on my face, which matched how I felt on the inside. I didn't stop moving until my back hit the wall. He didn't follow me. It's too late for that, I told him. We can never be together. I'm with Kieran now, and he's my mate. We've completed the process. And I trailed off, not knowing if I should dare continue. But I couldn't stop myself. I wanted to tell him and share the news with the world. I wanted everyone to know the following words that were about to slip from my mouth. So I let them. I love him. I'll always love him. Daniel's face was pained again. But that's because you're still tied to him. If you were to let go and stop fighting it, it would go away. You might not stop loving him, but you would have room to love someone else too. Words came out of my mouth in a rush. Do you hear yourself right now? You took Kieran's first mate away from him, and now you want to take his second. That's just cruel. Only someone completely incapable of feeling could do something like that. Then I stopped. Of course. He can't feel anything. That's why he's doing this. You can't talk to him anymore, can you? Your link to him is gone. My eyes widened. What? How do you know that? It's my presence here. It's disrupting the signal. That part of me that is inside of you blocks out anything that's not me when we're close to each other. Your mating bond is numb. It can't react. It just lies dormant. It can't overpower my presence in you. So what you're saying is that as long as we're together, I can never talk to Kieran again? My stomach dropped because I already knew the answer to my question. Yes. The longer you're around me, the weaker your mating bond becomes. Every part of it. I control it all. Your wolf included. She'll be silent until I feel it's safe for you to tap into that part of yourself. Any hope that I had left was seeping out of my body like blood pouring from wounds. It was all slipping away from me, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. It was hopeless. As long as Daniel had me here, Kieran, my mate, would always be just out of reach and never within my grasp. It felt like the floor had suddenly shifted under me, and then I was falling through the sky. I was going down and would hit the ground hard, and no one could save me now. Not even Kieran. But we can still win this, my mind screamed. If we could get away from him, he wouldn't be able to control us, and we could call for Kieran. But how far away is enough to make a difference? Daniel's not going to tell me that. He won't give me that kind of hope. He wants me to feel weak and defeated. I'm on my own in this. I'm strong, though. Surely he couldn't take all my hope. I'm a Luna after all. A fighter. I'll never stop trying to get to Kieran. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll fight him until I take my last dying breath. Chapter 22. Time was passing me by, whether I was living my life or not. There was a whole world outside these cells, and I wasn't sure I would ever see or be a part of it again. Daniel hadn't spoken to me since the day he told me everything, and that was 3 days ago. I figure he was giving me time to think about my options. Meet him or die is basically what he told me. But the way I see it, it's either kill or be killed. I would never willingly mate with him, so the only other option is for him to kill me unless I can somehow manage to kill him first. It had been a total of 4 days since I had last seen Kieran. I was slowly dying inside without him. Although I couldn't use our mating link to connect with him, and I couldn't use my wolf, I could still feel him. That would fade away soon as well. I wish I knew what he was feeling, what he was thinking, or if he was looking for me. I knew the bond was withering away slowly. Pretty soon, his presence would be gone completely. I needed to gain someone's trust. If I could, I might be able to get away from here. If I could get far enough, maybe I could contact Kieran. All hope wasn't lost. You're excused for a while. I'm taking her with me today, a familiar voice said. It was one I had grown to loathe so much in the past few days. I watched Daniel step into my room. The lights from the ceiling danced over his golden blonde hair as he walked. He looked brighter, a little more alive today than the last time I saw him. He sat down next to me on the small couch, our bodies nearly touching. I had to fight the urge to move away from him. The only reason I didn't was because I didn't want to make him mad. He needed to trust me. I thought you might like to get out of here for a while. We can go outside, and I can show you around the pack if you like. His voice and stare were hopeful. I hope you've had time to think about things. I ignored his last words. I would like that, I said. If I'm going to be part of this pack, I should know a little about it. He smiled. Great. You have shoes in your closet to put on. I'll be outside the door when you're ready to go. I felt the briefest amount of excitement through my veins when he left, and I jumped up to get my shoes. They were a pair of sneakers, and I slipped them on as fast as I could. The idea of spending the day with Daniel didn't appease me, but at least I would get to breathe fresh air again. Baby steps, I reminded myself. This is your first trust exercise. Right. I walked to the door, somewhat horridly eager to get out of the room that kept me prisoner for what felt like weeks instead of days. Time doesn't exactly speed by when you can't do anything except stare at blank white walls. It's enough to drive anyone insane. Daniel was waiting for me just like he had promised and took my hand as soon as I was within reaching distance. I wanted to gag the second our skin touched. I didn't like this. Not one bit. I was not his. Trust, my brain said again. I hated that constant reminder. I knew what I had to do. I had days to plan everything out while in solitary confinement. I didn't bother looking in the other cell doors as we passed them. I was afraid of what I would see. That poor tortured man's face flashed through my mind again, and I winced. I didn't want to end up like him. Soon, Daniel and I were standing at a set of large stone steps leading up to an entryway. It's a door. I wanted to shout. He gently tugged me with him as we climbed our way to it. I was growing impatient. I was yearning to feel the heat and sunlight on my skin again. It had been so long. A smile spread across my face as the door came open, but just as soon as it was there, it was gone again. We were still in the underground cells. We have a few levels to go through before we're there, he said. He must have seen my disappointment. Like he said, we did pass through several other levels. By the time we reached what he said was the main door, we had climbed 3 sets of steps. I was being held on the bottom floor. It would be impossible for me to escape from here alone. There were too many floors and guards to go through. It would have to be when I was outside. Once they trusted me alone, I'd make a run for it. Finally, my smile was back again when I felt the fresh, clean air on my skin. The light from the sky touched everything around us, making it bright and beautiful. I wanted to shed my attire and shift. The wind through my fur would surely soothe me. But I can't shift. Daniel is making sure of that. I tried not to let that get me down. I was outside again. I was at least happy about that. Daniel released my hand only to wrap his arm around my waist and pull me to him. Our chests touched, and I could feel his heart beating against mine. As my smile faltered, I quickly replaced it with a fake one. This was going to be a lot harder than I thought. My body was screaming at me back away. I belonged to Kieran. Daniel had his chance, and now it was over. "I'm glad you're here," he said. "You'll like it. You'll see." No, I won't." His fingers ran through my hair. "You're beautiful." I have always thought that. I wanted to run from him, screaming, "Please stop touching me." He leaned in, our faces inches apart. I could hear his breathing. "No, he's going to kiss me. I can't do this." He leaned in even further, and just when I thought our lips were going to touch, they brushed the bottom of my jaw instead. Not my lips at all. Relief washed through me. I could feel the heat from his breath still on my skin, and it repulsed me. My body naturally leaned away from him, needing to be out of his touch. He pulled away and grinned, seeming not to notice my indifference. "Come on. There's something I want to show you." He led me, fingers interlaced, around the pack grounds. He wanted to show me everything they did here, and I was willing to learn it. If I ever got back to Kieran, this information might be helpful. The first place he showed me was all the gathering spots on the land. He wanted to prove to me that the wolves in the underground pack were just the wolves in every other pack. Except the underground pack was better. They prided themselves on freedom. Choice above all. There were no mates here. You chose who you wanted to be with. There was also no soul leader. Axel, Tobias, and Daniel were the ones chosen to lead. I learned that their goal was to make every pack free of charge. Break them down, leave them weak, and then they would pick themselves back up and move on. Axel saw alphas as a bad thing. They were too controlling, and so much power shouldn't be left to one person. I was surprised that Daniel went along with him, seeing as he was an alpha himself. During his lengthy speech about free will, I wondered if he realized I was not in control of myself. I didn't feel like I had very much freedom at all. Next, we visited the children's training area. I was horrified to find that most of the children were between the ages of 5 and 12. The idea that they were even considering prepping them for battle was appalling to me. Most of them were still babies in my eyes. Orphan babies at that. No doubt because their parents refused to join forces with Axel to fight for free will, so he killed them. It was up to the underground pack to take them in, place them with families, and train them. According to Daniel, the younger they trained, the more loyal they would be in the future. They would know nothing else but to fight. It was so wrong. It hurt to think that these children had no childhood. So really, they didn't have freedom after all. If they didn't make the required choice, then they were to suffer the consequences. That's not freedom. Are they being taken care of? I asked him. They have everything they need here, he said. We teach them. We guide them. We show them all they can be. I stopped and pulled my hand from his. That's not what I meant. He raked his hand through his bright, blonde hair and sighed. They're treated like any other member of our pack. We have wolves that take them in and mentor them. There are a lot of factors to take into consideration when deciding where to place the young, but everyone has a chance to adopt. Axel and Celia have adopted too. I blanched. What? That revelation scared me. Axel is influencing 2 young pups? That can't be good for anyone. I shivered from the unpleasant thoughts going through my mind. Evil isn't born, it's made. And that's precisely what he's doing, making evil in his own image. I couldn't even fathom what he's taught them. Everyone who is chosen to mate gets a pup. It's our chance to teach them the right. I wanted to shake my head and argue with him that what they were doing here was wrong, but then I saw something that caused me to stop short. A little girl with short blonde waves and a freckled face sat underneath a large oak tree on the property all alone. She seemed scared and withdrawn from the other children, not daring to talk to them. Not a participant in the training, but a bystander. She couldn't have been more than 7 years old. Not one of the youngest I'd seen today, but she was still only a child. A child with her childhood ripped away from her. What about her? Why isn't she fighting? I asked Daniel, motioning with my eyes to the little girl. He followed my gaze to her, disappointment crossing his features. Some children adapt sooner than others. Sometimes we get the children too late, and they can't be saved from their ways, and they rebel. If they are not with us, they're against us. What happens to them? My subconscious warned me not to ask, but I had to know the answer, however frightening it may be. Is it really better to be oblivious in these situations and never know the horrible truth? They're put down, he answered immediately. There is no other option. If they can't be tamed, we no longer have a use for them. Oh God. Nausea and dizziness hit me like a tidal wave, and I felt like I might throw up. Unable to accept this part of their reality, I put my hand up in front of me and took a step back. You can't be serious. You are killing innocent children. If there was someone willing to work with them and teach them to come around, they might have a chance, but no one wants to bother. Our focus is in other areas. So she's being put down? My heart plummeted in my chest. They couldn't just put her down like a feral animal. She's so young. She couldn't be more than 7 years old. I couldn't allow that to happen. The immense need to protect her was overwhelming. I'm afraid so. It looks hopeless. There was no emotion in his eyes as he said the heart-shattering words. Let me take her, I said, unable to keep the desperation from my tone. I knew it was unlikely he'd consider it, but I had to try. They can't hurt her. You can't. You've not proved to us you're trustworthy yet. He was firm and unwavering in his decision. But I will. I'll do it all. I'll train. I'll fight. I can be cooperative. Just give this. Don't let them kill her, I begged. It's not just me who makes the decisions, Claire. Tobias is gone and Axel doesn't trust you. And it's only mated wolves who can adopt anyway. But I am mated, I wanted to say. But my mate's not here. But can you make an exception this time? I'm not going to fight you. I'm willing to stay here and earn everyone's trust. Can't I get this one thing return? I'll help her. I'll sway her to our side. The words burned in my throat. This pack wasn't my side, and I wasn't in allegiance with them, but I had to make them think I was. I was willing to do anything to save an innocent life. He pushed his hand in his pockets and seemed to consider it. I didn't miss the hint of a smile on his face as he studied my sincerity. In the end, my pleading and words must have convinced him because he seemed to be taking my request under consideration. I just needed to push him a little further. Daniel, I said, stepping in front of him and taking his face in my hands. Our eyes were locked, burning with intensity. Do this for me. There was longing in his eye for me, and there was no denying it. It sent unpleasant shudders through my body. It took everything in me not to let them surface. His hands wrapped around my wrists and held them for a moment before he moved his face to kiss each of my palms. His lips lingered on them for longer than I liked. I fought my repulsion every second. When he finally released me, I dropped my hands from his face and took a step back, suddenly needing much more space than before. To my surprise, Daniel looked much more resolved in his decision when I pulled away. Okay, I'll discuss it with him. If he approves, then you can take her after you've earned our trust. Relief washed through me. I didn't bother hiding it. Thank you. You don't know how much this means to me. No, I think I do. And this is just the beginning. You'll like it here, and soon you'll start to see that for yourself, and you won't want to leave. I forced a smile, and if I didn't hate him so much right now, I would have pitied him. He was brainwashed and under the same false beliefs as the rest of the underground pack, and he couldn't even see it. They had his complete loyalty now, and there was no way I could sway him back to the side of good. He was lost forever in the sea of evildoers that surrounded him. Daniel returned me to my cell after the tour of the grounds was complete, and there were 2 trays of food waiting on the table for us. I glanced at him in confusion. 2 plates? I knew I had been gone for a while, but not enough time to miss 2 meals. I'm eating with you, he said. I thought it might be good for us to have some downtime together. I know you must still have a lot of questions, and I'm willing to answer them over dinner. I didn't object. Though being in his company wasn't exactly ideal, at least he was willing to be open with me. If I could figure out what their plans were and relay the information back to Kieran, maybe I'd have a way to get out of here. Okay, I said, taking my seat at the table opposite him. I peered down at my food and noticed the protein-filled selection for the day waiting to be consumed. It was essential that we consumed a lot of red meat to sustain our health and provide us with the necessary nutrients, and Axel was ensuring we were in tip-top shape. Daniel lifted his brow to me when I didn't make any movement to eat. I wasn't hungry for food. I was hungry for information. Does Kieran know I'm here? Has anyone from Underground Pack talked to him? I couldn't keep the words from flowing out of my mouth. It had been days since I'd last seen or heard from him or any of my pack. I was growing anxious. By the look on his face, I could see he was displeased by my question. I didn't care. He didn't give me limits on what I could ask, and Kieran was more pressing on my mind than anything else at the moment. He knows, but he'd be stupid to come here. Underground Pack outnumbers his pack by hundreds. We've grown since he last encountered us. Besides, we'd much rather have him join us than fight against us. And you think that alphas are just willing to give up their position to eliminate packs everywhere? They're natural-born leaders. You of all people should know that. He cut through his bloody steak as he answered me. It's better this way. If there are no packs, there are no outcasts. No rogues. No conflict. Everyone is in charge of themselves. That sounds like a pretty picture, but you can't believe that would ever work. With no rule, there would be chaos everywhere. No one to answer to when a wolf got out of control. No one to enforce rules. We're animals, Claire. We're meant to roam free and not be repressed. That's not what nature intended for us, he said with slight irritation in his voice. I shook my head. He was making no sense. Well, you're wrong there. If it wasn't supposed to be the way nature intended, then it wouldn't be. Everything is the way it is for a reason. He placed his silverware down and leaned back in his metal chair, crossing his arms. I wasn't giving a moment's peace between questions, and he was starting to see that. Eating was pointless until I got my answers. We have a vision where everything will be better in our world. You just have to trust us. I nearly laughed, but fought to keep myself in check. Making him mad would only hinder my chance at getting out of him what I wanted to know. Is that what you're doing with Axel, trusting him? How can you do that so blindly? I asked in sincere curiosity. How do you know he's not leading everyone to their deaths? This whole thing started out as his fight, and now he's brought the whole world in on it. Can't you see there are no promises? There is just Axel and his word. You aren't fighting for freedom. You're fighting his battle. He was luring everyone into the fight under pretenses and promises that would never be fulfilled. Axel was nothing more than an angry wolf who wanted the entire world to suffer along with him. He was in pain and miserable, and misery loves company. He won't rest until the whole world is under destruction and chaos. I didn't trust him and never would. I don't expect you to see things our way. You've not been here long enough. But with enough time, I know we can sway you to our side. He had an air of confidence around him that I did not share. Alpha Robert, taking over Daniel's role as Alpha, had taken its toll on him. That, on top of everything else he had to endure, he was no longer the same person. He'd been changed by loss and his sense of betrayal. What he didn't seem to understand was that this was of his own doing. Everything that has led us to this moment was because of him. Either he didn't care or he was denying the truth. How often do you do the raids? I asked him. It was time to change the subject. I wanted to stay informed. How often are new people brought in? He stared at me for a moment, contemplating my angle, when finally his expression turned more resolved. We target the smaller, lesser-known packs, first collecting as many new members as we can. With our growing pack, we're nearly ready to invade some of the larger packs. We'll hit them slowly, one at a time until we are seen as unstoppable. Word spreads fast when there is new threat on the loose. I remained silent, trying to process everything. Our next target is Perilous Pack, he continued. We were going to collect you next week when we took your pack by surprise, but now you'll get to go with us. I clutched my fist, squeezing it so tight my nails were beginning to break the skin. It was the only way I knew to vent my anger without actually taking action. And how do you suppose you're going to take them down? Kieran's pack may be smaller than Underground's now, but he won't be unprepared. He'll be expecting you. Perhaps, Daniel said, as if he'd already anticipated that. But a betrayal from the inside will throw his off his game. It's only a matter of time. Soon Tobias will be free and 2 of Kieran's own will be with us. Betrayal. The words caused my heart to sink. How could this be? Everyone in Kieran's pack seemed so loyal. They're a family. No one would dare betray Kieran. Would they? Anger at the unknown person coursed through me. Who? I demanded, slamming my fist on the table. Who is the betrayer? Daniel didn't bat an eye and only shook his head at me. Are you sure you really want to know? What's learned can never be undone. I don't care. Tell me who. Whoever they are, they deserve to be brought to justice. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll see to it that that happens. See for yourself. They'll be here next week with Tobias, and then you'll know. He reached out his hand and tucked a loose strand of blonde hair behind my ear and offered his best pity smile. You should be careful who you trust. I could say the same to you, I sneered. I didn't have to explain who I meant. He knew. And he was instilling his faith in me by saying the things I had been, but the newest information had taken me more than off guard. Kieran wasn't the only one being thrown off his game. So was I. Daniel dropped his hand and stood up from his chair as the guard who had left earlier today resumed his duty. I'll let you finish your meal. It seems I've only upset you. That wasn't what I wanted. Then you shouldn't have said anything, I snapped at him in my mind. I thought being open with you was the best course of action, but I was wrong, he added. That wasn't what I wanted to happen. You've dropped a major bomb on me today. I've handled it just like any other person would, I argued. I couldn't let him think he couldn't tell me things. Getting information was the only thing I had going for me at the moment. His fingers gently traced my jawline as he towered above me. His eyes showed admiration for me. But you're not just any other person, you're my mate. He took a slow breath, his face changing, letting his disappointment seep in. I need to know you're on my side. I felt bile rise in my throat from his touch and the tenderness of his words. No matter what, I had to force myself through it. I am on your side. I need to process this. Everything has changed for me and I need to cope with it. Then train with me, he offered. It will be a good way to channel your anger and for us to show you what we're all about. I'll come get you at sunrise in the morning. We start early here and work through most of the day. It will be good for you. He was right. It would be good for me. It would get me out of my cell, and the training would help to strengthen me. I needed to know how to fight back and defend myself. And more importantly, I needed to get back in touch with my wolf, now more than ever. I nodded. Yes, I'd like that. I want to start as early as possible. A complete smile lit up his face. That's good to hear. I'm looking forward to spending the day with you tomorrow. Give me a chance, and I'll show you all you can be. I was surprised to hear the words from him. When I lived at home with my parents, our pack didn't believe in the females fighting or taking any part in a war. But now, things were different. He wanted me to fight. He saw that I had it in me and had somehow come to appreciate it. It couldn't have worked out more perfectly for me. If he was willing to teach me, I was willing to learn. And it will be even more gratifying when everything he teaches me comes back to bite him. I'll be the traitor in their midst. Tomorrow, I agreed with a smile of my own. I'll be waiting. Chapter 23. I was pumped. My body was filled with adrenaline, and I was the most alive I'd felt in weeks. My anger was driving me. I knew as soon as my training session was over with Daniel, and my body had time to relax, I'd be exhausted. I'd sleep for days if allowed. Daniel lowered his body and came at me again. Unlike all the other times, he didn't knock me on my butt again. My body didn't crash against the ground under all his strength. I dodged him, sending him flying past me, and I hit the ground in surprise. I may not have strength on my side, but I have agility and speed. Those would be my weapons. Daniel rolled over, his eyes meeting mine since his fall. Instead of being met with anger or annoyance, he was smiling. Almost like a sorcerer over his apprentice or a parent over their child. Then he pushed himself up from the ground and dusted himself off. You're doing better than I thought you would. I raised my brow to him and crossed my arms. You didn't think I had it in me? Part of me felt smug that I proved him wrong, while another part of me felt oddly offended. Not that what he thought mattered to me, but he was implying that I was weak. Something I did not want to be. Something I couldn't afford to be. Not if I wanted to live. You've surprised me. That's something to admire in a mate. Not many people can do that. But you have since I first learned you were my mate. I stared back at him, unwilling to show him any emotion. He didn't deserve that part of me. I could be civil, but that was all. And the only reason for that was so he'd continue training me. I hated when he talked about me like I was still his mate, though. Like the last couple of months never happened. We don't have as many differences as you think. Actually, we're a lot alike. I know it didn't seem like it at first, but it's true. My dad initially influenced me. He doesn't get to do that now, he continued. I like that you're strong and have a mind of your own. That's what makes you different. I dropped my arms to my side and bent down to pick my sweater up off the ground. Yeah, well, different isn't always good. I slipped the material over my tank top and turned to face him. It can be problematic if you're not careful. I was trying to discourage his enthrallment with me, though I doubt it was working. I was his mate in his eyes, and nothing I could do or say could change that. I should probably get cleaned up, I said, feeling my clothes stick to every inch of my body. I wanted a shower. And to be anywhere else. I turned my body away from him and took a step back toward the building my cell was in when his voice stopped me. I think you're ready. We've been training all week and you've showed a lot of improvement and skill. I think it's time to let your wolf prove what she can do. My head snapped to him, and my body soon followed. You letting me train my wolf? I had to ask to confirm absolutely. He smiled at my enthusiasm. I think it's time. How about tomorrow? Yes, I said immediately. Tomorrow works great. He ran his hands through his halo-covered, disheveled hair and pushed his hands into the pockets of his sweats. In any other world or situation than ours, I could easily love him. He was beautiful and, at times, seemed almost angelic. I could be with him and be happy. Maybe even have pups and settle down someday. But sadly, we were not in that world. We were in this one. The one where everything was wrong and people were kidnapped. The one where mates rejected each other for other wolves, and they are just supposed to smile and move on from it. This was not the world in which I could love him. It wasn't even the world I could stand him in. He'd made his choice, and I'd made mine. There was no going back from that. It was done, and we were over forever. You did well today. We should celebrate that, he offered. Let me take you somewhere. Let him? I doubt I'd have a say in the matter anyway. But I tried. I'm tired and sweaty. I'd rather get cleaned up and rest. Maybe another time. Come, Claire, he pleaded, coming to stand just inches in front of me. You'll love it. Trust me. I took a cautious step back and shook my head. No, really, some other time, I promise. And promises were made to be broken. There would be no date. There would be nothing but training and my forced tolerance of him. That was all. He lifted his arm, with my eyes following him until his hand disappeared around behind my head. It slipped into my hair and twisted it around his finger, bringing all of it to the front of my shoulder and side of my head. His hand dropped. Just give me an hour. If you're not having a good time by then you have my permission to ditch me. What do you say? He was persistent. I'd give him that. I just wasn't interested in going anywhere with him. I'd much rather pull out all my teeth than sit through an hour alone with him. But if I was going to get free of him, I was going to have to agree. Yeah, okay, I'll go. I hated myself for saying it. I stepped back again, putting some distance between us. Just let me get cleaned up. I'll see you in a couple of hours. He nodded and grinned. Yes. I'll see you to your room and I'll be back to get you at 9. I frowned. So late? He chuckled. You don't have to look so happy about it. It needs to be dark for what I have planned. It's purely recreational, I promise. Alone in the dark with Daniel? That didn't top my list of things I wanted to do in life. It sent shivers of unease up my spine. And it was the bad kind. At 9 then, I forcefully agreed. He walked me back to my cell, where I gladly showered and dressed. By the time I was done, I felt much more human than animal. The events of the day started to overwhelm my body with exhaustion, just as they had on all the previous days, so I settled onto my tiny sofa with one of the books Daniel had brought me a couple of days ago. I flipped it open to my designated page. The evening passed on peacefully and uneventfully until the knock sounded on my door. I knew it was Daniel even before the door was opened. I was expecting him. The smile on his face told me he was much happier about tonight than I was. I stood up from the couch, placed my book down, and followed beside him out the door. The night air was cool, but not crisp. It was comfortable. It immediately woke me up from my sleepy state. The woods became thicker and darker the longer we walked. When the sky disappeared altogether, a sense of worry overcame me. What could be this far out in the woods that he wanted to show me? The owls called, and the wind shook the leaves on the trees. Daniel gripped my hand and pulled me forward when my speed began to slow. "Come on, we're almost there," he said. Just a few more yards. My eyes began to focus on a blanket on the ground and the small outline of something standing, which I couldn't quite make out at our distance. The closer we got, the more clearly we could see what was waiting for us. A telescope came into full view several feet away. It was pointed up at the night sky toward the stars that I was beginning to see again. "What's this?" I asked, coming to a full stop at an old oak tree. "We're stargazing?" We stopped at the edge of the picnic blanket and looked up. The sky was filled with stars in the opening above the trees. It wasn't nearly as congested as I thought it would be out here. I thought it would be a nice change from all your training. You've done well. You deserve it. I reached out and placed my hand on the telescope, taking a step toward it. Leaning down slightly, I pressed my eye to the scope and took a look. The glowing lights of the stars were bright, filling the sky with their brilliance. They were beautiful. I wanted to reach out and touch them so much, to be up there with them and far away from here. My eyes began to water. I quickly had to remind myself why I was doing this, why I was still here. It wasn't just for me. It was for Kieran and my family, too. I was doing this so that I might see them again one day. I dropped my hand from the telescope and turned my head to wipe away my unshed tears before Daniel saw them. I knew it would confuse him and raise suspicion. As far as he knew, I was happy here and beginning to accept the situation I had been put in. When my eyes felt dry again, I turned to face him. "It's beautiful. I didn't know you liked to stargaze." He smiled and took a step toward me to grab the scope himself. "Yes. It's one of my favorite pastimes. There is just so much history to them." He looked into the telescope and began to speak. "Andromeda is best seen during autumn in the northern hemisphere. It's one of the larger constellations." He pulled back from the scope and pushed his hands in his pockets, not taking his eyes off the sky. Andromeda was known for her beauty and her mother's vanity. Cassiopeia boasted that her daughter was more beautiful than the sea nymphs, provoking Poseidon in the process. Daniel glanced back at me over his shoulder with a wistful smile. He sent the sea monster, Cetus, to attack Andromeda as punishment. She was later saved from death by Perseus and married him. After she died, she was placed in the sky by Athena next to her husband and mother. "Oh," I said, looking up into the sky. I tried to avoid his eyes. "I didn't know you know so much about constellations. You seem pretty passionate about them." He shrugged, turning his attention back to the sky. "I found them interesting and studied them. Like I said, I liked their history." I followed his gaze to the stars again and pointed to another set. "What are those called?" "Aries," he answered quickly. "And those?" I asked about another with an almost W shape. "Lacerta." His knowledge was impressive, but in reality, I couldn't care less. I just wanted to be at home. My real home, the one I once shared with Kieran and hopefully would again. "Do you have the time?" I asked him. I yearned to change the subject. I needed an excuse to get away. He looked at me, taken aback. "Are you bored already?" "No," I said, laughing lightly in forced humor. "I just don't want to stay out too late. I don't want to be late to training in the morning." Surprised, he passed over his features and he chuckled. "You really do enjoy it, don't you?" I nodded and smiled, though it wasn't for the reason he thought. I was enjoying it, and because I knew I would use everything he taught me against him in the end. He was writing his own death certificate, and he didn't even know it. It sent a shiver of pleasure through me. "Are you cold?" he asked. I didn't bring a jacket. "We can go back if you want." "I do." Daniel didn't bother hiding his disappointment at my decision. "Okay," he nodded. "I guess we should start walking then." "It will take us a while to get back," I stated. Something brightened in his eyes just then. "Yeah, or we could run," he offered. "Run." I repeated it, just to be sure I had heard him right. Yeah, I mean if you're up for it. Of course I am. He knew that I would be, and that's what he wanted to hear. He wanted to end our extremely short date on a good note with me. It seemed important to him. Just after the words left my lips, I felt the ties holding me down on the inside begin to loosen little by little until I felt my free will returning to me again. It was a feeling I couldn't describe any better than that. At first, it was weird for me. Getting used to this new hold he had over me was hard, but I had no choice but to come around to it. I was unable to change it, no matter how I felt about it. After the first couple of times, I finally got over it. Not bothering to strip out of my clothes in front of Daniel, I let my wolf take over. The chills up my spine began to spread thrillingly, and a gleeful howl ripped through my body. I arched over and dug my extended claws into the earth, gripping it. Daniel, beside me, did the same. It was going to be a race back, and that excited me. I was free again, even if only for a short time. And I was going to live in it. Throwing my head back one last time, I let out a loud, excited howl and took off into the thick night sky. This was one race I was going to win. I spun around the damaged room, my head spinning, braced to attack again. The following person who approached me knew what was coming, and I was not going to be easy on anyone. Keely stared terrified back at me with her hands over her mouth, trying to hold in her sobs. I couldn't bring myself to feel any guilt over my actions. I'd lost it and I knew it. He's flipped. He's rabid. He won't be the same ever again, my Aunt Maggie proclaimed. What will we do with him? What will happen to the pack? Wolves of my pack bared their canines at me on Wyatt's order. They were protecting the pack from me, preventing anyone else from getting hurt. Colin lay at my feet, whimpering, kicking his hind legs, trying to move away, failing miserably. I hadn't meant to attack him, but I wasn't in my right mind. My wolf was out of control and felt threatened by his movements and proximity. Then it all happened so fast. I was conflicted between feeling guilty and making a run for it to find Claire. Back up, Wyatt ordered, before anyone else gets hurt. He'll run again, Uncle Roger said. You know he'll go straight after her. I bared my teeth at him. Of course I would. I would attack anyone who stopped me too. This time was much worse than when I lost Jasmine. It nearly killed me the first time, but this time, my wolf would not let losing a mate affect him that way. We both wanted her back. And once she was, we'd never let her go again. No, he won't. Wyatt shouted back. Not after he hears what I have to say. And what makes you think he'll listen? Roger asked. He pushed a hand in my direction. You see him. He's rabid. We failed him, came Maggie again. We promised his parents we'd take care of him and Keely, and we failed. Look at him now. We just have to calm him down, Wyatt said. I shook my head. All the voices were annoying me and serving no purpose at all. I whipped my head back toward the open door I'd entered just before I was cornered, shifted, and tore the place apart. I'd come to the office to tell Wyatt of my plans to lead the pack into war after the rumor of them being holed up in the East Mountains, when he strongly advised against it. How? Felix asked him through Mindspeak. He was standing his ground in front of me with Dorian and Leland by his side. I growled at him. You! How can you stand there and face me after you let them take her? He whimpered and bowed down in front of me. I knew the guilt of what he'd done was eating him alive, and I was only making it worse. Stop, Wyatt said. It wasn't his fault, and you know it. He was ambushed by the underground pack. Leaving his victims alive isn't really Axel's MO. We were lucky they didn't kill him. I didn't let his words pierce me as they should. I remained impassive, cold. Everyone eyed me carefully. We really need to talk about this, Kieran. You're walking into a trap. They'd love to get you alone, away from your pack. You'd be weak and vulnerable. You'd make their job easy for them. I tore my eyes away from Dorian to glare at my beta. Have you ever had a mate? I asked him. No, you haven't. You have no idea how hard it was for me not to go after her the second she went missing. You have no idea of the pain I've gone through day after day, wondering what they're doing to her. It's tearing me apart from the inside out. I'll tear this world apart or burn it down before I let Axel's League of Rogues keep her. I understand that, Wyatt said. I may not have a mate, but if something happened to anyone that I cared about, I'd do anything to get them back, but you have to listen to reason. If you want to save her, hearing me out is the only way to accomplish that. Nothing you can say will make me change my mind about this. I'm going after her with or without you. That's just it, Kieran. I am with you, and that's why I'm going. Not you, he said. I barked out a laugh, though it held no humor. And what makes you think I'll stay here and allow you to do that? They'll tear you apart just as easily as they will me. He shook his head. No, they won't. How can you be so sure? Why are you so special? He looked at me regretfully and sighed. It was almost as if he were dreading the words he was about to say next. And once he told them, I understood why. Because I'm one of them. I'm part of the underground pack. And they're expecting me there tomorrow, with Tobias. And that's when I leaped. I could see nothing but pure red. My anger had taken me over. The betrayal of a childhood best friend and fellow pack mate burned out any humanity I had left in me. That was something that could not be forgiven so easily. He would pay with his life, because when I was done with him, Wyatt would be no more. Chapter 24. A mass of wolves faced me with their teeth bared. I stared back at them, dumbfounded. Had none of them heard Wyatt's confession? Was I the only one who cared? He betrayed us. He was working with the underground pack the entire time and pretended to be one of us. He was a traitor. Wyatt didn't waste a second shifting into his wolf or jumping out of the way when I lunged. I wanted him. I wanted to sink my teeth into his flesh and show just how much I respected traitors. Kieran, wait. Leland said into my mind. It's not what it seems. You need to hear him out. I dragged my attention away from Wyatt to glance at Leland briefly. So I take it you knew then? I looked around the room at each of them. They were all protecting him. Wyatt, all of you know, don't you? I was only greeted with silence as a reply. No one dared to move or speak. Well, tell me. There's no need to hide it now. I didn't betray you, Wyatt said once he found his voice. When I agreed to stand with the underground pack, you weren't exactly available to consult. You were a shell of a wolf who left the pack up to me. And now I see my mistake. My voice came out low and threatening, just as I had intended it to. You don't get it. I didn't do it to hurt you or the pack. I did it to protect us. It's no secret that Axel is planning something big. It's better to be on the inside and look like a traitor than to be on the outside and allow our world to be taken down around us. I looked around the room at all the wolves standing by his side. None of them moved an inch. It was obvious whose side they were on. I don't believe you. He seemed to understand that because he said, I know, and I'm not asking you to. All I'm asking is for you to trust me. You did once, and I know that deep down you feel like you can again. Am I wrong? I couldn't allow myself to go there right now. I had many bigger questions that needed to be answered first. Say I did trust you and let you go after her. What makes you think they'll let you waltz out of there with her? Axel is anything but stupid. Your false loyalty won't fool him. He didn't get to be in his position by getting played. So tell me, how will you outplay him? Because I've been on the inside and I know the ins and outs of that place. And when I show up with Tobias at my side, that will seal the circle of trust, and he'll have no choice except to trust me. He'll hold up his end of the bargain, and we'll all be safe. There only seemed to be a few problems with his plan. It wasn't well thought out. And when you do get her out and you run, what's to stop him from coming after you and leaving both of you for dead? He won't take your betrayal lightly. He nodded. I know. That's where the pack comes in. We lead him into the woods and set an ambush for him. Once the underground's leader is dead, they'll be weak and vulnerable. They won't know where to go or what to do next. It's the ideal opportunity. I carefully considered his words, debating with my wolf whether we trusted him enough to carry out such an insane plan. He could turn on us the second he's in there, and I'll have lost everything, Claire, and my chance to make him pay. Then I looked at him. Really looked at him. In his eyes, he was genuine. He was looking at me the same way he always had, like a friend. He was my friend. It never occurred to me that he'd betray us. What would he have gained? No, he was right. He wouldn't intentionally hurt us. Not any of us. I knew him too well. Finally, I relented. Okay, Wyatt. I'll give you one chance. But just know this, if anything happens to her, I will hunt you down and kill you myself. Keep her safe." He bowed his head to me, allowing me to see that the respect he hadn't vanished. He was still the Wyatt I'd always known, my friend. "I will, Alpha. I will." I hummed as we came to a stop just outside the cell building. My heart was still racing from the run, and my wolf was howling. A thrill ran through us. It had been so long since we were free, we reveled in it. Again, I threw my head back and howled in delight. The night was always more from a wolf's point of view. It was like looking at the world with so much clarity. Every noise was heightened. Every breath seemed to last forever. And every sight was so crystal clear it was like looking through a giant magnifying glass. I was exhilarated. I think that has to be some kind of record. There aren't many wolves that can move with your speed. At least not that I've seen. I turned in just enough time to see Daniel coming up behind me, slipping on his shirt. I walked around the back side of the tree, away from him, and slipped on some clothes that I'd left in the branches just in case I was ever allowed an opportunity to run. I was back around the tree in a matter of minutes. Daniel was there waiting for me. "Did that make up for the lameness that was tonight?" he asked, hopeful. I shook my head. "I already told you it wasn't lame. I was tired." He smiled. "I note the tense. Does that imply that you're not anymore? Are you kidding?" "After a run like that, I'm still wired." With a chuckle, he said, "I was hoping you'd say that," and pulled his phone from his jeans and glanced at it. "It's only 10:15. The night's still young. Want to do something else? This time you can choose." I was about to make another apology and refuse him, but then I realized that an opportunity like this might not present itself again. I should use it to my advantage. So I did. "Actually, that sounds nice. I couldn't sleep like this anyway." He grinned. "Okay, what did you have in mind?" I felt a plan slowly forming in my head at his question. It was up to me this time, and I had to think of something that would benefit me the most. With very little thought, I knew what I wanted to do. Actually, I was just thinking about how long it's been since I've seen a movie. "I hear they have them in color now," I joked. I took his laughter as a sign of victory and internally cheered. One step closer to freedom. "Could we go?" I continued. "That sounds lovely. Celia and I haven't been out since the birth of our last child. Mind if we double? We haven't gotten the chance to get to know our newest guest yet." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I was suddenly very aware of his presence. I slowly turned to face him. Had he really had the nerve to call me his guest, as if I chose to be here? This wasn't some new choice of lifestyle for me. This wasn't my choice at all. "It's a pleasure, Claire," Axel said to me as I faced him. His hand was extended toward me, only inches separated us, our noses nearly touching. I stepped back quickly, a bit startled. I grasped for words. "I think you've startled her," Daniel chuckled at Axel good-naturedly. He grinned. "I've been known to have that effect." I was able to breathe much better when I put more distance between us. Axel didn't seem to mind. He only smiled at me in mild amusement. "I couldn't help overhearing your plans for the evening," he continued, focusing his attention back on Daniel. "I hope you don't mind my intrusion." Daniel shook his head quickly. "No, not at all. The more the merrier." Axel turned back to me with a wicked smile. "Then it's a date. I'll collect Celia and meet you out front. Rickson will drive us." I stared at him, utterly speechless, not sure how I was supposed to respond to him. Luckily, I didn't have to, though. He turned on his heel and started back toward the mansion. I couldn't keep the scowl off my face or the bitterness from my tone as I watched him retreat. I didn't realize Axel was so self-inviting. Daniel chuckled. "He's not so bad once you get used to him." "I don't want to get used to him. I want to kill him." "Besides," Daniel continued, "we'll have plenty of time to ourselves. He won't interfere. He's just trying to get a sense of who you are. He hasn't gotten to get to know you yet. He's been letting me talk to you and convince you of what we are. Monsters." "I suppose I should change then," I said, glancing down at my sweats. "If you wish. Just don't take too long. Axel doesn't like to be kept waiting." I pushed back the anger I had been building up towards Axel and turned away from Daniel. "I'll only be a minute," I told him before finding my way toward the cells. I'll see you to your room, he quickly called after me. The ride from the theater was awkward and quiet. Daniel sat in the front seat next to Rickson, and I sat in the back next to Celia and Axel. I was thankful that Celia separated me from her mate, or else I might try to make a premature movement to attack him. He held everyone in his pack under his thumb, radiating power. He ruled through intimidation and fear rather than respect. He wasn't a true alpha. He wasn't legitimate. Not that it mattered to him. He knew exactly how he obtained his position, and it didn't shame him in the slightest. In fact, he took pride in it. He embraced nothing but death and destruction. Take us for drinks, Rickson. Tonight calls for a celebration. I glanced toward Axel in surprise. Celebration? Celia asked in equal surprise. He smiled down at her. Yes, my love, celebration. What are we celebrating? I couldn't help but ask. His smile didn't falter as his eyes shifted to me. Why, you of course. He's convinced me you are worthy of our pack. We've accepted you. You're one of us now. That calls for celebration. My spine tensed. So, I was one of the underground pack now. That meant I could be trusted. Unfortunately, that also meant something far more fearsome. Something I dreaded and ultimately knew was coming. I swallowed and forced myself to speak. And my cell? He chuckled. It sounded dark and twisted, just like his soul. Oh, it's not your cell anymore. It belongs to someone else now. I admit we are running out of room to keep our adversaries. Now that you belong to the underground pack, you'll stay with Daniel. My eyes immediately went to Daniel sitting in the front seat. He didn't turn to meet my stare. I idly wondered how long he'd known about this. Was that the whole point of tonight, to tell me this? I pushed my anger and revulsion down, forcing my face to remain static. This is a good thing, Claire. You are convincing them. You'll be out of the underground pack before you know it. I expect you're very pleased. This night is all about you, Axel said. I felt a warm hand being placed on mine and looked down to see it belonged to Celia. Her touch was gentle and soft. We'll go for drinks. It will be fun, she reassured me. I could see in her eyes that she was pleading with me more than she was telling me. She was conveying a message. I picked up on it immediately. I nodded and forced a bright smile. It will, I agreed. Where will we go? I couldn't explain why, but I trusted Celia. True, she was one of the underground pack, but she wasn't really like them. She happened to be there through circumstance. He was forcefully mated and brought there against her will. Through time, she'd managed to love Axel, though I'm not sure I understood how. He was the devil. I guess what surprised me more was that he seemed to love her too. I didn't think someone like him would be capable of that emotion. I felt sorry for Celia that he was. Perhaps if he weren't, she wouldn't be in her position. She wouldn't return the love of a monster. Jennifer had trusted Celia too. Maybe that meant my judgment wasn't too far off. Celia was still Celia, no matter what she had been through. Rickson, take us to Jules, Axel said. Only the best. The lot outside of Jules was only about half full. For a weekday, I suppose that wasn't so bad for business. It was a very rustic location, set back in the woods, about 2 miles from town. Perhaps that was the reason for the attendance as well. I didn't recognize anything about it or the town we were in before. I had never been anywhere but home, and with Kieran, I had no one to identify anything new. Until Kieran, I hadn't even been out of my hometown. His name sent a ripple of sadness through me. I knew I had to hold it together for him and for me, but just for a moment, I allowed myself to feel something besides hate and defeat. It had been too long since I had last seen him. So long that I'd lost count of the days. I missed him. I couldn't even imagine what I would do if I never got to see him again. Maybe I'd wind up like Celia, forced into a mating with someone and eventually learn to love them. Could I do that? Somewhere, deep down inside of me, a voice rose and spoke self-assuredly. No, you wouldn't. Of course not. Because even though I'd felt defeat so many times, I knew I would never accept it. I would continue to fight and set things right, even if it killed me. Claire, are you coming? Celia's soft voice asked me. I snapped my attention to her and realized everyone was getting out of the vehicle. Daniel came to stand by my door and opened it for me. Absolutely, I smiled assuredly. Daniel grabbed my hand and helped me from the SUV as if I needed assistance, then wrapped an arm around me. I tried not to shudder and push him away from me. The man at the door of the bar stood silently, staring off into space as we passed. He was dressed in a suit and built like a rock. He was tall and huge. He easily towered over any of us. It almost seemed as if he were protecting the place, standing guard. He gave a curt nod as we continued inside the building. It was odd. I turned to Daniel for answers, and I understood. This place is sort of special. It isn't open to the public. Only to us Lycans. It allows us to be ourselves and not have to hide. Then he smiled. And if a fight breaks out, we don't have to worry about the humans' reactions if one of us shifts. My eyebrows inched up on my forehead. Does that happen often? Not as much as you'd think, but we can't take any chances. As soon as we walked in the door and pushed past the people standing around, a tall brunette girl who looked somewhere in her early 20s bounded up to us and threw her arms around Axel. I stared back in shock. He wrapped his arms around her for a moment, then let her go. I glanced at Celia for answers, but she remained quiet and smiling. It was as if such a scene happened all the time. Jewel, he smiled as she stood back to look us over. Celia, it's been too long. How are you? Jewel asked sweetly. I'm well, and you? Celia asked her. Jewel's expression changed to curiosity when her eyes moved over me. Who's your companion, Daniel? She asked. I'll admit I'm a little disappointed you didn't bring the others. Where are Tobias and Jennifer? Tobias always knew how to liven a place up. Axel was the one who spoke up. Tobias is a little occupied at the moment. Though, I expect him back soon. Jewel clapped and cheered. Good. It's not nearly as entertaining around here without him. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat and felt a little sick with worry. They were talking about him as if another pack never captured him. As if he were away somewhere willingly and could return whenever he wished. Gone on business or something. But we captured him. Kieran's pack did. They locked him up for trespassing. A voice in the back of my mind knew better, though. It knew what was really going on. It was a setup. Tobias wasn't captured. He volunteered. The nausea in my stomach grew increasingly fast. If I had a mirror, I'm sure it would show how green the first was at the very moment. You don't look too well, Claire. Maybe you should sit down. I looked up the person who'd suggested it and balled my hands into fists at my side. If I jumped now, I could land on top of him and get a few good swings on him before Daniel pulled me off. But then what would happen when I got back to the pack? I'd meet my death. Or worse, be tortured. Axel waited for my response. I looked at him briefly and forced myself to a bar stool at the far end of the bar. Daniel followed behind me. Water, he said to the bartender, who quickly produced it. I grabbed it and sipped it slowly, welcoming the cool of the liquid down my throat. Where's Tobias? I managed to ask Daniel finally. I didn't meet his eyes. What? Axel said he was expecting him soon. Where is he now? My voice shook slightly. Daniel shifted his weight and took the seat next to me. I don't know, but he's close. I breathed slowly through my nose. I had to do some deep inner breathing to keep from soaking the bar with my afternoon lunch. It didn't work. I stood up quickly. I have to excuse me. I rushed toward the women's bathroom and threw myself into the first stall I came to. In a matter of seconds, I expelled everything that had been in my stomach. After a few dry heaves, I settled myself on the tiled floor next to the toilet and caught my breath. Okay, Claire. This isn't as bad as it seems. So the capture was a setup. Think, why? It was clear he came back to retrieve Jennifer, but maybe Jennifer hadn't really escaped. Perhaps she was made to think she had, which gave Tobias reason to be on Kieran's territory. The pack wouldn't believe one of the underground pack would be dumb enough to wander onto enemy territory alone. That would look too suspicious. But what was Tobias's reason for being there? What was he retrieving, if not Jennifer alone? I gulped. I think I already knew the answer. It was for me. He was getting me for Daniel until I stumbled upon him on my own, and he took me first. But one thing still doesn't add up. How could Tobias possibly escape our pack and come back here? He couldn't. Not unless someone helped him. like someone from inside the pack. Oh no. Another wave of nausea hit me hard. I retched into the toilet again, but nothing came up. There was nothing left inside of me. I breathed heavily again, trying to steady my breathing when the bathroom door opened. "Claire," a voice asked. "Are you okay?" It was only Celia. I sent up a silent prayer. I'd half expected Daniel or Axel to come in after me, thinking I'd attempted to escape. "I'm fine," I told her. "Just a little nauseous, I guess." Celia pushed the stall door open and stared at me in horror. I'd not had the time to lock it in my rush to find a toilet, not that it really mattered. There weren't many females in the bar anyway. "You look terrible." She bent down next to me and threw an arm over my shoulders. "Here, let me help you. We'll go to the sink and get you cleaned up." I let her hoist me to my feet and take me to the sink. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and gasped. I could hardly believe I was looking at myself. To say I looked terrible was an understatement. My eyes were heavy with bags under them, and my hair was stuck up in all directions, and somehow I looked about 5 pounds lighter than I did an hour ago. "I don't." Celia ran a paper towel under the water and dabbed it on my head. "Shoo, you're all right. You're gonna be fine. It's just..." I began. "I heard about Tobias, and he can't be free. He can't. If he is, that can only mean one thing, and I don't want to face that right now." She shook her head. "I know it must be terrible for you, but you can't let yourself think about it. You're getting yourself too worked up, and you're gonna reveal yourself too early. You can't convince them if you let yourself become worried over this." I stared at her mirror reflection in shock. "Why, you mean, you know?" She nodded. "I have a sense about these things. I guess you could say I'm good at guessing human nature. Or werewolf nature, I guess you could say. And you're not going to say anything?" Her eyes filled with sadness. "No. I can understand where you're coming from. If I were in your position, I'd hope someone would pay me the same courtesy. You're here against your will while your mate is still out there somewhere." If my mate, if Logan, were still alive, I'd be fighting tooth and nail to get back to him too. My expression quickly mimicked hers, and I felt smaller than I ever had. I'd never considered her feelings before. I mean, I knew her circumstances, but it never dawned on me that she might still be missing her mate. She may love Axel, but it was clear where her heart still belonged. Werewolf emotions and matings are a weird thing. I'll never fully understand it. "I'm sorry," I told her. "I've heard stories about you and what happened, and I just want you to know that I don't judge you for anything. I don't know what I'd have done if I were in your shoes." She tore her eyes away from me and put on a cheerful smile again, as if switching off all the emotion of her loss. She dropped the paper towel back down into the sink and wet it again, before dampening my whole face with it. "This should help you feel better. You really shouldn't be so stressed in your condition. You have to find an outlet for your anger before it takes disastrous turn." I moved back from her and furrowed my brows. "I'm sorry, my condition? There's nothing wrong with me. It was all the news of Dash." "It's okay, Claire. I know." I shook my head in confusion. "Know what?" She sighed. "About the baby Dash." She quickly cut herself off and really looked at me, then recognition hit her face. "Oh, you don't know, do you?" I was starting to get annoyed now. "Know what?" Her eyes fell from my face to my stomach, then back up to me again. "You're pregnant." It felt as if the world had shifted under my feet, and I started to fall back. My quick reflexes grabbed for the sink to steady myself. "But I'm not," I said. "I can't be. I've not been with anyone in..." I trailed off to do the math. "Almost 3 weeks." "Oh. How do you know?" "I haven't even had any symptoms," I told her. She smiled. "Some things I just know. It's female intuition. And I've been pregnant twice." I stared at her. I had a feeling it was something more than that. She had a lot more insight than any she-wolf I've ever met. I didn't want to pry, so I let it go. If she wanted to tell me anything, she would. "Now, come on, or the boys are going to come in here after us." I followed after her, then paused before she reached the door. "I can't just go out there now. They'll know." She quickly faced me. "No, they won't. You put on a brave face and walk out there like nothing ever happened. If anyone asks, you're not feeling well, and that's all. I'll ask Axel to take you back to the pack. You're staying with Daniel now, but since you're sick, he's not going to stay with you tonight. If he does, it will only be to care for you. He does seem to love you despite how he shows it. You can do this." The look on her face told me I could, and I straightened myself up and put a calm expression on my face. I would march out there to them like everything was fine, despite Tobias being free, and I would protect my secret with my life. Now I had an even bigger reason to get back to Kieran, and I would make sure that that happened no matter what. Chapter 25. There are times in a person's life when they realize the situations they have gotten themselves into, yet there is nothing they can do about it. It's the helplessness about it that makes them feel powerless in their position. For me, this was one of those times. I looked around the large room at what little stuff I'd acquired since my stay with the underground pack inside. Now it was all mingled in with Daniel's stuff. Our clothes hung together in the nearby closet, his and hers. My books are next to his on the nightstand and on the shelves. And I'm sure if I brought myself to investigate it, I'd find both of our toothbrushes together in the bathroom. I immediately took a strong dislike to the room. This wasn't my room, and it never would be. This room was a lie, filled with promises of an ordinary life for an ordinary couple. In no way were Daniel and I ordinary. And not because of our species, but because we weren't a couple, at least not in my eyes. I suspected, though, that in Daniel's, we were. Though I knew this day would eventually come, when I'd have to share the same room and bed with him, nothing could ever really prepare me for it. I didn't love him the way he wanted, and it made me feel wrong. I could lie with him, knowing I was carrying the unborn child of the man I loved inside me. I had to fight back another wave of nausea. I was internally thankful to be standing so close to the door, using the handle as support. I tensed at the warm hand that came in contact with my back. I knew whose it was from his smell that I'd come to get used to, peppermint and dirt. It was nothing like Kieran's smell of earth and soap and the faint cologne he wore when going out. I exhaled like someone had punched me in the gut. All the air left my lungs. I didn't realize how much I yearned for his scent until now. Just the thought of it made my eyes water with expelled emotion. No, Claire. Please don't show it. No emotion is better than being read by your enemies. You are looking worse than half an hour ago, Daniel stated. I removed my hand from the door and wiped a cold sweat from my brow and forehead. I know I couldn't have looked beautiful at the moment. I couldn't have been more grateful for that fact either. Maybe you should lie down, he suggested. Yeah, maybe. He helped me over to the bed and sat me on the end of it. I propped myself up on my knees. My hands clutched them firmly. You probably want to change clothes too, he added. He walked over to the closet and pulled out a pair of white pajamas with a matching top and bottom. I referred to them as my insane asylum wear. Everything I owned was white, apart from my training clothes, which were merely gray sweats. The only actual clothes that I owned were the ones I wore when I was taken and was graciously allowed to keep. I suppose that was Daniel's doing. I couldn't imagine Axel caring enough to give them back. Thanks, I muttered to Daniel as I took them and stood up. I pushed myself forward to the en-suite bathroom and closed and locked the door behind me. Turning back around, I faced the pristine bathroom. Everything sparkled: the tub, toilet, sink, and shower. They must have had an excellent maid service. Every inch of the room had been scrubbed. My eyes drifted back to the shower and reached out for it. It was a spacious, white-tiled shower surrounded by glass walls and a glass door. In two corners were shelves with soaps, shampoos, and body washes. The tile-cubed room called out to me. I suppose I could use a shower. Maybe it will help me feel better. I pulled open the clear door and switched the water on to the hottest temperature setting. Maybe the hotter it was in there, the easier it would be to wipe away all of today. The sweat, the grime, the guilt, and the worry. But could it truly cleanse me? No, it couldn't. I stripped off my clothes and tossed them aside. I'd find a hamper later. Right now, all I cared about was getting inside the warm cascade of water and forgetting all the things wrong with my life. I stepped into the warm water and rinsed myself off before grabbing the bar of soap. My body soaked up every bit of warmth the shower had to offer. It relaxed my muscles and allowed me to breathe more easily. For the moment, the nausea had subsided, allowing me to enjoy the moment truly. I ran the bar of soap down my arms, my chest, and then down to my stomach, where I halted. With my free hand, I brought it to my navel and placed it gently. Since I learned the news, I hadn't actually had a moment to enjoy it. This was a happy moment. Or it should be. Perhaps it would be happier if I had the person with me whom I was missing the most. The person who was the cause of what little joy I did have. The person responsible for everything good that had happened to me since my rejection. And just for a moment, I allowed myself to feel the grief of my loss. Kieran may not be dead, but he was missing from my life, and that was as much of a loss as I could bear. I'd read in books and heard from conversations that it was good to talk to your stomach when you were pregnant. It was good for the baby to listen to your voice. Though I doubt it would matter this early in the gestational stage, I couldn't help but feel myself wanting to do it. The first time I ever witnessed it was when my cousin Lena was pregnant with her first child. She'd sit and talk to her stomach all the time, especially in the last 2 months of her pregnancy. I never truly understood the bond between a parent and child at the time, or why anyone would want to talk to a baby who couldn't even understand you, but now I could. It's not so much what you say as it is letting the baby hear you and attach itself to your voice. Lena said that when the baby was born, your voice might be the only thing that soothed it when it was unhappy or ill. I slid my hand across my belly and whispered 3 little words. I love you. I didn't even know the baby, but somehow, since learning about him or her, I'd already formed an attachment to them. And the love came quite easily after that. A short knock at the door brought me from a state. My head snapped to it immediately, and my hand fell from my stomach in panic. It was as if I'd just been caught doing something bad. Yes, I called. Celia sent something for your stomach. She said it would make you feel better, Daniel answered. I smiled. Of course she did. If it weren't for Celia, I don't know how I'd survive this. I'll be out in a minute, I told him. He didn't reply, so I quickly finished my shower and slipped on my pajamas. I didn't bother searching for my hairdryer. Instead, I decided to let my hair air dry. I didn't feel like putting that much effort into my appearance. I gathered my clothes off the floor and ambled into the room where I found a tray of medicines, water, and saltines waiting for me on the small, square table pushed up against the wall by the door. Daniel eyed me as soon as I entered the room. You can put those over there, he said, referring to my clothes. I followed his pointed finger to the hamper by the closet. I placed them inside and made my way over to the table that held my remedy. Celia had put the things with great care in the space of the tray. It held many things to get me through the night. She'd thought of everything. There was even a little note stuck to the glass, handwritten by her. Everything here can be taken for your condition. Celia. Thankfully, she and I were the only ones who knew what my condition meant. I picked up the glass and peeled the note away before taking a sip of the water. It was slightly cooler than room temperature, but not quite cold. I assumed Celia was going for subtle. A plate of saltines lay next to the glass, along with a sleep aid and nausea cure. If I could have thanked her, I would have. She'd already done more for me and Jennifer than I could ever repay her for. I wish there were something I could do for her in return. Maybe one day I could. I took the medicine and carried the cracker and water to bed, where Daniel was sitting, reading a book. The thought of crawling in next to him repulsed me, but I knew I didn't have any other choice in the matter. It was that or a fight that I'm sure wouldn't slip by Axel unnoticed. I vaguely glanced at the book in Daniel's hands as I sat on top of the covers. The Art of War. How fitting. It probably acted as his guide in waging war on the wolves and whoever else he ran across. I turned away from it quickly and finished off my crackers. It was nice to have something on my stomach again. Hopefully this time I will keep it down. It was morning when my eyes fluttered open. The light beamed in between the long, red curtains on the far wall. I looked around the room in confusion. I couldn't even remember falling asleep last night. That must have been some sleep aid I took. The plate I'd been holding somehow found its way to the bedside table, and I was tucked warmly under the covers. I hadn't had anything to do with either of those things. I knew who had thought. As the door to the bathroom opened, so did my eyes. Daniel was only in a towel wrapped around his waist, exposing his full-toned chest. It did nothing for me. He stopped when he caught me pulling myself up into the sitting position. You're up, he chirped. Good. I was hoping we could talk before we got our day started. He proceeded into the room and stopped at the closet to retrieve his clothes. About what? Though I was sure I didn't want to know. He seemed more delighted to tell me than he had about anything else. He slipped a shirt on over his head and turned to me with a smile. Our mating. I was nauseous again. I wanted to shake my head and declare it was much too early to have such a weighing conversation, but I doubted it would get me anywhere. He was determined to talk this out. It should have happened last night, but since you weren't feeling well, I didn't feel it was the right time. As soon as you're better, it should happen, he continued. I had a strong feeling I would be sick for a long, long time. Then he will become suspicious. All right, then I'll leave today. I'll do it. I'll have to. Celia helped Jennifer once. Maybe she can help me now that I'm out of the cells. I am familiar with the lay of the land and the shifts in the borders. If only I could get away from Daniel and everyone else for a few minutes, I could escape this hell. He sat down on the bed in front of me and cupped my jaw with his hand. He had genuine concern written on his face. You look pale. You need to eat. I need to throw up. Daniel must have seen the look on my face because he jumped up and moved out of my way. I threw the covers back and rushed to the bathroom, where I sat on the toilet. It wasn't nearly as bad as last night, to my relief, and I was happy to feel better afterward. Daniel was at the door watching me in horror. Claire, he began before I cut in. I'm fine. It's probably just a bug. He tilted his head to the side. It's strange. We usually don't catch human viruses. Our immune systems are too strong for them. I shrugged. I guess I'm just a marvel. He held mild amusement at my downplay. That you are, Claire. That you are, he agreed. I just wondered how long it would take him to see right through me. I hadn't ever considered myself transparent, but Daniel was able to see into me more than the average person or wolf could. I suspected it had something to do with us originally being mates. I pushed myself up from the toilet and made my way over the gleaming white sink. With the apple-scented hand soap, I lathered my hands, rinsed them off, and then toweled my skin dry. Daniel was still watching me closely. I assume you're not training today, he said. It was more of a statement than a question. Missing a training session was no way. It wasn't even an option. It was the only thing I had to look forward to anymore. I opened my mouth to protest, then quickly snapped it shut. I had to remind myself that I was still supposed to be sick, and that if I weren't, the result would be terrible, the mating. I nodded my head with much dismay and forced a weak smile. Very well, Axel and I have some things to do anyway. I'm sure Celia wouldn't mind looking after you. I left the bathroom and padded back into the bedroom with Daniel behind me. I picked up my book and sat down on the bed. Oh, and we will be having some additional pack members arriving today. I'm sure you remember Tobias, Axel's second in command. And he'll be with his escort from Perilous Pack. The traitor, I thought. Daniel's eyes narrowed. Call him whatever you like, Claire, but we're all working toward a better end. I was taken aback until I realized I'd actually spoken out loud. I have to go now. I'm meeting Axel on the training grounds in 5. Daniel leaned toward me and placed a kiss on the corner of my mouth and walked toward the door before turning back to face me. You'll be left to your own devices. Don't disappoint me. And then he was gone. Don't disappoint me? What could I possibly do? It wasn't like I had an escape plan in motion. No, I want to quit there yet. First, I needed to find Celia. I allowed myself to wander around the house after I was dressed, in search of something to eat. I wasn't supplied with breakfast, so I assumed that meant I was to fend for myself. The kitchen I found pretty easily. I knew it would be located on the first floor, alongside the other principal rooms. Through the living room, down the hall, and through the massive dining room. It was marvelous. At least Axel had some taste. Or maybe it was Celia who had it. She was the only person who came into sight when I entered the kitchen. She had the air of a domesticated housewife, with a spoon in one hand and a frying pan in the other. She was so at ease in her own kitchen, I was jealous. She dropped the spoon into the batter bowl when she saw me. Her face brightened, and a smile formed on her lips. You're up. I was just about to bring you breakfast. It's almost done, just stirring up the last of the batter. I looked to the counter beside the stove and found a plate piled high with pancakes, bacon, sausage, ham, and eggs. That's a lot of protein on one plate, I noted. She laughed. It's the boys. They insist on a heavy amount of protein in their diets. She picked up the spatula and added 2 more pancake slices from the pan to the plate. It was a mountain of food. It looks great, I praised her. You're a natural in the kitchen. It's much more than I can say for myself. It takes some practice. She motioned to the food. You can set the food on the table and I'll go get the kids. They're usually famished as soon as they wake. Kids? She must mean hers. She disappeared from the room, and I hesitantly walked behind the counter and picked up the plates of food. They smelled heavenly. My mouth was beginning to water, and I growled. In the dining room, the places were already set. All that was missing was the food. I placed it in the middle of the table and went back for the rest of the dishes. When they were set, I took a seat and waited for Celia to arrive. More than 10 kids came barreling into the room before her, and all of them took seats around the food. They didn't wait before digging in. Celia took up another seat and started in as well. I took that as my cue to do the same. The food tasted as divinely as it smelled, and apparently, the kids thought so too, because none of them spoke a word while they consumed it. The only noise was the clinking of the silverware against the plates. When breakfast was over and everyone cleared out of the room, Celia and I began to clean up. We loaded the dishwasher as full as it would hold and sat back on the bar stools at the counter to rest. That went a lot better than most mornings, Celia said. I guess they were too tired to argue over who got the last link of sausage. Do you take care of them? I asked her. All of those kids, I mean. She smiled. Not all of them. I just feed them and send them on their way. I see them training from time to time, I said. Daniel told me they are trained to fight just as much as we are. She nodded her head, sympathy spreading over her features. Unfortunately, that's true. Axel doesn't exactly see them as children more than he does weapons. They're geared up and ready for war. According to Axel, they are our ultimate weapons. After all, who's going to kill a child? Her words pulled out some maternal instinct in me, and I quickly covered my stomach with my arms. Nothing of what she told me was a surprise, but now it meant something even more to hear it. What if it were my child out there learning to fight and kill? I do not think I could handle it. Where are your children? I asked her. He glanced out the window toward the heavily guarded grounds and sighed. With the rest of them. Axel woke them early. They're training with the best. He expects more out of them than the other children, therefore they require more hours of training. My chest tightened and I felt pity for those poor children. A father is supposed to be loving, protective, and caring. Axel was none of those things. I know that from my own father. I couldn't imagine having Axel as a dad. My thoughts drifted back to the day I saw them all fighting for the first time, when Daniel and I were training. It was the first day I'd ever laid my eyes on her. That little girl. The one who wouldn't assimilate. I began to describe her to Celia, who immediately seemed to know who I was talking about. She held great sympathy for the girl. The look in her eyes told me that much. Emma, she said. 8 years old. Did she ever get Dash? Celia shook her head. No, she hasn't been adopted. She's been moved to a separate home for her lack of cooperation. No one has gotten anywhere with her. She cries for her parents and brother night and day. They were killed in next to the last raid. I remembered how she'd looked the last day that I saw her, and my eyes began to water. I could never understand how it feels to have lost my whole family to a vicious pack and be truly alone in the world. These people are not her family, and they never would be. She's still alive then, I said. She is, Celia said. Axel promised Daniel he'd allow you to adopt her when you were mated. I imagine it won't be long now. I felt my pulse jump and my face heated up. Yeah. I think Daniel expects it. He brought it up this morning. I'm so sorry, Claire. Celia reached for my hand, which was resting on the counter, and grasped it. I wish I could help you. I wish there was something I could do. Something clicked inside my head. But you can, can't you? You helped Jennifer escape here. She told me so. She told all that you did for her. Maybe you can Dash. Shoo. She looked around the kitchen in horror. then lowered her voice to less than a whisper. I can't. Her look was one of genuine regret as she spoke. I wish I could. I really do. But once I helped Jennifer escape, everything changed. Axel increased the security detail. I no longer have access to the places I used to. Only Axel and his men can get through those gates. This sparked a new question. Does he know then? Does he know you helped her? I kept my voice as low as possible. No. And we shouldn't be talking about this here. It's not safe. Her voice was gentle, but firm. I gave a reluctant nod, tried not to get too discouraged. So this was a minor setback, which didn't mean it was impossible to escape, just a little more complicated. The kids are out of the house, and I have nothing else to do today except look after you. How about a visit to the garden? She offered. It always relaxes me and gives me time to think. Plus, we can talk there. I offered her a kind smile. Sure. The garden sounds perfect. It was as beautiful as Celia described it to be. It was overgrown with wildflowers, honeysuckles, and goldenrods. It all grew naturally and carelessly together, which made it much more visually appealing. I thought about asking her how they came to grow that way, but realized our time was limited and we had more important things to discuss. As we sat there in silence, I tried to collect my thoughts and choose my questions carefully, only asking the most important ones in case we didn't have enough time for all of them. I took a slow and cautious look around the garden before speaking freely. It's okay. This place is safe. This was Axel's first gift to me. It's only mine. I nodded, and Celia showed me to a wooden bench among the flowers. She brushed her fingers over the honeysuckles and smiled. She seemed far away as she stared at them. These are my favorite. They give off natural perfume smell that reminds me of my mother. I took a moment to stop and wonder about her mother. She'd never mentioned her before, and I wonder what happened to her. Was she still alive somewhere, or was she killed in one of Axel's violent raids? Surely Celia could love him if he had. But then again, he had killed her mate, and she does. Maybe it wasn't such a stretch to believe after all. Would that be me in another week? If Daniel and I are officially mated and I don't escape, will I even want to anymore? What if I love him too much to leave him? What if I love him more than Kieran? I quickly shook my head of those thoughts before getting too lost in them and being unable to dig myself out. No, I wouldn't let myself become his. I would rather die. I looked down and placed my hand on my stomach. There is no guarantee the baby would survive the mating anyway. Not to someone else. I see motherhood has claimed you now, Celia said, causing me to look up at her. You look more comfortable with it since I told you about it last night. I nodded and smiled to myself. Yeah, I guess I am. Some people are natural-born mothers, and I think you'll be great at it. I don't know, I said. I'm more of a fighter, not a maternal figure. I take after my dad in that way. My mom is the maternal one in my family, and I don't take anything after her except my blue eyes. She gave me a light smile. You never know until you're in a situation where you need those instincts that you realize you have them. You can take after both your parents, you know. I looked away into the garden. I know. I just never thought that applied to me because my mom and I are so different. I can tell you miss them, your parents. The quiet settled over us again, and I had to remember why Celia and I were here in the first place. It wasn't to discuss family or what I was missing. It was to discuss something much more critical and risky, my escape and whether Celia would assist me. How did you help Jennifer escape? I blurted impatiently. I was too eager to know. I didn't, she confessed. She figured it out on her own. I just didn't tell anyone until it was too late for them to catch her. I looked back at her immediately. But she said you helped her. I did, by remaining silent about her plans. And when she did it, I let her go. I couldn't bear to make her stay here with Tobias. He may be Axel's most trusted ally, but he's unstable, and he frightens me. He is a very determined person, Claire. He gets everything he wants because he'll do anything to get it. He picked Jennifer out the moment he saw he in that club. And she was his every moment after. The way she talked about him sent chills up my spine. I only knew him from my and Jennifer's conversations about him after she came to the pack. But after everything she and Celia told me, I believed them. If they had reason to be afraid of him, then maybe I did too. I don't mean to scare you. I'm just being honest. No one here is good. But Tobias is worse. He brings out the nastiest sides in people and keeps them that way. Axel included. So wait, who's running the show here? Axel or Tobias? Her expression was the closest thing to despair I'd ever seen from Celia since I'd been here. It didn't sit well with me. For someone who tried to make the best of a terrible situation, this was the chink in her armor. They have been best friends since they were pups. Ever since Tobias saved Axel from certain death, he's had a higher respect for him than he has ever had for another living soul, including me. My chest hollowed as I recalled the story Heath had told me when I first arrived at Perilous Pack. So, Tobias was the friend who saved Axel. I should have figured it out. I felt bad for Celia. How she could continue going on after everything that had happened to her was beyond me. She is probably the strongest person I'd ever met in real life. I'm sorry, I said. I know you don't want to hear it or don't want to talk about it. But I am sorry. I'm sorry for the loss of your mate, Logan. I'm sorry about what happened to your pack. I'm sorry it was turned into this. It's okay, she said. Though I could hear it in her voice, it most certainly was not okay. It was a while ago and I've come to terms with it now. It's easier to forget than to remember. That's the way I prefer it. Would you leave? I asked her suddenly. If you could, would you do it? She tucked her loose, short brown hair behind her ear and didn't speak. For the longest time, I didn't think she would. I thought I'd crossed a line by asking her such an outrageous question. But it wasn't really. She'd done her best to conceal herself since I had arrived here, and I refused to believe that all she showed me was all there was to her. She had to be more. I could feel it. Sometimes, she began, I believe that I could. But then I think about the kids and Axel. I knew what he's done, but I can still see the good in him. He does his best to hide it, but I knew it's still there. I've saw it on very rare occasions. I suppose that's what made me love him. I swallowed, feeling the tears burn at the back of my eyes. Even though she was speaking about herself, it felt like she was talking to me in a way. She was foreseeing a possible future for me if I didn't ever get out of here. Do you think that's what will happen to me? Do you think that I will come to love Daniel over time and forget about Kieran? I didn't want to imagine that future, but sometimes we don't have a choice. She looked at me and shook her head. No, you will never forget your mate. I never forgot mine. But I can tell you this. The pain will subside and you will find that life goes on with or without you. And if you choose to go on with it, you will heal. I can promise you that. Now I was starting to cry. But that's just it. I don't want to move on from him. I don't want to look at Kieran without the love or feelings I have for him now. I can't even imagine it. She reached out her hand and placed it over mine. She offered me no words of comfort, only the silence and her presence. It made me cry even harder. It was no longer silent tears rolling down my face, it was loud ones full of pain and anguish. It was a slow realization to come to, but I was finally getting there. Without her help, I knew the future I was doomed to. I was her. I was becoming her. If I help you, Axel will know, she said, removing her hand from mine. He may love me, but he isn't stupid and he won't turn a blind eye to it. He'll see me a traitor and I'll pay for it. Our children will pay for it. I don't know what will become of them without me. I have to think of them, Claire. You of all people should understand that. You're a mother now. What would you do? I cried because I already knew the answer to her question. If it were between my child and Celia, I would always choose my child, every single time. Celia sat with me until I exhausted all of my energy on self-grieving. She didn't speak, only comforted. I hated myself for it. I hated what this place had done to me. I hated to admit defeat. But my last lifeline had fallen through, and now, defeated, I had no other choice. It felt like we'd been in the garden for hours when Celia finally stood up and pulled me with her. Come on. We have to go. They'll start looking for us soon. I couldn't speak. I didn't want to talk. So I nodded and let her walk me back to the house. It was quiet when I made it inside. No one was there except us. From the look on Celia's face, I could see that it wasn't a regular occurrence. Wait here. I'll see what's going on, she said. Again, I nodded and waited in the kitchen for her to return. She was gone for only a few minutes, and when she came back, I was at the sink cleaning up my face. Best to look presentable before Daniel sees me and knows something is wrong. You look better, she noted. Your face looks tired, but other than that I think you can pass as Claire. She looked toward the front of the house and back at me. Daniel is looking for you. I told him I'd bring you out. Is everything okay? I found myself asking. My voice was hoarse and weak. The pack is meeting now. You'll see why soon, she said. She didn't say it with a lot of emotion. She seemed detached and distant now. What had she discovered out there that changed her? Come on. I followed her through the house. We didn't speak until we were outside with the rest of the pack. They were all gathered in the training area, standing around in a large circle. Someone was at its center who held everyone's attention. There were slight murmurs among the crowd, but as I strained to hear them, I was caught by the arm, giving me a start. I followed the hand on me up to the person holding me. It was Daniel. I've been looking everywhere for you. Sorry, I said. I wasn't sorry. I was with Celia. Tobias is back. I thought you'd want to see who brought him back to us, he smiled. I looked to Celia to confirm what Daniel said was true, but she was already gone, and I couldn't see her anymore. I glanced back at Daniel when he took my hand and pulled me along toward the crowd with him. We pushed past members of the pack, and they parted with a word to either of us. I noted that I didn't know many of them, and they didn't know me either, except for Daniel's mate. I wondered if he had immediate plans to introduce me to them after we were mated, or if I'd have to get to know them entirely on my own. I should take some interest in a pack I was forced to be a part of for the rest of my life. When we were nearly to the middle of the circle, I heard Axel making a speech about honor and loyalty. He went on until we cleared the rest of the people and were standing a few yards in front of him. He stopped when he saw us and looked down at Daniel and me, smiling. Claire, I'm so glad you could join us. Won't you please come up and meet someone? He looked beside him at the person standing with his eyes already on me, and I knew without a doubt who the person was. Tobias. His stare felt like knives cutting me slowly, one by one, all over my body. His eyes were pools of endless black, making me feel like I was staring into a dark abyss. He appeared to be in the same clothes he'd been in the last day I saw him, as if time hadn't even touched him. They only noted the difference was the mostly healed wounds that marked his skin. There was an extended cut down the right side of his face that disappeared under his black tank top. Several bruises marred his body, with yellow and purple circles mixed in with more cuts on him. They would have looked much worse on the day he had gotten them. Now there were just faint marks. He grinned at me, showing me all his teeth. It was a smile of menace and peril. There was nothing friendly or kind about him at all. Daniel felt me tense and stiffen next to him, and looked down at me. I could bring my eyes away from him, though. It would feel like another defeat if I did. Nice to see you again, Claire. It's been too long. We'll have to catch up. My hand tightened on Daniel's, and I sucked in a sharp breath. Right now, Daniel was all I had. He was my only lifeline and protection from Tobias. He was still angry at Jennifer for leaving, and there was no doubt in my mind that he would hesitate for a minute, taking his anger out on me. But first, he continued, maybe you'd like to see someone from your old pack. Wouldn't you like to know just how far we can reach here? He finally looked away from me, freeing me for only a second, and stared into the crowd. Why don't you come out, Wyatt, and say hello? My breath hitched as I followed Tobias's gaze through the people. Wyatt? Wyatt? No. Please no. At first, no one moved. Everyone was utterly still and mute as they waited for something to happen. After a few more seconds, someone started to make their way through the sea of people, their head moving slightly above everyone else's. Whoever he was tall, just like Wyatt. But I couldn't believe it was really him until I saw him for myself. As he neared Tobias, my unease grew considerably. And then, when no more people were separating us, there he was. It was truly him, standing there in all his confidence like he had the first time I'd ever met him. Nothing about him had changed. He was still very much Wyatt. Dark brown hair, tall posture, beautiful features that all stood out, and his famous crooked smile I had once liked. Now it just looked like a mockery. When he met my eyes, it began to feel like my world was spinning out of control. The ground was unstable, and the rocks at my feet were spinning. Not literally, of course, metaphorically. Everything I thought I knew wasn't at all what I thought. I was betrayed. Kieran was betrayed. Our pack was betrayed. Wyatt, the person I had believed was my friend and a trusted beta, was no longer that to me. He was a liar, a traitor, and now I hated him. I hated him more in that moment than I have ever hated anyone in my entire life. Axel and Tobias, I knew what to expect from them from the very beginning, but Wyatt, I never expected this. Never. I began to catch my breath again as Daniel wound his arm around me and pulled me to his chest. His head lowered to my ear, and his lips lightly pressed against it to whisper so that only we could hear. It's okay. It's all okay. He's one of us. He can be trusted. I shook my head slightly as Daniel pulled away, but my eyes never left Wyatt's blue ones. No, he was wrong. This was certainly not okay by any means. I stood amidst the crowd of people, never removing my attention to Wyatt, and though he looked away from me, I knew he could still feel my never-ceasing gaze on him. Not even when the meeting ended and Axel brushed by me, taunting me. What's the matter, Claire? You seem tense. Aren't you happy to see a fellow friend? You did this. You turned him against his pack and brought him here to hurt me. I ground out between my teeth. Tisk, TSK, easy. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him shake his head and grin at me. I detect some hostility here. I can't imagine why. And no thank you to boot? My. Here I thought you might be grateful for a familiar face. My hands were in hard grips now, my fingernails cutting little marks on the inside of my palm. It was everything I could do to hold it together and not make an attempt to bash in Axel's face. He reached out and placed a hand on Daniel's shoulder. Come on. Let's give them some time alone. I'm sure they have a lot to say to each other and Tobias is waiting for us. We have a lot to arrange before tomorrow. Daniel looked reluctantly between Wyatt and me and then back at Axel. After a long, dragged-out moment, he finally dropped his arm and let go of me. He turned to his friend. All right, he said. Let's go. He began to walk away from me, then stopped short and leaned toward me, placing a kiss on my left temple. I love you. I'll be back for you soon. And then he was gone. Chapter 26. The wind blew through Claire's loose, blonde strands, making her hair whip around her like a silk blanket offering her its smooth comfort. Wyatt, the boy standing just a short distance away, oversaw her, waiting for her to run at him, attack him, and try to make him pay for what she deemed as traitorous behavior, but she made no move. She only stared at him with open and unashamed contempt. He couldn't hide the hurt her bitterness and scorn brought him, and for a moment, she thought he was just Wyatt again and not the Wyatt who turned on his pack and brought Tobias there. He grabbed at his cheek and rubbed the searing burn her hand had left, their eyes locked. His look of surprise was gone as quickly as it had come, and in its place was understanding. I guess I deserve that. He sighed and took a step back from her. But I promise I can explain this if you'll listen to me. Kieran. Claire smacked him again, this time harder and more forcefully. She didn't let the little bit of distance put between them stop her from displaying her anger. Don't you ever speak his name again. You don't deserve to say it. You're a liar and a traitor, and what you've done to him is unforgivable. I trusted you. He trusted you. And now you've betrayed us both. That's punishable by death. Claire lifted her hand into a fist and was getting ready to land a blow to his face, only this time, he saw it coming and made a move to stop her by trapping her hand in his fist before it could make contact with his skin. Would you just listen to me for a minute? He shouted in frustration. It's not what you think. Not hearing him, she lifted her other hand to do what he'd stopped her from and meet the same end. He grabbed her other fist now, and he wasn't letting her go. Wyatt, let me go, she ground out between her teeth. Look, he said. I can't tell you what's going on now. Not here and not now. It's too risky. I just need you to trust me and meet me tonight, okay? I promise I'll tell you everything you want to know. She laughed bitterly. You're kidding me, right? You really expect me to just hand over my trust to you, no questions asked? If so, you're dumber than I thought. Claire began pulling roughly to free her arms from Wyatt's grasp on her, but he was unrelenting. He wouldn't let her, not until he had what he wanted, her trust. You have to, Claire. You just have to, okay? If you won't do it for me, do it for him. Whatever I do, I need you to just go with it. The only thing I can do for him is kill you. She quickly spun on him, her back to his chest now, while he still had her hands clutched. She remembered everything Daniel had taught her in training. Fighting in her human form was never her strong suit, but thanks to Daniel, she was much better at it now. With a quick shove of her arms, she forced her elbows back into his ribs, temporarily knocking him back and ripping away his grip on her. She had just enough time to advance on him. He no longer had her hands restrained, so she was at full advantage again. He saw her coming at him, but not enough time to react. She was too fast for him. Before he knew what was happening, her fist was flying at his face, his arms were pinned behind his back, and his feet were knocked out from under him, bringing him to his knees with her standing behind him. He winced in pain from the throb of his face, but there was a smile on his face. Wow, I'm impressed. It seems you've learned a thing or two since you've been here, Luna. Her proper address caught her temporarily off guard. It had been so long since anyone had called her that, she hadn't been expecting it or the sudden memories that it brought back. Wyatt took advantage of her distraction, ripping his arms free and bringing her down to the ground over his shoulder. He pinned her to the ground under him, her arms in tight grips above her head. She could feel his strength against her, and she knew in this position, fighting him was futile. He could easily overpower her here. Well, you've got me now. So tell me what you want me to know before I have the chance to rip you to pieces. He glanced down at her and smiled, utterly unaffected by her words. At first, she thought it was a smile of mockery, as if she couldn't really do it, but as she looked at him more closely, she realized it was nothing other than fondness. I can see what Kieran sees in you. He was right to bring you to our pack. You're twice the Luna Jasmine could ever be. Claire wasn't quite sure why she blushed in the situation she was in, when she clearly should have been furious, but she did anyway. Wyatt saw the heat on her face and chuckled lightly. I don't mean anything by it other than a compliment. You're Kieran's and my Luna. I'll always respect that. Claire saw in his eyes that everything he was saying to her was the truth, and she slowly started to relax under him. She took the time to notice his beautiful features now honestly. She'd always thought he was handsome, but she had never really looked at him until now. His light brown hair hung down in his eyes, brushing his long eyelashes. His angular cheekbones set high on his face angled down and disappeared near his nose. His skin was more tan than hers, and it was soft. He would make a great mate for someone someday, and she hoped they were deserving of him. Wyatt really wasn't a bad guy, all things considered. I'm going to let go of you now, but you have to promise you won't attack me when I do, he said. I don't want to have to do this again. She nodded, and he removed himself from her, sitting on the ground next to where she lay. She placed her hands by her sides on the ground and pushed herself into a sitting position, knocking the dirt off her clothes after she did. Why are you here, Wyatt? She asked. If you're telling the truth and you respect Kieran, then you being here doesn't make sense. You should be there with him, helping him, not returning our prisoner back to his pack and playing ally to our enemies. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I had to. I didn't have a choice. I had to act. Well, you did. You bought him back and now they seem to trust you. Why is that? She asked. You seem more than a random stranger around here. He propped his knee up in front of him and threw his arm over it lazily. He stared into the trees as he spoke to her. I stand by what I said earlier. We can't talk here. We need somewhere more private and secluded. Somewhere we don't have to worry about someone overhearing us. They won't be occupied with Wyatt for long. Claire wanted answers. She wanted them more than she had wanted anything in a long time. Her mind searched for a way for them to be alone together when she recalled Celia's garden from earlier. She told her it was only for her use, but surely Celia wouldn't mind if she knew the circumstances. Celia wouldn't help her, but she wouldn't stop her from receiving help either. It's okay. I think I know just the place. We'll have to go in at night though, when most of the wolves are asleep. What about the guards? Won't they be a problem? Claire shook her head. No. Where we're going it's completely safe. No one goes there. Only Celia and whomever she invites. Wyatt looked at her skeptically. And she won't mind us using it? Claire shook her head. No, I don't think she will. He was silent for a minute. All she could hear was their breathing patterns and the wind in her ears. Then, finally, he nodded and dropped his leg back to the ground. Okay, we'll meet there tonight or in the morning, depending on your perspective. 1A, I'm okay with you. She didn't even have to think about it. Of course, it was okay with her. If he had any information that would be of some value, it was worth the risk they were taking. One it is. Let me give you directions. At midday, Daniel found Claire sitting against the big oak tree on the training grounds, staring at the kids fighting against each other. All of them were in their wolf forms except the little girl, Emma, who still hadn't assimilated yet. Daniel noticed her gaze on the girl and sighed, taking the spot on the ground beside his mate. She's a lot like you, don't you think? He asked. She's reluctant, just like you were when you first came to us. I didn't come to anyone. I was taken, Claire stated. She was able to keep the resentment out of her voice as she said it. It hadn't been without some practice, though. But you're here nonetheless, he said. You are one of us now and you are going to help her. Claire continued to stare at the girl with pity. She wanted to go over to her and take her in her arms, telling her everything would be okay. Though that would be a lie, she knew she couldn't promise her those things when she didn't know that herself. Not to a child who might actually believe her. As if the girl could sense Daniel and Claire's stare, she turned and looked at them. His eyes met Claire's last. They only lingered on her for a brief moment, and then she quickly looked away. I want to meet her, Claire said. I want to know her. Daniel reached out and placed his hand over hers that rested on the root of the old tree. And you will. She's ours, just like I promised. When we are fully mated, she'll stay with us in our part of the house. Claire had to fight down the nausea rising in her like it did every time he mentioned their mating and kept focusing on the girl. Are you feeling better now? He asked her. I've been thinking about you all day. For a moment, she wanted to tell him the truth and say that she was fine. It was only natural. But that thought snapped back on her like a rubber band stretched too far, effectively waking her up to what she'd almost done. I'm still a little ill. I'm sure it will pass with a little time. Maybe, he said, gripping her hand. But it still wouldn't hurt to see the pack doctor. We could go see Gabe and make sure everything is all right. He may be able to recommend some herbs to you for your stomach. At that, her stomach tightened and her heart began thumping slightly erratically. Why hadn't she foreseen this? Why didn't she realize it might come to this? He was Daniel after all, and he seemed to take notice of everything about her. She couldn't hide her condition from him for much longer. He would eventually put it together, and she'd have to deal with the repercussions. No, Claire said quickly. There's no need for that. I'm all right. Or I will be. She put on an optimistic smile for him, and Daniel smiled back. Okay, if you say so. He picked his hand up off of hers and wrapped his arms around her back. He pulled her into him so that there was no distance between them any longer, and Claire had to remind herself not to stiffen at his touch. She remained indifferent. To any onlooker, it might appear romantic that they were just another couple sitting under a big oak tree. That they were sitting so close because they loved each other and enjoyed being in each other's company. How misleading a picture from the outside could really look. She wasn't sure how long they had sat there watching the children fight, enjoying the silence between her and Daniel, but at some point, they had been joined by Axel, and she hadn't even noticed. I hope I'm not interrupting, he smiled pleasantly. He was so good at putting on a good face for everyone. It was hard not to believe it wasn't actually real. If she didn't know him any better, she'd never think he was the devil himself underneath all his exterior. No, of course you aren't, Daniel said, looking up to meet Axel's eyes. Claire and I were just talking. Axel's grin widened. Did you tell her? His eyes left Daniel and rested on her. Tell me what? She inquired. She didn't like being kept in the dark under normal circumstances, but in these times, Secrets never held anything excellent for her. She was almost afraid to know. I didn't, he replied. Not yet. Come on, Daniel. It involves her too. You have to tell her. There was a teasing to Axel's tone that seemed too forced to pass off as real. He didn't remove his eyes from her. Claire could feel herself burning under his stare. It was unnerving. Tell me what? She asked again, a little fiercer since they'd obviously chosen to ignore her the first time she asked. We've talked about it, and we've decided to make you a complete member of this pack. You've proven yourself to us in your training and through cooperation that you're worthy of being a part of the underground pack, Daniel answered. His voice wavered somewhere between happiness and nervousness. It's a great honor to be had. And you deserve it, Axel added, his brown eyes boring into hers. There is just one thing that concerns us. Claire couldn't help herself. She asked. What? Your attachment to your old pack, he answered her matter-of-factly. Daniel told me of your mating to that ALPHA Kieran Knight, and to my understanding that hasn't changed. How can we expect your full allegiance to us if you're still connected to him? It suddenly occurred to Claire what all of this was about, her mating with Daniel. She swallowed hard as her heart began to beat in her throat. All she could hear now was the blood in her ears. What we're saying is, in order to completely make you one of us and an official member of this pack, we have to complete the mating process tomorrow night, said Daniel. She quickly bolted upright and stood in front of the two boys in sheer panic. But it's so soon. I haven't had time to prepare. And I'm not feeling well. Shouldn't we wait? Daniel said we could wait until I was feeling better. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of time, Axel said as Daniel stood up in front of her. We're making a move on a pack in 2 days, and we have to know that you will be loyal to us and your mate during the raid. He looked at Daniel, and he nodded his head in agreement. Oh God. Claire felt herself unable to breathe, and lightheadedness slowly started to creep over her like a nightmare. She could hardly believe what was happening. She needs more time. She had counted on having more time. How could she possibly escape now? If she were to mate with Daniel, she wouldn't even want to leave here anymore. She'd like to stay there with him and stand by his side as he and his brothers born of evil brought the world of wolves down on its knees. She sucked a sharp breath of air in horror. Nothing and no one could comfort her now. She was now in a place where nothing she could do would change her situation. There was no getting out of it. She had to do it. She had to become Daniel's mate to prove herself to them this one and final time, her ultimate test of loyalty. Daniel rubbed her back in what he felt were soothing circles. To Claire, it was nothing other than a reminder of him invading her personal space. Okay, she forced herself to say. Okay. Daniel couldn't hide his surprise at her willingness to give in so easily. He knew she might fight him on it a little, seeing as she was still mated to the asshole who stole his mate, but never did he expect this. Really? He asked. She nodded and smiled so brightly that Daniel had to believe what she said was true. Yes. She looked up at the other boy standing beside her. Axel is right. I have to prove myself. I don't know any better way. Even Axel looked taken aback, and it made Claire smile to herself internally. He clasped his hands together in delight. All right then, tomorrow it is. But, Claire added, there is just one thing I'd like to request. Axel's eyes leveled with hers, curiosity heavy in them. And what's that? A mating ceremony, she answered automatically. I've never had one before, and if I'm going to do this with my true mate, she turned and smiled at Daniel, I'd like to do it right. Daniel's delight was blatant. He smiled as bright as she had and kissed the top of her head. What a wonderful idea. The ceremony is outdated now and hardly anyone does it anymore, so it'll be perfect for us. I'd like that very much. And I want the whole pack to be there, she added quickly. They should all share in our happy day. Everyone. Axel grinned. I'm impressed. I had my doubts about you at first, Claire, but I'm starting to see in you what Daniel did all along, potential. Welcome to the pack. I'll announce it to everyone. We'll have it tomorrow at sundown. Daniel will handle all the details. Claire smiled up at him. Okay, you think you can handle it all? He grinned back. For you, I can handle anything. I'll start right away. And then both the boys turned and stalked away side by side, leaving her alone with her thoughts and the realization of what she'd just done. At precisely 1 a.m., Claire made her way to the garden where Wyatt was already waiting for her to arrive. The night air was warm and full of the scent of flowers and earth. He was leaning against one of the lighted posts on the man-made stone-covered walkway built through the center of the garden. He had changed clothes since the last time she saw him. He looked more cleaned up. No stubble from the beard he wore before, no dirt-soiled clothes, his brown hair back to its everyday kempt look. It was as if the unruly boy from earlier that day had never existed. He unfolded his arms from his chest and dropped them to his sides when he saw her. He smiled. "You're here. I didn't think you'd be able to get away." She picked a honeysuckle from the winding vine up one of the lamp posts. The glow from the light gave the flower an outline of bright color. "I said I'd come, and I did." The truth was, it hadn't been easy getting away from Daniel. She almost believed she wouldn't get to meet Wyatt at all tonight and tell him of her plans for the mating ceremony. He wanted to stay up most of the night talking details and talking about their life together after everything was done. She got the feeling that he didn't want to close his eyes, afraid she'd evaporate if he did. If only that were possible, she thought sadly. Claire brought the flower to her nose, smelled it, and let it drop to the ground. "Did you have any trouble getting here?" she asked the boy as she neared him. He shook his head. "Not much." He looked around the garden, taking in all of its beauty, before his eyes rested back on her. "This is quite a place. I've been given a tour of the underground pack before, but it never included her. Axel built it for Celia as a gift for their first anniversary. It's for her use only. He didn't want anyone but them to find it." Wyatt's hand rested over his heart dramatically. If he wasn't so morbid, that might be sweet." Claire gave a soft laugh and glanced up at the moon above their heads. "Yeah." A peaceful quiet settled between them as they both now took in the stars and the sky. From the nearby pond, frogs croaked, crickets sang, and trees swayed in the warm breeze. Claire took in a deep breath, letting it wash through her, and exhaled. She remembered visiting the pound at her old pack, back when she still lived at home with her parents. She would often sit and listen to the sounds of nature all around her, letting herself get lost in it. It always helped calm her nerves when she felt overanxious about meeting her mate or just wanted a break from her life. She laughed to herself. It was funny. Now that she had actually met her true mate and knew him well enough, she wanted nothing more than to get herself as far away from him as possible. "You know, I don't ever remember a time since being here that I felt this peaceful." "It's nice," she admitted. Wyatt spoke. "I don't suppose there's been much chance for peace." "No. There hasn't been." Claire was momentarily distracted by the rustling of something coming from Wyatt and turned to look at him. He was digging a folded piece of paper out of his pocket, and on the top of it, in elegant script, was her name. "What's that?" she asked him immediately. He freed the paper from his pocket and handed it to her. "A note for you," he said softly. She looked at it curiously, but didn't take it. She still wasn't sure how much she could trust him, though there must have been some left for him deep within her, or else she would have never risked coming here tonight to meet him. "It's from Kieran," he added. She didn't even need a second to decide what to do next. She quickly reached out and took the note from his hand and flipped open the paper. She saw her name at the top of the slightly worn note and exhaled in a mix of surprise and relief. It was from him. It really was. "Claire, I've sent this note with Wyatt in the hopes that it will reach you. He claims to have ties to the underground pack that could help him lead you to freedom, and I believe him. I do not know what happened to you the day you disappeared, but I do know who was responsible for it, and I promise to make them pay for what they've done. I won't ask how you're doing because I already know the answer to that question, and it isn't as if your response will reach me soon enough. There is no doubt in my mind that you are as well and as strong as the day you left me. You always were. But if you ever find yourself doubting me or yourself, remember that the love between mates never gives up. We haven't given up hope of reaching you." Jennifer has given us some insight into the location of the underground pack, and now that we have gathered enough wolves to fight, we are coming for you, and I will not stop unless I am no longer breathing. Have faith in that. Please understand that I don't write the letter lightly. We are at war now, a war that cannot be stopped until the enemy is dead. In this war, like all wars, there will be injuries and casualties. I only ask that you do whatever you need to do to ensure you are not among them. I couldn't live without you. You are half of my soul. Keep safe until I find you again, and I will find you. Your mate and ALPHA Kieran Knight. Claire gasped and clutched the letter to her chest. It had been so long since she had heard his voice in her head that it nearly shattered her. Her legs felt like jelly, and her chest ached with the gap missing him left. She hadn't allowed herself to think about Kieran very much, afraid of what it might do to her if she let her thoughts linger there too long. She knew she would fall apart. But now she couldn't help it. She had to think of him. His letter. His words. His hands had touched the very same paper as hers had. She briefly wondered if she might catch a scent of him on it if she tried hard enough to find it. "Claire," Wyatt said softly. He brought her out of her stupor. She looked at him. She hadn't realized there were tears in her eyes until he reached out and touched them with the back of his hand. He briefly wiped them away, only for them to be replaced by more cascading down her cheeks. "Talk," she said. "You told me you would. I want answers." She wiped the tears away viciously with the letter gripped tight in her hand. He sighed and dropped his head. "Of course you do. What happened? How did you end up here?" "I'll tell you. But first you have to agree to hear me out before you do anything rash. Like hit me again." She smiled a bit at the thought and nodded. "Okay." He slumped to the ground, keeping his back against the lighted post and stretching out his legs before him. "Axel came to me about 4 months ago. Back when Kieran was." He looked at Claire. "Well, you know." She nodded. "I was in charge of my pack, acting as the best alpha I could, given what was going on and all. I followed Kieran's lead for the most part, doing everything I thought he'd do and doing everything he'd want. That was until Axel showed up. He was looking for people to join him. He'd heard about Kieran's leave, and he'd made a big speech about not following a leader and everyone being equals. That was his persuasion speech, of course. That's the speech he gives everyone to get them to come to his side. I was no different than them. Though I knew the real reason why he was building his army. Not to overcome oppression, but to seek revenge. He isn't done with Perilous Pack, and once they're annihilated, New Dawn is next. But what happened to the son should not be punished for the sins of the father. It was Kieran's dad who made the mistake to stand by an out-of-control pack, not his. And besides, has an underground pack done enough damage to Perilous Pack? Claire, not everyone believes the way we do. You of all people should understand that." When she didn't speak, he went on. "When he came to me, he knew I was the beta, and he wanted to do everything he could to hurt Kieran. If I sided with him, it would kill Kieran, and that's exactly what he wanted, pain for him. Kieran had lost his parents, but not nearly as much as Axel had. He really thought you'd join him after he killed Kieran's parents?" He smiled. "Probably not, which is why I'm sure he was surprised when I did." "And why did you do it?" "Join them, I mean," Claire asked. "I thought it was better to be on the inside of everything that was going on than the outside. That way you don't get caught by surprise on their next course of action." Claire stared at him in disbelief. "So you're telling me it was all for the pack? You did this for them?" "I can't believe Axel trusted you." "He didn't. Until now, that is. I returned to him what was his, and that, more than anything, is a pledge of my loyalty to him. I passed the test." "So, what was your plan when you got here?" She asked him. "Were you gonna just take me without them even knowing?" "They may trust you now, but that doesn't mean they trust me. At least not yet." He raised his brow. "And how do you plan to change that?" "I have a plan." He laughed and ran a hand through his hair. "Well, things on my end are looking pretty bleak, so please share. Do you have any plans tomorrow?" "I need you to give me away." He looked puzzled. "Give you away?" "During my mating ceremony tomorrow," she explained. "It's the only way we'll be able to see each other before it happens." Wyatt looked at her like she was someone he barely even knew and stood up abruptly. "Claire, no. I was sent here to retrieve you, not give you away. She raised a hand to silence his protest. Relax. I'm not going through with it. We're going to escape while it's in procession. The protection of the pack will be at its lowest during the ceremony. No one will be looking for us until it's time for us to make our appearance. By then, we'll be far enough away that we'll stand a chance. It's madness, he said. But it wasn't with protest, only admiration. It's a hell of a lot better than what I've got. Let's do it. Tomorrow, I'll have Celia collect you and bring you to me. While everyone is distracted with start of the ceremony, we'll be on our way. There's just one more thing I forgot to mention. We're bringing someone along. A girl. A child. Now that is madness, he said. We can't take a child. We can't let anything slow us down. We'll send someone back for her. No, she goes too. I'm not bargaining on this. If she stays, they'll kill her. I won't live with that on my conscience. Not when I could have done something to save her. He looked at her and sighed. I guess I should have expected no less from you. All right, fine. We'll take her. But no one else, only us. And we're getting the hell out of here. Chapter 27. From a distance, I could hear the start of the ceremony or the practice. I still had some time yet before everything began. The music played softly in the background while people milled about, talking and laughing, taking it all in. I looked up at the large concrete walls that surrounded the compound, my mind running rampant with ideas to get us out of here. I already knew we couldn't rightly walk out the front of the compound unseen or unspotted. Mating ceremony or not, Axel wasn't stupid. He'd have some wolves still on guard. No one would suspect anything, though, until I didn't show up. By then, it would be too late. I hoped. Next to me, Wyatt shifted, his eyes trained on the high wall in front of us. I was pretty in awe of it myself. I'd never really gotten close enough to them to know the walls even existed. I'd never been able to roam around on my own long enough. Besides the fact that the walls were designed to keep us in, they had a certain amount of safety to them. It also kept things out. Besides Axel, there were far more things in these woods to be afraid of. The rabbits were just one of the things among others. I shivered at the thought, causing Wyatt to look at me. Have second thoughts? He wondered aloud. I shook my head. Not at all. Just thinking about everything that's out there. He nodded and turned his attention back toward the concrete and block mass. That's enough to give anyone second thoughts. Try not to think about it. I'll be with you. I won't let any harm come to you. Kieran would kill me if I did. It's my job to protect you. His words comforted me slightly, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that this escape would not be as easy as all that. There would be some complications along the way. How long do you think the journey will be? How far away is Perilous Pack? I asked. I was almost afraid to know the answer despite the need to. Wyatt met my eyes with apprehension, as if he hadn't expected me to ask. I can handle it, Wyatt. Nothing is going to change my mind. Again, he looked back at the wall. It's not a quick trip by my standards, and I'm used to spending days at a time in the woods. If we walk, it'll be much slower, and Axel and his wolves may very well catch up to us. I knew he was referring to Emma, the little girl that I insisted come with us. And maybe he meant me too. I couldn't be in my wolf form until I spaced myself away from Daniel, until he no longer could control my instinct. We can do it. It'll be hard, but we can, I said. I needed to hear myself say it more than Wyatt. You'll need to pack some supplies and food for the girl. If she refuses to shift, she probably won't want to sleep and eat like a wolf. As for us, we'll be fine. We can hunt our food and sleep on the ground. We're more used to this life than she is. I have it covered. Celia packed us a couple of bags. They should be easy enough for us to run with them on, even in our wolf forms. Wyatt let out a slow, steady breath, and the silence lingered between us for a few minutes. Then he faced me. None of this is going to be easy. We'll be running for days, possibly a couple of weeks if we don't shift. It's going to be rough on our bodies, and we'll be tired and irritated, and you might feel like giving up sometimes. I furrowed my eyebrows at him. I'm not going to give. Even so, I just want you to know what you can expect. Axel didn't hide himself away from everything for no reason, and he's done it well. This whole place might as well be underground. It's too hidden. No one could find it unless they knew what they were looking for. The vegetation around this area is full and prospering. It's easy to get lost out there unless you've been taught the area. I tried to look over the wall to see something, anything, but it was just too high for that. I looked back at Wyatt. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to talk me out of leaving. I don't want to sugarcoat it, he explained. Not for you. You need to know exactly what you're getting yourself into. I know, and I get it. But to me, it's worth whatever waits for us. I can't spend my life here like these wolves. I won't blindly follow Axel, and I won't mate Daniel. I want to get back to Kieran, and I won't stop trying to do that, even if it kills me. His expression was grim. All right. Hopefully it won't come to that, but as long as you're prepared. I'll protect you for as long as I can, or I'll die trying. You have my word. I mimicked his expression. Hopefully it won't come to that for you either. He nodded, and so did I. We didn't spend any more time at the wall. After a brief discussion of our meeting place and how we might climb over the wall, we went our separate ways until it was time for him to come for me. The bedroom was quiet, a peaceful quiet. It gave me time to think about everything. My mind went over all the different scenarios. All the various ways this could go wrong or right. What might be waiting for us out in the wild. I hadn't spent as much time in the woods as other wolves. I'd only started exploring the deep outdoors of the Perilous Pack when I was taken. I missed it there. Every time I thought about my days there, I was overwhelmed with the weight of grief. I wanted to be there again. I wanted to be with Kieran. I wanted things back to normal, if that's what they even were. A soft knock was then laid on the door, and Celia popped her head inside the room. It's almost time. Everything is in place. We're just waiting for everyone to be seated. The excess guards are being pulled away from the walls now. I nodded. Okay. I picked up the 3 bags that lay on the bed and hoisted them over my shoulder. Celia tried to keep them as light as possible, but that was no easy task. There were blankets, food, and even flashlights and lanterns for when we traveled in our human forms. She even packed some vitamins for me to take along the way. She'd thought of almost everything. Even the canteens were packed in the very bottom of the bags. I brought Emma from her dwelling. I briefly explained to her what was happening, but you may need to fill in the blanks. Celia peered outside the door, into the hall, then back at me. I thought you might want to get better acquainted with her before you leave. Yeah, I said, delighted. That's a good idea. I need to get her to trust me. Celia glanced back into the hall, then stepped aside, leaving a small space for the girl to get by her. No one was there at first. Then, very slowly, the child started to come into view. She rounded the doorway nervously. I could sense and see the worry on her face. She was scared. I knelt on the floor, my knees on the ground, hoping to match her height so she might feel less intimidated by me. Emma. I smiled at her. Her blonde hair hung in 2 long braids by her ears. It reached well past her shoulders. She shook slightly as she approached me. Celia sent a pitted glance at the girl, then turned and disappeared from the door, closing it behind her. Are you Claire? She asked in a barely audible voice. I nodded. Yes. She looked at the floor and moved her foot along the carpet timidly. Are you really going to take me away from here? She looked into my eyes then, and I smiled gently. I am. Are you going to take me to my mommy? Her hands fidgeted. I leaned back a little on my heels and almost toppled over. I hadn't been prepared for her question, hadn't expected it. Surely she knew what had become of her mother. She had to understand why she was here. Her mother was dead. I couldn't bring myself to say it, though. It was harsh. Instead, my heart dropped into my stomach. I don't know where your mother is, but if she's out there, we'll find her. For now, I'm going to take you somewhere safe. Somewhere no one here can reach us. At least not yet. I was under no illusions that they wouldn't come for mine and Kieran's pack when they had the numbers. I just hoped that was way later. She only nodded. I didn't feel any better by that. This little girl's mother was gone, and there was nothing I or anyone else could do that would change that. I hated feeling so powerless. I need you to trust me, Emma. I know that's asking a lot from a stranger, but you have to find it inside you somewhere to do that. It's going to take that to get through what we're about to do. Do you think you could? I didn't know what I would do yet if she said she couldn't or wouldn't. I just hoped it didn't come to that. She looked at me for a minute, Apprehension hung over her. You're not like them? You won't hurt me. My heart dropped again. Is that what they had done? Had they hurt her? No, I said softly, afraid the slightest rise in my voice would scare her away from me. I wanted to scream, though. I want to scream at anyone who has touched her. I'm not one of these people. I was brought here against my will, too, just like you. Her eyes became a little less wary at that. Hope sparked from them. You were. Yes. Everyone I love and care about is waiting for me back home, and I have to get to them. And I'd like you to come with us, I explained. She stilled again, the same apprehension seeping back in between us. Us. I could see now that trusting people wasn't something that would come easy to her, now or probably ever, not after everything she'd seen and been through. He's a friend of mine. You can trust him. He comes from my pack. He was sent here to retrieve me. He won't hurt you either. She settled down a bit then and visibly relaxed. I continued. So, do you think you could trust us? Could you trust me? I closed my eyes and prayed for a miracle. If Emma didn't trust or cooperate with us, we'd all be killed. Then her little voice spoke up again. I think so. We were almost there. I opened my eyes. That's a good start. I'd like to know more certain, though. I swear to you on my life, Emma, I won't let anyone hurt you ever again. You have my word. Her eyes came to life again. Her deep blue orbs sparkled like night settling on still water. I saw hope in them. I trust you, she said. She sounded more sure than she had about anything since she arrived. It made me smile. Good. I started to stand up when one of the bags slid off my shoulder and hit the floor. I reached for it, grabbing for the straps, but before I could, Emma beat me to it. I can carry one. I'm strong, she said proudly. She threw the bag on her back and fastened the straps around her. I can see that, I laughed. There was another knock on the door then, and something inside of me panicked a little. Acting on instinct, I stood and stepped around Emma and made sure I was blocking her body from whoever was outside the door. Claire. It was Wyatt's voice, and I immediately relaxed and blew out a breath. That was close. Come in, I managed to say. Emma's here with me. He opened the door and stood looking between me and the younger girl. He took a step forward and held out his hand to her. I was surprised when she didn't flinch or back away. The name's Wyatt. So you're Emma. She nodded and smiled slightly, taking his hand. Yes, it's nice to meet you. Wyatt looked at me in surprise as he straightened himself up from her level. The girl's got manners. There was another knock on the door then, and this time it was Celia. It's time to go. Everyone is in their place. She looked between all three of us with a mix of sadness, worry, and desperation. Be careful, all of you. And good luck. Don't let anything happen to the little one. I froze in place, looking at her, then Wyatt. Then I realized that he didn't seem to suspect anything, and I breathed a sigh of relief. For all he knew, she could have been talking about Emma. And she very well may have. I glanced at my stomach. We'll take care of her, Wyatt said to her, then looked at me. We need to go now. We can't afford to waste any more time. I'll give you 30 minutes, even longer if I can, and then I'll run out there and tell them you're gone. Put as much time between us and yourselves as possible, she said. Take care. I hope for a safe journey for all of you. Then she stepped up to me and gave me a swift hug, releasing me afterward. It's been nice knowing you, Claire. Tell Jennifer I miss her and I'm glad she made it. She looked toward the door that showed us. Now go. There is no time to spare. I didn't need any more warning for that. I was more than eager to get out of there. I was the last one through the door, and I stopped just a moment to glance back at Celia. I saw then that goodbye was harder for her than she let on. Tears were pooled in her eyes. Take care of yourself, Celia. Thank you for your help. None of this would be possible without you. She laughed a little through stray tears. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm still ratting you guys out. As a courtesy, I wanted to say, but I didn't. She already knew. With one last smile, I said goodbye to her and rushed out the door after Wyatt and Emma. I couldn't get out of here fast enough. I just hated what I was leaving behind in the process. I checked and there is no guard stationed here. We need to make our way over the wall and run the direction I told you. Once we're in the clear, we shift and Emma can ride on my back, Wyatt said. I looked at the large block of concrete wall. How are we going to get to the other side? There is nothing to climb. Wyatt closed the distance between him and the wall and began to pull pieces of the block away from the wall that had broken off from the concrete. I've been working on this for a while. I only made it halfway when I had to come find you. He looked toward the top. There are some chipped places further up. Put your foot in them and try to gain some traction. I nodded. You go ahead, he said. I'll stay back with Emma until you reach the top. She can climb onto my back when it's my turn. I'll get us there. Wyatt had way more experience in this place than I did. I had to trust he knew what he was doing. He'd get us out of here. I believed that. Halfway up the wall was simple enough. But the further up I got, the harder it got to hang on. The wall was no easy feat. My hands slipped a few times, and I scraped my legs along the rough sides of the blocks. They stung, but I couldn't let that stop me. I was aware that the slower I went, the longer it would take, so I forced myself to go faster, even if it caused me pain. At one point, I was even scared I was going to fall, but thankfully, I steadied myself and continued the climb. By the time I reached the top of the wall, I was exhausted and sore as I looked down over the other side, my breath caught. We'd made it up the wall, but how would we get down? The wall was nearly 2 stories high. We couldn't rightly jump. We'd get ourselves killed, and all of this would have been for nothing. Wyatt reached the top in half the time it took me, and he was visibly unscathed. He definitely had much more experience than I did. I glanced over the trees in the direction of the ceremony, but I couldn't see anything. I only heard the low music still playing. They hadn't been notified that I was gone yet. Good. We still had time. I sent out another silent thank you to Celia and turned back toward the other side of the wall. Emma was next to me now, legs dangling over the side. I could sense she was scared out of her wits. Who wouldn't be dangling off the edge of a 2-story wall? I reached over and wrapped my arm around her. Wyatt was just on the other side of her. How do we get down? I asked him. We jump. My eyes widened. We'll never survive it. He looked down. I've done this before. I'm gonna go first, then you and Emma jump. I'll catch you down below. For the first time since meeting Wyatt, I was starting to question his sanity. Are you insane? You just need to trust me. We don't have time to argue about this. As long as I don't land on my head, I'll be fine. When I give the word, you jump. He didn't wait for my compliance. He was right, we had no time. He jumped off the wall feet first with his legs bent slightly under him. He hit the ground with a thump and then rolled forward on his shoulder before coming to a stop on his heels. I gaped at him. Where on earth did he learn those things? Was he climbing and leaping off walls as a child? Send Emma down, he called. I might have worried that someone heard him, but we were too far away for that. The closest guard was not even in sight. Emma shook under my arm. I heard her whimper. It made me feel guilty. I told her I would keep her safe, and to send her off the wall felt like the complete opposite of that. I had no idea what she thought of me now. Emma, I said gently. Wyatt is just at the bottom. If you look, you can see him. He'll catch you when you jump. She whimpered again and snuggled deeper to my side. I don't think I can do it. You can. I believe in you. I know it seems scary, but trust Wyatt. He'll catch you. I looked down at him with his arms outstretched, ready for her. She shook her head, panicked. No, I can't. This was not good. We were gonna get caught before we even made it to the other side. I called down to Wyatt, trying not to let my panic show. She won't go. We'll have to jump together. Can you catch us both? He paused for a beat and then said, I can do it. But you need to jump now. I took in a deep breath and shook away my fear of falling. I understood Wyatt's sense of urgency and had to push all of that aside. Emma was depending on me now. I had to save her. The wall was thick, at least a couple of feet in width, so standing up was not a problem. However, holding Emma from falling off the side back first was going to be the issue. I have to do it, though. I was glad when Emma let me pick her up and hold her in my arms. She seemed to relax there. I've got you, I whispered in her ear. Don't be afraid now. Just close your eyes, all right? She nodded and did exactly as I said. I waddled closer to the edge then. It would make falling much easier now since Emma wasn't staring at me with those big blue eyes in worry. I breathed in deep. I wanted more than anything to mentally prepare myself for what I was about to do, but I didn't have that luxury. I had to act now and think later, hoping everything would turn out okay. What other choice did I have in the matter? Sometimes you just had to take risks. Go! Wyatt shouted. You have to do it now. And so I did. I stepped off the side, twisting my body midair, letting myself fall, watching the sky move further away from me. It felt as though my heart had completely stopped while I was airborne. And it didn't thoroughly pick back up in pace until I landed at the bottom of the wall with a pair of strong arms wrapped around me. I looked down at Emma, who still had her eyes shut and refused to move. I wonder how much more this journey was going to mess her up than her life at the underground pack? Guilt swept over me. And so did nausea. I had to fight the urge not to puke and hope my baby was okay. When Wyatt finally sat me down on the ground again, I was breathing better and steadier. Emma then opened her eyes, but very slowly. We made it, I told her, sitting her down. You're okay. She wobbled a little on her feet at first. Then, when I was sure she would be fine, I released her and saw that she had her balance. Trust me now, Wyatt said. There was a hint of a smile tugging at his lips when he said it. I had to fight back a smile of my own. I wouldn't have done that if I didn't already trust you. Come on, he said, reaching down to hoist Emma on his back again. We have to get going. They'll be on us in no time. I followed after Wyatt, running into the thick, dark woods. With the trees crowded over us, the sun was no longer visible, making it seem more like late afternoon than midday. All three of us ran for what seemed like miles. I couldn't really be sure. We were fighting tree branches along the way, and I could barely see 3 feet in front of me. If it weren't for Wyatt, I'd have gotten lost a long time ago. Emma clung tightly to his back, never releasing him once. I was still ignoring the burning on my legs from my scrapes when we finally reached a river. The stream was 15 or so feet across, flowing densely downward and over large boulder-sized rocks. I knew that our only choice was to walk through it. At least the raging water was more on the calmer side of things today. Wyatt sat Emma on the ground next to him. I'll cross first, he offered. You two wait here until I fist a stick to help you across. He didn't wait for a response. There was still no time for arguing. I just hoped he'd be careful. It took him all of 10 minutes to cross with no help, but I knew it would take longer for me and Emma. He stopped on the riverbank for a moment to steady himself. Then he made his way over to a tree, pulled off a thick, heavy branch with no effort, and made his way back across the river to us. He grabbed Emma first and walked her across, then me. We were all soaked and tired by the time we were safely across. All that running had exhausted me. I knew we couldn't stop yet. Again, we ran and ran. After another hour, I saw Wyatt struggling to keep his speed with Emma on his back. He continued for another half hour, and then had to stop and rest, sitting Emma down beside him. I tossed the bags I'd been carrying to the ground at Wyatt's feet, and he looked at me and nodded in agreement. I was offering to carry Emma for a while now while he took charge of the bags. There is a big gathering of rocks just up ahead, another mile. We'll stop there and rest up for the night. It's starting to get dark now, and Axel won't want to be caught out in the woods at night unprepared. We'll be safe for now. If they've returned to the pack grounds for the night, we'll have a head start on them in the morning before they set out again. He'll be more prepared then. I didn't like the sound of that, but I nodded anyway. It sounded as if we'd have more to worry about tomorrow than we do today. I couldn't even imagine what Axel would do to us if he found us. We'd be dead or worse, tortured. When resting was over, Emma crawled up on my back, and we started for the rocks that would be our shelter for the night. Chapter 28. Take this, Wyatt said, handing me the additional blanket from his bag. I shook my head. No, it's all right. This one is enough. Emma was next to us, against the gathering of rocks, already fast asleep. She was exhausted. I could tell by the look on her face as she slept. She hadn't spoken much during our entire journey either. What we'd put her through had to be a lot to process. Even though we had saved her from Axel's pack, Wyatt and I both knew that if they ever caught us, we would all be dead. You sure? Wyatt asked, his arms still outstretched, holding the blanket. I'm sure. It's not that cold out. I shifted my blanket over my legs and arms. It was fortunate that the weather was unproblematic, because even if it were any cooler, we couldn't have built a fire. It would have drawn too much attention to us. There is nothing that sticks out more than a fire blazing in the dark of night. Emma had consumed 2 apples and a granola bar right before she crashed, and Wyatt and I each had 1 granola bar and a bottle of water. We still had enough food to last us at least 2 more days if we were to go sparingly. If worst came to worst, though, one of us could hunt to keep the rest sustained until we reached our destination. If I was right, we only had about 3 more days until we found the perilous pack territory. Hopefully, Kieran would be there waiting for me and not trying to pull off a rescue mission, risking his own life for ours. I must have looked very concerned because Wyatt reached over and grabbed my hand to reassure me. We'll get there, Claire. Don't worry about it so much. I'll keep you safe from Daniel and Axel. Once you reach your wolf, we'll be a lot faster and make better time. It's not happened yet. I don't know if it ever will. It feels like I'm still trapped. I have no control over my shifting. I picked up some dirt and threw it back to the ground. You will. Give it time. You'll do it. He pulled back his hand and lay back against his bag, using it as a pillow. When you go to sleep, he said, I'll shift. It's easier for me to keep you safe in my wolf form. That way the slightest sound or movement will wake me up. I feel like I should be helping you keep guard. I'm sorry I can't. I adjusted my bag and lay on it, copying Wyatt. Don't be sorry for things you can't help. There is no point, he said gently. I'll take care of you. You should get some rest. I yawned and closed my eyes. All right. I pulled the blanket up to my neck. I'll carry Emma tomorrow. You can take the bags. It should be easier for you to move. If you think it will help, he said. Good night, Claire. Good night, Wyatt. Emma woke up before me the next morning and shook me awake. She needed to use the bathroom, and she was hungry. Wyatt was nowhere to be found by the time we were packed and ready to go. We waited for him. He probably went hunting before we started our day again. I would only become worried if he didn't show up in the next half hour. He knew we had to start before daybreak or our chances of being seen would be drastically increased. Axel's wolves were probably already out searching for us as it was. My stomach rolled, and I reached into my bag for a vitamin. Are you okay? Emma asked after I took it. You look sick. I gave her a reassuring nod and a fake smile. I'm fine. I just get this way sometimes. Where is Wyatt? She asked, looking as far through the woods as her eyes would reach. He's close. There was a stirring inside me that told me he was. It was an instinct I thought I'd long lost since being taken. It sent a thrill through me at what that could mean. Sensing Wyatt was no small thing. It meant my pack link was coming back, which meant other things could come back too, like my wolf. Claire, Wyatt's voice broke through the morning air. My eyes scanned the wakening light for him. Then he appeared next to me from the opposite direction I was looking. I jumped. Sorry, he said. He looked from me to Emma, then back again. Is everyone rested and ready to go? We were waiting on you, I told him. He picked up the bags from the ground and threw them over his shoulder. I scouted the area. There is no one close to us. There is another river up ahead we'll have to cross. He paused for a moment, gazing off into the trees, then back at me. When I got there, I discovered something. Emma's eyes brightened at Wyatt's tone. She could sense something in it as I had. Whatever he had found out there, it had to be good. What was it? Our location, he said, a slight smile appearing on his lips. We're closer to Alpha Clint's pack than we are to ours. If my memory serves me correctly, we should be at Clint's by early morning if nothing slows us down. We'll have to make a slight change in our direction, but at this point, it's the best thing for us. The sooner we are out of these woods, the better. Additionally, Axel expects us to run straight to our pack. Best to throw him off a little. I jumped at that and screamed with delight. Clint is nearby? Why didn't you say so sooner? Kieran would want us to go to him. I know Kaylin and Clint will keep us safe. I was shouting every word with excitement. This was much better news than I had anticipated. We might stand a chance out here after all. There is too much distance between us for me to contact Kieran through our pack link. I'll call him personally as soon as we reach Clint's land, he said. I nodded. I couldn't believe it. We were so close now, just 1 day instead of 3. I couldn't be any happier if I tried. Good. We're ready to go. He nodded and repositioned the bags on his shoulder. I'll lead the way. A few hours into our journey, there was still no sign of Axel or his wolves. The closer we got to Clint's, the better I began to feel. Something inside of me finally felt like it was loosening, shaking itself awake. Since being with Daniel and Axel, I felt like I was half empty inside, just barely the shell of someone I used to be. But the more distance I put between us, the more I felt myself again. The more I became Claire Warren. That put a smile on my face. You're looking oddly cheery considering the situation we're in, Wyatt said with a trace of a smile on his lips. Like being chased by a pack of wolves, do you? My face grew hot. No, I didn't know he had been watching me. I'm just hopeful. The sun was shining down on us, bringing some warmth to the fabulous fall day. My shoulders were a pale pink, and the tip of Emma's nose was also the same color. I could see how tired she was getting from the walk. Wyatt and I both wanted breaks, and since Wyatt hadn't sensed any threats in the last half hour, he let her walk on her own without him carrying her. I'm hungry, Emma said. Can we stop and eat? I looked to Wyatt for his decision since he seemed to be the one leading this pack, and he nodded. We'll stop just up ahead. There should be a pound around here somewhere. We followed him farther into the woods until finally we hit a clearing, just where he thought it should be. It was vast, mossy, and beautiful. A good-sized pond sat right at its center. I could see the fish swimming just below the surface. There were many. Wow, Emma said, wide-eyed. The fish population is really heavy here. Not many people walk this far into the woods to fish. That probably has a lot to do with it, Wyatt said. He lowered himself onto the ground, pulled a canteen from his bag, and took a sip. I'm going to go scan the area, I told him. I grabbed up Emma's bag from Wyatt and handed it to her. I'll be right back. Eat something and take a rest. She nodded and sat down next to Wyatt before I made my way through the woods just up ahead of us. He really needed to rest, and lately I felt I was pulling my own weight. I scanned a perimeter of about half a mile in each direction surrounding us. There was no sign of Axel or any of the wolves so far. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I'd almost expected them to find us already, or at least be close by. I had sensed nothing other than the strange, but distantly familiar stirrings of something dormant being awoken in me. It gave this odd surge of energy I hadn't realized I'd been missing all this time. A thought passed through my mind almost as quickly as it had appeared. It was gone. It sent chills up my spine. If Axel hasn't found us yet, that could only mean one thing. He's planning something big. He wouldn't remain silent otherwise. Perhaps he searched for us and then returned to the pack with a more sinister, malicious plan. More than hurt us, he probably wanted to make us pay, to make us suffer the consequences of our actions. He'll go after Kieran, my family, or even Wyatt's family to make us pay. Then, after he had ripped away the most essential things in our lives, well, he'd come for us. I could only hope that Wyatt was right, and he was still unprepared to go into war with the perilous pack, so that it would buy us some time, and I could contact Kieran. Perhaps we could devise a plan with the pack. If anyone could protect our pack, it was Kieran. When I returned to the water where Wyatt and Emma were resting, the ground shook. It wasn't a noticeable earthquake shake, but more like a subtle, slight shake. For a moment, I debated whether it was just my imagination or maybe I was feeling dizzy. I looked to Wyatt for some answer, but he only looked into the fish pond, acting as though nothing ever happened. Maybe it hadn't. Perhaps it was just my mind after all. I shook my head of it. I didn't need to start showing signs of mental instability right now. I'd been through a lot, but for Emma's sake and my own, I needed to keep it together just a little longer. Wyatt finally noticed me and stood up. You're back. Find anything? I shook my head. No. All quiet on the western front. I glanced at Emma. Is she doing okay? He glanced at her and nodded. She's fine. But she'll be better when we're in the protection of allies. I looked past him into the woods I'd recently scanned. How much further now? The time is still the same. We'll arrive early morning or at best. Whoa. Claire, are you all right? He was rushing to my side, trying to steady me before I hit the ground. I leaned into his body as the arm around me led me over next to Emma. I felt unsteady, dizzy. The ground shook again, I told him slowly. My head soon began to throb. I buried it in my hands. Claire, are you okay? Emma's small voice whispered. I don't know. Something's happening, I think. Then, like something that has been slowly chipping away inside of me, the ice barrier broke and slow warmth started spreading through my body. It began at my chest and spider-webbed from there to every inch of my body until it reached the tips of my toes and fingertips. I gasped for breath. What the? Air. I can't get enough air. Where did it all go? It was as if I had just gotten through with a 10-mile race. My lungs were burning from the lack of oxygen. Oh God. I'm suffocating. Wyatt placed his hands on the sides of my face. I tried to look at him, but everything was spinning out of control. Emma whimpered next to me. Hey, Claire, stay with me. Look at me. Just keep your eyes on mine, Wyatt said. I tried. I really tried. But then the nausea came, and I felt like I was going to hurl. Oh, go dash, I couldn't finish my sentence because that was it. There were no more words. Only vomit. And it wasn't good. The worst I'd felt in weeks. It splashed on the ground. Claire, Wyatt sounded slightly panicked. His hands were still on my face. What's happening to her? Emma was way more panicked than Wyatt. Is she going to die? No, Wyatt said firmly. She's not going to die. No one is going to die. She's going to be fine. She just needs to cool off. Wyatt, I mumbled. The world was beginning to blur. I tried to search for his face. You're fine. You're going to be fine. His voice was meant to reassure me, but even I could pick out the slight doubt in his voice. He had no idea what was happening to me any more than I did. We both needed to face the facts, though. This could very well be the end for me. Baby, stay with me. I love you. Stay with me. Wyatt was lightly shaking me. Kieran? When did he get here? Then I was on my back with the sky high above me, and Kieran. He moved into my line of sight. He smiled weakly at me. His eyes were concerned, then panicked. My heart swelled with joy. Kieran, you're here. You came for me. How did you find us? Just lay back. Be quiet. You'll be okay after this passes. What is it? I asked him. What's happening to me? You're changing. I scrunched up my nose. Changing? Into what? Your wolf. It's happening again. Just like it did the first time you changed. You're whole again. Kieran's voice merged with Wyatt's. Just breathe through it. It will be over soon enough. Were they talking at the same time? I tried to focus on Kieran again, but he blurred out of sight. I couldn't get a clear picture of him anymore. He started backing away. I immediately panicked. No, don't leave me. I reached for him. I was able to grab onto him before he made it away. Claire, you're shifting. Emma and I need to move away. It was only then that I realized how badly I was shaking. My leg snapped, then my arm, then my back. I screamed out in pain. They snapped again, transforming into something else. I screamed. The pain. It was becoming too much. There was searing pain up and down my spine. I let go of Kieran. I told him. I love you. Just in case I didn't make it out of this alive, he needed to know. He needed to know how I felt. Claire, it's okay, Wyatt said. He sounded so far away now. Everything was going dark. It was like the sky right before a storm. Then it got even darker, more like the sky at dusk. It's the fever. You're hallucinating. When you shift, it'll break. Break, I mumbled. Snap. I screamed again. I am breaking. I'm dying. I'm sure I'm dying. Kieran, come back to me, I cried. Please. Don't leave me alone here. They say when you die, that everything starts to go dark. Then all the noise begins to fade away into the night. And finally, once everything has vanished, your consciousness, it starts to slip away too. Then there is silence and nothingness. No sensations. Nothing to remind you that you are still alive. No beating of your heart. Nothing. You're just gone. I used to dream of falling through the night sky when I was a little girl. At first, it was like I was flying. I don't know how I got there or how I started flying in the first place, but I was doing it. It was only after I realized I was doing it that I panicked, and I began to fall through the air, my body falling toward nothing, just one big, black hole. My stomach felt as if it were in my throat. The whole way down, I worried about all the things I hadn't done in my life. All the things I never said. All my regrets in life were on my mind. All the things I would never get to do. 'Cause I knew that as soon as my body found somewhere to land, I would be no more. I would break. That's when I woke up right before I hit the ground. Right before I died, I'd sit up in my bed panting and screaming. My mom and dad would rush into my room and see me sitting there, and they'd hold me and tell me it was okay. It was just a dream. And that was what always calmed me. What brought me back to the edge of reality. It was the realization that they, in fact, were right. I was not falling. They were there holding me. I was really okay. And I always would be. But this is different. I was most certainly not dreaming, and I wasn't sure if I would ever be all right. I didn't even know where I was. Claire. A voice sounded in the back of my mind. Claire. Yes, I wanted to say. I didn't have a working voice. Claire. Each call of my name felt like it was leading me somewhere and guiding me to the place I needed to be. Claire. Back to the edge of reality. Yes. I'm here. Claire. It's closer now. Almost close enough to touch. Wake up. You're okay. I'm okay, I repeated to myself. Can you move? I don't know. Can I? I tried. My arm twitched. Yes. Next, I tried to clear out the darkness. To open my eyes. To see anything. Good. You're doing well. I recognized the voice now. It was Wyatt. Light peeked in between my lashes. I squinted. It hurt. I felt a presence shift over me. The light darkened. It made seeing easier. I managed to open my eyes a little wider. Little by little, I was able to zoom in on my surroundings. I was outside on the ground. That much I knew. Wyatt's face was in front of me, inches from mine. I struggled to get up on my elbows, and he moved away. He looked relieved to see me up. I was worried about you. How do you feel? Like I was hit by a Mack truck. I winced as I got into a sitting position. Beside me, Emma was asleep. Her eyes were tear-streaked. The kid was worried. She thought you were dead, he explained. So did I. What happened? The world around me was brighter, crisper, and prettier. It was a vision I recognized and had long missed. Tears started forming in my eyes. I was back together again. I was me. You shifted and blacked out. I guess whatever Daniel did to you reset your body to before your first shift. It happened all over again. And there in the back of my mind, I felt her. She was there now, my wolf. I could feel her energy, her smile, her delight. Tears spilled out between my eyes. I missed her so much. Wyatt saw me and wrapped his arms around me. Hey, you made it. You should be happy. I am happy, I told him. That's why I'm crying. He smiled. You're back. How long was I out? I tried to make myself sound clearer. My voice was rough, somewhat off. About 4 hours. I nearly shot up to my feet. What? 4 hours? We've lost so much time. I've lost so much time. I don't remember any of it. Don't worry. Axel or Daniel hasn't come for us. That didn't make me feel any better. That's exactly what worries me. Emma shifted on her blanket. I lowered my voice. This doesn't seem right. This whole situation seems off. Wyatt frowned. Yeah. I know what you mean. I got to my feet. We should probably get going then. The longer we're out here, the more we put ourselves at risk. He nodded and stood with me. Now that you can shift, we'll run. We can get there faster. I'll take Emma on my back and you'll follow me. With any luck, we'll make it to Clint's in half a day. That sounded like a pretty good plan. A breeze blew, and I realized then that I was only wrapped in a thin blanket around me. Which meant I had been completely naked in front of Wyatt, and I couldn't even remember it. I blushed and grabbed at the makeshift covering. I put that on you when you returned from the woods. You took off after you shifted, and when you returned, Emma was asleep from crying. You went to sleep too and shifted back in your sleep. I thought it was best to cover you before the kid woke up. It was. Yes. Thank you. He glanced at Emma. You should get her up. I'll gather our stuff. I nodded. Let's be quick. I walked over next to her and dropped down in front of her. She was breathing steadily, then her breathing became rapid. She was probably dreaming, if I had to guess. Placed my hand on her and gently shook her awake. When she opened her eyes, she stared at me. She was clearly relieved. She sat up quickly with a smile and wrapped her arms around my neck. You're okay. I was so scared. I thought you were gonna die. I'm glad you didn't. Her sudden rush of words took me aback. It was the most I'd heard her say at one time since I met her. I shook with silent laughter and wrapped my arms around her just as tightly as she was holding me. Believe me, so am I. Wyatt picked up our things and came to stand next to us as we rose to our feet. I gathered our blankets and stuffed them into a bag. He looked at me. You ready for this, Claire? We have a lot of ground to cover before night settles in. I nodded. He didn't even need to ask. Of course. Adrenaline was beginning to course through me. In less than a day, I'll be in Kieran's arms again. For that, I'm ready for anything. Ready as I'll ever be. Chapter 29. The day was wearing on and Wyatt and I had arrived on Alpha Clint's territory before sundown. Both of us were in our wolf forms, Emma on Wyatt's back. Just inside the grounds, we were met by a pack of wolves, none of them I recognized from Clint's trip to our pack a few weeks ago. The large black wolf with a splash of white between his eyes, whom I assumed was the second or third in command of the other wolves, bared his teeth at us and took a threatening step forward. Wyatt quickly blocked his path by jumping between us. He growled back and then he shifted. He stood before me, waiting patiently while the black and white wolf also shifted. He was a tall man, with broad muscles and a strip of white through his black locks. He was fit for his age. If I had to guess, he was probably mid-40s. A young boy at his side, who had also shifted, looked very much like him minus the strip of white. He had to be the tall man's son. Who are you? The tall man asked. State your purpose here. Wyatt was quick to speak. I am Beta Wyatt Ford of Kieran Knight's pack. He nodded toward Emma and me. This is his mate Claire and our friend Emma. We're here to request an audience and refuge with Alpha Clint Collins. The tall man turned toward his son, then to the other wolves who had still not changed. They seemed to be having some silent conversation. After a moment of silence, the man turned back to us. If you are from Kieran Knight's pack, why did he not notify our Alpha of your arrival? We know nothing of it. As you know, it's customary to. Yes, I know, Wyatt said impatiently. It's customary to announce our coming, but we didn't have that luxury. We were in a bit of a hurry. Please tell him we are here. It is imperative that we speak as soon as possible. The tall man glanced to his side again at the other wolves, then nodded. His eyes met Wyatt's again. Alpha Clint isn't here. He's on business with a neighboring pack. I'll notify Luna Kalen you are here. If she wishes to see you, you'll be allowed through. Seeming to be the very best response we would get, Wyatt nodded to him, and 3 wolves quickly ran off toward the estate, possibly to retrieve Kalen. At first, I didn't understand why they didn't just mind speak to her and have her come on her own, but then I realized that Alpha Clint probably ordered his wolves not to let Kalen walk around their territory on her own. Trespassers could break through, and if there were enough of them, they could take her easily. There seemed to be a stare down and a quiet assessment of us while we waited. Emma was stiff and quiet on Wyatt's back, not daring to move. The tall man kept looking between Wyatt, Emma, and me, trying to figure out our story and possibly how we had all ended up together there. What circumstances could have warranted our unannounced arrival? Arlo, what is this about? Kalen's voice rang through the trees with the 3 wolves by her side. She was looking directly at the tall man. So that was his name, Arlo. It was only a second before her eyes landed on us. She froze only for a moment, took us in, surprised, then rushed over to us. Kalen, Wyatt said, relieved as she stopped in front of us. Who is this? She looked from me to Emma, then back to me again. I was temporarily confused by her question about my identity until I remembered that she had never seen me in my wolf form before. Of course, she wouldn't know who I was. "This is Claire," he answered. "And this is Emma." "Claire," she said, surprised. "I didn't recognize you like that." "I'm sorry." I nodded in her direction, and she smiled. "Kaylin, it's important that we speak to Clint right away." "When will he be back?" Wyatt asked. She looked at him. "I don't know. I was expecting him before nightfall, but that's quickly approaching and I haven't heard from him. It could be as late as tomorrow morning." She looked Wyatt over, taking in his shifted form with no embarrassment, and frowned. She must be used to seeing shifted wolves. It clearly did not affect her. "You all look worn and tired. What happened to you?" "Where is Kieran?" "We've been running all day," Wyatt answered for us. "There has been a bit of a situation. May we come inside?" She looked toward her home and blushed with embarrassment. "Of course." I should have offered. "Please come in. We'll get you three some clothes and food, then we'll talk." "Thank you," Wyatt said appreciatively, and we followed her inside with a trail of wolves behind us. Upon entering the mansion, we were greeted by the faces of more strangers. I still hadn't recognized anyone who came to our pack before. Perhaps they were the wolves who were traveling with Clint. Kaylin led me up to her room and gave me some of her clothes to wear. When I came out of her room, I was wearing a green silk top, a pair of jeans, and brown sandals. It was the best I had looked or felt in days. Emma was by my side, clean too, as we were led down to the kitchen, where Wyatt was waiting in a set of borrowed clean clothes, possibly Clint's or another wolf's. There was a plate filled with different types of sandwiches, chips, and even some carrot sticks for Emma. Tall glasses of tea also sat by our food, and I realized how parched I was. We sat down and quickly consumed our food, and when we were done, Wyatt began telling the story of what had happened. Claire was taken from her old pack when we visited them. He launched into the whole thing, not leaving out a single important detail. Telling her about my past with Daniel, what happened at Axel's pack, and finally our escape. She focused intently on every word he said, and when he was done, she remained frozen in her seat, a mix of shock, anger, and sadness on her face. "I'm so sorry, Claire," she said to me. "We had no idea about any of this. How you must have felt being in Axel's clutches." "I can't imagine." She shook her head. "He needs to be taken care of. Allowing him to live has only made things worse. No doubt he's planning to retaliate as soon as possible." "No doubt," Wyatt agreed. Kaylin focused her eyes on me. "How are you? Coping with this, I mean." My stomach began to roll. "I am fine. Or I will be when I see Kieran." She nodded. "Yes. We need to call him, get him here as soon as possible. I don't want to risk you running into Axel trying to get to Kieran on your own." She started to stand up until Wyatt stopped her. "Let me," he said. "I should be the one." I told him I would keep her safe. I got up and started to protest that I should be the one to call him, that I was his mate, that I needed to hear his voice again soon, or I was gonna lose it more than I already had, but another wave of nausea hit me, and I nearly kneeled over from it. Kaylin rushed to my side. "Whoa. Are you okay? You should sit back down." She glanced at Wyatt, who looked as worried as Kaylin was. "Get her some water?" He made haste to get it to me, and I barely took 2 sips, and all my lunch came rushing up and covered the wood-covered floor. "Help me get her upstairs," she told Wyatt. "I'll have someone clean this up." He didn't argue. He picked me up carefully and carried me bridal-style up a flight of stairs and into a large bedroom. He placed me on a soft bed as Kaylin pulled back the covers. She draped them over me before rushing out of the room and returning with a cool cloth to place on my head. "She needs to see a doctor," Wyatt said. "She doesn't look good." "Thanks," I say sarcastically, looking at him. "You know what I mean. We need to know what's wrong." I shake my head. "No, we don't. I already know what's wrong. No need to worry. I need to talk to Kieran. Can you call him now?" Kaylin looked at me carefully for a moment, trying to decipher something before letting out a long breath and agreeing. "All right. Wyatt, call him. He'll want to be here." After explaining to Wyatt where Clint's office was, he raced off to make the call. How long? She asked me when we were alone. How long what? How long have you known you were pregnant? That brought me up short. What? Why would you think that? She shrugged. Just a guess. How long? I glanced down at the covers and sighed. I really wanted Kieran to be the first to know. Things never go as planned, though. Not long. She sat up straighter and cleared her throat awkwardly. Is it? It's not. I mean, she looked away. Kieran is the... I nodded. The father? Yes. I never slept with Daniel. It didn't come to that. I prayed a silent prayer of thanks. Things could have been a lot worse for me there. I'm glad they weren't. She adjusted the cloth on my head. Kieran is gonna be so happy, you know. After everything that's happened, this will be exactly what he needs. You two will make wonderful parents. I hope so. Lately, I didn't know if I'd be good at anything. I couldn't even keep myself safe. You will. Never doubt that. I nodded, not seeing any point in arguing with her. I didn't have the strength for it anyway. I just needed to calm my stomach and take a deep breath. Soon after, Wyatt poked his head back inside the door and waited for Kaylin's consent before rushing in. He's on his way, Wyatt announced as he entered the room. His eyes were in me. Good. As soon as Clint arrives, we'll talk strategies for Axel's capture. I promise, Claire, he won't get away with this. I nodded. Kaylin looked up at Wyatt, standing beside me, watching me, and cleared her throat. We should probably let you rest. As soon as Kieran gets here, I promise we'll wake you. She had no arguments from me. I needed some rest. Okay. When Wyatt didn't make any movement to leave the room, Kaylin nudged him in the arm. It broke him from his trance or thoughts or whatever was going on with him, and he made his way toward the door and out of the room. Kieran stayed behind. He seems to be taking his job seriously, taking care of you, I mean. He doesn't like to let you out of his sight, she stated. He owes it to Kieran. She raised her eyebrows. Are you sure that's it? That caused me to frown. What do you mean? Nothing, except he acts like you're more than just a job. He seems to genuinely care about you. I mean, we're friends. It makes sense. For whatever reason, she seems to give up the notion of trying to convince me of something and sighs. Okay, whatever you say. Just be careful. You'll want to lock that stuff down before Kieran gets here. He's already going to be over the deep end anyway. I yawn. Sure. I don't know what she's going on about. You don't see it, do you? I barely hear her voice as I begin drifting off to sleep. I pace the hallway in front of Claire's door, possibly wearing a hole in the red carpet. It wasn't until Kaylin stepped through the door and closed it behind her that I stopped moving. She looks at me through searching eyes and crosses her arms. For whatever reason, she seems upset. Is she okay? I could barely contain the shaking in my voice. She'll be fine. Though I can't say the same for you. I frown. What? She walks down the hallway toward Clint's office and motions after her. Come on. We need to talk. Confused, I forced myself to follow until we reached the office. She closed the door behind us before taking a seat at Clint's desk. She motioned to the chair across from her. What's this about? I took the seat. You are treading on paper-thin ice, Wyatt. You of all people should know better. I froze, my veins turning to ice. The look on her face tells me all I need to know. But how did she find out? For the sake of my life, I decided to lie. I don't understand. See, I don't believe you. I think you understand perfectly. Her hand trailed along the leather-bound books on the desk, and she sighed. Don't be stupid, Wyatt. Not only is she your best friend's mate, she's also your Luna. This will never go anywhere good. With all due respect, Kaylin, I don't think this is any of my business. Perhaps not, but for your sake, you need to fix this. For your friend's sake, you need to fix this. How do you think Kieran is going to feel when he sees that longing in your eyes for his mate? He'll kill you, Wyatt. She really does know. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. How do I even explain this? I can't even begin to. It won't help matters. All I can say to her is, it's not as bad as what you're thinking. You have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm not in love with Claire. She's beautiful and any wolf would be lucky to have her, but that wolf isn't me. I know that. It's just, I don't even know what I'm going with this. I want to know what it's like to feel something so powerful for someone, to have a mate. She gasped so silently I almost think I have imagined it, and covered her mouth. Kaylin knows me. She knows everything I've been through and the struggles I've had in finding my mate. She'd always ask me every time she and Alpha Clint visited our pack. She worried about me. But that was just her, a nurturer and a worrier. She always felt like she had to take care of everyone. Oh, Wyatt. Of course. Of course you do. I can see the pity in her eyes, and it's precisely why I didn't want to tell her or anyone, for that matter. I know it can't be easy, not having your mate. But you have to believe you'll find her. I see Kieran and Claire, I began, and it makes me so jealous. I see how much they care and love each other, but it's not anything I can understand. I can only watch. What they have is so beautiful and so natural, and I just wonder if I will ever have that. She looked like she wanted to reach across the desk and take my hand, but thought better of it and pulled back. You're still young. I've known most people who haven't found their mates until they reached middle age. And I know people who have never found their mate. I could be one of them. She shook her head, the pity still there. I sighed and stood up. I have to get out of here. I need some air. I don't want to think about it. I never did. Where are you going? She asked, standing up after me. I need to walk, some fresh air. I just need out. She nodded in understanding. Okay, if that's what you want. It's what I need. I'll see you later. I'll be around, waiting for Kieran. I quickly make my way out of the suffocating room with a million things on my mind.